Sí. Welcome to the Wildrift Emea Championships. The top teams of the Emea region have been playing all split long, and the top 7 are here in Barcelona.
And on the line, not only the title of best team from the Emea region, but also 3 spots on the Icons World Championship, the tournament that will determine the best team in the world and that will gather teams from all around the globe this summer.
We're ready. The teams are ready. Let's start the first ever WREC finals.
Welcome everyone to the WREC Finals. Finally, we are here all gathered to crown the Emea region champion. We are super exciting for the games to come, and I am super excited for this amazing talent lineup that I with in this analyst desk. Rio, how are you? Are you excited for the finals?
Yes, thanks. I'm very good, thanks. The trip here was nice, and I'm excited to watch these great teams play.
I'm joined also by Darkbreaker. Darkbreaker, how are you? Excited for the games?
I'm really excited to finally be able here to be as an analyst in a live event. So first match is also going to be super exciting. So let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Definitely, Carmeline. How are you? How are you about these games to come?
Oh my God, I will say I'm excited, but that will be repeating myself. Somebody's going to say, I can't wait anymore.
Nah, definitely. We really want to know who's going to be the champion from the Emea region, and we have really exciting games to come. I'm going to ask you, Ryu, what moment do you want to live in here? What game are you excited to see?
I think for today we gotta watch Rix against Team Queso later on. Those are some of the best teams in Europe, and I think that game is really gonna determine the meta over the next few days.
Yeah, definitely. That brings. I'm gonna ask you the same question. Are you excited about any game in particular?
I think even the first match can be pretty exciting, considering that Formulation Gaming, they had roster changes, and they are playing the play-ins, having to compete for the last spot in Group B. So I think this match is going to be obviously super important for both of them, and that obviously Rix Gaming is going to play 2 times today, and these are one of my favorite teams, so let's see how it goes.
Caroline, definitely the same question. I want to know about the team you are most excited about, the game you are most excited about.
I mean, I have to say, this game that is going to take place right now between Formulation Gaming and Unicorns of Players is one of my favorite ones. But if I had to name one, Rix versus NASA Esports is actually catching my eye quite a lot, so I want to see that one.
Yeah, we're gonna have some really exciting games. Some games we didn't get to see yet in the Emea region, but we want to check the bracket. We want to check that bracket. We want to check the skill of the day, guys, because we are going to start today with the Formulation versus Unicorns of Law. We're going to start with that playing game that is going to decide which of those teams are going to be joining the main event. Done, Area.
I mean, I think Formulation against Unicorns of Law will be a very tricky game to watch because both these teams play extremely aggressive. And I think, anything can happen on a day like this. It's the first game of this event. I think the players are nervous. And yeah, I think Formulation's going to take it, but it's going to be close.
The breaker, the winner of that particular game, is going to join Group B with Game Lord and Parla Esports. And I want to know your opinion about that group and Group A as well.
I think Group A is definitely exciting since we have Rix and Team Queso. Those 2 teams are really strong, and NASA is also a team that you can't underestimate coming from Turkey. They have really good players as well, so anything can happen in an offline event. People are nervous, new setup, etc. They're not comfortable, so that's why offline events are so exciting, so you can see how players can handle the pressure. And obviously in Group B, we don't know yet who's going to be the 3rd spot coming into this. Game Lord, obviously one of the favorites coming into this, and one of the probably gonna, in my opinion, getting the 1st seed in that Group B. But obviously, Unicorns of Love and Formulation Gaming can be tricky. It's really gonna be a tricky matchup. And first match after 1 month, everyone is preparing different drafts, and you have to consider, okay, what are they picking? How do I counter this, etc.
Come on, and that's a very interesting topic that the break come with. Do you think that the LAN event is going to be crucial for the results?
I mean, we've seen some teams that have experience on LAN events, but sometimes, teams get here and the nervousness, the pressure to represent an entire region kicks in, and they struggle, at least for the first games, quite a little bit. So I'm hoping they see this amazing set and they are like, okay, I'm at home, this is what I have to be, this is what I have to show that I'm the best team, and I will do it.
Definitely come with the right mood at a LAN event is really tricky, as Kaman is saying. You need to be chill. You need to be in the right mood. But Ryu, there are so many changes for you to come. We are in a very new patch, and what changes do you think that will affect most to this tournament?
I think the Scuttle Crab changes is obviously going to be the biggest change of this patch. Now it went from 2,000 experience to only 1.2k. So it changes a lot of the jungle rotations that the junglers are going to do early on. And I think we're going to see a lot of new jungle picks, specifically. So I think we're going to see a lot more junglers who will, rush at level 5 and go gank the map instead of fighting for the Scuttle Crab, which we've seen, I don't know, for the past 6 months.
The Brinker, I want to ask you about... this is heavy. I want to ask you about this guy.
Oh.
What with this guy? Because
I know who you're talking about.
he's been telling us.
The guy Noxious from, Darius is just still so strong. I know he received the nerf, but I think he is still very popular, especially if you guys have followed other regions like North America or China. They still love to pick this champion, and I don't think this nerf hurts him a lot. It's just a tiny nerf, but if you are proficient on this champion, there should not be a problem. And I think the champion that you guys need to look out for, or the champion that is probably not gonna be played as much anymore, is Fiora after the nerf on this patch, because they reduced the range of the first ability and they slightly buffed the passive, but in the end this is a huge nerf for the early game and especially in teamfights. So the ability to gap close and reach the backline, try to kill those ADCs and the mage is gonna be much harder, and I feel like the priority that she had beforehand, like she used to be one of those power picks, pick her first rotation, pick her second rotation, or even banning her out, but now I think she's gonna be more like a pocket pick, a split pusher. But yeah, also other changes obviously, so let's see how the teams are gonna adapt to this new meta.
I just watched Darius swing in the axe, and I have to say that the guy is extremely strong. I mean, it's super heavy, that axe that I just handled by myself. Cameline, we've seen those changes from the patch. What do you think about the Kaiser, for example, that we didn't talk about that?
Oh, Kaiser, we've seen the predominance for AP mages on the Dragon Lane for so long that I'm just expecting to start seeing more AP, but also more AD, like a little bit of variety to typical picks, Corki, even Seraphine, like give me something else, like I'm tired of seeing that. Also, I think the Kaiser, Yuumi and Rakan all together, that's a powerful comp. So come on, give me the Yuumi passive, improve it, done. Just call the game done.
Give me something exciting. I can be more agree with you, definitely. I really want to see those exciting beings here. Do you think that we'll have some of them today?
Exciting players. We're going to see exciting players all day. All these teams are amazing. We are going to see the best players all of Europe. It can only be great.
Yeah, and that brings us to the topic, to the formulation versus Unicorns of Love. You were talking about that, the aggressiveness of those teams. But we have Unicorns of Love. It's quite a mystery because we didn't get to see that many games from Unicorns of Love, but this is a lineup we know very well.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love have been together for I think almost a whole year. They also played together in the Origin series in the last year, so they didn't even change a single thing on the roster. Denalians and Sakyu, they swap roles, but other than that, it's a completely same roster, and they have shown so many times that they are forced to be reckoned with, and they are synergized in team fights. I think it's going to be fun to see how they're going to break down this patch.
And that breaker, on the other side, there's the complete opposite thing. Like, we have some changes from the side of formulation for today.
Yeah, they changed Zur, who used to play in the support role, into the Baron lane and put Trust into the support role and Feiko as the ADC. So these changes are gonna obviously be crazy because you don't know what draft they're gonna pick. You don't know the new playstyle with those new team members or with those changes. So I think when it comes to the Baron lane, I know Zur personally, he likes to go for those carry champions. He likes to go for those 1v1s, playmaking champions, hyper carry champions. And from what I've been told, the bot lane seems to be really consistent now, and definitely, who knows what's gonna happen? Formulation Gaming versus Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, definitely. And Caroline, Formulation Gaming is absolutely a team that exceeds expectations.
Do they though?
I really think. They were no favorites at all.
No, they were kind of the underdogs of the entire WIC, but I think they're going to meet the underdogs of the entire competition now in this match. So whoever comes out on top is someone to be looked at very carefully.
Definitely. So, guys, these are our expert opinions for the Formulation Gaming versus Unicorns of Love. And finally, we are ready to get them to the stage.
Formulation is known for being furious, you know, like we don't care. We're just here to win. It's up to them to worry about us because we are unpredictable.
There's an engage coming through. It's a great counter engage from Zawa and the rest of Formulation Gaming.
We've been practicing all the time, like even sometimes we think like maybe it's not possible for us to come, maybe something happens. I'm really happy that actually we could make it to Barcelona. It's really important for us.
Unicorns of Love will rampage their way through the Nexus 2-0.
Our current jungler, Faton, he used to play in Formulation, so it's a very important match for him. But now he's with us again and he's in the right team, definitely. Better jungler wins, you know?
Unicorns of Love are very well known for their drafting.
Well,
Look at that. Grizzly's just running him down. Didn't need the ult, but
Things like Senna Nasus, it's pretty disgusting to play against. So we just need to find the key to neutralize. We are pretty confident.
we definitely will surprise. We'll do our best to make it interesting. They're actually a really strong European team. We prepared really hard. We tried to realize the strengths, weaknesses.
I hope that we can make it into the group stage. I'm not promising, but I hope.
We brought unicorns to Barcelona and we're gonna show what our unicorns are made of.
Hey guys, we're coming for you. Sounds kinda cringe.
Definitely a lot of pressure on these teams, considering one best of three is the difference between making two groups. So going home once again, Unicorns of Love versus Formulation is the best of three that are we going to have the first today. And these are our lineups. This is our teams are gonna step into our stage. Okay, so guys. Now, thoughts, unicorns, a lot of things. I want you to give me your opinion. Who's gonna take this serious?
I think it's difficult to just answer one question like who's going to win because both teams are
Directly,
obviously great.
Ryu,
I think
get into it.
I think Formulation is going to win the game in the end, but we saw even last year with Unicorns of Love in the group stage, they just sweep the floor with every team, even though they were considered the underdog for the whole tournament, and they sweep the floor with everyone in the first weeks of games. But then we came to the playoff and they completely fell apart and they didn't even take a single game after that.
The Breaker, would you say that Formulation is the favorite today?
It's really hard to say. I would say it's more like a 50-50. It's really unpredictable to, yeah, it's kind of unpredictable to know who's gonna win, Formulation or Unicorns of Love. Just because Unicorns of Love play a pretty unique playstyle where they have a lot of pocket picks, a lot of strategies, while we don't, or we haven't seen the new roster of Formulation Gaming, so it's hard to say how they're gonna perform. But my favorites are in this matchup Formulation Gaming, so I think they're gonna win it. But in the end, it can still go either way.
Okay, so now, yes, guys, we're gonna welcome the first team. We're gonna welcome Formulation Gaming to our stage. So here are our teams finally in the stage, amazing stage that we have today, Formulation versus Unicorns of Love. I ask you both, Ryu and Breaker, about the favorites. Who do you think are the favorites? Who do you think that is going to take this series? But I wanted to ask Kamala now, because these guys seem to be quite in the same line.
I'm not.
You're
Absolutely
not.
not.
That's my girl.
Okay, listen to me. Unicorns of Love, we've seen barely nothing from them. And I honestly believe that the power that they've shown, even in the entrance, can carry them to the finals.
So you're a unicorn stan.
I'm a unicorn myself.
Okay, so we have here, we have arguments on the table. I like that. Two guys with Formulation and Cameline with Unicorns of Love. We get to see our predictions for today because there are different opinions going on in here. Since Hazel is also with Unicorns of Love, Cameline and myself as well. Do you think that we are delusional?
I mean,
Are you gonna say this?
it's okay to have some hope, you know. I mean, I think obviously Formulation is gonna wipe the floor with them, but I mean, yeah, I mean, having hope is okay.
Okay. Now, in the end, there's a lot of misery there, but jeez, there's a lot of misery ongoing with this series and a lot of passion that we just heard back there. There's a lot of misery around this series, that Breaker, because we didn't get to see Unicorns that much. We don't know how well it's going to be this new iteration of Formulation Gaming. So I don't know if you're with me, but I just want an exciting series.
Yeah, definitely. It's probably the most exciting game just because how unpredictable it is and how hard it is to say which team is gonna win. Because I feel like the other matches, we kind of know how good they are, but for these two teams, I think it can, like I said, it can go either way. So it's just, who knows.
I mean, a lot of mystery because of the teams, a lot of mystery because of the patch, Cameline. Like, unpredictable everything, but it's the Rift, the same Rift as it's been always. So you're with me, you're with the Unicorns of Love. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
I do, I actually do. I'm a witch as well.
You're also as well,
A little bit.
definitely. That's our rift that we have in here, and we talk a lot about this, about the series. So guys, if there's any topic you want to bring onto the table, if there's anything you just went to your mind, like this is going to be super important for this series, why is going to be that important for the series?
I think obviously it's the first time we see Sour playing in the top lane for this team. This guy
That
has
is
been
true.
known in Europe as one of the best mechanical players, and he's been stuck in a role which is support, where it's hard to show individual skill apart from like your macro understanding. And this time we see him in a 1v1 lane with champions that can just go in there and fight and show this mechanical prowess that he can show. So I think for me the top lane matchup is the most exciting one today, because I think Sour is a beast and I think he's gonna crush it.
Do you think that he's gonna crash in? Yeah, definitely, he's an absolute beast. But we saw a lot of changes that were going in there. The Breaker was saying like maybe we missed Fiora in this in this new meta. Maybe not only the Darius, that are some champions disappearing, and I'd like to see some new things to come as well. But guys, I'm done with you. I want to ask a true expert about this game. So please, Stuart, which are the key points for this series?
Thank you very much, Noah. Yeah, you mentioned it already, the Formulation Gaming roster changes, Zawa moving up into that Baron lane. We played a few games together as well, so I know a few of his cheeky picks as well, which are going to be very, very interesting. And Trust moving down into that support lane as well. New roster for Formulation Gaming, so we're not really too sure what to expect for them. But other than that, it's the mid lane matchup. The Don in the mid lane is the star player for Formulation Gaming. He plays picks like Irelia, Yasuo. Not be surprised if that's going to be banned away. On the other side, Zaku, used to playing in the dual lane, now is back in the mid lane, so I have to see how that works out as well. And moving on to the third point is the unique pocket picks for both of these teams. We've seen Feko in the WREC pick champions like Miss Fortune, Seraphine, really interesting weird champions. Galio as well in the dual lane. On the other side, Unicorns of Love, they also have some interesting pocket picks coming into this series. I'm really looking forward to it. First game of the WREC. Back to Noah and Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Stuart. And everything is way clear, and I liked a lot that Brege because he talked about the Milan, and that is true. Really, the Don has a unique champion pool to bring up here.
That's definitely true. Like, he likes those stylish carry champions in the mid lane, Yasuo, Aurelia, and he also has some pocket picks prepared, so maybe he's gonna bring it out for this match. Pretty exciting, and I also have no idea how Zeku is gonna perform in the mid lane. That's a recent change, so who knows what he's gonna bring into the mid lane. Maybe some ADC champions in the mid lane, considering that he used to be an ADC player, Corki for example. Hopefully not with Heartbreaker, but let's see.
Several bold changes, Cameron. I would say like we have a lot of roster moves like inside the same roster, like they have lane swaps, and that is a really risky combo when it comes to a crucial best of 3 that we have here today.
I think, from my point of view, it actually gives you more flexibility, because knowing that a player can play in several roles, what that lends you is like the first game didn't go so well. What if we try this new thing in the second game? And that allows many windows for them to try, experiment, and maybe, you know, just create a little bit of confusion and rival.
Yeah, absolutely. Flexibility is everything. I mean, in Wildrift when it comes like this, and we saw these teams being able to flex just so many picks. That is why it's so important. This new patch, new options, new ideas for these teams that are quite creative in their game plans.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, flex pick has always been a huge thing on competitive mobile games, and Wildrift is definitely also one of them. I think with Aurelia being buffed recently, with a lot of good items that were strong on her were buffed recently. So I think Aurelia is a pick we're gonna see a lot today, probably, because we know Don can play it, we know Sour can play it, even Kimao has played it in the jungle. So I'm so excited to see how these teams are gonna pick some of the champions and maybe tell the little team, you don't know where I'm gonna put it.
Yeah, that's actually true, because it gives you so many options when it comes to the draft. You don't show your cards that early in the draft like that breaker.
I think there are too many options, even that you
so many.
Like on the first day, you don't really know what type of playstyle these teams are gonna go for, and they have so many different team compositions that they can use. Like, I know that Senna in the bot lane is becoming really popular. You also have APC, so AP mages in the bot lane, and maybe some engage compositions, early game compositions, scaling compositions, or like just true frontliners with poking backline. Like, there's so much viable right now on this patch, and I think we are gonna see a lot of strategies coming into this match.
That breaker is us talking about the APC, ADC, and the flexibility around the map, and we get to see lately in the last chance qualifier mostly some AD carries popping off Carmeline. What do you think about this?
I mean, I'm glad that it is happening, because some players, in my opinion, they weren't really showing the full potential. They were kind of side-laned into playing APCs because that was the most powerful comp that you could go for. But nowadays, you've got plenty of options. I know Yin has been nerfed, for example, but you've still got quite a few ones on the table. You can choose plenty from those, and mainly, I kind of want to go back to old school. You know, I wanted them to bring back those bot lanes, those dragon lanes. Please do so, please.
Just make Cameron happy. I mean, how can you say no to that face? Like, make Cameron happy. Definitely. I want to see these highly mechanical matchups that we really enjoy, and we are gonna get back with our expert, the steward, that is ready with the codes of Unicorns of Love for an interview.
Thank you very much, Noah. Yeah, I am joined by Shorty, who is the coach for Unicorns of Love. Shorty, coming into this, you play in a Plains match. It's going to be very difficult against Formulation, trying to get into Group B. How are you feeling about the matchup?
I mean, I would say that any team that we could face potentially here is a difficult match, because, you know, the best teams come here. How are we feeling? I would say that we are confident enough. We know what we want to do, and we're going to stick to it. And, well, I guess we'll see who's better.
Of course. And how's your preparation been coming into the tournament? Obviously, you played the best of 3 before against talented ones. We haven't seen a lot from you guys other than that. So how's the preparation coming into, you know, the new patch and everything as well?
I mean, it was very tough because our competitive season was kind of scuffed because of a lot of canceled matches. So basically, it was mainly scrims, and then we are kind of, guessing, trying to see what is the best in the meta. We have our vision. Maybe it's wrong. I'm pretty sure it's right,
Hopefully it will be. And obviously you want to try and win this match, but what's your goals for the whole tournament? Obviously winning it, but how far do you really feel like you can go?
Well, it depends. Goals or dreams? Because dreams, number one. But seriously, our main goal is to get into the main event, and then we want to make it to playoffs. That's the goal that we set for us, and then I guess we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes indeed. Shorty, thank you very much for joining me for the interview. Back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Stuart. It's time to get towards the game, so we're coming over to the caster desk. Stress joined by Hell's Devil for our very first game of finals. We're in the same place, Hells. How does it feel to we finally get to cast together?
How does it feel, man? That's a good question. It feels absolutely amazing, and especially to cast this particular game, because you know as well as I do, I love Unicorns of Love. So if there is one game that I would love to cast, it's this game, Stress.
Well, this is a really important series. Everybody's touched on it so far, but to reset the stakes for you, this is a best of 3 to get the final spot in Group B. So really important. You lose this best of 3, you're out of the finals. You're done. Your road is ending here. And actually, Group B, I think either of these teams could get out. Group B is a group with Game Lord, which they are the winners of the main season, but then you've got Parla, who are a little bit unknown, so going into that group could very well put them all the way through into playoffs.
It's definitely a bit of an easier group than Group A, I would say, but highlighting that it's a best of 3 is very important, because Unicorns of Love is a team of surprises, right?
Yes.
We saw it during the previous tournament, during the Origin Series. They won against a team like Rix even straight. They won against the best team in Europe, who was pretty much undefeated, and now they're up against Formulation Gaming, who's an incredibly good team as well. This being a best of 3, and it's all or nothing. You win, you get in. You lose, you're out. So this is it for Unicorns of Love, and this is what they want to do.
High stakes, and both of these teams have some similarities as well. We're expecting both of them to team fight really heavily. Unicorns of Love, their series we saw against Talented Ones, it was all about team fighting around the dragon, pretty much 5v5 the entire game. Formulation, they're one of my favorite teams to watch because of their team fighting. When they come out with these picks, like the Galio, I think is a super high priority in this series because of the playstyle of both teams.
Yeah, definitely. And Formulation especially, a very, very solid team with team fighting and everything like that. But the word expect, I feel, is not in the dictionary of Unicorns of Love, because we have no idea what we can expect of this team. They do the weirdest things in the draft, and the beautiful thing is they make it work, Stress.
Yeah, they do make it work. I think during the best of series against the Talented Ones, they took me a little bit by surprise just from their play style of playing very differently to Europe, and I think that's the great thing that we have here at the finals is we've got the teams that were originally representing the CIS region, we've got our European teams that we casted all split long, and of course we've got our teams representing Turkey, and really there has been a clash of meta. We now have a new patch as well to come in on, a lot of changes, so heading into this draft I think there are a few things that we can count on. The Galio high priority, we've still seen quite a lot of bruises. Camille we're expecting to have a lot of focus on as well in these drafts.
And something else I want to talk about, Stress, is the Hole Breaker, because during the NA Championship we saw Hole Breaker every single game. And now the question is, right, every region has a different meta, even in Europe, as you mentioned. Are people going to be picking the Hole Breakers every single time, right? Are we going to see the Garens in the Baron lane? Are we going to see the Shans in the Baron lane? Well, we'll find out right now as we head into the picks and bans, Stress.
Yes, we get to go right into game 1 of the picks and bans. I totally think we're going to see it, and I know you do as well. So just to keep in mind, we are going to have some Hole Breaker champions. We even saw our European teams bringing the Graves into the solo lanes as well. That was more of the Rix style, where Snitch, one of the best mid laners in if not the best in Europe, was just like, I'll play whatever. I'll play anything. I can do everything. These two teams, I think, are a little bit more telegraphed in the sense of Formulation. People started figuring out banning Irelia is a really good pick against them because they default to it every single time they can, and it's available. They're gonna pick it. You know, Formulation.
Exactly. The Dawn especially, right? It's all about him. He plays the Irelia, and he loves those mechanically hard champions like the Irelia and like the Yasuo. Yasuo is a bit hard to pull off, but Irelia right now is an incredibly strong champion. We've heard many teams talk about it, so what do you ban? What do you pick? what do you do in this position? Because you only have 3 bans per team, and you still have the Yuumi, you still have the Karmas, you still have the Camille's, as you can see. There's so many different champions to put priority on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we see a Camille ban already and a Karma ban, Stress.
Karma's a champion that's going to get banned. There's the Aurelia going. I know that Formulation won the coin flip and opted for red side in game 1 of this series. The loser in subsequent games will get side selection. I kind of expect red side to have high priority with the way that the draft goes. There are a lot of strong picks, at least in the previous meta, that it's not like first pick, you get one thing that wins the game and everything's great. And that's Senna. We've heard from Grizzly and Snyland a little bit how much that focus on bot lane is. We've seen the Senna Nasus, the Senna Gallios, those types of picks. I like the Formulation are like, you know what? Not this game.
Yeah, we're not going to deal with it. And now the thing that Unicorns of Love have in their favor is the Rakan is, I don't want to say an insta-win, of course it's not, but Rakan is an insanely strong champion. So they have the choice to exactly ban out the Olaf, which is a ban against the enemy jungle, against Kim Yao. But now I feel Formulation has to ban the Rakan. So it kind of feels like they only have 2 bans. Of course, let's see what they're going to do. But what I'm seeing right here is they have to ban the Rakan, because if they give away the Rakan, they could only really counter it with a Galio. But still, Rakan is a massive force to be reckoned with.
There's the pick we kind of touched on a little bit about flexing. Now the Rakan is open that you talked about, and we get the first sight in Europe of what is first pick priority. We heard the interview with Unicorns about whether their read on the meta is correct, and that's a Jace picked up. It's been a little while in Europe since we had this high priority on Jace, but still strong. We've seen it jungle, seen it in the solo lane too.
Definitely, and I feel this might also be because of the whole breaker, because Jace kept getting nerfed and nerfed and nerfed, you know, just like Seth, for example. But both these champions are still incredibly good, in competitive play especially. And Gragas is one of those other champions, you know, you can put him anywhere, you can do whatever you want with him. He's a really, really good pick, and I really love this pick against Unicorns of Love especially, because we talked about Unicorns of Love being very unpredictable, so you can just decide where you want to put the Graves. You want to put him in mid lane, you want to put him in Dragon lane, support, jungle, whatever. Wherever you feel he fits well, you can put it. And they picked the Rakan as well. Let's see how Unicorns of Love decides to counter this, because I feel these are good picks for Formulation, Stress.
This is some good engage coming out from Formulation. Yeah. Like Gragas, as you said, can flex between multiple roles, even right down to support, and that's the strength of red side, is you get to hold them all the way till the end. That's a Yuumi picked up. We haven't touched on Yuumi too much. There was a bug that prevented her from being played in last chance qualifiers. She's back available for this. So now we look towards what kind of pick does this go with. We've seen it a lot with Ezreal in general, historically throughout Yuumi, but a lot of AD carries can play with her.
I was just gonna say Jax, but they picked the Nasus. This is what I mean. Why do they pick the Nasus? Why? That's the question. What are they gonna do with it? You have no idea. I have no idea. No one has any idea. And this is the beauty about Unicorns of Love, Stress. They just pick something and no one knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So what do you do as Formulation?
Because, I mean, the principle normally is that Nasus and Senna, Nasus can farm, Senna can farm the stacks, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter about where the gold goes. That's a Jax picked up for Formulation, likely to come out of the jungle. We'll see where it goes. Now, this means that if Yuumi stays in lane on Nasus, I mean, Nasus is going to be unkillable for a long point in this game. But now I'm like, who gets the gold? How much does Nasus get? How does that work out? But it is a Unicorns of Love pick. We expect the unexpected.
So, Stress, for a normal team, I would say this is not smart. Because, like, if you pick a Yuumi, Yuumi is incredibly good with 2 junglers, which is the Jax and the Olaf, right? Like Olaf already got banned, and now they gave the Jax to Formulation. So are they really going to be pairing Yuumi with an ADC, put the Nasus in the Baron lane and play actual Nasus? And the reason that I'm saying actual Nasus is because, that's the traditional way of playing Nasus, stacking and getting to the late game.
Yeah, I feel like if they do that, the downsides of Nasus in a competitive game, right, is you can focus him out pretty heavily with jungle attention, and he never really stacks up. Unlike solo queue, where he's a monster and gets 40 minutes in, well, I say 40, that's PC, 20 minutes into the game, and kind of plays for the late game. Zig's taken out with Seraphine, so a lot of focus from Unicorns on the bottom side. Formulation rounded out with 2 AP assassins, with the Ahri gone, the Akali gone. So Formulation still looking likely for their bottom lane and mid lane champions, unless Gragas is going there. We'll see what they take on this 4 pick.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love has a lot of target bans, as we can see. Seraphine, obviously the target ban against Feka. We saw his Seraphine. There is a Tristana as well. So Formulation Gaming throwing in the picks that we don't expect as well. Tristana, Stress. It's a bit hard for me to say. The thing is, however, Tristana is one of those champions that kind of skills with the Nasus. So even if the Yuumi and the Nasus get to the late game, Formulation Gaming is still going to have the Tristana to, you know, also provide enough damage.
Yeah, and they still have a little bit of flexibility in the draft as to where that Gragas is going. Tristana gives them good scaling. Hullbreaker, we've seen picked up on Tristana as an efficient item anyway. She can take towers very, very quickly with it. Kha'Zix's taken out of the jungle, so this is not exactly an as easy to read composition from Unicorns of Love. This last pick will show us exactly where everything's going. I mean, there's the outside chance it's a Jace in the bottom lane. We've seen a couple of teams try to do that. And there's a Garen Yuumi is one of the obvious picks that we haven't seen in quite some time, but very, very strong when they're both together.
Oh my god, Stress. I was talking about them being unpredictable, but this is some next level stuff. So they pick a Yuumi, they don't pair it with an ADC, and they don't pair it with a high DPS jungler. Yuumi Garen? Is it gonna be a Yuumi Garen pair? Are they gonna put the Nasus in the bot lane? Where are they gonna put anyone? Ooh, that's a Fiora Stress. And I want to touch up on this, because Darkbreaker mentioned earlier, Fiora got changed, right? Mostly she got nerfed, but if you actually look at this draft, Stress, she got buffed if you look at this draft. She deals more damage, she has lower range. But look at Unicorns of Love, 4 melee champions plus a Yuumi, which means Fiora is the absolute perfect pick. And I feel Formulation won the chess game right here. I feel like they won the drafting game against a team like Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and I feel like when we don't normally see Tristana a whole lot, one of her strengths is always playing safely and then destroying melee range tanks in the late game. Like, they cannot stick on top of her. She just rocket jumps away and goes, okay, I have a Buster Shot as well. I've got a support around me. A Gragas will disengage. I think if Formulation get to the late game, they can both team fight around the Tristana, but also secure the side lane. They have Jax and Fiora, 2 of the absolute best side lane champions in Wildrift. And they can just take towers, take inhibitors as quickly as they want.
Or I feel Formulation did the best that they could have possibly done in the draft. And as you can see, both coaches here shaking hands. These are the masterminds behind the draft, right? Both did an amazing job, and it's gonna be hard, man. It's gonna be hard, Stress. What to say?
I guess at this point it's down to formulation of, did we read Nasus, Yuumi Garen, Kha'Zix coming into this draft quite as much? I'm gonna bet that this is a little more crazy than formulation we're expecting out of this draft. Interestingly enough, no Galio priority at all in this draft at all. That was the one pick where I was like, both teams are gonna pick Galio for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Galio is just such a good pick, but no one picked him.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand why, because Galio is also a very good pick into the Rakan, but it seems like both these, it seems like Unicorns of Love wanted to surprise Formulation, and Formulation wanted to just counterpick those surprises. But Stress, we're getting into the game, and I'm hella excited.
Yeah, we are into game 1 of the WREC finals. That means we can finally get onto Wildrift and play some games. It is going to be Nasus down in that bottom lane for Snyland with that Yuumi. I mean, this lane surely gets outranged. Like, there's surely no way that you can lane that safely for these first few minutes, unless I'm misreading that. But Nasus feels like Tristana's just going to run him down without jungle attention.
The thing is, though, they're playing Nasus without anyone to proc Font of Life. So, well, they have a Yuumi, but of course it's hard to have Yuumi to be the one to proc Font of Life, because they're gonna see it coming, right? Like, whenever Nasus attacks with his third ability, Yuumi wants to hit the enemy to proc the Font of Life. So here you can see what their plan is, but this is hard, Stress. This is gonna be really hard, because they'll always see it coming.
Yeah, Fekko and Trust, obviously, we haven't seen as a duo bot lane. I don't know that Formulation have been particularly known for their bottom lane focus, but we'll have to see how this new duo can take it. I mean, Zawa, of course, moving from support up into the top lane is a little bit more confident from the way that we've talked to them about being a 1v1 player, about playing in that solo lane. So maybe it gives Formulation a little bit of an extra edge that they didn't have in the rest of the split. But we were in that moment where we get to see, is it going to be Scuttle Crab control? Is it going to be full clears? Like, how are the jungle changes going to affect? You can see that Kamau is actually heading right for that Scuttle.
And Stress, this is a thing that changed a lot, by the way. The Rift Scuttler gives much less experience right now, which puts a lot more priority in doing a full jungle clear. Neither team is doing that right now. I feel we're gonna evolve the jungle meta throughout this tournament, because it is definitely a good thing to do right now, which is the full jungle clear, which gets you level 5, and it can get you ahead massively experience-wise, as opposed to the enemy who's taking the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, and to speak a little bit about that, we have some teams that are heavily jungle-focused. The likes of Team Queso, who will play later today, they give everything to their jungle, Andre, whereas Formulation Kamau is good at playing around mid lane. He spends a lot of time around Dawn because of the focus that normally goes there, but neither jungler in this game is like they are the superstar carry of their team. Phaeton is really good, and we know that Phaeton and Grizzly have good synergy between each other. They do a lot of roams around the map that we don't see from other teams. But here's a roam coming from Trust into the middle lane. Gonna get the knock up onto ZachQ. Is this gonna be first blood of the tournament? No, not with the acceleration gate. Shock Blast on the back end. They get the flash though.
And Don did use his ultimate as well, and it's not the worst thing. I feel it's a bit of a panic, because obviously they're at a live event. They're playing behind us right here, right? Like, they have to get into it. Using that ultimate is not the end of the world, because we're only 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, so he'll get it back before the first objectives. So it's okay, they got it. But as we look into the Vision game stress, Formulation Gaming seems to be doing a bit better in that.
Yeah, they've put their focus down towards Dragon at this point, where that's likely where they're going to be looking within that next minute or so as the neutral objectives spawn. I don't think we're going to have a drastic change in meta. Of course, we've not really seen any of the upcoming changes to objectives and that kind of thing. On 3.1b, we're still expecting that 4-minute swap around to middle lane, still expecting just the way that bot lane goes to mid. Your side lanes go for the solo players and just play it out slow through the side lane. And this is one thing where I wonder where this Nasus is going to go, because Nasus, you want to farm up. Mid lane, you have to farm quickly. So he's going to be throwing out that the Shroud, or the ability 3, where it just pushes the lane out in order to contend with the push, I would have thought.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a little hard to play the Nasus with the Yuumi. Like, sure, early game he'll be fine, but once we get to the mid-late game, right, like when the Tristana is going to start to do much more damage, and then combined with the CC of the Rakan, he's not going to be able to take farm for free anymore. So like right now he has a fun time, but Phaeton is looking for some blood, but Fekko is going to jump over the wall, and he's all good. So it seems like Unicorns of Love is taking control of the Rift Sculptor right there, which is, in my opinion, the more important objective.
Look at Formulation now cutting back in. They know that UOL can't push mid out as quickly. They swapped Vision to Rift Herald, dragged Unicorns up to the top side. Now they're going to go for Dragon and take the exchange themselves. So I wonder how much Formulation will play around this, less pushing potent mid lane, where Nasus can't really contend to the speed of Tristana.
And Stress, we actually have to look at the color of the dragon. It's green. It's the Ocean Dragon. And even though a lot of people like to say the Ocean Dragon is not good, look at that composition of Formulation Gaming. Tristana, Fiora, and the Jax. These are 3 champions that heavily utilize the healing that they get. You know, the physical vampirism that they get. So, Unicorns of Love handshake. Sure, they got the Rift Herald.
You were asking about Hullbreaker.
Oh, there
we already
it is.
have 2.
There it is.
We already have 2 from Unicorns of Love. So they're heavily focusing on playing solo. I think there's a risk there, right? Because if you see a lot of Hullbreaker, you either have to overextend sometimes to push down towers, or you lose traction in the middle lane. So I don't want to hop on it too much about Unicorns of Love, as we do have another engage. That's a Nasus with the ultimate available, and an exhaust, so no way he's dying in this situation. But with a slow starting game, I wonder how much room Unicorns of Love are going to be able to push out with those Hullbreakers for now.
The thing is, however, Formulation Gaming has the answer to it. Normally, we like to say, when the enemy builds a Hullbreaker, you counter with a Hullbreaker as well. But Jax and Fiora are 2 champions that don't necessarily need a Hullbreaker to, equalize the wave, because they're very strong individuals in the side lanes. So I feel this is a bit of a risky move by Unicorns of Love, but now I understand the Rift Herald, right? Like, now I understand the priority of the Rift Herald, because they have split pushing champions, and they're looking for a gank in the top lane. Stress
looking top as Formulation are looking bottom lane. Rift Herald has been dropped in the top side. Zawa, it's a welcome to the top lane at this point. Baron lane, first game for him. He's trying to get out. Good flash away from the skies. It's going to mean that Tower is going to go down in bottom lane. I think Zawa is going to trade his life for it in exchange, but Formulation will get that to begin with. Zawa doesn't manage to get away. Prowling Projectile will pick it up, but look, now the swap to mid lane from Formulation, so relatively even trade, but that Rift Herald will push again in the top lane.
This was perfect by Formulation Gaming, as you can see there. Oh, and as they're going to go
for the exchange. There's only 2 members of Unicorns here, and the first kill has already gone over to this Tristana. Fekko picking up 1, and Formulation, they're going to take the fight in middle lane. Tower aggro still on, but there's a double kill going through for another kill. Tower goes down, and Coldstar has to flash himself away. No way for Unicorns to get more from that middle lane fight, but Zach, I believe, did get that tower up in the top lane.
Zach got 2 towers, but this is the perfect counterplay by Formulation Gaming right here. They pushed the bottom lane tower, they got first turret, and as we look into this replay, as you can see, they went on the Nasus, they killed him as well, of course, because it's 4 people with the Fiora ultimate as well. Then they pushed the mid lane turret as well, so this is a massive win for Formulation Gaming, as they're scaling into the late game with the Tristana, with the Jax, against this composition who's very split push focused. They've already gotten a lot of pressure pressure on the map. They've already gotten the mid lane turret, which is a very, very important turret, especially against these hole breakers.
One thing I'd love to get your opinion on, looking at how we're playing a lot of split push side lane, Twin Shadows, or at least the Spooky Ghost, has been picked up by Trust as his boot enchant. So gonna look for picking people off on the side lane solo. We don't see it too much as support anymore, but if you're solo on a side lane, that slow applies, you're revealed, easily picked off. This is an adaptation we don't see too much.
I know why I picked it up. It's because of the Kha'Zix stress. It's because of the Kha'Zix.
True, it reveals.
Yes, it reveals. He got the shadows, you know, because when Kha'Zix uses his ultimate, he's going to be really hard to focus out. And especially when you're playing Jax in the late game, when you use that third ability to swing around, you want to be standing in, but Trust is in some problems.
Good flash from Trust will get him some distance, forced to use the quickness in order to jump away a little bit further and speed him his way out. So that's heal, ult, and flash used by Trust. So if there's another exchange coming around Dragon potentially in just over 30 seconds, maybe it's, you know, not so great, but Trust actually goes back in as Don can't quite find the damage onto Zac, use the ultimate. UOL will back away from that one, but Formulation, you have to feel, are in a pretty good position as these neutral objectives are spawning again.
So Stress, now that I'm actually looking at the compositions and thinking about what could possibly be the plan of Unicorns of Love, split push, you know, 2 split pushers, which means it's gonna be a 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix is going to be good in that, because it's going to be easier to separate the enemies. You know, when you have 3 people as opposed to having 5 people, you can catch one enemies, you know, you can catch one very easily, actually.
Yeah, easy to split them up, get that isolated damage, and leaves you a few resets to be quick about. So, Dragon has spawned, as is the Rift Herald, and Unicorns, we know they love to fight. They stick as a 5-man unit, and that's why this composition is slightly different for this Unicorns, where we're used to seeing them only stay as 5, and they want to play split push. That means there's not as much efficiency from these hull breakers right now, while they're all grouped together. Unicorns aggro the Dragon, back themselves away. Remember, Tristana will take turrets very quickly, but we're into a team fight as Coldstar is spinning around in the front. Yuumi ultimate is going to lock as Fekko is trying to get himself away. Force to flash, will get the first kill onto Don as he kites back in the fight. And Unicorns, now they look a little bit worried. They can't quite re-engage, but Zawa does take damage. Jax and Tristana are going to take out the Rift Herald on their own. And I think this could really start putting pressure on those inhibitors. Jax and Tristana take towers so fast.
Yeah, both of them take towers so fast. And as I said, that's the counter to the split pushing that Unicorns of Love has. And this is the problem that Unicorns of Love have right now, because as we look into the replay very soon, Dawn on that Fiora is the perfect counter pick, right? Like, Coldstar went in on the Garen, he couldn't tank up damage because Fiora deals true damage, and they buffed the true damage. So she dealt more and more damage, which forced Coldstar to use his ultimate earlier. And here we can see Formulation Gaming is the one that's split pushing instead of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, Unicorns are going to push down through the bottom lane. Rift Herald was still maintained. It did not charge the first tower. So now they will get a charge onto the inhibitor as well. Knockup doesn't quite land on to Coldstar. Didn't even charge the tower. So inhibitor will get a fresh Rift Herald into it. I think Fekko has to be careful. Unicorns, they have backed themselves away. Funnily enough, their champions push so far that Rift Herald did nothing in that exchange.
Yeah, Formulation Gaming, you know, they wanted to use the Rift Herald, but they got it already, as you mentioned. Fekko on the Tristana, destroying the turret. It didn't even matter. I want to talk about the builds though, Stress, because I really love the builds that Formulation Gaming is going for. So Jax, Blade of the Rune King, good against tanks. Fiora, Divine Sunderer, so not a Trinity Force, Divine Sunderer, which is good against tanks too. And an instant Blade of the Rune King, which means she's going more damage focused to destroy that Garen when he goes in, right? Like when Coldstar engages, Blade of the Rune King, Divine Sunderer, true damage, boom, he's just dead. And then Tristana, who's going for the, you know, for the crit build, and when she gets into the late game, it's over.
Explosive cast lands, force out the stasis, trying to buy time for the rest of the Unicorns of Love to close the gap. That'll spell the end of that exchange. Interestingly, so when Fekko picked up the first 2 kills, right around that time, he also picked up the Executioner's Calling. Really early healing debuff rush to try and deal with some of this Yuumi. Nasus has a pretty decent amount of healing in his kit. Kha'Zix has some, Garen has some. So just being like, no, you don't get to heal in this game. I'm just going to cut that off really early.
Yeah, I really love the Executioner's Calling indeed. I want to talk about a build, but we have a fight.
Time. There's the engage. This is about as good as it's going to get from Formulation. As 3 people got knocked up. Now Snyland, he's tanky, but not tanky enough. It's a double kill going already over to Zawa in his first game from the Baron lane. And it's another kill for Kamau. Only Coldstar remains. No neutral objectives, but Formulation are going to shred through the base.
Wow, Formulation Gaming just playing beautifully as a team right here, sticking together, essentially forcing Unicorns of Love to fight them with the 2 hull breakers. And as you look into this replay right there, Trust with a beautiful engaging. Kim Yao following up with the stun, and then we can see the Tristana just killing everyone. Like Fekko is on the Tristana, kill after kill after kill, and then he jumps even further, as you can see, kills Zac as well. But unfortunately, they can't quite finish off Coldstar because, yeah, he's playing Garen stress.
Yeah, bit tanky under the tower in his own base. He's still a little too hard to take out. A couple of turrets I'm going to expect with the inhibitor did not drop, actually. So mid tower and bot tower went. Formulation not getting an inhibitor off that is probably the only window now Unicorns of Love have. The fact that they don't have supers coming into their base.
Yeah, exactly. No inhibitor turrets have been taken, so no pressure yet.
Right.
But the whole map is basically Formulation Gaming's map, right? Like Formulation Gaming took 6 turrets already, as opposed to the 3 turrets that Unicorns of Love have only taken. And Unicorns of Love spent a lot of money on those hull breakers, while Formulation Gaming spent money on the Blade of the Rune Kings, the Sunfire Ages, the actual teamfight items.
This Tristana is so scary. 3,500 gold up on Nasus, and Tristana in the late game, yeah, Nasus has Wither, great, it's going to cut her attack speed, but if she has so many items that she can just eat Nasus's health bar and take him out, there's nothing that they can really do. UOL basically have to contest around the Baron or the Dragon for the next time, and if that fight doesn't go their way, if somehow they don't take this Tristana out to begin the fight, I think this is game 1 in the books for Formulation.
And Nasus actually has a Divine Sunderer. Snyland opted for the Divine Sunderer as Zac goes for a 1v1 against Dawn, but they're shaking hands. But what I want to talk about is the build of Snyland on Nasus. He went for the Divine Sunderer stress. He has a Divine Sunderer, which is an item that, you know, it works with Nasus when you have a lot of stacks. But I assume he doesn't have that many stacks as he was playing it in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, and he's being forced away from the lane quite a lot as well. So I feel like, yeah, Unicorns might be a trickier situation for them to get through on this. This Nasus hasn't really had the time they would have liked. There's the engage coming through. Double knockup is going to land from Trust, and the damage is coming out, but it's not quite as quick as you might expect. But it's all on the back end of the fight. It's Gragas to die first, but Tristana is full health. Rocket Jump is available soon for Fekko. Surely he can get in. Can't quite close the gap as he's already used his flash. Clearly didn't get the reset off that kill. So, Formulation turn for the Dragon off 1 kill. Not as bad for Unicorns as it could have been, but it's still going in Formulation's favor.
It seemed like Unicorns could have possibly won that fight, like it was looking like that, but then you have the Tristana, right? Then you have Fekko on the Tristana. That's the one that deals the sustain damage. So as we look into this replay, it was definitely not that bad for Unicorns of Love, as you can see right here, right? Like Coldstar on the Garen was able to boom, get that kill on the Gragas, but then it's the sustain game. They have the Ocean Dragon, they have the Jax, they have the Fiora, as you can see, they have the Tristana. They didn't take much damage. So after that, how do you kill these champions? That's the problem that Unicorns of Love has right now, Stress.
Yeah, Fekko, so the rocket jump happened right after the kill. So Fekko was like, he could see the quadra kill in front of him. And he's like, all I gotta do is get there, and can't quite land it for the damage. So unfortunate timing on that. But this is how strong the Tristana is. She, like, unkilled in that fight. Almost no damage going on to her. And this is the place that Unicorns are struggling from, is they cannot afford to go to the side lane. All they can do is group, because Formulation is so much stronger individually as well. But Unicorns have spent so much money on hull breakers that even as this fight goes, Zawa is going to tank up 3 for the beginning. Fekko jumps in, can't quite get the damage for the kill. That's a good shock blast. Could very well open it up, as Zac couldn't quite find the rest of the damage in that fight. Formulation, they got Fekko. This is the opportunity that they need. Unicorns are going to try and take the team fight, but look at how strong Formulation are from the rest of this one. As Zac, he thought there was an opportunity. Yuumi is on him, but it surely isn't going to be enough. He's going to drop to Dawn. It's not the Aurelia, but this is the Dawn show for Formulation. 12 kills to 3 overall on this game. Formulation are going to turn for the Baron.
And this is what I mean, Stress. Even if you do kill Fekko on the Tristana, even if you do use the Garen ultimate, there is other champions. There's Dawn on the Fiora, there's Kim Yao on the Jax. You can't deal with them. And they haven't even died yet, as you can see. So sure, Unicorns of Love picked a little bit of a shutdown, but they go in again.
Teleport coming through as well. This is Snyland with Phaeton. They've at least stopped the Baron for now, but I don't think it's going to be a permanent deterrent. Formulation turn back. They will shred through this with the Jax and with the Fiora.
Formulation is going to get this Baron Stress, and they're going to open up the base from Unicorns of Love, as Phaeton is desperately trying to do something. Unfortunately, he's going to be a fallen soldier as well. And
this
teleports as well.
I don't know that you can even do this, because Coldstar's going to come in. He'll deal some damage. But look, the Baron has already gone down. He will get a kill onto Zawa. They didn't get the steal off, but it at least is another kill going out to Unicorns. But this Baron buff is going to do so much work for Formulation. Tristana has it and is about to push this wave out. Looked to be going bottom lane. Fekko's thinking about it. He's trying to figure out where he wants to go. But this was the fight in mid.
Yeah, exactly. This was the fight in mid. And as you can see, Fekko jumped way too deep. he wasn't able to proc the bomb of his third ability, which means he didn't have a jump to go out. And as you can see here, he was caught off guard because he was unable to proc that bomb. That was a pretty big mistake by Fekko, but it's okay. His team has his back. The Dawn proccing that ultimate on Fiora, healing up everyone, by the way, and then Meow as well. Just they're gonna carry the game. At level 14 Jax, at level 13 Fiora. It is pretty much game over, Stress.
Yeah, these champions do so well in the late game that without Nasus having like one of those games where you just farm up for 20 minutes and you one-shot everybody in sight,
yeah.
he can't handle this many late game threats. There's 3 champions on the side of Formulation that can deal with him in those isolated
He's level 12
situations.
as well.
Oh, wow. Only level 12 to the level 14 basically across the board. Only Zawa and Trust really are anywhere near in level. So, Unicorns of Love are going to try and hold on to their base right now, but with the Baron pushing through, I don't know that this is going to be enough.
Yeah, this is they cannot defend this. They just can't defend it. And we're probably gonna see Formulation Gaming take turret after turret after turret, but Unicorns of Love has one more chance.
Oh, that was an explosive cast to blast Snyland back into the lineup. It's not gonna be enough for the final chapter, but in goes Fekko for another kill. Unicorns can't quite find the Tristana to eat the damage, and that's gonna be Unicorns of Love dropping in game number 1. A quadra kill for Meow to take game 1 and put 1 foot into Group B in the WREC finals.
Right there, beautiful draft. What an amazing game by Unicorns of Love right there. Beautiful draft. Unbelievable performance as well. Wow. They surprised me, Stress. That was amazing.
Yeah, I would say Formulation, you know, we heard coming into it that we thought Zawa was better 1 versus 1 stylistic player than a support, and that it would give Formulation a little bit more of an edge. I think we kind of saw that. I think we saw that Formulation didn't look as shaky as they have in the past. I think they looked very clear on what they could do. And this is one of the first times we've seen Formulation play through Fekko in the bottom lane. Like, truly on a carry. We've seen him play mages, we've seen him play Galio, we've seen him play Seraphine, but on a Tristana? I wasn't really expecting that so much.
He can do it all, Stress. He can do it all, right? Like, they target banned against him, they banned the Ziggs, they banned the Seraphine, then he just comes through with the Tristana that no one understands. But, yeah, wow, they can do it all, Stress.
Yeah, they can. Formulation come out with a Game 1 win in this series. We'll see if they can close it out 2-0, or whether Unicorns can tie the series up when we come back in just a few minutes.
To shoot the gifts, to show them what you've got. Shift them from the spot, lift them up, make it hot. Represent. Show them what you got. Represent. To shoot the gifts, to never hold back. Get up out the cut, rise up and attack. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To shoot the gifts, to exhibit your skills. Live with no limits, to shoot the gifts, to get ill.
Shoot the gift. Everybody shoot the gift.
To shoot the gifts, to know your ish. To scheme and persist, not dream or wish.
Shoot the gift. Represent. Shoot the gift.
To shoot the gifts, to express who you are. Shoot like a shooting star to go superstar far. Only hatred, salute the joy of all you've created. Find and follow your passion, don't fear it. Your course in life, stay alert so you can steer it. Narrow-minded think you never go near it. Tap your soul to free your fluency spirit. Check the mathematics, it's a language teaching knowledge. Seeking beat, mind and addict. Half-time, double-time, flu means trouble. I'm rhyme, I'm rhythm, I'm to the people given. I'm driven, type focused, boast cause they know this. Ideas form and swarm like locusts. Soak it on up, let it on into my fam. We're grand, many lands, many kin, many plans for my clan. Yes, we can, let's begin with peace and respect. Join hands and connect. To shoot the gifts, to express who you are.
Shoot the gift. Everybody shoot the gift.
Shoot like a shooting star to go superstar far.
Shoot the gift. Represent. Shoot the gift.
To shoot the gifts, to express who you are. Shoot like a Across Europe, they shoot the gift. Throughout Africa, they're shooting the gift. Yeah, and Asia shoot the gift. In Oceania, they shoot the gift. Across South America, they shoot the gift. North America shoots the gift. Yes, sir, planet Earth is shooting the gift. The solar system shoots the gift. In the Milky Way, they shoot the gift. Across the universe, we're shooting the gift. Cause we're shooting the gift. Until you see a breakthrough. That's right. Come on. What? You know we're gonna break through.
Definitely an amazing game. The first we have between Unicorns of Love and Formulation Gaming. And Caroline, you were demanding some spicy things ongoing, and we got to see the Nazis zoom in the bowling for Unicorns of Love, even though it didn't work out that well.
I mean, what counts is intention, isn't it? And I thought, you know, watching the Nazis Yumi, I was expecting it. This is something that they played in the past, granted, not with its Nederland in that role, but I think that it usually works for them. They go for a final composition. As Unicorns of Love, they have quite a different playstyle. Now, the issue that I saw with it, again, and we were talking about this, are the stacks on the ability that he can't get being on the Dragon lane. And again, Yumi couldn't do much. The only champion that she could really hang on to was that Nessus. And even though this is happening, I also want to reinforce the idea that Unicorns of Love usually plays around the Baron lane with Cold-Star, and they don't give that much preference to the Dragon lane. So I wasn't expecting something spectacular coming from that part of the composition.
And that Yumi Ryu had several troubles when it came to deal with the Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, Yumi is a pick that Unicorns of Love opted to play because it's a very strong champion in general. But Grizzly Q, the support from Unicorns of Love, is known to be an insanely good playmaker. And Yumi is not really able to do plays by herself since she has to be attached to other champions. And the thing is, Rakan, she charms people around her when she uses her ultimate. Yeah. And if Yumi decides to detach from a champion during a team fight, Rakan will just instantly charm her, which allowed Trusty to pop off completely this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Trust was insane.
I definitely have to agree about that Rakan pick. Trust on that Rakan was absolutely amazing. Had so many plays picking off people left and right. And I definitely think he was the MVP in that game 1. And also, I think the draft of FG was pretty good. Having the Jax and having that Fiora into the team comp, or against the team comp of Unicorns of Love, who have 4 melee champions. Fiora is a champion that got nerfed, and I would say she's like a pocket pick, and FG picked it as the last pick against melee champions where she can shine. Also that Jax with the third ability is really good against melee champions, and surprisingly the Fiora pick Dawn against the Jace. Usually this is a counter matchup. Jace is really good against the Fiora, so I was surprised how well Dawn was doing on that Fiora pick, considering she got nerfed. He's playing in a counter matchup. Sure, he's playing in the mid lane where it's a little bit easier, but overall still an amazing performance.
I really like Kamala, the aggression from Formulation Gaming, attacking constantly into the mid lane in that very same matchup that Breaker was talking about. I think that was that was the core of the game from Formulation Gaming.
I mean, yes, absolutely, but still, I have to say, expect something more from them. They've been coming here with different drops and, you know, been calling like the drop difference. And you give me what you gave me, give me something else. Give me something that makes me be like, okay, this is Formulation Gaming that is going to stomp the rest of the teams, that's going to win this series and it's going to make it through the group stage, you know. But for now, I think we have to wait.
Well, I have to wait. I want to talk to you also, Rio, because we saw top of Hullbreaker from the side of Unicorns of Love, but also going full 5v5. And I know you were not that happy about that.
No, I mean, Hullbreaker's a really strong item because when you are isolated, you deal more damage. I mean, you get more resistances and the minions are stronger. So Hullbreaker's an item you want to pick if you want to go to the side lanes and split push a lot. But what Unicorns of Love did is that they grouped up with these items right after finishing them, which means they were already at a disadvantage in terms of gold when the first fight happened. Formulation then capitalized. They won the first fight and they snowballed from there.
Yeah, definitely. Why do you think, Dark, they were constantly going to the full 5v5?
I think when it came down to the prioritization objectives, I feel like Unicorns of Love were really indecisive when it comes down to, do we want to contest the Dragon? Do we want to go for the Herald? Do we just focus on split pushing? Because if you want to go for the Hullbreaker team composition, like having the Garen with Hullbreaker, having the Jace with the Hullbreaker, then you sometimes have to sacrifice objectives which are like the Inferno Dragon. Look pretty good for Unicorns of Love, I guess. But like I said, when you go for these items, you just need to focus on getting more turrets. And then also I feel like when it came down to the itemization, I'm not a fan of building Hullbreaker as the first item, and I think it's not necessarily the best item when it comes down to the value. If you can just go for a Black Cleaver, for example, or maybe just build Hullbreaker later on when you want to focus on split pushing. And if you want to go for those team fights, maybe just go for the Starox Gauge instead, which gives you much more tankiness and is also way better in those team fights.
We just saw the stats, and that was kind of like one hell of a game from Team Emea. Definitely insane, Jax.
Yes.
You have to be convinced by the Jax. It was insane.
It was insane. Not my favorite champion. I think Emea could have performed better in. Perhaps I will have swapped the classics, maybe if I had the chance to do so. But anyways, I don't think it's going to be open anymore for him. And if it is, you can see, I think can't expect a really reactive composition coming from Unicorns of Love in response to this picks that we've seen in this particular game. So whatever happens, happens. But for me, the Jax is a yes, maybe later.
Jax, even though I'm saying the Jax work incredibly well into the composition, you were talking about how the Emea was not that well into the Rakan, but also so many melee champs. That Breaker was talking about so many melee champs into Fiora, into Jax. What I've seen is Formulation playing a really comfortable composition for them, and Unicorns of Love being a bit of sloppy. They had interesting plans. Execution was not that well.
It really wasn't that well. I mean, Kha'Zix is also known to be a really good champion into Jax in the jungle matchup. But now with the Skullcrab changes that we talked about before the game, Jax is actually allowed to just kill the jungle quite safely, level up, scale up. And Jax is a monster when he gets later into the game. And we saw even he got a quadra kill in the last fight. So, I mean, Jax was allowed to scale freely because of this game. And yeah, I mean, it's great to see them adapting to the new patch.
There are no many things more scarier than the Jax fed in late game. Definitely, that hurts, even in League. It hurts a lot. So, that Breaker, what do you think that needs Unicorns of Love to bring into the second game in order to tie the series?
I want to see Grizzly Q on carry supports, hard engaging supports. The Rakan, the Thresh, those are his typical champions that he uses to pick off people, to make plays happen, and I don't feel like Grizzly Q is someone who, I mean, he can play enchanters, but that's not necessarily his signature playstyle. I feel like he needs to go on those carry champions, and when it comes down to the rotations, I feel like Unicorns of Love were kind of sloppy with the rotations, getting caught, rotating to the mid lane as two people, and then four people from FG just engaged on them and they lose the mid turret, and obviously losing the mid turret opens up the map for FG, and they can just shove the wave in the mid lane, rotate in between those lanes and try to catch people off like they have already with a Rakan pick, and then try to get the other turrets in the side lane.
So, guys, right now we're gonna watch the play of the game. Maybe it's that quad you were talking about. Maybe it's that quad. So let's see the play of the game of this first Unicorns of Love versus Formulation Gaming. All the action here in the mid lane, Rio.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, we see Rakan being amazing, starting this team fight off greatly, and he even gets to live in this fight. You see, he's gonna go over the walls too, and it's fantastic play from Trusty in general, and also Formulation winning this fight really sealed the deal, and the game was quite over after this.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a huge goal difference, Carmeline, at this point of the game, actually.
I mean, and when that goal difference is translated into items that actually allow Formulation Gaming to snowball and just break the entirety of Unicorn's bluff composition, then that's even more significant. So if this wasn't, I think this was a nail in the coffin for them, which is kind of sad because it was very messy from EOL.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very sloppy. So, guys, let's check how the Coca-Cola pop off as well. And what a game, definitely. And the Coca-Cola pop off is, this is the last team fight, if I'm not mistaken, the Breaker.
It's again the Rakan engage, and what I also like, we have been keep talking about the Rakan, but I also like what Queso is doing on that Tristana pick. The moment he's getting a reset, he jumps in aggressively, trying to do as much damage as possible in those team fights. It's just the team synergy from FG is pretty amazing, and that's surprising considering that they are coming here with roster changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to get that because that level of synergy wasn't expected of a lineup that, as Dark said, went through a lot of changes.
Yeah, they went through so many changes and still decided to come up here and show that they were a synergized team, which is amazing to watch. Trusty found a lot of good engagement in the team, were just there instantly to follow up. This is a well-coordinated team, and they were really good at team fighting, which is usually what Unicorns of Love is good at. They beat them at their own game, and let's see if they can do it again in the next game.
Yeah, definitely. Unicorns of Love need to change their priorities maybe for the next game. Maybe change the plans coming into the second game, because there are a lot right now on the line. And to disclose a little bit this first game, we have Stuart in the interview.
Thank you very much, Noah. Yes, I am joined by Mavilla, who is the coach for Formulation Gaming. Mavilla, 1-0 up in the series now. How did you feel like the first game went? How did you feel like it went for you?
At first, I considered that according to that, since we didn't scrim with you for so long, it would be kind of different of what their usual playstyle would be. I tried to do a scouting according like some sort of breezer stuff like they used to play. It matched with my preparation. And I think that after that, it just went slightly smoothly after we got adapted to our composition and what they were proposing.
And speaking of preparation, how's the preparation been for you coming into this tournament? Obviously with the roster changes as well and everything. How long have you had to prepare with this new roster?
I'd say that around 2 weeks just before the tournament, we were like deciding what sort of team style do we want to play. If we want synergy, if we want individualities, and we made a consensus, so we're just like trying to be the best group possible.
I think one pick I wanted to talk about as well as a coach is Karma at the moment. Do you think that we're ever going to see Karma in the competition, or do you think it's just going to be banned every single game?
If it's not banned, it's going to be picked 100%.
Awesome, awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Mavilla, for the interview. Back to the analyst desk.
It's coming at us again. We're ready. We're going to get into game. We're not going to make you wait any longer for game number 2 of the day. Game 1 is in the books. So, a fun game. We just heard from Mavilla, who, by the way, is like the happiest guy. He's just happy, like everything about being here. Really nice guy to chat to. Going into that draft, I think when you come out of game and you see like Nasus, Yuumi, like the comp that UOL had, I'm glad he feels confident, because if I was a coach, I'd be like, what the hell just happened in that draft? I'd be like, are we going to win? Who knows?
No, I want to say they did a good job in the draft, right? Like it was a very weird draft. Like what the hell happened in the draft? But he did a good job. We talked about it, right? Like they did the right counter picks. The Fiora was the perfect pick. I like how calm and collective he is, right? Like he's very calm and collective against a team like UOL, who I would have been super scared to draft against, right? Because you have no idea what they'll pull off, and I think they'll still be scared for the next draft.
Yeah, because I mean, that's not the only thing that UOL have, right? We know that they have a bunch of different ways of playing. We'll see where the lineups go and who's on red side. Unicorns, of course, will have had the side selection going into the second draft. And, you know, historically, I have always been a bit of a Unicorn stan. I casted, like, the organization's very first set of competitive games in PC League of Legends, so I have a very fond memory. And they keep this play style of being, like, crazy, regardless of what game they're playing. playing, regardless of who their coaches are, there's always kind of this play style of always being unpredictable. And Game 1 showed us that, unfortunately, it does not always work for themselves. They're going to need a stronger showing in Game 2. And I know that sounds really straightforward, but what I would say is both individually and as a team, Formulation looks better at all points of the game.
Yeah, I agree, Stress. I agree. But, like, I mean, it's obvious that Formulation Gaming has the stronger individual players to me. You know, I've seen both of them play. Like, the individual players are, I would say, better from Formulation Gaming. But that's where Unicorns of Love's strength comes, right? Like, the team play, the draft. That's what their strengths are. And they got beaten by their own game, as Darkbreaker mentioned. They got beaten by the team fights. But now this is the game where they should never get beaten, Stress. We're getting into the draft.
I don't know how I feel about Unicorns sticking on blue side. Obviously, like, teams have this kind of preference where they come into a tournament and they think, okay, this side is the strongest. It's going to be our prepared draft. So we'll see where Unicorns go. I think if you're Formulation, you probably just ban the same stuff again. I think you stick with Karma, Senna, Graves. Well, the Graves could change, but Karma, Senna for sure.
I'm going to be real honest with you, Stress. I don't even wanna make any predictions there. I'm just going to be embarrassed by Unicorns of Love because we have no idea. But I agree with you, you know, just ban what worked for Formulation Gaming. They just don't want to deal with the karma, exactly as Movilla said, right? Like, they don't want to deal with this. The rest, let it come. That's basically what Formulation is saying. We just don't want to see these types of champions, and the rest, just show it to us and we'll counter it.
Okay, Jace is gone, and I was about to say, if I was going to make a prediction, it would be that Jace wouldn't be first picked, and maybe they look for something like Gragas, which is just a little bit more flexible out of that first spot. I mean, this will mean either Irelia or Olaf make it through, meaning if the priority stays the same, they could look at an Olaf Yuumi if they want to go a similar direction to the last time. Rakan banned out too, so big departure from the previous game. You were anticipating a Rakan priority like this, and it's banned away, looking for that first pick. Formulation have one more ban before we get there.
Yeah, exactly. These are more expected bans, right? Like, it seems like Unicorns of Love is kind of saying, okay guys, relax, we're gonna ban some good champions actually. So let's see what they pick first. We would both probably guess the Gragas, because that is the strongest pick. But it's Unicorns of Love that we're watching. We have absolutely no idea what they're gonna pick. Yuumi is open, Gragas is open, Galio is open. They're all open, so let's see what they do.
And I'm eyeing up Irelia for Don as third pick in this draft.
Great.
Specifically third pick because it allows you to take Irelia, ban 2 counter matchups from her. You could we've seen Formulation first pick it. We have seen them put super high priority in. The Graves coming through is a little bit of flex. Jungle could also be in the solo lanes there as well. But Formulation have everything they want. There's the first pick. Irelia comes out. So really telegraphed. We know this pick has been played solo queue and in SEA in the jungle role, so it may not be going to Dawn.
I feel they kind of fell into a trap of Unicorns of Love though, because Graves is a champion that does incredibly well into the Irelia. So it seems like Formulation Gaming is really thinks that, hey, if we put Dawn on Irelia, he's just gonna hard carry the game, regardless of what gets picked into it. And Yuumi is open as well, Stress. I feel you have to pick it away as Unicorns of Love. Even if it may not fit your composition perfectly, I feel you have to pick it away because Formulation Gaming has the Jax and they have the Irelia.
Both super strong with that Yuumi, and both can be...
Thrash, there we go.
Both can be in the jungle, but now with it picked up, I mean, if Formulation want it in spot 3, they could go for it. The Thresh that you were saying for Grizzly Q. I wonder where this last pick is going, because this is a full departure from the last game. This was where we saw Yuumi Nasus. Nasus again.
Well, Stress. What do we even say? We cannot even talk right there. I mean, they pick Nasus in the Baron lane.
So they put pressure now on bot lane in the sense of Formulation have to take one half of their bottom lane, I would imagine, here, or it gets banned away, but they don't. They're just going to flex through topside. So Formulation showing full topside and saying, we actually don't care what we play against Nasus and Thresh.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be Nasus in the Dragon Lane. They keep to their strengths. Even if they lost last game, they keep to their strengths. I just said Nasus in the Baron lane, but I guess it's going to be Nasus in the Dragon Lane yet again. I just feel Nasus Dragon Lane doesn't work without a Senna, and Formulation Gaming understands. Well, Formulation Gaming thinks the same as well, because they're obviously just banning away the Senna. They don't want to be dealing with the Senna Nasus. But Unicorns of Love is just picking him regardless of Senna being banned, Stress.
Yeah, it feels very similar to the Game 1 draft, which is not what I was expecting. I thought Unicorns were going to make a few changes there. The bans pretty much have stayed almost completely the same. Yuumi there is the ban. You kind of called it, that you have to put pressure on that coming into the second phase. So for Formulation, the only thing different is that Olaf is banned, and it allowed them to get the Irelia. So now we probably will see AD carry picked up here, and it allows them to flex that Gragas, I would imagine, right up until the last pick.
And the problem is Lulu is also open, Stress. Formulation Gaming could still pick the Lulu. Right now what they could do is they pick an ADC and they pick the Lulu. And Lulu is not only good with the ADC, Lulu is also insanely good with the Irelia and the Jax, Stress. And I feel feel Formulation Gaming have won it yet again, but that's a Caitlyn. I know you love the Caitlyn.
That's a Caitlyn. I love Caitlyn. I actually have banned it out in every single game as an AD carry. It's really oppressive in lane, and Nasus is melee range champion.
Yeah.
And that means Nasus is going to go in lane, walk in, and get headshot again and again for the first few minutes of this game, if he is a Dragon Lane carry. There is, of course, the opportunity to put him in Baron.
Yeah.
There's the Ashe, one of the laners that can do okay into Caitlyn. Yes, she suffers in range, but Ashe sits quite far back anyways.
Stress, that's a Nasus Baron lane. It's my favorite
is.
pick. It's Jhin and Nasus that I love, and I love to see this from Unicorns of Love. They're very flexible, so they didn't just...
Whoa!
Wow,
Whoa,
that's the Alistar mid lane, Stress. That's the Alistar mid lane. These are famous picks. Unicorns of Love is known for this, and this is the draft that I want to see. This is the draft that I want to see for Unicorns of Love, and I feel if they win a game, they win. So let me elaborate. They hard counter Aurelia with this competition, Stress. They absolutely hard counter Aurelia. Every single pick that Unicorns of Love has hard counters the Aurelia.
Yeah, well, we'll touch on how in-game as well, because those of you that haven't watched a lot of Wildrift may be like, what in the hell is going on? We've got an Ashe, we've got a Lux. North American Finals, they were playing Lux in both like the carry role in bottom lane, and I think I saw a support game in there. It can be a little difficult with bottom lane champion swapping in roles, but in this game, it's either Trust or Don going to be piloting. No, it's surely going to be Trust on the Lux. Don playing his signature Aurelia, I would imagine. You know, from both sides of this draft, a lot of flexibility where I'm like, I think I know what's happening, but there's a few different curveballs in here. I'm happy to see Ashe and Caitlyn on the Rift though.
No, yeah, like you said, you know, what the hell was happening? That's the real question indeed, but that's the question that we're asking as well. You know, everyone is asking this question, but this is Unicorns of Love. This is essentially Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
This is what they do. You never expect what they pick, and I feel this time they could pull it off, Stress.
I feel like you kind of said it in the draft. I think Unicorns were like, we're setting the trap. Coming into this draft, you're like, have Aurelia, we've got something prepared.
Exactly.
In all of our prep, we were talking about how do you play against Formulation, and I was like, well, you know, if you leave Aurelia open, they're going to take it.
Yeah.
They almost always do. So Unicorns use that knowledge, and they say, all right, we'll just draft around it. We'll build a comp, put Alistar in the middle lane. Like, no other team is really doing anything like that.
Yeah, and I feel like they didn't do that at all during the first draft. So now as we head into the second game, I feel this will be a close one, Stress. If not a dominant performance from Unicorns of Love. That's a big thing to say because Formulation is the favorite in this game, but I'm still saying it, Stress.
Well, that ward, but then the response of the sweeper is going to put a lot of pressure onto Kamau here, who has to back away from his topside jungle. We talked a little bit about how jungle pathing has changed, like full clear is typically what we expect, but we saw, of course, Scuttle Crab priority last game. Unicorns, they've got the steal on the red buff, and they will be out. We'll see whether they can actually protect their own. Ward has been placed on the bottom side. Unicorn's going to go back in as Kamau. Don got flayed forward into that exchange as Grizzly Q trying to back himself away. Kamau is going to leap strike his way out of that one. Formulation, low health bars. They'll have to eat the honey fruit, but no real loss of life at that point. That red buff steal could very well be crucial for Unicorns.
That was very crucial. And even though Formulation Gaming is actually ahead, that was a win for Unicorns of Love right there. Because as you can see right now, Phaeton on the Grifts is probably going to do a full jungle clear right here. And he denied jungle camps from Kim Yao on the Jax, who is a very good jungler, you know, that wants to farm and farm and farm. Very, very nice start from Unicorns of Love right here.
Hang on a second, hang on. Lane assignments. I was like, oh, Nasus in bottom lane. Sure, it's Cold Star on Nasus in bottom lane in a 1 versus 2. Don's getting dove, does get the double stun, will get locked down. It's Ashe up in the top lane playing into Gragas. It's not quite a lane swap, but Unicorns are really trying to throw as many curveballs. The downside of this is Nasus against 2 ranged champions in bottom lane will not be able to step up to the wave, and it's forcing Unicorns to react with some pressure into the bottom lane.
I really don't like this, Stress. You know, I hate to say this as a caster, but me as a Nasus enjoyer myself, this is not how I want to see Nasus being
It sucks, right? Playing against ranged is awful as Nasus.
You want to farm, you want to stack, and especially as a Baron lane Nasus, right? Like the Baron lane Nasus that Cold Star is playing right now, you want to be stacking. So it would be interesting to hear why they actually swapped lane, because Zaur on the Gragas can hold off champions, right? Like he has the ranged casket, he can do it, but Cold Star on Nasus, here we can see what Nasus wants to do. Relax on his wave, boom, bonk a minion, that's 4 stack. Relax and bonk another minion. Stack to the late game, get the Divine Sunder or the Trinity Force, and absolutely hard carry the game, Stress.
Yeah, we know how that goes later on. Nasus with time can take over a game. It's kind of all about how Unicorns can pressure out the rest of the map. This is what we're used to seeing from Formulation, by the way. Enemy jungle support sitting around Don the entire game long. Don is like used to playing 1 versus 3 at most points in the game on this Irelia. He's like, well, I just don't get to farm very well. But that does give a lot of space over to Formulation in this bottom lane. Fekko about to hit level 5. On that Caitlyn, we'll have ultimate available, but we got to watch for Snilan's ultimate as well. Like that Ashe Crystalline Arrow can be really impactful. Starting fights, the Hawkshot can control vision, so both bottom lane have a lot of responsibility on them in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Ashe is a super important pick right there to stop the engage from the Dawn, right? Like when Dawn goes in with his ultimate, boom, you stun him with the Ashe. But I want to talk about the gold lead, by the way, Stress. Unicorns of Love sitting on 10k gold and Formulation on 11k. That's a 1k gold lead in 3 minutes.
Right.
How the hell did that happen, you ask?
Yeah. Do you have the answer?
I have the answer.
You got the answer.
I
Hels
got the
has
answer.
the answer.
The answer is Formulation Gaming has just been much more efficient, and it's also because of the lane swap, as we can see, right? Like Zara has more gold, even Trust has more gold, everyone has more gold, and Fekko sitting on a 700 gold lead because he had the easy lane against the Nasus Stress.
Yeah, huge lead in that bottom lane role for what I will continue to say AD carries. In this game we have Ashe and Caitlyn, so I think I'm allowed to on that one. About 4 minutes into the game, so neutral objectives about to spawn. This should give Don a little bit of release on that pressure. No longer does he have to worry about people ganking him over and over again. And against the Alistar, you said it's a bit of a counter matchup. Like, what do we expect from this Alistar and the Irelia interaction going on? Is it purely that when she jumps in, you're like pulverize, headbutt, get her out of the fight?
Exactly. When she jumps in on your carries, you pulverize, headbutt, and get her out of the way. The Dawn is dealing with it perfectly, by the way, sitting on 3.3 thousand gold, and it seems like both teams are going to be handshaking again. And now I do like the decision from Unicorns of Love because they have the Nasus, right? Like Nasus split push, Nasus may even be able to get a whole turret Stress. This is the beauty of Nasus. You use your ultimate on the turret, you're just going to get it.
Yep, you just funnel as much solo gold in the local area. That's an engage onto Zac in the bottom lane as Formulation had already taken Dragon.
Ooh.
I don't know whether they can get the kill here because Alistar has that unbreakable will. It's really hard to kill an Alistar, but first turret goes down to the team taking the Dragon is not always what you want, but there's the Crystalline Arrow going over to the Gragas. Good explosive cast is going to create the space. Rift Herald won't put the damage down on the turret yet, but the rest of Unicorns are over there. Fekko coming into the lane, 300 health on his turret, and it's a bit of a disaster if they don't get that one. Zawa lands the exhaust. It's not the engage to get the kill, but it's enough to deter.
Oh, we got him!
Splits Unicorns of Love through the middle for first blood.
Oh, what a beautiful first blood right there, Stress. Just boom, the ultimate goes right through it. Goldstar finally picking up the turret as well. He still saved his ultimate actually, but this is a disaster for Unicorns of Love. Formulation Gaming taking the Dragon, taking a turret, getting some kills, or getting the kill as well. This is an absolute disaster for Unicorns of Love.
Especially when you're the Nasus. You're like Coldstar, you're like, please don't die. Like, give me 10 minutes in this game. Don't die. Let's let the game be 0-0 and I'll just farm up. Because the problem is, Nasus, at this point, with the amount of time spent in the side lane, the amount of gold he should have accrued, should have more than a 200 gold lead on this Gragas.
Yeah.
He should be further ahead, and that's not necessarily Coldstar's fault, but Formulation have put the pressure on. They've actually forced plays elsewhere on the map, and that's what's causing Unicorns to be on the back foot in this. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Formulation right now.
Yeah, and Coldstar is actually taking the tanky approach. He's going for a Fimbulwinter and not a Sheen item. Sheen being an item, a component to the Divine Thunder and the Trinity Force, which means he pushes turrets much slower.
Yeah.
And here we can see, instead of him being the one applying pressure, it's Formulation Gaming applying pressure. Formulation Gaming is just on top of their game Stress.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of keeping the pace of the game high so that Unicorns of Love cannot funnel gold over to Coldstar. One of the things about Ashe is she's really good utility, and with itemization she can deal a decent amount of damage in tanks, in team fights, but against tanks she can kind of struggle. Against assassins she can get jumped on. However, there's the Crystalline Arrow, does not land where they needed it to, and Formulation will pounce on that engage. In goes the Dawn on this Irelia. They can't find Snilan, but they will find 3 as Zac is taken down for the double kill for Kamau, and it's all Formulation for a second game in a row. 4 kills to 0 to start this one off.
And Unicorns of Love did a full engage. They used everything. I don't quite remember on who they used it, but that person flashed away and they wasted all of their abilities. They wasted the Ashe ultimate. They wasted every single important ability that they need to deal with the Dawn. And I'm sure we'll get a replay. There
I
it
think
is.
it's Fekko, hook over
There
the
it
wall.
is. It was Fekko. Boom! You see it. He just flashes right out of it. You know, the Ashe arrow breezed right through his ear. It probably cut off his ear hairs as well, but it didn't cut him off. So he survived and they won the fight, Stress.
Yeah, really important flash. If he doesn't dodge that arrow, that pretty much is the first kill of the game for Unicorns of Love, right? And it's a different fight. But Formulation are outplaying in some of these engages right now, and that's the danger. We said coming into the game, you know Don will take Irelia, and you've given it over to him. You think you've got a counter plan, which does make sense, but he's still so good on this champion. He's still so good at dashing around fights, getting damage out, and it's allowing Formulation to put 2 kills onto Kamau. We've got a kill onto Fekko already from that ace in the hole earlier, and Formulation, this is exactly what they would have wanted coming into game 2. It's business as usual. That's going to hit the Gragas. Zach Q tries to go in, does get the double knock-up, can't quite land a stun on the back of it. Hook will land onto Zauer, but he is one tanky boy and can't get enough as Don gets a kill. They will exchange it for a kill onto Phaeton, but Jax is coming through the middle lane. Oh, Phaeton blocked the ace in the hole. Was that the wisest move? Can they get the kill onto Trust? No, he has the trust of his teammates to keep him alive, and it is all Formulation as Coldstar is forced away from this fight. Damage down from the Nasus, splits it away with the final spark, and Formulation can't quite find the final kills of the fight, but they will extend their gold lead 7 kills to 1.
Unicorns of Love is doing a little better during these fights. We can see that they're almost able to get kills. They even got 1 kill during this team fight, but it's just not quite enough yet. We need more items on Unicorns of Love, but Formulation, it seems, they're not going to give them time to get it. They're already ahead by 5,000 gold, 9 minutes into the game, and I'm sure they're going to go for this Rift Herald and crack open the base of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Nasus really hates. Is getting pushed by Rift Herald because he can't de-push quick enough in those situations. Trust dodges one but doesn't dodge the arrow, but nobody is there to capitalize. The headbutt actually pushes Kamau back out of the fight. I don't know whether that was exactly what they were looking for, but look, another stun from the side of Kamau, and Trust final spark might be the final chance for Unicorns of Love. Ace in the hole, doesn't even connect in time for the rampage. A clean ace, and that's Formulation putting Unicorns in the hole, and Formulation a 1 win away at this point from Group B, and I think they're gonna get it.
Clean is the name of the game right there. Formulation gave me just absolute perfect team fighting right there. Coldstar didn't have his ultimate, and it was only on a few second cooldown, but Formulation did not give them enough time. And as we can see into this replay, Formulation had none of it. They were not going to wait for that ultimate on Nasus. And as you can see, Coldstar is just kind of not doing anything right there. He doesn't have the Nasus ultimate. A beautiful engage from the Dawn with his ultimate, and then Kim Yao following up as well to stun the whole squad as well. And here it's just game over. Zauer tanking up as he should, as the Baron laner, and just a very, very clean team fight. Oh, there's a quick Ashe arrow to the Dawn.
These gold leads down the board. Top is relatively even, and Unicorns have given everything to Coldstar.
Yeah.
On the jungle, it's 2,000. Mid lane, 3,500. Bot lane, 2,000. Even supports are at 1k up on the side of Formulation. They have nearly 10,000 gold, 2 dragons. The towers are even, but from the way they've been playing this game, it's not as important a factor yet for Formulation. They will get these towers. They will eat through the health bar of Alistair, who will not be tanky. On 1 item, as a mid laner, 11 minutes into the game means he is not able to output as much control on this game as they would expect from Zach. Yes, he has the ult, but he's still going to die quickly once that's down.
He's still going to die quickly indeed. And they just don't have damage. They don't have enough damage yet. Ooh, Grizzly trying to look for the sneak hook. He doesn't have vision on the bush, by the way. They just don't have enough damage. We saw really good engages from Unicorns of Love, but they just don't have the damage to follow it up, Stress.
Yeah.
It's just Snyland on the Ashe, but Ashe needs to scale into the late game. They can't win team fights.
And Ashe is nowhere near scaling into the late game. Has a Mana Mune and then half of the next item from this, and it hasn't even converted. Like, they haven't stacked it fully the last time I saw the items about 20 seconds ago. So there needs to be more time on this game. It has finally transformed. So alongside that phase, Zach, that's a great explosive cast from the side of Formulation. Zach that ult is running. They've taken him down already as the tower will drop. Rift Herald still has another charge. Ace in the holes just to put some damage down on top, and Formulation will continue this push. They've backed away with Kimau because of how low he was, so it's a 4 versus 4, but Don finds another stun. Feko finds a rampage, and Rift Herald is going to have a second charge.
Formulation Gaming just doing what they can. You know, they're pushing the lane very, very easily. Got 2 turrets while killing the squad of Unicorns of Love, and they go again!
Body slam as well. That's Formulation continuing the move. Rift Herald is still alive. Is this going to be a third charge? Redemption's not enough damage to stop it. They put the damage on the tower. 100 health. Headshot. Can you headshot a tower? Doesn't even matter as Feko's going to push it down.
I talked about cracking open the base, but their Formulation Gaming is cracking open the entire map with this Rift Herald. They even opened up the mid lane. Formulation Gaming, I believe, took 4 turrets with that one single push in like 1.5 minutes. And we can see the arrow coming from Snyland. Unfortunately, not connecting. Yeah, unfortunately,
It's
not connecting.
trying to find its way back to the airport at this point. I love Unicorns. I've got to say, I love Unicorns, but at this point, from the fight like this, it's almost a foregone conclusion that Formulation have won this series.
Yeah, like I would say if we get to the very, very late game,
I don't even
35 minutes into the game with full build Nasus, full build Snyland on the Ashe, they can tank up the damage and win the game. But that's not going to happen, Stress. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Formulation have such good control of this game. You can see how these team fights have been playing out, that they don't even need every single thing to land. However, Don, 1 versus 3. This very well is the opening that Unicorns can take advantage of. Oh, no way.
He's not going to die.
Out. He even flashes away. And look, he nearly took out...
He's going to go in. He's going to go in.
Baron actually... is getting taken down by Formulation. You're right. Don pressured again around the bottom lane to try and pick off a kill. Baron's gone. Don set up the wave for bottom lane to now push it through for the tower. And Formulation, this is it. This is the last set of pushes of the game. All they need is 1 kill or just a little more, and they'll be able to push this through. Unicorns of Love, they've brought their flavor to this tournament. They have done what they can for this best of 3, but on this day, Formulation, their roster swap looks great. Their read on the meta has been fantastic, and they are pushing through for a potential win to put them in Group B. And Unicorns of Love don't have enough left in the tank. Zac was already dropped. They knocked Cold Star into the fight. Cold Star was given everything to start this. It's a double kill already for Formulation. They are looking to end this series and take their spot alongside Parla and Game Lord.
He can't kill him!
Feko hasn't
He can't kill him!
That is insane!
Look at this!
He's
He
still
can't
alive!
kill him!
You
Just
can't
doesn't
kill
die.
Formulation! Formulation advanced to Group B in the WRAC Finals.
Wow, and what an amazing first game to start off this tournament, Stress. This was just a phenomenal performance from Formulation Gaming.
Really, really strong performance. And I mean, Unicorns, they threw a few curveballs. They showed us some signs of the playstyle we saw from them, but this is why Formulation, you know, made it to this stage. That we had some great teams that didn't make it. I mean, you know, we look at a team like Viv, who came in the regular split, were 3rd place, didn't make it because Formulation had some great games, and we saw that kind of playstyle here. When Don gets Irelia, and it's in the meta, and it's strong, it's so hard to outplay him. Even with a draft that's built to play around that Irelia, even with a draft where you're like, we know you're playing Irelia, he still is able to come and really smash through that middle lane.
Yeah, and to me it's crazy that even though Formulation Gaming fell into the trap of Unicorns of Love in the draft, because Unicorns of Love on paper had the counters to the Irelia, it didn't do anything. Formulation Gaming just won it all.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. Meme coming through. That's it for Series 1 of the day. We're going to head over to the Analyst Desk to break down Formulation's 2-0 win.
Thank you, Stress. Thank you, Hells. Now we have our team on the main stage. It's going to be Formulation Gaming. As you predicted, Ryu, they were pretty aggressive. They got early advantage in this game, and they rolled over Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, even Unicorns of Love tried to make this game more spicy by getting an early invade off. They even made a lane swap, which was not successful in the end. At least we saw Unicorns of Love trying to do something different this game, but yeah, it didn't work off.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love tried something different, but Formulation Gaming was playing like signature pick. We had the Irelia in the middle lane, their breaker, and it was really exciting to see him.
Exactly. Don on his signature pick Irelia, he hyped it up a lot, and he definitely showed up that he is one of the best Irelias. And surprisingly, he did against, like the others already said, the team comp from Unicorns of Love was kind of built against it, but he still made it work. And I think the main issue was that Don was laning against Alistair, and Alistair is a champion that can't really hold the Aurelia too well. He just gets pushed in, he doesn't have the wave clear, and then the main problem is when you don't have wave clear, you just get out-roamed, and as an Alistair you always want to join those team fights, but if you're pushed in by that Aurelia pick, then that's kind of counterproductive. And on top of that, the Nasus would have been a great counter in the lane matchup against the Aurelia, but I feel like they kind of abandoned Nasus in the early game after the lane swap. And then afterwards, I feel like the itemization of Queso wasn't the greatest, especially if you want to face the Aurelia. You shouldn't go for the Fimbo Winter, maybe go for the Divine Sundra, go for the Hullbreaker, so you can match up the Aurelia and then actually pressure the Aurelia enough so she can farm up for free. And also credits to Don, obviously, in those team fights. He was popping off with the Aurelia, jumping back and forth. And before the Baron play, he also created enough pressure on the side lane that multiple people from Unicorns of Love were chasing him. He still managed to survive, and in the meantime, his teammates got the Baron, so well played overall.
Yeah, we saw some adaptation commonly from the side of Unicorns of Love running away the Rakan that gave them so many problems in the first game, but we get to see a similar certain clash of style here in this second game that finally Formulation Gaming ended winning.
I mean, I'm kind of disappointed when it comes to the way they've played, because when they've shined the most, Unicorns of Love put a lot of emphasis on the jungler, on the core star. They really reinforce those lines, and I feel like these picks haven't been the best, which is again disappointing for me. I've also noticed that the pacing has been kind of strange in this game. 5 minutes in, we had the first kill not coming at all for Wildrift, and not coming at all for these two teams. They are usually a lot more aggressive. They tend to go all in. So whether this marks the end for Unicorns of Love or the beginning of the road for Formulation Gaming, I think the other teams have to keep an eye on them, because that's definitely gonna impact the way they will have to face the rest of the teams that have qualified already.
I have to agree on this with Kamala and Uriel, because this has been a huge statement from the side of Formulation Gaming. These two games winning the way did win. We were discussing like the playstyle with both teams, and you were talking about the lane swap, where we get to see Lux and Kanan literally bullying Nasus.
I think putting Nasus onto a side lane weak side is technically okay. He can sit there, farm up, and maybe he absorbs some pressure from a gank or two, and he will still be fine when he gets that Divine Sundra, and he can maybe match Aurelia later. But if you put him into a 1v2 matchup against Lux and Caitlyn, who has some of the longest range in the entire game, then it's so difficult for him to get those stacks and get rolling and actually match Aurelia later.
So it's all about Unicorns of Love trip and here, and we have Formulation Gaming. That's the bright side of the match, of course, joining the main stage, the Group B. And I want to know, guys, while we are watching the play of the game, we have several exciting plays in here. I want to know, Dark, how do you think that is going to do Formulation in that Group B?
I honestly think Formulation is performing really well from what we've seen so far. They smashed it. They just smashed Unicorns of Love completely, and I feel like they can put up a pretty good fight in coming into the group B. And my prediction is probably that they will end up second seed in the Group B, and I think they're gonna put up a really good fight against Gamelord as well. But Gamelord is probably still a step ahead. Who knows? But I think Formulation Gaming is just slightly weaker, and I think they should probably win against Parla as well. From what I've seen, macro-wise, rotation-wise, that draft, how they're playing, they seem like really well coordinated together, and that's surprising considering they just changed the roster recently.
It's so nice to see when you make the changes and you're in this state of honeymoon with your new players and your new iteration, that everything goes so well, so smoothly. Guys, we're gonna see our Coca-Cola pop-off from this second game while we are talking about it, because Carmeline pieces get to, get together and they work, and that is amazing.
It is amazing, but as you said, honeymoon phase, isn't it?
Like the honeymoon stage. We get to see so many times.
It can be really tricky because it's not playing well, but that also means that when it comes to teams that have been together for a longer time, you're facing a different kind of list. You're facing people that've got a synergy that you might not have built so deeply to the time you've been together. So I want to see if they can keep this up, if Formulation Gaming will crumble under the claws of Parla and Gamelord. Will they be able to do so? I'm not so sure. Honestly.
Okay, that's amazing here. But I have to say, Rio, that I get to see a team that seems to understand quite well how their players work.
Yeah, I mean, Parla and Gamelord is probably going to be the toughest group you can get into with here.
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
Parla is the #2 seed from Turkey. I think that's going to be an exciting matchup between them and Formulation Gaming. But Gamelord, the #1 seed from European. Formulation is going to have one hell of a match in that game.
Yeah, definitely. They know each other, but it's been a while since the last time we get to see Gamelord. So let's see how they are adapted also as well in this in this new patch. Also, they come as very favorites, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Gamelord is the favorites coming in. They're coming from the European region. They're the #1 seed from EU, and they won 3-0 easily in the finals against Rix. Rix, a team that has been dominating for the entire year. So, I mean, this Gamelord roster is going to be so exciting to watch, and I think Formulation, even though they look good today, I think they're going to have a tough task against them.
They're going to have a tough task, definitely, because they can underestimate Parla as well. So, guys, to disclose the series right now, we have our expert, Stuart, and in the interview ready.
Thank you very much, Noah. Yes, I am indeed joined by the Don, who is the mid laner from Formulation Gaming. Don, congratulations. You've gone through the first hurdle. You've beat Unicorns of Love in that playing match. How do you and the team feel after that one?
Well, this was really good game, I would say, by my team. We feel really happy, like we feel like relieved, because our goal is, of course, like winning Vreg, but the most important step was winning UOL, because since you know UOL at LAN events are like tier 1 team of Europe, so they're like the toughest opponents, and the Origin series of the last year showed it. And since we beat them, I guess we're getting closer to our success.
100%, I definitely agree. About the group as well, Group B, you're going to be going up against Gamelord and Parla. You know, you need to try and get into the top 2 to get into the semi-final. What do you think about that? You reckon you can do it?
I think yes, like we feel pretty confident. Gamelord might bring some troubles, but we prepared for them, and I think everything's going to be fine.
And I can't do a Don out interview without mentioning Irelia. I have to mention the Irelia unique pick for yourself. You showed up really strong. In the second game, it didn't really pop off maybe as much as what you think, but tell us a little bit about your Irelia.
Well, what can I say? My Irelia is pretty good, and every time I get this champion, I feel like it's my comfort, and I feel like I can carry, you know, I can do something. And you better ban it, guys. You better ban it.
There you go, you heard it from Don himself. Ban out Irelia, Gamelord, and Parla. Thank you very much, Don, for the interview. Congratulations. Good luck in Group B. Back to the analyst desk.
I mean, ban her not only because Don is an expert with that champion, but also because it's broken. It's broken. It's pretty broken. Irelia is so broken, no matter what game you are playing, definitely. But yeah, quite humble, I have to say here, Don.
Sorry, what did you say?
He was pretty humble in the interview.
Yeah, he was really humble. Don is usually a player that I wouldn't say has an ego, but he's a good player and he knows it. And in this interview, like, he didn't really show up that character he usually shows. So, but yeah, I think, I mean, obviously you have to be humble when you're going into a group with Gamelord themselves.
Doug, you were pretty vocal about the matchup in the mid lane, and I want to ask you about Dante Irelia, because he was saying, you better ban this away, but do you think that there's a team that can put up a fight versus Dante Irelia without banning her away?
I think like it's not necessarily a Don thing. I want to give him credit, obviously, but Irelia is a very broken champion right now, and she is super contested. And the main reason why she's so good is because you can triple flex her, play in the Baron lane, play in the jungle, and play in the mid lane. So during the draft phase, this gives the team a huge advantage, and obviously, like we saw in Game 2, Don can also back it up with his skills. So that was pretty nice to see.
It was pretty nice to see, guys. And you know what's pretty nice to see? Our MVP from this series, because we're going to figure out who was the most valuable player in here. Caroline, who was your most valuable player in your heart?
I mean, I kind of liked you guys. My favorite player in here was Emea, playing that for the second time. Quite good. But if I had to choose an MVP overall, it would be called Star for Unicorns of Love. There you go, I threw it against you.
And the MVP is going to go all straight to Feko. First, Ryu with the Tristana, so important. Second game with Kaylin, which was a surprise. Also, once again, really important, and so high mechanical prowess.
We saw finally an 80 carry champion in the bottom lane actually popping off. Feko was ruthless in the first game. He just jumped in, got those reset, and killed everyone, and he was ready. Even in the second game, he's really like, picking Caitlyn is a really lane dominant pick, and you have to know you're the better player to pick that champion. So I think Feko played amazingly. He had a 31 KDA. I mean, it showed.
I mean, Kaylin is such a fragile champion when it comes to the early game. If she's not okay, if she's not ahead, she may be falling behind, but Feko Darkbreaker played it amazingly.
Exactly. What I like about Feko, especially in the first game, was that he just knows when to go in aggressively as well. Not only standing behind, but also knowing when to jump in as a Tristana once he gets the reset on that second ability, playing more aggressively, maximizing his damage, and then in the second game, playing super consistently, doing tons of damage, and perfect KDA. He didn't die in both games, and that's how he got the 31 KDA. But I have to give credits to the support Trust as well on that Rakan. Insane playmaking, insane. Like he caught so many people in those team fights with his Rakan pick, so he did an amazing job. And in that second game, I think he also didn't die on that Lux. So both played pretty good.
Yeah, definitely in a very volatile matchup. I have to say, guys, this was the first best of 3 series from the day. There's more Wildrift to come in a few minutes. We go to a break, guys. I love you.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time, yeah. Turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Whole team winning, 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 yeah, whole team winning, yeah, whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah, whole team winning, yeah, whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah, whole team winning, yeah, whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah, I bring the trophy.
When there's nothing in the way, keep pushing through into the pitch of fire until you see a Come on, you know we're gonna break through.
Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC Finals. We've done the old swap on the analyst desk. I'm Stress, joined by Darkbreaker, Carmeline, and Ryu to take us through Group A action as we step into our main stage now of the WREC Finals. First games of the day we've seen between Unicorns of Love and Formulation. DB, what's your first read on the meta now? We've had 2 games so far.
I think we still don't know yet what's gonna come, because there is just one match and there's still so much to come. The meta changed thanks to the new patch, and teams came up with a lot of different drafts, and I'm sure Rix is gonna surprise us. And they also have now C7, who didn't play LAN before, and it's his first time in the Wildrift as a LAN player, so gonna be exciting to see how he's gonna perform, and hopefully he's not gonna be too nervous.
Yeah, we're gonna be taking a step into the Group A matchups in just a few minutes' time. Before we get there, of course, I think it's kind of good just to retread over some of the meta that we saw in the previous 2 games. Carmeline, we saw the Nasus come through from Unicorns of Love. I know you're a big Unicorns of Love fan. It didn't quite perform as well. Do you think that's the end of Nasus for this weekend?
Shall I say yes? Well, the polite way of saying this is probably not. But there's one champion that has been nerfed and still appeared during the series, which is Fiora. Many people took Fiora for like dead. She's not gonna appear ever again. But there she goes, there she is. Let's see if she can appear again.
Well, Ryu is resident support on the desk. Thoughts? I mean, Rakan's going to be high priority as always. Anybody else that you're looking forward to seeing? That Karma, if it gets through, right?
I mean, Karma, I don't even think we'll get through a single time. The champion is broken as, well, we'll see later if it's going to get showcased over there. But I think I think Rakan is obviously going to be one of the most interesting picks because it can make so many plays, but yeah, we'll see.
Ryu giving the spoilers on what's to come. Speaking of broken, those of you that joined us throughout the rest of the split know we've had a segment. We've now got all these giant video walls. We're in a studio. It only means it's time to head over to Hell's Devils for Broken as Hells.
a very important champion right here. You know, we all know Rakan is good. We all know the Galio is good. But I want to talk about the Yuumi because, oh my god, Yuumi got a massive buff. And as we look into Broken as Hells, Yuumi is just such a strong champion in this current update. And she even got buffed. That's the beauty. She already could have gone into Broken as Hells, but she's even stronger now. And as we can see in some of these replays, Yuumi Olaf is the big thing. Yuumi Olaf, Yuumi Jax, we talked about it during the draft previously. You have to pick or ban it. You just cannot leave this open. As you can see, Yuumi is the cat that's going to be attached to your head. And she's going to be buffing you massively. And even Acolyte here on the ground, you can see Yuumi can attach to anyone and just do so much damage. And she won't die. That's the problem here we can see as well. Yuumi on the ground, it really doesn't matter. Unfortunately, Yuumi on the Nasus didn't work last time though. But here, look at this. I mean, it's half of the work is Yuumi. And she's not even doing any work. And that's the beauty of the champion. She's sitting on someone, clicking on abilities. And yeah, that is it for Broken as Hells, guys. Back to the analyst desk.
To be like a Rammstein concert or like a 90s Flames shirt, like the Hawaiian side. That's me showing my age anyway, though. Let's get into our first series from Group A. Group A is the all-important group for European teams, I would say. Of course, we have two of the biggest teams from Europe in Rix and Team Queso in this group alongside NASA. I think this is a very difficult group to get out of if you're NASA. Both teams have looked so strong out of Europe and DB. You know, as we're getting closer, first of all, let's check out our teams in Group A with a video of our three teams.
Training it in the mirror, but
the format is very lethal. If you just mess up, you know, 1 or 2 series, you're going home. So I think I'm not focusing too much on who I had to play at the end and who I'm looking forward to. It's just taking each match as it comes and making sure we do our best every time.
It's getting so excited because you see the people who gonna play with them before and the face-to-face. I don't know how can I explain my feelings. So such a dream for me.
I've never played on a LAN event before, or any big stage for that matter, only from the comfort of my own sofa. So it's going to be a bit different, and I want to prove that me and my support are the best bot lane in Europe.
You have this shared language of passion for this game, you know, even if maybe you don't all speak English, you know, you can still appreciate that you're all kind of on the same path and putting all this hard work into being the best at something. And I think that's really cool to be able to relate to a whole bunch of different people with.
Her şey için teşekkür ederiz. Bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapacağız.
Have some water? My mouth is like super dry.
All right, so Joey's just concerned about staying hydrated. I baited you a little bit, DB. What makes Rix such a strong team? They won the last chance qualifiers. Why do you think that they come in as a favorite?
I think Rix is just so amazing because they have such a deep champion pool that every one of them can play 10 champions. Like, who do you want to ban out? Like, random plays, weak side champions, he plays strong side champions, then you have C7 as well, who can play hyper carry champions, which are actually meta right now and hot picks. He can also, if he needs to go on those tanky utility team fight based champions, so that's pretty cool. And obviously Snitch, one of the most consistent mid laners with an insane champion pool. He's maybe gonna pull out some few secret picks here and there, and obviously in the bot lane you have Doom and Clue, who are super consistent, and Doom getting pentakits left and right with the Stormrazor buff on those ADCs recently, so that's super exciting. And I feel like the team synergy is just really good, and it's really hard to ban against them or draft against them just because of the variety they have with a champion pool.
For sure. It's really hard to kind of like distill down just what makes Rix so good. There are other teams, of course, in this group. Ryu, Team Queso put a lot of focus on their jungler. So what's your thoughts about Team Queso's chances coming into this group?
I think Team Queso's chances are obviously always going to be good. When you have Anderson and Acolyte on your team, you will always have a chance to win. These two players are fantastic. They are stable, they're consistent, and they are flashy even if they want to be. Especially Anderson has been maybe the best player in Europe last year. And if he can pull up the same performances this year as he did in Origin Series, I think Team Queso is a team you can never underestimate.
So, Carmeline, next question to you. Of course, NASA is in that group with them as well. What are your thoughts on NASA, the Turkish representative?
I was expecting you to ask me. Okay, so the thing with NASA, I know they're kind of unknown because we haven't casted them before, but let me tell you, I think the playstyle differs quite a little bit from the teams that we've been seeing, because instead of like really strong early and, you know, all in, they bring the best in the mid-game. There's also to be noted that they formed this super Turkish roster, as in the current Dragon laner, so sorry, Cool Effects. He played with Sangal Esports. Then Sangal Esports lost versus Paula in the last chance qualifier to come here. So what did they do? They brought him to the team, so they got best of the best, and I'm expecting them to win.
That is always funny when it's just like, okay, we played against you, we kind of want to take you, like, see how that plays out. And the live environment, we've heard a couple of the players talking about it, how different it is. And I think we saw in our first game, Formulation look very secure in the way that they played. I want to see whether Rix can emulate that from years gone by, and whether Team Queso can do the same. I said it already, and I feel like it might be a little bit harsh, but I think NASA have an uphill battle ahead of them. Rix is their first opponent. Is there an area that you see for NASA that maybe you can get an advantage against Rix in this series?
It's hard to say if they can get an advantage, but I definitely can see that they have a good top side. Like, they have Sneaky in the Baron lane and Ragnar and Swest. Those are really amazing players, and I think maybe they might be able to bully Random, get him, just keep diving him, snowball from there, and then try to just get the map going and get some priority going and rotation-wise. So that's gonna be interesting, and I definitely have to say that, like you already said, with people coming here for the first time in the LAN event, we have C7 first time, and obviously Nasra. Some of them have some offline experience, like Barbane, so I think he can do a really good shot calling job at an offline event. But obviously for Team Queso as well, there are some players that don't have that much experience, like Joey. He's really young coming into here, so let's see how those players are gonna handle being nervous, having anxiety, etc. in the live stage.
Well, it's time to see how the players handle it, because it is time for our first two teams from Group A to take to the stage for their first games of the WREC Finals. both teams looking a little bit subdued. Like, there's not as much hype as Unicorns of Love had coming into game one, but I think that that's a fair point now looking at group stage, because you have to get top 2 in this group in order to advance to the playoffs. And every single team in this group, even though we've got some favorites, are going to want to avoid Game Lord, which you have to assume they'll take spot 1 out of Group B. So, Ryu, for Rix, are there any areas that you think that they need to be extra careful of in this group? Is there any place for Rix that it could go wrong?
I think obviously Rix is one of the most consistent teams going into the tournament, but if there's one particular area where I think Rix has still something to work on, is the synergy between the jungle and the rest of the team. And this group, with both Natter and Team Queso, their star players are actually the junglers in Swest and Androset. So I think if there's any chance for Rix to actually throw this group away, is it because if they cannot compete with the jungle synergy that both Team Queso and Natter actually has? So even though Rix probably has some of the best players individually in this group, the jungle matchup requires so much synergy, and both Natter is the winners of the Turkish region, and Rosette, one of the best players in the region from Team Queso. I think that's the only point where Rix really has to be careful.
And I see, Carmeline, you're nodding along with that one. And you know, we know that NASA have some fortitude. They bounced back in their series. In that finals, they were 2-0 down. What are your thoughts on NASA's chances now in game one? Where do they win?
Well, again, I think that really dangerous team just because of the comeback capacity they've got. Like, that is very difficult to get for a team, and when you're facing them, you don't want to give them the slightest margin to recover from that. I have to say the bot lane for me, the Baron lane, it's the Dragon lane, you guys. Oh my god.
You're playing red side. You swapped up to top side. It's all good. Don't worry. Dragon lane, you think is an area for NASA that they can play around?
Absolutely. We've talked about Ban and his experience in Lance. We've talked about cool effects. And if Sangal almost beat Parla, why can't NASA beat, you know, Rix? It's like...
I mean, stranger things have happened. Rix have dropped games that they shouldn't have in the past, and I'm sorry, Rix fans. I know that's always a hard point for us to bring up. DB, you're a top lane specialist. Random, coming into the European stage. We thought that he was going to be the best. One small point on how you think Random's going to handle this group.
I think he's gonna do a pretty good job. I mean, obviously he's considered one of the best Baron laners, and he has a deep champion pool. So, I mean, in the end, it's still offline, so anything can happen. But I think when it comes down to the matchups, it's obviously Random against Sneaky and Random against Acolyte, and those two Baron laners are also amazing. So. It can go either way, and obviously it's not a 1 versus 1 game, it's a 5 versus 5 games, and then you have the jungler, mid laner, and even the support rotating around, maybe trying to gank you, and sometimes you just have to play for the team, maybe go for a more team fight orientated pick and just call it like weak side.
Yep.
So you just have to play it safe and not on those typical hyper carry champions. But I think Sneaky loves to go on those hyper carry champions, and I really want to see how Random is going to match that, and if he's going to match hyper carry against hyper carry, or if he's just going to go for a weak side
Nearly
champion.
time to find out. We've got a couple more things before the players are in game. One of them is to check in with Hell's Devil for his key points of this first series of Group A.
Thank you very much, Stress. Yeah, and let's get into the key points. And the first key point, I have to say it, Rix is the heavy favorite. You can talk about whatever you want, however you want. Rix is still the heavy favorite. They are perhaps the best team in Europe, and they're playing up against Nasser, so they're definitely the favorite. But I have a thing to say about them, though. C7, who's a bit of a newer player. He has been playing with Rix for a few months already now, but we see them struggle a little bit, you know, to play together. SC7 is an incredible solo queue player, so we know the potential is there, but are they going to be able to show it as team play? And then the next thing that I want to talk about is Random against Sneaky, the Baron lane matchup. These two are both absolute gods at the Baron lane, so it's going to be very interesting to see how these two are going to be playing with each other. So that is it for the key points. Back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Hells. Thank you very much for your key points. And touching on the Baron lane, that's where we ended our last segment. I think we're going to come back to it again. Ryu, Hullbreaker, we saw a lot in our first series. We're expecting to see it a lot. That changes everything about top lane.
Top lane used to be a role where you just you pick Fiora, Camille, you would get your lead and then pressure the map on from that. with Hullbreaker now, you actually want to stay in the side lane. You want to stay out there and push the advantages by buffing up those minions and killing those turrets quickly. So I think Hullbreaker obviously changes not only the way you play the game, but also the champions you're going to pick, because Hullbreaker is not a great item on a lot of champions, and there's actually a few champions that struggle against Hullbreaker champions. So I'm a big fan of tanks in the top lane. Malphite, Gragas, those are cool, but it's really hard for those champions to kill the minions that are buffed up from a Hullbreaker champion.
We didn't see it in our first series, saw a lot in North America. Shen, DB. Where do you think Shen fits into the meta?
I was actually going to talk about that champion as well, because we just talked about some tank champions that can't really use Hullbreaker too well, but especially in North America, Shen is becoming a hot pick. Like, he is pretty solid in the lane. He's matching against a lot of matchups, and on top of that, you can even use Hullbreaker if you need to match against another Baron laner that is also building Hullbreaker. Just like if you wanna lane against a champion that has Hullbreaker, you also need to get it. Otherwise, it's very hard for you to push against that wave. Since Hullbreaker is so strong, it's buffing the resistance of yourself and the minions. So matching it up, and then on top of that, Shen has the ultimate. He can push against the Baron laner and still join those team fights. So I think Shen is going to become a hot pick, and let's see what they're going to do.
I think so too. I think it's one of those ones we're going to see come throughout the day. Carmeline, we haven't talked a whole lot about mid lane. We've seen Snitch's champion Ocean. Any picks that you're looking forward to seeing from today's series?
I mean, if it were for me, we'd have picks like, I know, super out of meta picks. But coming from Riggs, I think we can expect plenty of assassins. I think that quite fits into the way they like to play. For NASA, though, it might differ a little bit. I don't want to rebuild anything just yet. I want them to do it themselves, but that's what I'm going to say. My mouth is shut.
So we might have some secret strats coming. I won't ask you to divulge them. I won't ask you to delve through the meta, but I mean, I think that's one of the strongest points for Rix is like, Snitch is hard to ban out. He's hard to play against. He's hard to cause any error in game, and I think it's such a strength for Rix that he just is so good. We've seen him easily handle other mid laners like Ruiz from Gamelord. I think we've really run through a lot of things. The only thing really we haven't touched on is the support. So Ryu, you know I'm coming to you about a support question. Clue, I think he's looked superb on Thresh, he's looked superb on a couple of champions, but is that another potential weakness for Rix?
I think weakness and strength is you can sometimes play towards your strengths, you can play towards your weaknesses. I think if you're about to see more AD carries in the bot lane, I think Clue might actually struggle. Clue has actually shown, compared to his counterparts, that he's not able to be as lane dominant as those other supports in the region are, especially Heste and Shaw, as we've seen earlier. But when it comes to mages in the bot lane, where you want to leave them alone and you want to go out and roam, that is Clue's strength. So I think if Clue gets to pick exactly Thresh, as you said, even Okan, and he's going to leave the mages in the bot lane, he's going to be fine. He's going to be actually one of the good players on the team. But are we going to see 80 carries and 2v2 matches in the bot lane? I think Rix can be exposed.
I mean, we saw Doom play some 80 carries a whole bunch. Carmeline, like we saw those pentakills come through, like Doom on 80 carries and Doom on mages. Any thoughts from you there on that talking point?
Yeah, absolutely. It also depends a lot on what they're going to be facing. If there's something to say about Doom, is that he's very flexible and adaptable to when it comes to, you know, like, play this, play that. But, I mean, given the current state of the itemization that Trinity Force are getting hasn't gotten buffed or nerfed. My mind has gone blank. Anyways, I can expect him to bring perhaps... Could we have a Corki, please?
Those of you that have watched during the split know that I'm fed up of Corki. I'm fed up of seeing Corki as a caster mage. I'm also fed up of not being in game so far. So I'm just going to say, let's go to Hell's Devil for an interview before we get into game number 1.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stress. And we got the coach from Nasser Esports right here for the interview. And the first thing that I want to ask you is, how are you feeling matching up against Rix already?
Well, this opponent is very comfortable for us to play. So when we saw Shadow about this tournament, it was like, oh, nice. It's very good for us.
All right, so they're feeling good. And I want to say, how are you feeling playing in a stage right now, right? Like the players are not sitting at home. They're actually sitting right here next to each other. Do you feel the pressure, you as a coach?
Well, me as a coach, no. It's not a first tournament for me as a LAN stage. We also have one experienced player like Babani. He was already been in LAN stages before, but other 4 players, it's first time for them, but they're not feeling any pressure on themselves because I did my best to make them to feel comfortable.
Yeah, and that's exactly your job as a coach. And, I hate to ask this to you because you're the coach, you love all of your players, but could you pick one of us that we have to have our eyes on from your players?
I think it's Swiss, of course, and Vrekna. These 2 players is just to watch.
Just watch, he says. So enough about the interview. Let's go to watching it. So back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Kels, and welcome everyone for this game, NASA versus Rix. I'm Noah, and I'm gonna be your play-by-play for this game that I'm super excited to cast. And I'm joined by amazing Stuart. Stuart, how are you?
First game casting the finals. I've casted the WREC before, but it's so nice to be here casting Rix as well, one of the strongest teams in Europe. NASA as well, the first seed from Turkey. What an exciting game to cast first off.
It's an incredible, exciting game because Rix is like the super team, they won everything but game mode so far in the WREC, and there are a lot of expectations on top of them. But NASA is first seed of Turkey, so I expect a lot of battling here.
There's going to be a lot of fights. NASA love to play aggressive. They love to try and get them early aggressive plays. Try and play around the kind of top side of the map that the analyst desk kind of fit on before. Sneaky, Swest, and Rekna. I feel like it's going to be difficult against, Random, who's one of the best Baron laners in Europe right now. But SE7, a new jungler that's come in at the start of the year, didn't have the best of starts. But now it's going to be interesting to see how he does first time in a LAN environment with the super team.
That's the key, because they were discussing all along how a LAN event may affect your performance when it comes to the game, because it's so different from playing from home. I have to say. So let's see. They were also talking about it in the interview, like some of them have several experience in the LAN. But do you think that really is this gonna affect that bad to Rix?
Rix do have some experience as well. Most of them were at the Origin series last year as well. Random was actually on Game Lord before. SE7, I feel like it's only him that is his first time at LAN, so they do have a little bit of comfort as well. But here we go, Noah. Pick some bans.
Here we go, definitely for this Rix GG versus NASA. A lot in the game, a lot in game. We are really wanting to see some of these guys bringing some new picks, because we were discussing about the new meta, the new patch, and I really don't know if I have to use the Unicorns Love as the formulation games as a guide for the new patch, because there was some spicy stuff, but I don't know if we're gonna have again Nasa Yumi in the bot lane.
That NASA Yumi, the NASA Baron lane afterwards as well. I'm not too sure if we're going to see the same picks in this one. I think Unicorns of Love have definitely a different meta from these 2 teams as well. But there's probably a few bans that you're going to expect. Camille, Karma, all these strong picks at the moment. Karma, as Ryu said on the desk, is not really going to be banned at all. It's not going to be picked at all because it's going to be banned all the time.
Yeah, definitely. The first one is going to be the Jax. I expect the Karma ban that you were talking about, since it's extremely broken right now. And so enjoy it, by the way. Been there, done that. Here comes the Karma. But the fact is that Rix is going to have a really, really, really hard job when it comes to the mid lane, because Ragnar loves to play some crazy stuff.
He does have, both mid laners, I think, have a really, really wide champion pool, so it's really hard for the other team to try and figure out what they're going to play, because obviously this is the first time that we've seen them on this new patch, first time that we've seen them in about a month now as well, so they've probably been preparing behind the scenes, they've probably been trying to figure out what's strong at the moment in the current meta. So we saw Unicorns Love for formulation already pick out these crazy picks, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same in this game as well.
There are a lot of question marks when a new patch comes and you go into the tournament. We have the Great on the way. We have the cat, the broken as hell, kitty cat. Yeah, I have to agree on Hells with that. You don't know how much I hate Jimmy. It's just insane what this champ did.
broken as hells.
Broken as hells, he said it.
It's not surprised at all. The Aurelia, interesting enough, is the first pick. We saw Don in the first series. I think definitely a Aurelia expert as well, but I think that Aurelia is also very, very flexible. Can be played in the mid lane, the Baron lane, but also we've seen it in other regions in the jungle as well, more particularly in like China, SEA as well. But then you have the disengage of the Gragas straight away as well. As soon as you see Aurelia, the champion that wants to dive in, you have Gragas straight away with the body slam, the crowd control, and then you have the Rakan as well on top.
Yeah, those two champions are enough to see to stop Aurelia. And you were talking about flexibility, and there is Gragas, the king of flexibility when it comes to Wildrift. I like this. You're responding to this Rakan and huge engage with long distance champion. You have the Jace that is also a quite flexible pick.
Definitely, yeah. Again, Jace can be played in all three roles, and I think even though it's quite difficult on the blue side because you don't have that flexibility on the last pick as well, but wow, Varus as well. We've trying to. I think the main topic of this entire tournament in the first day is: are we going to see AP carries in the bot lane, or are we going to see AD carries? And at the moment, we see Caitlyn, we've seen Tristana, and we're going to see Varus. And wow.
This is spicy, and this is the eldest combo. You know, you have the Gragas, you have the Rakan to make this Yasuo go all engaging into the back lane. And I love this because Varus is a non-mobile champion, so you can punish it so easily right now.
I'm actually interested to see if this is going to be a mid lane Yasuo, or it could also go into Baron lane as well. We don't really see it too much, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it in the mid lane.
Can we spicy it up a bit? It may be dual lane.
Don't really see it too much, to be fair, in the duo lane. Maybe, you know, a classic Yasuo Rakan duo lane. It definitely is possible. I don't think it's as strong as like the mid lane and the Baron lane. But as you mentioned already, you already have the knock-ups already. You have the Gragas ultimate, you have the Rakan knock-up as well, which are two really, really easy abilities that you can use, and then Yasuo can follow that up afterwards as well. You can see the other bans as well coming in. You got Olaf and Brom being taken away, so taking that invulnerability really kind of from the Olaf, and also the disengage as well from the Braum, and Shen as well.
I know what you're going to play. I was gonna say that actually the Yasuo, in my opinion, fits way more into this niche champion pool and plays aggressive playstyle. And you have now on top of that, you have the Shen. How protected is this Yasuo? You have free engage because you have several knockups, and you have also gonna be the Saint United from Shen to protect you.
That's the great thing as well. You can see the composition that Rix are trying to build out now. The engage from the Rakan, the Shen to follow up as well on top of the Yasuo. But again, it's kind of this flexibility for Rix as well. So NASA are going to reveal their entire team comp, and then Rix can kind of say to themselves, it's like, okay, we know what we're going to be against, and is that a set support? It looked like it will be.
I think I have to assume that there's going to be a set spot, because otherwise it's going to be the spot of Renekton. I mean, I will love it. I'm going to say that I love spicy drafts. But now Rix is going to have the last pick. Let's see where that Gragas actually goes. Let's see where that Yasuo actually goes, because there are a lot of questions. Maxa, you have the Kaiser. I'm loving this. I'm going to say it. I love this composition. Full dive onto the back lane. I feel really sorry for Cool this game, because being there, done that, I play bot lane. I mean, it's going to be hard for you.
I also play AD carry as well, and Kai'Sa is one of my favorite champions. The best part about Kai'Sa as well is that it's on Doom. We've seen Doom already. He's popped off on Jinx before, 2 pentakills in the WREC as well, and now in the first game of the finals for Rix, he picks up Kai'Sa. He always says, I want to play AD carries. I don't want to play these AP mages anymore. You give him someone like Kai'Sa in the first game of the finals as well. Like you said, it's all about dive. Rix just want to engage. Kai'Sa can jump on top of them as well with the ultimate. You got the Yasuo going in, the Rakan going in. But even on the other side as well, you still have Irelia that wants to go in. Renekton wants to go in. So I'm expecting full-on team fights throughout this entire game.
But as we were discussing earlier, Irelia, you have the tools to stop the Irelia. Like, Irelia has a huge challenge in front of her if she wants to be, you know, to have the capability to impact on the team fight or the map. These are the drafts that we have with this very first game of NASA. First of Taki versus Rix GG, the super team from Euro that falls short actually in the qualifier, the faulty game lord. It's their nemesis. They always lose again.
It always feels like at the final hurdle with Rix, they always dominate throughout the entire tournament, and then when it comes to the finals, in Origin Series it happened, in the WREC main event it happened as well, but now we're going to have to see how they're going to do against that Turkish first team.
in the WRC so far, their run has been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Oh, Game Lord,
Yep.
on a third map versus Team Queso, but every other thing has been 2-0 for Rix GG. So let's see how this match versus Nasser goes for them. Nasser, we were talking about extremely aggressive in the middle, and we are watching right now Rekna telling things just so clearly to Snitch, this is my lane, you're gonna stay up here. But Bonnie Uncle as well pushing in the bot lane.
And I think the main thing to actually notice is that Aurelia's actually gone into the jungle. Now, this is a really, like I said, this is a really popular pick in China, in SEA as well. And especially now because of the scuttle changes that were spoken about at the start of the day, it allows Aurelia to potentially do this full jungle clear. You can get level 5 straight away, and then you can try and look for them early game ganks as well. And even on top of that as well, Aurelia's is just a really strong champion. Blade of the Ruin King, Divine Sunderer as well. You can see actually, some junglers now start the golems at the bottom. So you start the golems, you go onto the red buff, you're now going onto the raptors as well, and that allows you to go onto the top side of the map, clear the full jungle, and that gives you level 5 straight away.
Yeah, definitely. And you want that level 5 as fast as possible. Rix is gonna be online after those level 5, after those ultimates pop in. You will have the Stain United, you will have Yasuo's ultimate as well. You're gonna have the killer instinct in Kai'Sa, and that's what you need. You need the ultimate. So Nasser, they need the extra aggressiveness in the early game if they want to stop this Rix combo.
They need to find some way because, like you mentioned, it's going to be really hard. And it looks like
Sneaky trading. Okay, he goes all forward. Ragnar joining as well here in the top side of the map. But it's okay. No first blood, no blood in the river. Everyone is safe. But Sneaky, it's pushing far.
Interesting enough, I spoke about the full jungle clear, but it's actually both teams trying to contest for that first Scuttle Crab skill still, even after the nerfs that we saw. Even after the nerfs, it seems like teams just want that early vision that the Scuttle Crab that they get. So SE7, they tried to play aggressive, but at the moment, Sneaky is destroying Random in this Baron lane. Like, Random is also so low, and here comes Swest as well.
Yes, they want to dive you. They want to dive you, my friend. Random dashes backwards, respecting the possibility of that dive to happen. And SE7 suddenly goes into the river. No Scuttle Crab for you. Not in the top lane, not in the bottom side of the river. And Swest and Sneaky forces Random to back. Right now, the map is Nasus.
I mean, it's not only Baron lane right now. Varus does really, really well against Kai'Sa in the early game. You can see that Call FX is pushing in against Doom. Even the mid lane as well. Rek'Nite on the Jace can do really well against Snitch. So SE7 is really struggling to try and get basically a foothold on the entire map at the moment, try and get control of the entire map, which allows Nasser to move around, to play aggressive. They tried to go for that top lane, died. Swest did flash. It was a bit of an interesting flash, I must say. But all clues going in.
You need to be aware of those of his breaker came from Babane on SE7. He's here in the bot lane. Ball is slammed with flash as well. Exhausted, explosive cast on the first blood goes all straight forward to Rix GG. Exhausted used it, but it was worth it in the end.
If there's one a person that you want the first kill on, it's Doom. You have to give it over to Doom on the Kai'Sa straight away. You've got him ahead now. And like I said, even though they play aggressive lanes, SE7, body slam flash as well. And
okay, what is going on here? You're not respecting the Yasuo under the turret, and here came the knockup. Snitch actually sniffed it out. There was someone else around in there because he didn't launch himself with the ultimate. Look now, Ragnar, as Clue is in here, and now after Rix GG has the ultimate up, now this combo is extremely dangerous.
This is where things get really interesting as well. The Dragon's going to be up in 5 seconds. It is going to be an Infernal Drake as well. And I feel like if you're on Rix, like you said, because you have the level 5s, you want to fight. You know, Random you want to be in a side lane. You want to try and get that first tower of the game to get that little bit of gold for your team. But if you're SE7, if you're Snitch, if you're Doom and Clue, you just want to fight. You have level 5s. You have the knockouts for the Yasuo. You can allow Doom to jump onto the back line as well. It seems like for now, both teams actually not contesting any objectives at all, which is surprising to see, to be honest with you. Sometimes you see teams trade, like they try and go for Rift Herald if they want first tower, or they try and go for the Dragon, but both teams are just playing a little bit passive.
Yeah, definitely, because you would love to get to see them in the neutral tactics right now, but you have to respect if you are Rix GG as well, the Nasus combo and their capability to poke you down, chunk you down step by step. I feel like if Nasus has the patience, they can deal with Rix GG's all hard engage.
I think they have to try and bait out some of the abilities from Rix first, because if you jump in, if you're NASA, it's so hard to actually jump in and get a kill because Rix have so much crowd control. And as you can see, it is eventually just going to be a trade in objectives. So NASA focusing on the Infernal Dragon, getting the extra bonus stats that you get as well, which will scale well into that mid and late game. And then Rix are going to be the ones that take the Rift Herald. So now it'll be interesting to see what they do with this Rift Herald, because most of the time when you get Rift Herald, you want to try and get that first tower of the game, but it's actually NASA the ones that are playing aggressive towards this dual lane tower.
Definitely. Random having a bad timing here. Clue is around.
There's a Rift Herald.
The dual lane as well. And yeah, it's a Rift Herald all straightforward into the mid lane. You want those juicy turrets, and Ku has not enough wave clear to deal with that.
Beautiful. It was beautiful play by Rix. They saw multiple members of NASA down in the dual lane, so like, okay, we have the Rift Herald, we want to break that mid lane tower. And mid lane tower is so important in this game. It just opens up the map so much for Rix. It allows them to play a little bit more aggressive in the mid lane, but it means also that NASA have to play a little bit more passive now in the mid lane, because if they get caught, if they get engaged on by Clue, by SE7, you don't have a tower to fall back on now. You have to go all the way back to the tier 2 tower, which sometimes is just a little bit too far ahead.
You know, that's the beautiful and the cruel thing about Wildrift. You can't make mistakes because you don't have the time to make amends with them. You know, here comes Naga with Clue. Yes, it's going on to Sneaky. The dashes backwards down the turret. Now this looks bad for poor Renekton that is going to take these both minions as well. But the game is like, you know, I don't know how to describe it. It feels like right now what is going on in the dual lane. Shen gets the kill, and that's just here for Rix. We missed the whole action in there, but Rix step by step is taking the leading gold.
And now they're just going to go all the way down to the dual lane tower as well. They're going to try and get the dual lane tower. NASA are trying to respond as well, but look, Clue and Snitch are here. It just seems like at the moment, Rix are always at the right place at the right time as well. They took them made the tower, but we're going to take a look at this replay down in the dual lane. It was just random going in with the Torn. Beautiful flash by SE7 on top of the body slam as well. And as we mentioned, all the crowd control as well that Rix have, it's just hard for a champion like Jace to try and escape all of that.
But I feel like SE7 is going all into the flash body slam whenever the cooldown is up, and I applaud it, actually. You have to play the Kragas that way. Random didn't even need to commit his flash in order to take the kill, for the sake to take that kill. And you have to respect the Shen in that kind of situation, because you were too close to the turret, and it could be, well, it could be your doom, and it was in the end, no pun intended in here. But now, 2-0 for Rix. They are taking the lead in terms of gold, and as we were mentioning, this combo is extremely dangerous, and if you want to fight this with your poke, with your range, you really need to play really carefully your combo, and you need to have the advantage, otherwise you're gonna fall short.
I totally agree with you, and I feel like Rix do have the lead at the moment. You know, about 3,000 gold lead now for Rix. They got 2 kills, they got 2 towers, they lost that Infernal Dragon, but to be honest, you'll take that if you're Rix. You know, if you lose the Dragon, we'll take a look at all the items here now. You got Doom at the moment building the Storm Razor and another BF sword. He's going to go into that. He already has the Q upgrade, so he has the extra extra spikes, I guess they're called, extra caffeine rain spikes. And then he's now going to go into the third ability upgrade. Multiple items built across the board now. Snitch in the mid lane as well with the Storm Razor. Supports haven't brought any items yet. No really anything completed. But to be honest, across the board, no surprises really in terms of items.
Yeah, definitely. And Doom, you know, it's like he's absolutely ready to jump into the back lane with that stasis also in the inventory. I mean, I know what you want to do, and NASA knows as well. They are respecting so hard what Rix can do to the composition, and it's not being that kind of a bloody game, even though both teams are trying.
They're trying to fight, but I think, like I said before, Rix are just playing the map so well. They're just in the right place at the right time. They're just taking towers. They're taking games slowly. They're now going to go towards this Cloud Dragon. And if you're NASA, you don't feel confident to fight right now, especially with the ultimates up as well. It's so difficult. They're going to try and trade the Rift Herald instead. Interestingly enough as well, SE7 on this Gragas, he doesn't have boots at all. He just wants full damage. Luden's Echo and Death Cap completed already, but Random in the top lane.
Yeah, Random maybe in trouble. There is Random not even taking the fruits, the honey fruits. We're not on the time. Naga from Clue using everything. Dude joining the final. Vanguard sets coming here. Clue about to die.
Clue's alive.
Lives in the end. Random as well going for the taunt, and it's killing.
They all live.
He's an absolute monster. Kai'Sa takes another kill in Rix. GG. Jesus Christ. We knew they were going to play like this, but it's amazing.
How did everyone survive on Rix? Their clue was on probably 1
10
HP. Yeah, 10 HP, something like that. You can see Snitch emote in as well. Nice little wave emote. But we're going to see this solo kill actually by Random. Does really, really well. Uses the shield as well to make sure that he can't take any damage. And he's just auto-attacking. He's getting the passive shield. Even flashes to auto-attack as well. The Honey Fruit was so close. But you see the rest of the NASA are there. But Clue does so well to engage. It means that the rest of the team have to go towards Clue. But he survives even after the suplex as well. He flashes, he jumps away, and he's on a slither bit of health, and that means that allows Random to come back in with the ultimate, SC7 as well with the damage, and NASA have not even been able to pick up a single kill. And we talk about how NASA need to try and get ahead, because when it comes to team fights, Rix are just so much better. They have the combo, they have the knockups for the Yasuo. They allow Doom to go into the backline as well. Doom, 2-0-2, and actually Random as well, 3-0-2 on a tank. We're used to seeing Randoms on, you know, sometimes he can play weak side, but we're used to seeing Randoms, and we probably prefer to see Randoms on the champions like Fiora, Camille, but it just shows that he can play champions like Shen as well at the same time.
Like, you know, people tend to forget that Shen deals a lot of damage in this stage of the game. It's like so unfair. And here goes Glue with the quickness and everything. Ragnar may be on trouble. Goes Stasis, goes Golden. Explosive Cask on the other side of the team fight. And they are staying. Kill spree for Kai'Sa has taken the 3rd kill in a row. Rapids for Riggs. They are all rolling over Nasser. They are taking everything. No turrets. No member of Nasser is just in the middle of Riggs' idea of team fight.
Pure domination now for Rex. Yeah, it's just Rex are just completely taken over this entire game. You're looking at about a 7,000-8,000 gold lead now. Another tower. It's now 4 towers to 1. Reckoner trying to push in the Baron lane, but to be honest, you're trying to get these little tiny things that you can get, but you're losing the entire game. You're losing team fight after team fight after team fight, and I feel like it's going to be so hard now for NASA to try and get back into this game because they've fallen so far behind already.
It's so difficult. And right now, how are you going to deal with the Kai'Sa, Sombreso, Guardian Angel? She has the Sassus as well. And Clue, when he sees the opportunity, he's going to go all in for the knockup and makes like the whole team engage. Like, and it all started with the solo kill. With Random solo killing and sneaking in the top side. We're waiting here because Swiss goes with the Vanguard's edge, but there's a turret in there. Here comes the Stand United explosive cast on the other side of the team fight. Clue is still alive, and they are tearing apart NASA once again. Varus takes a kill. Right now, they may having an opportunity, but what is wrong with Shen? He's supposed to be a tank. Why is he killing everyone? Is he the main carry? Double knockup from the side of Clue. Here comes the face breaker as well. Ragnar, what's wrong with Shen? What is this champion? He tanks, he kills, he does everything. Doom going all in with the killer instinct, tearing apart, as I said. Nasser Esports, it feels just so unfair. He's supposed to be a tank. Why is he killing everyone?
That actually started off really, really well for NASA. I mean, they went a little bit too deep in the end. You can see Doom's in the mid lane, Random's up in the Baron lane, but that's when Shen's ultimate comes in handy. Use it, gets us into the fight, and he just jumps straight onto cool effects. And if you're Varus, how are you supposed to deal with a Shen that's jumping on top of you? Exactly, you can't. And like you said, even though Shen is a tank, Shen can still do a lot of damage, but Clue as well with these knockups after knockups on Rakan. We saw it in the previous game as well, trust and formulation on this Rakan. We're now seeing it from Clue as well, and it's just complete cleanup from Rex. Again, a double kill again over to Shen.
Yeah,
I feel like Shen's like 5-0 now or something.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to get to see it, honestly. Because, okay, Shen, he protects, he also attacks, definitely. But Clue is the man enabling every single play. Nasser is, you know, sneaking there, and they don't want to mess with Riggs. Right now, the goal diff is just so high. I mean, this has been the last nail in the coffin of NASA Esports, at least for this game.
Look at Clue. Love it. The passion, the players are here. You can see everything about these players and how much it means to them as well.
I feel the bloodthirst.
Clue's just like, fight. Just go in. It's like, I'm Rakan. I could just do whatever I want. I can dash in. I can dash out as well. Interesting enough, something...
7-0. 7-0.
7-0-5. Even Clue as well. 0-0-10.
He's been in 12 out of 14 kills of his team. Like absolute monster. Shen, as I said, he protects with the Star United. He also carries the team fight away, even though Snitch was supposed to maybe not to be the main carry because you have Kai'Sa so fed, but also be important. But it's like Snitch fell okay, no problem. Shen and Kaisa are gonna do the dirty job. And as you know, random unnecessarily wearing here because Babani may be in trouble as well. The Guardian Rain takes the kill. The Vanguard says just defensively Stasis that came. And Irelia is maybe in problems. Varus takes this one kill and Doom goes off for the dive with the Stand United Stasis to stop the Guardian Rain. But here comes the town. He dives, he kills, he protects, he saves his teammates. He pays your taxes. I don't know what's wrong with Shen.
This could honestly be the game for Rix.
No, it's going to be the game.
30-second death timers, and they're just going to finish the game right now.
Definitely, this is the last push, and this is going to be 1-0 for Rix. GG. Going all forward, all about the dive, all about the team. For they're taking the game like this, and I really don't know what to expect for the second one.
Rix just showing why they are so dominant. If you feel like, I feel like Snitch this game didn't really have the best of performance, but when you have players like Random, like Doom as well, it just shows that sometimes it's going to be Random that's going to be the carry, sometimes it's going to be Doom, sometimes it's going to be Snitch as well, and that just shows how much talent this roster has as well. And I don't think Snitch got a single kill in that game, I don't think. And
he was 0-1-3 or something like that.
Yeah, so even though we thought that, it was all about around the Yasuo and all about enabling the Yasuo, but in the end, it was Doom that was jumping in with the ultimate, trying to jump into the backline. And it was just the front line of Clue and Random with the knockups, with all the crowd control as well. And it was so difficult for NASA to do anything because we talked about all the crowd control that Rix had as well. If NASA tries to go in, it's so hard to even pick someone off as well because Rix can just easily counter-engage after that as well. They have the Stand United, as you said as well, with the Shen, who went Hullbreaker in the end. So not only is he split pushing, he can also just join the fight whenever he wants to as well.
Literally one-man army, split pushing, saving people, killing enemies, diving. Shen did everything in this game, but Ragan had a magnificent game as well. And I have to say that was a tremendous game from the side of Rix. Guys, I think we deserve a break after this ultra exciting game. So guys, don't be far away because we're gonna be back in a few minutes.
Born into wealth, in perfect health. He was taught he was the best, superior to the rest. I guess he had it made. Had talent in spades, all the right DNA. He'd go all the way, but he got bad grades and didn't fit in. Ganged up on in school, they played him for a fool. He didn't play by their rules. This life he didn't need it. To his core, he wasn't racist, elitist, or conceited. Found the door and kicked it open, full of fear but unbroken. He left all he'd known and forged ahead all alone. He stayed in his zone, and as a man fully grown, he began a new family of his own. Though you can't control what you're handed, your life you can command it like you planned it. Hey you, are you a loser? You've gotta fight to be a winner. They'll hold you down, call you a loser. Rise above them is a winner. Sell your soul and you're a loser. Stay true to you and be a winner. Let them know that you're no loser. You have it in you, you're a winner. growing up. Hunger pangs, flat pockets, danger on the block when she walked to the market. As a girl up against an unforgiving world, she was brilliant in loving. At school they told her she was nothing, said her life was a mess, that she'd never progress. Best to face the truth of underprivileged youth, but this young lady wasn't having it. Brass ring, she was grabbing it. Her pride that despised her inner strength, they were mad at it. She had an intellect that demanded respect, barriers that could erect her dreams she'd protect. She stayed in full effect, she'd never once disconnect until she'd made it. Her shine, they'd never faded.
Welcome back to the WREC Finals, where we have just finished game number 1 between Rix and NASA. We set the stage for Rix as one of the favorites coming into the tournament, and I don't think they disappointed at all. That was exactly what we expected coming from Rix, and I think answered a couple of questions that we had posed. Random, we know he's a good top laner, but that Shen appeared just as predicted.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, we talked beforehand how Shen could be potentially a really strong pick, and Random just doing random things. The man, I feel like previously he didn't live up to his name, but this time he showed up why people call him one of the best Baron laners in this game right now, picking Shen. And Shen is usually a pick that is considered a teamfight based champion, not a necessarily hyper carry champion. And somehow Random managing to get legendary on Shen. And I think draft-wise, it was just very good picked, like Shen into that Renekton, because Shen is so good against champions that can't punish him too much and don't build Sandra. And Renekton is a champion that doesn't build Sandra, so therefore you will struggle in the matchup. And we've seen that, yeah, Random is getting solo kills and still joining those teamfights, making the difference, making plays happen. And if you guys have been paying attention, he also has the highest teamfight participation as a Baron laner, so that's really impressive that he can win his lane and still join all of those teamfights and make so many plays happen. Being in the backline, like I think he killed the Varus, then 3 people were chasing him, and he still managed to survive. Or even in the river fight in the top lane, he killed someone 1 versus 1, then his teammates were fighting, he was super low, he still joins the teamfight with his ultimate, shielding Doom and then taunting them. And obviously the second ability is so important in the teamfights, because any incoming damage within the shield is just getting blocked, so that's huge.
Yeah, such a versatile champion for somebody who's already good at joining team fights and already has that presence on the map. A lot of that, the ability for Rix's team fights and setup that allows Random to kind of get in the mix is the way that the objective control takes place under Rix. And Ryu, I know this is something you're passionate about coming out of that game. What was your takeaway from game 1 here against NASA?
My takeaway is that we thought Rix was going to be a calm and collected and a really calculated team, and they definitely showed that. They were really early to put up the vision around the Herald at the first spawn at 4 minutes. They had good vision, they knew exactly where Nasser was, and they took the trade, happily trading that Infernal Dragon for the Herald. Right now, as the game works right now, Herald and generally like stats and items gives a lot more value than the Infernal and the Ocean Dragon, which means that taking that trade for Rix is like, it's safe for them. They put up the vision, they knew exactly where Nasser was, they took a Herald free, and they win that trade because Herald is just a better objective. Then 4 minutes later, Cloud Dragon spawned, and Cloud Dragon is a little bit different because it gives movement speed, which allows you to make plays around the map and be the first ones to the objectives. And again, they just traded back. We put up the vision, we knew where Nasser was, and we took the Drake even without having to fight for it. So in this game, we just saw Rix how to actually prepare for an objective you want to fight for, and then take it freely without even having to struggle for it. I mean, they got all the objectives they wanted to get, and after they got those, I mean, they just snowballed the game, as we can see. At like 7-8 minute point, you know, the game just was over.
Yeah, the game just started really heavily going towards Rix this way. I mean, it was the expectation coming in. Like, we've seen Rix look dominant in the last chance qualifier. Turning our attention over to NASA, I know that the bot lane coming into the first game, we were talking about, would it be an area where, depending on the champions, Karma lane, what did you think of NASA's performance in a difficult game 1 from that bottom lane?
I mean, of course, the first thing you have to face here is Rix, and you're like, okay, as you guys said, really calm, collected team that knows exactly when to do things, can make mistakes, but you need to be ready to capitalize on them. And I felt like NASA were playing a little bit this style. They didn't really take into account what they could be facing, and that ultimately led them to having the strongest lane for themselves, the Dragon lane, kind of like Putin. They had Varus, they had the set, and you will think, okay, this Varus, Teams of Corruption, you know, get this, get set. But with Kaiser in front of you, that complicates things a lot, especially with the mobility. So, I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, a bit of a flashback in meta, perhaps, with that Varus coming up for Nasa's side. For Rix, a lot of dominance through top, a lot of dominance through bottom. Let's take a look at the play of the game from game number 1. It was a convincing game overall, but, I mean, Ryu, when we look at how this bottom lane play went, is there any way to play this out better if you're Rix? Because it already went well.
I mean, that was a fantastic play. They genuinely just show how good of as a team they are, but also how good individuals they are. I mean, this team is just... It's just better, I guess. It's just better team. I mean, they played amazingly. Even though I said before the game that I think Rix's bot lane could struggle potentially in a 2v2 matchup. I mean, even against the Varus, who's a really strong laner, Kaiser with the short range still came out of the game, I mean, out of the lane very well.
Long range from Doom. It wasn't that long. He was only right in the jungle there. But, you know, flies into the fight, DB. That was the fight you were talking about with Random, kiting all the way back, showing his real strength on that Shen. Random, we kind of underrated him a little bit after the regular season. We were all doing our tier lists and that kind of thing. And I was like, well, you know, Random, he was S-rank and all that, but Lonely Kid looked good. I think he looked fantastic in this first game.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he just proved that he is... one of the best Baron laners, and I just feel like Rix in general just looked so much better than Nasr right now. Just in terms of draft, playstyle, like rotation-wise, they were always a step ahead.
Right.
Like they got the mid turret, then they got the bot turret, and every single team fight they also played it better. And I feel like just from the draft was also better just because they had the Yasuo pick, who is amazing against poking champions like Jace and Varus. And on top of that, you have so many enablers for the Yasuo ultimate.
Yeah.
You have the Rakan Yasuo combo, you have the Gragas ultimate that can also enable the Yasuo ultimate. And those engages are really, really good when you're playing against a poking team composition, and they just abuse that fact.
So much of that draft comes from the coach, and I want to hear from one of them. Hells is standing by with Rix's coach.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stress. And indeed, we have Mozilla here, who is the head coach of Rix Gaming, and that was a very easy win, man. I want to ask you, how are you feeling after that first game?
I mean, obviously, we were all pretty nervous coming into this. It's still, it's just the second or first LAN that the players have ever played. And I think this first game gave us a lot of confidence. It really made us feel elated. And it was one of the cleanest games I've ever seen in Wildrift ever, honestly. So it's...
Well, that's great to hear, because my next question was, like, you know your team, you know, you see them play in scrims. You just said this was one of the cleanest games. Would you say they're already up to the level that they play at home as well already, seeing after this first game?
Yeah, I mean, we put a lot of time practicing with the new phones, especially just to get used to it, just to feel like we're not actually on the stage, right? Because this couch setup also kind of reminds you of home. Yeah. So I feel like the players are just in their comfort zone right now.
Okay, that is great to hear. So I want to ask you, who do you think in this entire tournament is the strongest team that you have to face?
I think the easy answer is just GameDot, right? They beat us in the WRC finals leading up to this, and they were the only team with Team Queso, obviously, that took games away from us. So they're probably the strongest opponent.
All right, so that is it for the interview. I wish you the best of luck to the next game, and we'll hopefully speak to each other later. Back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Hells. And one question that we had earlier is gonna be the LAN that match of a deal for the teams. For Rix, it's not a big deal.
Rix just came into all guns blazing. They just were like, okay, we're just going to play exactly how we play at home. And that's exactly what they did as well. That was the great thing about Rix, is like, I feel like this is still the Rix that we've seen from home, which, as you said, sometimes you get like the little bit of nerves. You get a little bit of like, can we still perform the same as well? But as Mozilla just said, because of like the stage and everything as well, because it being on the couch as well, and because the players are so close, it is very comfy. I'm sure it is. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm sure it's really comfy.
It's really really comfy. You should.
I maybe should try
after the day.
Maybe I'll play a few games afterwards.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You absolutely should, but play 5v5 combos because so far it's paying off. We were also wondering what this new meta would bring. So far it brought AD carries.
It definitely, AD carries I think is definitely starting to come back into the meta as well, which of me as a duo laner, I love playing AD carries. I hate to see the mages, the Corkis, the Orianas and everything like that. I don't want to see anything of like that. I want to see Doom. I want to see him play Jinx this game. We saw what he can do on Jinx before. We saw the pentakills on Jinx before. I want to see it from Doom. I want to see a live finals pentakill by Doom.
You know, I have kind of a toxic relationship with the AD carries. Like, I play them all the time because I've been playing them for so long, but I hate them. I hate them because they are so fragile. You have to be so mechanically gifted to, you know, to take the best out of them. But we saw the best out of that Kaiser in that very last game. What I do want is from NASA to bring something fresh and something new to deal with Rix, because we've seen Rix willing to go to dive. So for me, NASA's former composition was kind of fragile.
I know, I can totally agree. And as I said before these games, really, I said that NASA are normally this aggressive team. We saw them in the, the Turkish league. I saw a few of the games, especially against Parler as well. They were playing aggressive, but now you're against a much stronger opponent in Rix as well. So they're giving them a little bit of respect. I don't want them to give them respect. I want NASA to go in because we've seen
respect.
No, exactly, no respect at all. I want NASA to go in. I want NASA to engage, but it seems like it was really, really difficult for them this first time around. You can see the bans are very different from NASA now compared to the first game. It's Irelia and Gragas now, whereas in the first game it was Jax and Yuumi, but still Rix on the same side. Red side bans, I think these are going to be standard throughout the whole, throughout the whole tournament, really, to be fair, the whole finals. Karma, Camille, and also Jace. They just banned 2 champions that they played the last game.
So what do you want to play in this game?
Planned.
That's the question. What do you want to play? What's the power pick you want to first pick that is going to be so pivotal, so crucial to ban away the Irelia and the Jace you were, you were playing the last game. And from Rix, it's all the time the same.
Yep.
Send away, Camille taking off the world as well, Karma of course, and that's going to be the Graves, not the first time being first picked.
I was going to say, it's probably going to either be the Graves or the Jax, because they're the 2 champions that are left open. It is going to be the Graves. So now, when you're on the side of, on the side of Rix, do you pick up that Rakan again? I think Clue had a really, really good game on the Rakan in the last game. Was great during team fights, knockups as well. Now, do you pick Jax yourself now, or do you maybe potentially give it over to NASA? Even though, Graves can be played in multiple roles. We've even seen Graves played mid lane as well. But okay, interesting enough, they go for the Varus. But sometimes we were talking about this a little bit before, whereas sometimes when you pick Varus, sometimes you're kind of stuck in terms of like these AD compositions.
Yes.
Which Rix might fall into the same trap, but you still have champions like Diana open that's really strong in the mid lane. Oriana can still be played in mid lane as well as that kind of source of AP damage. Obviously, Gragas is completely off the table now. Lee Sin now, a more aggressive jungler for Swest. Wants to play aggressive in the early game, wants to make plays, and that's what I want to see NASA do in this second game. So it potentially means that Graves is either going to go to the Baron lane or even to the mid lane on Reckoner as well. As I said, we saw Snitch play in the mid lane a few times as well. So now I think for Rix, I think they might have to potentially go for like an AP champion, maybe like Diana or something like that, because I feel like if they don't, then NASA are just going to ban out AP champions. They might be forced to play, bruisers again for Rix, and they might kind of fall into a trap.
Absolutely. It's gonna be the Morgana here for Rix, probably for Snitch, if I'm not mistaken, or even for SC7.
SC7 has played it in the WREC. It is definitely one of his, I would say, unique picks, because he's really the only one that has played Morgana jungle in the entire WREC. So most likely, as you said, will probably go over to SE7. He can go into the mid lane. You see it sometimes in the duo lane as well. Joey on Team Queso has been playing it a few times over on the Team Queso, the Morgana. But as you said, potentially in the jungle, but can go over to the mid lane as well. So, and you're going to take the Akali off the board as well. Now, Rix are kind of like, okay, we have our AP damage source. Now, you need an AP damage source, but we're going to take away Akali and potentially another AP carry. That means that NASA now might fall into this trap that we were just talking about.
Yeah, absolutely sure. Like, they literally bite the bait. they thought they were launching onto the fish, but suddenly they are the ones trapped in here. Here goes the Corki, goodbye. No magic damage in there, but you still have options, do you? Like, you have the mages that you can place into the Dragon Lane, like you have several champions such as Diana you were talking about that could, like, potentially pop off Nasser. You have the Braum, which I like a lot, because Braum gives you a lot. You had to, I mean, you're logging because Shen has been taken away, but after that game, of course you're gonna ban away the Shen. My question is, you should have done earlier.
I mean, it was risky. It was definitely
risky,
very,
definitely
very risky.
risky.
But
It wasn't worth it.
they took the risk, and it did pay off. That means they can ban it in the second ban phase. But like you said, after that last game from Random, a complete pop-off performance from Random. And now we're going to be seeing what...
Okay!
I know this. Singed mid lane for Snitch. I think he's pulled it out, and this is huge. We've seen it a little bit in China, a lot in China actually, for Wildrift in the... in terms of everything, Singed mid lane. He's actually been playing it on his stream as well a few times. For people who don't know at home, Snitch does do a lot of streams on Twitch as well, and he's been playing this Singed mid lane. Now, the great thing about Singed mid lane is that there's a lot of mid lane champions that can't really do anything against Singed. Like, Singed can just wave clear, he can just roam around whenever he wants to as well, and he's just such an annoying tank because you don't want to chase Singed, but at the same time, you still want to try and kill him.
Yeah, that's, you know, basic. Wildrift basics, league basics. Don't chase the Singed. You don't chase that. I know you are excited. You're excited because we have a Shaya. They have a Shaya, and I think this is quite an interesting thing when it comes to deal with Rick's composition, because you have several champions that want to go towards the Shaya, and Shaya is just so good dealing with these kind of picks.
Xayah, for people who don't know, is my main champion. I love Xayah. I really wanted to see it in competitive, and we get to see it in competitive. Xayah is really good at just peeling back and has great self-peel for herself. So if the champions are going to engage, like Shen wants to go, Singed wants to go in, Rakan wants to go in, even Renekton wants to go in as well. You can use the ultimate from Xayah, you can use the feathers to root as well, and also because of the Storm Razor buffs as well, Infinity Edge is also really, really strong on Xayah at the moment. I really, really like this dual lane because you also have to disengage from Braum as well. So even when Xayah might get in a difficult situation, you still have Braum that can jump on top of her, stack the passive as well, and I love this draft. I love it.
Even though it is full AD.
It is full AD.
It is full AD. It is full AD, and we are forgetting that Singed is tankier than it seems.
So Nasser have done the same thing twice now. They've compositioned around, they built a composition around this full AD comps. Now, the problem is that a champion like Renekton, Death's Dance, really, really strong at the moment. Singed will probably build like Rylai's, Liandry's because of the slows and obviously the damage over time. But then after that, he can just build tank items. He can just go for lots of armor. And Nasser are just going to find it so hard to try and break through this front line of Rix. And then you got Varus in the back line with the poke. You got SE7 as well that are going to be on the Morgana, jumping in onto the team fights. But look, we got Singed, potentially mid lane. I pretty 100% sure it's going to be mid lane. If it's not Snitch in mid lane now, I'm going to look like an absolute fool. But it's completely fine.
I trust this. Snitch is going to play it for you. Like you say, it's going to be for Snitch. It's going to be for Snitch, even though they didn't swap the champs yet. This is quite a hard game. This is quite a hard game for Nasser. They have to swim or die actually, because this first game was a really rough statement from the side of Rix.
It was a very, very strong statement for Rix, and Nasser is the one now, because if they lose this, they go 0-1 in the groups, which makes it really, really difficult actually for Nasser, because then they have to play Team Queso next as well.
Yes.
Which Team Queso is not an easy task as well, and we were coming into this finals, and I think this is a group that everyone was talking about. Rix, Team Queso, two of the strongest teams in Europe. Nasser, the strongest team in Turkey as well. So even though Nasser are kind of the underdogs, we still know that they can perform really, really well, and they can cause an upset, but Rix have just come out and they've just performed so well in that first game. So be interesting to see what they do in this second game with this very, very interesting draft that we haven't really seen a lot. You know, we got a Singed. I think it's probably the first time we've seen Singed in the WREC. Like I said, we see it in other regions. I think it's the first time we see it in the WREC. And it blows my mind.
these teams are getting ready for icons, aren't they? Like, you know, going into the meta from other regions, you know, bringing the best from every side of the globe. You know, it feels like they want to be there. They really, really, really want to be there, but it's not going to be an easy task. Not even for Rix, even though they are highly favorites for this best of 3. Guys, we're fixing our plan, and we will be with the game in no time at all. No time at all. We're going to jump onto the Rift ASAP. And what do you think about, even though it is full AD, the composition that NASA brought once again, but I do think they have winning conditions.
Definitely, I think they have to play around this Lee Sin in the early game. They have to try and play aggressive with the Lee Sin. If you play passive like you did in the last game with a Lee Sin just probably going to fall off over time as well. You know, you got Xayah that can be really, really strong as well. If you can play around the Xayah, try and get her ahead against the Varus, which is not going to be an easy task, but if you can get Xayah ahead, she has that self-pull, she has the Brom by her side as well. So I really feel like that's where NASA can try and get the advantage in that jungle, because against the Morgana as well, Morgana's not really this aggressive jungler. Morgana just wants to wave clear. She just wants to farm up as much as possible, get a few items, and then just go into team fights. But if you're NASA, if you've got that Lee Sin, you need to say, okay, we need to play aggressive against this Morgana. We need to try and get advantages, which they did really in the first game as well. They played aggressive against SC7 in the Gragas. They got the double Scuttle Crab and everything. But then after that, I feel like they just couldn't really play aggressive at all. They had that one fight in the bot lane, in the Dragon lane, before. But then it just kind of fell apart for them, and it feels like they just couldn't really do that much.
I really think that last game they had a real narrow window of opportunity pre-5, and when level 5 arrived for Rix, it was like so difficult. You needed the advantage right before, and this game maybe you can play it like slower, not very slower, because otherwise it may be happening the same, but you have the resources, as you were saying. You have the Xayah, and you have stuff. You have not only the Lee Sin to slingshot your early game, you have Brown as well that works so good with the passive. You're gonna be, you know, giving away so much CC for everyone.
I think NASA have to try and use that Brom and use that Lee Sin to roam around the map. We normally see supports that roam a lot, even though, you know, the changes to Scuttle Crab and everything as well. You saw Clue in the previous game roaming a lot with Random, with SE7 as well, and then on the side of NASA as well, you've got, they need to try and just get this early game advantage, because I feel like the later this game goes, the harder it's going to get for NASA, because Singe is just going to be super annoying. Renekton's going to get a little bit of armor and be really, really tanky as well. You have the Varus poking the back line, you have Morgana as well. Like, I mean, to be honest, both teams have a lot of threats as well. It's probably going to be Graves in the mid lane as well, and then potentially Riven up in the Baron lane, which is something, you know, a little bit different. Potentially, it could be swapped around as well. Could be Riven mid, Graves Baron lane as well, but we have seen it been playing mid lane as well. So hopefully, you know, LAN environment, we always get, you know, some problems left, right, and center. But you know, hopefully we should be able to get in the second game, because I just want to see the Singed. We've seen it. Like,
you're excited about the Singe, you're excited about the Xayah. You are so invested into the second game.
I'm just excited about Wildrift. It's just Wildrift. I'm excited about it. You know, it's really awesome. You know, being here, being able to cast with yourself, and you know, meet everyone as well. I think that's the exciting thing as well. You got to meet everyone.
Are you having a nice time? Stuart,
oh,
you're
100%. Yeah.
Yes. I'm really.
It's my first LAN event as well. First LAN casting as well, and it's just one of the moments, like you just meet everyone because you've been talking online for so long, and yeah, it's really, really nice.
People that is watching this, please, nice words for Stuart. It's having such nice time.
I'm sure Twitch chat is trolling me right now, probably spamming me like faces. It happens all the time. I have like emotes with my faces and everything. There's probably loads of people as well watching, probably trolling me and saying,
I mean, it's Twitch
weird
chat.
things. True, it's Twitch.
You have to love it.
Can't expect too much from Twitch chat.
Definitely. But as I said, we're gonna be on the Rift in really, really, really short time. We can keep discussing around the draft and the winning conditions, the fact that you have the Lee Sin and the Brown slingshot. And I want to say that it's going to be quite exciting to watch Rix playing in a very different style of composition in this game. The first game, they were all about the dive. Now, it's not that hardcore. Let's put it that way. You can't go that hardcore with this stuff.
I think that's a great thing about Rix is just their flexibility. They play so many different champions, and as I mentioned before, they've got so many different carries they can go towards. They can play towards Snitch in the mid lane, they can play towards Doom in the dual lane, they can play towards Random in the Baron lane as well. They have so many superstars talents on them, and even though sometimes they do fall at that last hurdle, which hopefully they don't do the same this time as well, because I think they want to go to Icons, but they want to try and win the whole thing. I think them and Game Lord are the two favourites of this entire tournament right now. They're both in separate groups as well, so potentially we could see them in the grand final as well, which I think would be, I'm probably thinking a little bit too far ahead because they're still only on day number 1, but...
Well, it's 3 days from now, eh? It's not that far.
Oh yeah, it's not that far, yeah.
It's not that far, but you could feel it in the interview that Rix has some finished business with Game Lord. And they are willing to close them.
I think that the perfect way to kind of end this like kind of fairy tale story of Wildrift in Europe is the Game Lord against Rix, because Rix is one of them teams that everyone has said, they've dominated so many tournaments, they've been first place so many times, but sometimes they just fall at that last hurdle, whether it's, the finals of Origin Series last year, they lost to Team Queso, they couldn't go to the Horizon Cup, WREC main event as well, but then they came into the last chance qualifier and they swept through the whole of the last chance qualifier, pretty much with ease, to be fair. No disrespect to the other teams, but I think Rix was just a level above everyone else in the last chance qualifier, whereas Game Lord, even though we haven't seen them tomorrow, we haven't seen them for a long, long time.
A long, long time.
Since the WREC finals, which is about 2 months, probably. So
in the game, in the Unicorns of Love game, one of the main question marks was like, we didn't get to see that party from Unicorns of Love. But it's the same with Game Lord, actually. Stuart, I wanted to ask you something. Like, it's a hard question. I come from League. You know that. People know that. I come from League. From League of Legends PC Edition. And, that's harder for us in Europe. Are we gonna win Icons? Stuart, tell me the truth. Are we gonna win Icons?
Win Icons, no.
What?
But BNA, yes.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Nah, it's quite similar, yeah. Definitely. We don't get to with both, but BNA, that's another question. Guys, we're gonna jump into the draft phase. Into the draft phase. They are doing draft phase right now, so we're gonna jump into the review in no time at all. You broke my heart with that statement, I have to say.
To be honest,
I had hopes. I
think it's the same with PC League of Legends, kind of the same as Wildrift, is that like China, Korea,
it's like crazy.
They're levels above everyone else. It's absolutely crazy how good they are. And I think some of these teams as well actually take some of these picks and these compositions as well. Like the Singe Mid, for example. Singe Mid has been played a lot in China over the last couple of days with I think they're currently on the quarterfinals as well, so they're trying to find their teams for Icons, which is going to be happening in a couple of months' time. So I feel like they maybe got the Singe Mid from China. I feel like most teams, they kind of get things from other regions, especially from like China and Korea, because they're levels above, and they probably watch the games as well, and they see what they focus on, they see what their play styles are and everything as well. And even though you could say it's like copying in the end, it's not really copying, because they bring their own unique.
Bring this copy.
Yeah.
Bring this copy.
It's like Europe still bring their own unique play style, and we still have a lot of talent as well in Europe. Obviously, we're going to have 3 teams, Icons as well, 1 in the group stage, 2 in the play-ins as well, which is going to be really, really exciting stuff as well, because we're going to be seeing teams from all over the world at Icons.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy. It's like the best when you gather all those teams all around the world, and you have this clash of styles in an international tournament. It's always so exciting, because while the tournament is going, you get to see the meta evolving in the meta of all those environments, and it's really, really, really exciting. So China has always been a really creative region when it comes to this style to play, not also League of Legends, but also Wildrift, and it's once again with this Singe, but it's not only to get the peak going on the Rift. You need to know how to play it exactly.
And it looks like
we're going into the Rift.
We're finally getting into game.
It's been a while. Okay. And Nasser is going all straight forward into Rix GG's jungle, placing some wards, getting some vision, tracking S7. Where is gonna be, that Morgana cleaning comes.
Yep, Morgana's just going to be cleaning camps, and you can already see the aggressive plays from Lee Sin already. Lee Sin's already in the other side of the map. They realize that Morgana is not in the red side of the map, so they're just going to completely do it. And yeah, we do potentially have it. We have a lane swap by NASA as well. Now, we saw this a lot last year, really, for Wildrift, but they made a really, really big change to the Baron Lane Towers. Oh, Sneaky's in a little bit of trouble, but he's okay. But yeah, there was a bit of a change to Baron Lane Towers, which let them kind of take reduced damage depending on how many people are nearby, which actually makes lane swaps not really popular at all in Wildrift. So it's very interesting to see how they use this and how they try and get this advantage, because they're probably going to try and shut down random as much as possible and put Riven, Sneaky on the weak side, but then it allows Lee Sin to play aggressive, and they might even potentially be looking for a dive as well, because they have a wave that's not really that big. They only got 2 caster minions, but they have another wave coming in as well, so they're probably going to try and stack this wave and potentially dive random.
But Random is respecting so much. I mean, it was really, really well planned away. Oh, I'm watching Lee Sin jumping all forward. SC7, take the cross mat. It's like, okay, you have taken my entire top side of the jungle. I'm taking this red away. Sneaky is aware, but what can he do? He can do nothing.
He can't do anything at all, and this is kind of what happens in a lane swap. You kind of just get this split map where NASA is going to be on the Baron side of the map now, and then Rix are going to be on the dual lane side of the map. But the thing is on the dual lane side of the map, it's actually easier to take the tower on the dual lane side of the map than it is for the Baron lane. So even though this is a lane swap made by NASA, it can work as a disadvantage as well. We even saw Unicorns Love in the previous series as well. Even though they tried to make a lane swap, they tried to make aggressive plays, and I feel like that's what happens normally at LAN. They try and do things different to kind of put the enemy team out of their comfort zone, and they have to rethink of different ways of how to play the game. And I feel like that's what they're doing. They're trying to make Rix think about the decisions more, and you can see there's a lot of roams going around, but Singe
maybe in trouble. The Singe, the Sonic wave has been amazing. SC7 there, roaming as well. Force flash away from West. Morgana, what can you do, my friend? It's been amazing. The aggressive play came from NASA, but it's West the one that had to trade his flash. And Random goes in, clue. Okay, that's just forward with Battlelands. Babane forced the third ability. Another knockup, and it's being hard for NASA, I have to say, to siege this turret in top lane.
Yeah, it's really, really hard for them, especially because Clue's now roamed up as well, so giving Random a little bit of a helping hand in the Baron lane. You can see SC7 is now going up there as well. But yeah, Snitch on Singed in the mid lane. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Snitch, Singed. Snitch, a little bit of a tongue twister. Has Exhaust in the mid lane, so he's a bit worried about the dives from maybe potentially Graves and Riven. Has Fleet Footwork, interestingly enough, as well, so it's going to give him a little bit of sustain during the laning phase. Allows him to just clear the waves as much as possible. And I wouldn't be surprised to see, like, Snitch roam around the map as well, which is kind of why Singe mid is quite popular at the moment in other regions. But I mean, looking at the rest of the map at the moment, nothing too crazy happening. There was a little bit of aggression from NASA, and again, like sometimes even this early on in the game, we see NASA make these crazy aggressive plays, maybe potentially against weaker teams, but they just give him Rix that respect because they know how strong Rix can be, coming in as one of the favorites of the tournament.
And it was the same in the first game. It was like the calm before the storm. We get several minutes of nothing happened because the teams were moving, like playing them up and stuff, and trying to be aggressive over the other team, but no blood was spilled in the Rift so early. And suddenly a team pulls the trigger and everything goes crazy. Now we have the first breaking here in the Rift in the dual lane side. You have the Herald in the Battle lane side. And I want to ask you, do you think that the lane swap paid off on Nasser in the end? Because Shaya is quite ahead.
Yeah, Zyra is quite ahead. I mean, they do have a gold lead as well, but to be honest, that gold lead is not really too much. It doesn't really make a lot of difference. I think it's going to be crucial to see what actually happens. Interesting enough, Reckoner's gone for Hullbreaker as the first item. Little icon next to Graves means he has Hullbreaker. That means he's going to try and split push as much as possible. The problem with Zyra is that she does kind of struggle, even though she is ahead. She does struggle against Varus because Varus has that extra range, has the better wave clear as well. Just keep on poking with the piercing arrows. You see that Baron lane tower as well is really, really low because they decided to make that lane swap. And Singe doesn't have Snitch, doesn't have a lot of mana, but NASA might try and come in.
Into this Drake on his wave is respectable. Those was want to go in, but the Drake is for Riggs GG as they take the first blood out of the game as well. And it's again Doom once again first with Kaiser, now with Varus randomly be in trouble in the parlay side as Rekna is pushing all under the turret. Snitch, I mean, he's playing Singed. Even if he dies,
He's doing Singe things, just
He's-
walking
he's doing
around.
Singe.
Yeah, poison, you know, doesn't
Wandering
really do too
around,
much. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. You know, not that very skilled. You know, press the first ability a few times to maybe poison a little bit, maybe do a little bit of flips as well. But
This
Ricks
is so
have taken,
bad.
yeah, Ricks have taken both objectives. This is really, really bad for NASA. So it was actually NASA that were trying to go for the steal in the end on the Dragon. Didn't get it in the end for Swest, and Doom nearly got caught out by Babunya on the Brom.
Yes.
Brom tried to flash in as well, but because Doom still had the flash, he just flashed away, used the Chain of Corruption, and allowed Clue to re-engage as well, easily being able to pick up the first blood. And then they don't have any objectives at all now. So even though NASA went for the lane swap, they tried to go for that first tower of the game. And that Baron lane tower is really, really low. Maybe potentially they could look to try and get that as a first tower. Because to be honest, in Wild Rift, when you lose both objectives, you lose a lot of momentum.
I mean, like, in the first game, NASA was able to, you know, play the cross map, but this one is not looking the same way. Here comes Clue. Clue is everywhere. The Naka comes and Ragnar may be in trouble. Slice and dice, and the kill goes for the Crocodile. 2-0 for Rick GG.
Clue again with the roams. He did it in the first game with Random. He's doing it again with Random, even though now he's on more of a carry champion. And now that he's going to get kills, if he goes the same score as what he did last game on the Renekton as well, and SE7's here as well. And there you go. And NASA are just... They just can't really do anything. And even though they decided to do the lane swap, even though they got that Baron lane tower so low.
The kick comes from Swiss exhaust on this. Rivenus needs to be very in trouble, and yeah, he ended up dying. But Nasser sweat of that kill. I have to say, knock up in the middle lane. Once again, Chains of Corruption, and Riggs GG never slows down. This time is SE7 taking the kill over Ragnar. They summon the Rift Herald. Is gonna smash into the mid lane, and this is a hell of a play for Riggs GG.
They're gonna go in again?
Yeah, definitely. Babani may be in trouble once again, but no blood spilled this time. We have a little bit of a pause.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a pause. It was.
But this Herald was so worth.
It was so worth it. Again, mid lane tower's gone down as well. But Ricks just play the map so well. It's crazy. They go up to the Baron lane, they get a pick, and as soon as they get the pick, as soon as they get that little bit of an advantage, they go in. You can see this is actually something that happened off screen, is that Random did get a little bit caught, so it is a kill over to Cool Effects, had to use a flash for it as well. But Random was just a distraction the whole time because they got mid lane tower, and now they're going to look for dual lane tower.
Look at that binding. Snitch went all straight forward with the black shield to take the juicy kill, but it was well protected as well. Here comes the kick, a beautiful one by Lee Sin, goes golden with the Stasis. The dark binding not that good this time, but Lee Sin goes down, and this time he sees once again Chains of Corruption. The furthest time comes a bit lane, but worth in the end. So Shaya ends up saving himself, not only himself, but also his teammates. But another worth play for Rick CG.
Swess tried to go in there, but as soon as Swess went in, Clue, ultimate straight away, quickness straight away. And Swess can't do anything at all. As when the quickness is up for Rakan, you can just use that. As soon as Lee Sin jumps in, he had to use the stasis, and then he's just completely dead. There's no way of escaping after that. And I feel like Clue has been playing so well this series. You know, the first game roaming around with Rakan, this game as well roaming around the Rakan, and just the reaction times as well for Clue. Knowing when Swess is going to go in, using the ultimate, using the knock-ups as well. Has been such a great performance, and again, Ricks have the goal lead as well. It's not as big as the previous game. Thought it was to 2. It's 2 towers to 2 as well, so NASA have come back a little bit in terms of towers as well. The Ocean Dragon is up, and we do have Rift Arrow up in 25 seconds as well. They're going to try and break this dual lane tower. They're not going to break it just yet. It's on 600 Alpha. SE7.
Okay, he baited Doom's ultimating the Swiss with the highlights for the YouTube clip.
I feel like SE7 does this sometimes. Sometimes SE7 does play a little bit too aggressive, and it has been caught out before. We've seen before, especially in the WREC, the last chance qualifier as well. And kind of that series is, SE7 flashed in.
Because he goes aggressive in this time. Sneed's going forward, trying to get sneaky, and here comes the knock-up and the quickness and everything. And he's still alive. Sneaky made it out alive. Further Storm and Blade Caller by the side of Shaya. Sneed's still alive. On the other side of the teamfight, Ragnar may be in trouble. He ended up dying, and this is 2 kills, 3 kills in the end for Ricks GG. This is what happened the game before. They suddenly pulled the trigger, and it's just never slowed down.
Yeah, Ricks was pushing in the mid lane, but it's actually Nasha that tried to engage. You had the Brom ultimate, the leasing kick as well from behind, but there was just no follow-up after that.
Corruption, another engage. This time under the turret, these guys respect nothing.
as soon as they get a little bit of opportunity, they see it.
You step a
corner of their
little bit
eye.
forward.
Exactly.
Yes.
You step a little bit too far forward against Rix, and they will take everything. But this is Clue going in. But actually, the counter engage was not too bad. You know, Swess with a 4-man kick in the backline, and Sneaky survives on backline. But look, there's just no follow-up. The Xayah can't do anything. And this is what is so annoying about Singed. Singed can just flip you, use the pool as well underneath. That means that you can't use flash, you can't use any jumps or anything like that.
You can even use the ult.
Yeah, exactly. And that means that Xayah just can't do anything at all. You know, Xayah's one of these champions that needs to have a little bit of space, needs to auto-attack a few times to get the feathers out as well, but she's really, really struggling. Xayah's definitely very, very struggling in this game. Going for the Storm Razor, interesting enough, Static Shiv, second item. I personally don't like this as Xayah main myself. I like to go for more AD with Xayah. I'm bringing in my kind of thoughts of the Xayah build. You don't really need, yeah, you don't really need a lot of attack speed with Xayah because her second ability gives her attack speed anyway. You want that flat AD. I think Storm Razor plus Infinity Edge is such a good two-item combo. Then Singed as well as
what is going on
the Rift Herald?
in the Dragon Lair? Here comes the Dominance by the side of Random. There's a Stress. There's this Regna. 1v2. And this Crocodile is so alive. Go Stasis, but you buy the bait in here. This taken away. The life of Listen. 1v2. And Regna is about to die. And Random is willing to die. His life as he kills. He dies as he destroys. He did it the game before with Shen, and now it's 4-1-3 with this Renekton.
Random is here to play. This is the Random that we know. This is the Random that we love as well.
Flash forward, that binding, he forces the ultimate. He comes try to disengage Braum with his own ult, but it's not enough. Babana still alive here, Teams of Corruption, and this may be the end of the game. Exhausted is Riven trying to sweep the team feet away, but Sneaky about to die once again. Glued to 100 HP, about to be killed. This is everything. This is the ace. This is the game for Rex GG.
Potentially not yet. They're not going to push it just yet, but I think I agree with you anyway. I think it's pretty much the game. I don't want to cast
It's going to be the last nail in the coffin, like a big nail.
I know Ricks kind of hate me for this, for cast the curse in them all the time, but I think it's going to be really, really hard for Nessa. Oh, did you? Oh,
yeah, I did.
That's never a good thing as a caster, is it?
I have to control my powers. I forget all the time. Sorry,
you forget
Ricks.
how much power you have that you're just talking all the time and you can say things and you're just like, wait, that actually didn't happen. And now you feel really bad for it because then you're like, wow.
It's my fault. Like, I did it with Cassicos all the time. Cassicings. We need to control our powers, but the fact is that it's really hard for Rix right now to throw this game away. Like, they have so much gold advantage. They have Doom in a very well position. They have Random in such an incredible position, being also able to 1v2. 1v2, not even trading his splash away.
That was crazy. That 1 vs 2 is crazy. Like I said, Random's here to play. This is the Random that we know. He has, I think he has a Hull Breaker now as well. Rix has 6 towers. They have 2 dragons. They also have 14 kills as well. They basically have a 10,000 gold lead at 13 minutes into the game as well. And NASA trying to look for things, but again, for NASA, I feel like, you know, coming into the second game because they don't have a lot of time to do much.
But forward, and here comes the clear. That's so unfair. He flips it behind. He tries to be alive with the Unbreakable, but can that shield the round? Versus,
that's Featherstorm.
Oh, the Featherstorm, quite bold, I have to say. Random doing the job in the bottom side of the map, taking the turret, the inhibitor turret. Random about to die, slicing and dicing. In the end, he died,
but
I think this is a world play for RixGG.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, they're just going to do the Baron. Swess is here. They're probably going to try and steal it, but I don't think Swess can even get close to it. You can see the Rix are just, Rix are playing this Baron so well. They're waiting. They're just baiting out Swess, even the TPs, but they just take Baron.
Yeah, definitely. Sneaky wants some action in there, but the Nasher went all straight for RixGG. Swess, you're not respecting right now. He tried to look for some picks on RixGG. Doom backing,
Oh no!
They stop the back, they force it. Doom's flash away, but he's with SE7 right now. It was not the best place to back, I have to say.
Not the best place. I mean, even with ban recall, sometimes you can get a little bit caught out there. Maybe that's something that people can learn from.
Overconfident.
Yeah. Definitely a little bit of overconfidence. But again, going back to my point about NASA, I think they don't really have a lot of time until they have to play their second game as well, and they have to win that game as well now. If they don't win that game, then they are out. They are completely out of the tournament, and that's got to feel hard for NASA. And we're going to see the replay again. Rix Clue again with just the engages. I feel like he's always at the forefront of these engages. He's always the one that's going in. And afterwards as well, Sneak was able to pick up a kill. Actually, the flip from Snitch actually made Doom miss the chain of corruption as well. So it's a bit of an interesting interaction. But you can see they're just cleaning up the entire fights as well, as we saw Random a little bit there as well. And this is the Rix that we know. This is how strong Rix can be. And we were talking about, sometimes, the LAN environment and everything as well. And they might even try and end the game right now. They're going to just try and push the inhibitor towers.
Definitely, because the Baron lane turret is the only one alive. Babani, you try to spot. Knockups from Cliff from everywhere. The quickness as well. And they have taken down the Braum. Full B5 potentially. But the focus is the Nexus. And Rixg is going to place the 2-0 in the series.
Beautiful play by Rex. Beautiful, beautiful. Like I said, we spoke about LAN. We didn't know coming into this that Rix were going to feel comfortable. But we heard from Mozilla a little bit beforehand as well. That was game number 1. That was the cleanest game that he's seen. This was also a very, very clean game. They didn't really make a lot of mistakes at all. They gave away a few kills, but they didn't give away any objectives at all. They got a lot of towers, and it's just so well played. They can play the map so well. They can play the team fight so well. Random with the 1 versus 2 as well on Renekton. Beautiful, beautiful play overall by Rex.
Nah, definitely. Random have a tremendous series. First with the Shen, then with the Renekton being, the one army we were talking about in the first game, and now Rixg, it's like, we mentioned before, they went all on the WREC, all 2-0. Then Sony game lost, and the third game came versus Team Queso, but all about that are 2-0s for these guys.
It's all going to be 2-0s, but next up, they got Team Queso.
They got Team Queso, that's the vengeance.
Very, very exciting game, and a very, very exciting series as well. But again, strong performance by Rix. Really, really good by Rix. I'm really excited to see them for the rest of this tournament.
Definitely. We were like overwhelmed by the action in this series. And I want to know what the analyst desk thinks. Analyst desk, what do you think about this series so far?
They didn't switch it.
We have thoughts and opinions, and they start with the draft, unsurprisingly. Singed in the middle lane. We talked about it way in our prep, like off camera. You didn't hear about it, so we can talk about it like we predicted it. But Singed in the middle lane. DB, talk to me about it, because we've seen Snitch play on stream. We've seen it a little bit before.
Singed in the mid lane actually becoming pretty popular in Ranked, in solo queue already, but also in China it's becoming a hot pick, where it's highly contested, and almost every single time Singed is picked, just because he is so good against champions that don't have mobility, or especially if they have mobility, he can counter them, and champions that are melee, he can just reach them very easily and just pull them back. But mainly as an enabler with the second ability, because once someone is getting targeted with the second ability, they can't use any dashing abilities or the flash, so it's very easy for him to set up the team fight, set up the pickoff, and the team composition of Rix is amazing at that, because they have the Morgana bind, they have the Varus ultimate, they have Renekton stun, so much crowd control going on for Rix, and I feel like they just completely outdrafted the enemy team, just because they just couldn't fight any team fight, because they have such a superior team fight composition. So every time they just get caught, or they are melee champions trying to reach the backline, trying to reach Varus, but it's not being, they can't do it because there's just too much crowd control going on.
Tough for Nasa to actually break through that Singed
exactly.
and posing too much of a threat. We saw it happen a couple of times, like the fights, Nasa were kind of holding on a little bit, but I think one thing we touched on coming into this series was SE7 out of the jungle to change things around a little bit. We were talking a little bit about SE7 and how his synergy would be. I think the first few weeks of the regular split looked a little shaky for SE7, and then at times he overextended. But Ryu, your thoughts on SE7 now? 2 games on LAN with Rix. What's your takeaways?
7 was amazing. I think 7 really showed us and proved us wrong that this guy has insane synergy with the team. We even saw in the second game as well, where Clue just left Doom from the early game. He knew that 7 was against Lee Sin early game as Morgana, and he helped 7 get through that early game, get those clears in, and then just control the game. 7 had insane amounts of bindings. He just landed good targets where Singed could just easily follow up with his W. Rakan would jump in and they would just kill targets after target. NASA had a really nice composition. They could easily have a lot of ability, get around the map, do whatever they want. But Seven and Varus from Doom, they pick these people off really easily with their long-range CC counter control, and then Singed and Clue, that, I mean, amazing synergy and just pulling it up and making sure that they're not going to get out alive.
Yeah, it was about as solid from Rix as we were expecting. When it comes to, like, they get lane swapped on, they manage to hold through the early game. Really convincing performance from Rix. Of course, this is a group stage, so Carmeline, when we turn our attention to NASA, like, what are your thoughts from this first series? We always said it was going to be a tough series for them to take.
I didn't, but yeah.
Okay, fair. You didn't. You didn't.
I didn't say I voted for NASA. No one paid attention to me. You maybe should have. Maybe not. I will have lost anyway. But no, what I'm trying to say here for NASA, my setup was thinking the mid game is going to be better. The early game is kind of shaky, but that's kind of what they play like. They have a calm, quiet, composed way of playing. And then we come here, and I feel like one of the main things that have lost them is the drafting, but particularly if we are looking at the bot lane, at the Dragon lane, we've got a Shaya, we've got a Braum. Braum is one of Baban's best picks, okay? It's a champion that he really loves. But I feel like the synergy between both him and Cool Effects hasn't really kicked in yet. And we can see it very clearly here, where Shaya's mobility doesn't keep up with Braum's kind of way of playing, which is more calm, you know, I protect you, I poke a little bit, then Glacial Fissure, and I just don't think it was synergizing properly, to be honest.
And as we just saw in the play of the game for game one, you saw how even with Xayah, where she has her ultimate, she has the flash, Singed just goes mega adhesive, and Xayah goes, I guess I'm one bird stuck in the glue at that point. So, I mean, Xayah, I think we might see a couple more games of Xayah. I think we're probably going to see more Singed by the sounds of things. But an interesting first set of games. Rix, we expected them to come in as the favorites. Their next opponents, I think, will give them a run for their money. This is one of the matchups that we've really highlighted throughout our European broadcast. Team Queso versus Rix, a real clash of playstyles that we'll dig into a little bit later. For NASA, they will be back at the end of today's broadcast for a series against Team Queso. But for now, let's hear from a familiar face. We've heard from him a lot. He's one of my favorite players, and I know I'm one of his favorite people in the world. It's Snitch, who's standing by with Hell's Devil.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stress. We got Snitch here indeed. And the first thing I gotta say, man, congratulations. That was a very easy victory. So how are you feeling after that very easy 2-0 victory?
Honestly, a little relieved. I didn't want to feel nervous for this event because, I mean, it's the first days, you know, you don't want to be nervous straight away when it's not the super high-stakes games, but the format is very lethal. You know, you lose 2 best-of-3s and you go home. So it's very, very tense for that reason. We just put a lot of time into preparation, and I think everything we predicted NASA to do ended up working out, which is a bit surprising because we had little information on them, right? Because they come from a completely different group. But yeah, we just managed to... We thought we had a grasp on their weaknesses, and it seems like we did. So yeah, everything seemed to work out.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed to work out very well. So you're up against Team Queso next, who is a bit of a different team, right? Like, Team Queso is a very good team. We know that they can beat out the good teams as well. So how are you feeling matching up against Team Queso after this 2-0 victory? Will you do the same against them?
I mean, I think it's hard to call a 2-0 against Queso. I mean, even in the last chance qualifier, we beat them convincingly the first time, but they came back and put up a really good fight in the second series. So they definitely adapt to how we want to play, and I'm sure they've been watching these games as well. They have a lot more knowledge, you know, up to date than we do necessarily. So I think it's hard to just call it a raw 2-0. I definitely, obviously, think we could win against them. We've proved it in the past, and like I said, we've been doing a lot of preparation, and hopefully it comes to fruition.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, every time we interview Rix, it's Rick Snitch. And every time it's an amazing interview, but I gotta ask you, are we ever gonna have a different player up here?
Well, I'm trying to get them up here. You know, we got Clue for the pregame stuff. That was pretty nice. I tried to get Doom up here, but, you know, we're working on it. I'm sure by the end of the event, we'll get at least some interviews with some players. That's all I can promise.
All right, man. Thank you very much. And I wish you the best of luck for the next game as well, as you'll have to prep for it. And yeah, that was it for the interview. Back to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Hells, and thank you, Snitch, once again for stepping in for an interview. You're right, we will get other Rix players for an interview. They can't avoid us forever. So, we've got a few more things to tidy up on this series before we get into our second of Group A. First thing we've got to do is crown an MVP, and we were discussing a lot backstage. There were some discussions, does it go towards SE7? And I kind of put my foot down a little bit after game 1 and was just like, Random's going to do great. We were halfway through game 2 and then he pops off in game 2 as well. So our MVP for this series, Random having a fantastic performance. Shen in game 1, we kind of called it a little bit. DB, as a top lane, Baron lane main yourself, like Random, great performance on this first series.
Yeah, I definitely think Random did an amazing job playing both Shen and Renekton. Especially Shen, he did so much work.
Let me take you higher.
Darkness cannot drive out darkness. The real tragedy of life is to be afraid of the light.
He remembered the days he was riding waves, bright sparkling green. The white sunlight beamed, it seemed his physical being gleamed, lit up from within. Little guy, wide-eyed, satisfied every whim, supplied with vigor and vim. He was filled to the brim, born to take life by the horns, that was him. His swing he perfected, crisp and connected, protected broad wings, not one thing affected. And one day reflected, looked but couldn't find it, felt but couldn't feel it, frantic glancing behind him, confined, resigned to tedium, he succumbed. Life was humdrum, his mind went numb. He was coming to his senses so he could come up in the world, cured, matured, more secure, they assured. This was just what occurred, or hadn't he heard? It was an eight-faced fate, so the state he endured.
Darkness cannot drive out darkness.
There's nothing in the way. Keep pushing proof into the pitch of fire until you see Come on, you know we're gonna break through.
Welcome everyone, once again here in the WIC Championship Finals now with Stuart, Darkbreaker and Health for the analyst desk, because we have
no pun intended, once again, a lot of puns. We have one hell of a game right now, Stuart. We have the RixGG versus Team Queso's last chance qualifier finals rematch.
Exactly, it's a rematch, like you said, rematch of the Origin series as well. That happened last year as well. Team Queso came out on top last time, but seeing Rix in the previous game, we both just cast it. Now we're on the analyst desk now. Seeing Rix from the last game,
yes,
they look really, really strong coming into this.
Darkbreaker, RixGG was like, wow, they seem to be in another level.
Yeah, definitely. Rix is looking amazing right now, but obviously Team Queso is also a very strong team, so you can never know what's gonna happen. And obviously Team Queso now had the opportunity to see 2 matches of Rix, so they kinda get the feeling of what Rix loves to play or likes to play. Obviously Rix does have a deep champion pool, they have a lot of variety and options, so I expect them, they didn't show any strong cards yet, and maybe they're gonna pull out some nice picks or nice drafts for this match, since Team Queso is a strong team and they can be underestimated.
Team Queso, in fact, Hells were able to take one game away from RixGG in the last chance qualifier finals. What can Team Queso bring into the table for this series?
I mean, what can Team Queso not bring to the table this year? I mean, look at their roster, you know, Acolyte, Andres, Joey, all of the players are just so incredibly good, and they play so many champions as well. And I feel that if there is a team that can take a series from Rix, it would be Team Queso, Noah.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see how it goes for Team Queso and for RixGG, because I can keep thinking, I mean, I'm overwhelmed by the series before, like we were casting, but they are that strong, or is it a mirage?
I think Rix are just too strong.
They were just too strong.
I think Rix are just way too strong in that series. But again, coming into it, I think they're playing, no disrespect to NASA, but I think they're playing a tougher opponent now in Team Queso. As Hells mentioned already, Andreas in the jungle, really, really strong. Other laners as well. Joey, we've seen pop off a few times as well in the Baron, the Dragon lane as well. Acolyte's really solid in the Baron lane. Might be a little bit more tough around them as well.
Yeah, definitely. And that brings me to the next topic, because we saw RixGG playing so many different stuff. You were all talking about how wide their champion pool is, and it's very difficult to attack this kind of teams. So how would you do it? How would you attack RixGG?
Honestly, I think if you're playing against Rix, you should just focus on your own strength. Like, don't necessarily draft against them, just draft for yourself, and then sometimes you can see, okay, here and there I can outban him, or I can go for a favorite matchup. But in the end, you should just focus on your own strength, because if you're just too focused on trying to counter the opponent, and Rix is pretty hard to counter, then it's better to play strength against strength than trying to counter someone too much.
Hells, we've seen plenty of AD carries so far today, I have to say. Do you think that this is going to be a crucial thing to be focused for this series?
Look, you know, I have dreams and expectations. Dreams. So my dream is obviously
dreams and expectations, okay.
Yeah, so my dreams are obviously to see ADCs. I love ADCs, and I'm sure everyone loves ADCs, but my expectation is to see the APCs, especially from Joey. You know, we know that Team Queso loves to play around the jungler, Andres, and I want to see Joey on the ADCs because I know how good he is, but I'm not sure if we will actually see it. In the first game from Rix, we did see that Doom was playing the ADC, so that's a good sign to me at least. I'm just not quite sure if Team Queso is going to do this all, but we'll find out in this series.
Definitely, and that's an interesting topic, because if Team Queso wants to play around their jungler, they're going to have to deal with a lot of aggression, because we saw RixGG all about invade, all about aggression, all about to pull the trigger.
Yeah, definitely. I think with Team Queso, we've seen a lot from them in the WREC. Yes. We've seen this disgusting Olaf-Yuumi combo that we've seen a few times. Probably won't see Yuumi at all in this series, because I think Rix will just ban it out every single time. But just putting Andreas on these hyper carries, I think that's the main thing. You know, Jax, Olaf, anything that can run away with it. And then the rest of the team just puts all their resources into Andreas and trying to get someone to carry. That's why, as Hell said, you know, Joey sometimes play these AP mages, more in particular Morgana as well, just giving Andreas the black shield, playing around all the crowd control as well. So that's kind of the area that I think that Team Queso could look to try and do something. But like you said, Rix very, very aggressive in the first series, and they're going to feel comfortable as well, even though they kind of showed a little bit, maybe, you know, with the singed mid and everything as well. They feel comfortable on stage now, and this is going to be Team Queso's first time.
Definitely, RixGG seem to be really strong, but we have a video, so let's see what Rix guys have to say.
Snitch is incredibly well respected for is the Champion Ocean. He can play pretty much anything. What kind of champions he can play and whether he has the capability to expand is pulled to a necessary requirement.
My name is Snitch. I'm the mid laner for Rix GG, and I'm from the United Kingdom.
Wave is going to catch Doom out. Doom now in trouble. Doesn't have his flash available, but it's Snitch on the sidelines. Puts damage down. SC7 has healed up. Looks like he got the honey fruit from the top chop.
I think my most played champs in Wildrift are actually control mages, and I'm a little bit more known with my assassin gameplay lately, playing a lot of stuff like Zed, Ari, and even the Aurelia.
I want to highlight Snitch as well, right? Like, whatever is happening, Snitch just doesn't die on the Graves. And then right here, like, sure, Team Queso had a nice engage, but then you just cannot deal with Snitch on the Graves and with Doom on the Zaya anymore.
It feels really good to be playing another off-fun event after playing in the Origin series before. It's really exciting always to play offline and, you know, get to see the faces of all the players that you play all these scrims and matches with online. It's a totally different experience, and I'm definitely really excited to be on stage again.
Rix is just far beyond any team, and I even dare to say that they're far beyond a team like Game Lord Example.
I want to say a huge shout out to the supporters of Rix and myself personally. I've got so many people coming from my stream and so many people who are always supporting us. Every time I look at the Twitch chat when we're playing, you know, there's so many faces I see and recognize, and it's honestly great and extremely helpful to have such a passionate and, you know, loving community behind us. And I think it really does help us level up our game to another level, having all these supportive fans.
Because Rix will be going on to join Game Lord in Barcelona and have their chance at getting revenge once again.
I'm quoting Health in this solid video. Rix GG is far beyond even Game Lord. What do you have to say about that?
So I still stand with my point, and the reason for that is because of the new patch, right? Like back in the days, I'm saying, but in the previous patch, we had a lot of things that weren't in the favor of Rix. But now with the Stormrazor changes, for example,
Yes.
and the Hullbreaker, etc., like a lot of the players of Rix are gonna be much better with the new patch. Like Doom, for example, he doesn't like to play APCs. Now he's playing ADCs, right? Now he's playing the ADCs. He's playing what he's really, really good at, and he's carrying the games himself. So they were already really good, and now with this new patch, like as I said, I still stand with my words. I even dare to say they're the best team, even better than Game Lord.
Now Doom get Queso, and that's an important thing. You were talking about in dresses and how he is going to be the carry. How is this going to work for Team Queso?
You have to try and get Andreas on comfort pick. Get him on the comfort, get him on the hyper carry. You know, Joey might not be able to play these AD carries because he has to kind of help Andreas in a way as well. You know, you got Acolyte, who's this solid Baron laner. He sometimes plays like this kind of off role, like tanky in a way.
Yes.
Mid lane, Veos can play assassins as well. I feel like Veos is maybe a secondary carry. We saw him play Akali a lot in the last chance qualifier, and he absolutely went insane. Multiple games getting quadra kills, not unfortunately pentakills, but maybe this time we'll see a pentakill.
Maybe this time there's a pentakil, but that's hard. That's hard to happen. I mean, it's unlikely to happen. But Dark was agreeing, and I can't agree more with you. And it's like you can keep, you know, trying to counter enemy composition. You have to play your game.
I feel like the mid lane can't be underestimated because Vejos is someone who loves to play those playmaking assassins, and at the same time you have Snitch, who is super solid, like Mr. Consistency, you can call him. Like it's very hard that he's having a bad game. So I feel like if Vejos can step up, can make those plays happen on some assassins, and can dictate the tempo with the jungler, that's where I can see that Team Queso can out-rotate them. Like in the Natural game before, I feel like Rix in the early game, they were not as quick when it comes on to the rotations, and I feel like if Team Queso can capitalize on better rotations in the early game, that's how they can win.
Then guys, enough chats. We need to welcome, you know, the stars of this series. It's time to welcome Rix GG and Team Queso to the stage.
So when are we back?
Pop off like a shotgun, pop rounds like a cop does. I am not done till I'm flying to the top like a helicopter. I will not stop.
chance to.
Definitely, they come in as the third seed from Europe, not as strong maybe potentially as Rix and Game Lord, but like you said, this is their opportunity to prove themselves. First time in the finals, first time in this LAN environment as well. And they have an opportunity. They've got a lot of talent on their team, and I definitely feel like they do have.
And how the fact is that you didn't have many chances, you know, to make mistakes. If you lose a series in here, you may be saying goodbye. So you have to give it all.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Rix did win the first game, sure, but Team Queso, this is their first game, and they're up against Rix, right? Like, so it's a really tough matchup, and if they lose this one, it's all or nothing in the next one. So this is going to be a banger game between these two, because both of them really, really want to win the game.
If Team Queso lose this game, Darkbreaker, you know, I mean, I can feel Nasser smelling the blood.
It's gonna be pretty exciting to see how. I mean, I feel like Rix, now that they already won one match, they're a little bit more comfortable because they know, okay, even if we lose, we secured the spot basically to the playoffs already. But Team Queso, they're playing against Juggernaut, and they really have to prove to themselves that they can compete with the top teams and even beat Rix.
Even beat Rix, that's it. The super team you all been talking about. How Rix, how said they are even beyond Game Lord. I mean, I have a lot of expectations in this match, but talking about Team Queso playing around the jungle, you know, Rix being so versatile, what do you think, Stuart, that is going to be the action, main focus of the action?
I think even mid lane as well. Mid lane could be a very, very big action. As Darkbreaker said already, Veos likes to play these aggressive assassins. We've seen him on the Kali before as well. Snitch, you saw him bring out the Singed. The Yasuo in the first game, even though we thought that maybe potentially they were going to play around Snitch, it wasn't really him that was really carrying a lot. But then in the second game on the Singed, it just shows that he has such a wide champion pool as well. And Veos, we haven't really seen too much else from him. You know, Akali, he feels a little bit comfortable on, but other champions, he's a little bit, he's not really the best. So we'll have to see. The mid lane matchup, I think, is a big thing, but I think it's just across the board. You know, you can talk about any matchup as well, and it's so difficult to pinpoint, I think, one matchup in this series that's going to be the main focus.
I think it's like not necessarily just mid lane, but like the jungle mid support synergy, because Clue loves to roam, obviously, and Methonaut on that Alistar, like one of his signature picks. Like those two love to roam, and I feel like rotation-wise, when it comes down to the fightings, I feel like it's gonna happen in the river. Fighting for objectives, fighting for the Rift Scuttle, maybe. I know it's not that important anymore, but it can kind of dictate the tempo a little bit. And obviously, before any objectives, you wanna set up vision, you wanna trap people, you wanna catch them, or you rotate quicker than the others and catch people with a gank in the mid lane or in the top lane even. So we will see.
Yeah, absolutely. I expect a lot of action, and we're watching right now Hell's Rix chilling in the coach, you know. It's obvious that they are not affected at all by playing a LAN, and Team Queso has a lot of experience, a lot of background when it comes to these kind of events as well. So do you think that maybe there's a possibility that maybe the LAN event affects Team Queso?
Well, I know the LAN event affected Rix the last time, because they lost against Team Queso in the finals, right? So this time, you can clearly see Rix is playing really well. They did play against Nasser, though. You know, Nasser was a bit of an easy opponent for Rix, but now we're truly going to see whether it affects Rix or not. As I said, if there is a team that takes the game from Rix, it is going to be Team Queso, because we saw last time as well. They played incredibly well during the live event. They have a lot of experience, but I feel Rix is going to be better than last time this time.
Yes, this is one of the top matches that we can expect when it comes to the Emea region in Wildrift. So this is high quality. This is a high quality game. I would, you know, be so sad to see a quick game. I want it to be, you know, slow, to have a lot of kills, you know, back and forth between these two teams. Do we have this possibility, or is it going to be one sum for one sum for another, one sum for one sum for another?
I think with both these teams, I mean, Rix in the first game, first series, you didn't really see a lot of aggression for them, a little bit of aggression, but it was more about taking the towers and more about being, like you said, calm and collective really as well. Yeah, it was kind of a lot slower than normal Wild Rift games, and I think that was also NASA giving them a little bit of a respect as well. I don't think Team Queso is going to give them respect at all.
I feel like
it's going to be full-out aggression from Team Queso, you know, potentially Joey getting them AD carries. I know me and Hells know Joey a lot as well. We really want to see Joey on them AD carries as well. So hopefully we get to see it. Maybe we won't be able to. Maybe it'll just be Morgana again. But yeah, we should be really, really good.
You have to adapt, Udai,
100%.
when it comes to the new metas. I don't know if Rio is going to agree with us when it comes to the key points. So Rio, please, what are the key points for this series?
Thank you, Noah. I'm here with the 3 key points for this game. And actually, the last time we saw Rix against Team Queso in an offline stage was actually the Origin Series Grand Finals, where Team Queso was able to get a spot for the Horizon Cup. Now, first time again, these teams are meeting on the offline stage. Now Rix has a chance to get redemption and show that they are a different team than they were last time. The second thing I think is really important about this game is the fact that a lot of teams are right now getting a lot of leads through the top lane. We saw last game where Random was really popping off, but this one is a different match. Both Acolyte and Random has really been showing that they are not someone you just give up a lead against. So I think this game is probably going to be played more on the bot side because these top laners are not going to give you an easy time up there. The last thing I think is really interesting about this matchup is that Rix is really a dominant team in terms of macro. They know how they want to play the game. They're calm, they're collective, and they know how to set up aggressive and set up vision for macro objectives. Whereas Team Queso, I would like to say they want to coin flip the game, but it's actually not a real coin. They are so strong mechanically. They're great aggressive players, and the coin usually goes towards their favor because, well, they're that good individually. That was my points here. I'm going back to you, Noah, to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Rio, for those key points I'm going to discuss with my analyst desk, starting by you, Darkbreaker. Fact is that these teams have been, you know, facing each other for so many times. One time is Queso, another time is Rix GG. But that's a fact. Rix has the chance for the revenge since the Origin series.
Yeah, exactly. Like, those two teams are for a very long time. They're really hyped, by the way. Those guys are really hyped about the match as well.
I think that was louder than Unicorns Alive earlier as well. Wow.
Yeah, but like I said, these two are Titans, and Team Queso, Origin Series, they won it all. They beat Rix, they upset them. So maybe it's time for Rix to show some revenge.
Definitely, and Hells, we were focusing jungle, even bot lane matchup, but Ryu was all about the veteran top laners, and that's a fact. We saw the last game how Random was super important for Rix GG. Is it gonna happen once again? But this time the clash is way more difficult.
I mean, Acolyte, I love that player. He's an incredibly good player, and Random as well. So for some reason, I don't know why, but Europe has, in my opinion, the best Baron laners in the world. Like even during the Horizon Cup last year. In my opinion, Acolyte was one of the best Baron laners there. So now Random has to face up against him. So this is different, right? Like as you guys said, this is different. This is not just a Baron laner. This is Acolyte and also Andres that he's matching up against. So this will be an incredibly hard and exciting matchup to watch in the Baron lane especially.
Absolutely agree. If I get another shield like the last one, I'm gonna die. I'm just saying. But the last point for me was calm game. Macro strategic versus aggro. Like watching Rix the last game, I would say they are the aggro, but you know that Team Queso loves to play all straightforward, but not they are not here for play. You know, not child's game.
Yeah, I mean they're not here to just play around with a little toy or something. They're going for that main prize. They're going to play aggressive. You hear them in the background as well, you know, they're passionate, they love the game, they want to do well as well, and I think that just shows with the organization as well, being in Wildrift scene for a long time now.
Yes.
Obviously with last year going to Horizon Cup, they want to defend their title, they want to go to the Icons later this year as well, they want to prove that even though last time at the Horizon Cup they didn't do too well, this time if they get to the Icon series they want to prove that Europe and Team Queso are one of the best.
Yeah, the fact is that we were talking about Rix redemption from the Origin series part. You can feel how Team Queso wants that redemption from the Horizon Cup, and that's absolutely different. You know, you want to go to Icons and deliver, Doc.
Yeah, I definitely have to say these teams are basically battling it out for the first seed in this group, and these teams have high expectations. They want to win it all, so this match is super important just to secure that first seed, getting easier matches in the semi-final, and then even trying to... I'm pretty sure these teams, the #1 goal is we want to win it all. So this match is gonna be super, super important.
like, win it all. And I have to say, even though you get to face the second seed for the other group, that doesn't mean the match is not going to be ultra tough, because we have, I mean, both teams, both groups are super stacked. Like, you have Camelot on the other group. They may be even losing to Formulation Gaming. Maybe Palak is the surprise. I really don't know what to expect for these groups. Like, the playoffs are going to be quite crazy, I have to say.
I think the thing is as well is that if Rix win this, then our next series, Team Queso against NASA, is going to decide who's going to go into that second seed as well. So Team Queso are going to have a lot of pressure if they lose the second game. And like you said, NASA in the background, they're probably thinking, they're like, okay, Rix win this, we have an opportunity to kind of bounce back against Team Queso as well. And I think that's the main thing. But if Team Queso win, it opens up the group wide open. If Team Queso win this, then they win the next one, they get the first seed.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said, you don't get opportunities to fix your mistakes when it's just single round robin, and that's why you play with that much pressure right now. NASA is just waiting for one of these teams to mess it up, to smell the blood, to maybe try for that second seed. Even we could have a potential triple tie in the group. I mean, you don't want. It would be ultra exciting.
I think if there is a potential for every team to go one-on-one. I don't really remember what happens if that happens at all. We'll have to see what happens if every team goes one-on-one. But there is a potential. NASA win the last game against Team Queso. Team Queso win this. Then we're all tied.
They're going to be all tied, definitely. But that's only, mental games. We're just figuring out stuff because we're super excited to watch this game. It's like one of the top games when it comes to the Emea region, this RigGG versus Team Queso. And guys, I want to know your predictions. Health, I'm going to start with you. I mean, I know what you're going to say. I mean, you said it in the video, Elia.
No, but I'm not going to predict a 2-0. I'm going to predict 2-1 for Rix.
You're going to predict 2-1. I like that. Not only the team that is going to win, but also the number of games. Darkbreaker fast.
I'm going to say 2-1 for Rix as well.
Stuart?
It's going to maybe 2-0, but I think it's more likely to be a 2-1 for Rix.
You said 2-1 already.
Yeah.
I said 2-1.
Yeah,
2-1 as well. I have to do 2-1.
Okay. So let's see what Rio tells us in the interview about this game.
Thank you, Noah. I'm here with Mozilla, the head coach for RigGG. The last time we saw you guys in the qualifiers, you had a bit of a unlucky going in the playoffs where you lost 2 games in the finals, but we saw you guys coming strongly back and completely sweeping the last chance qualifiers. How has your preparation been ever since to become like a more, dominant force in this competition?
Yeah, I think especially in the games against Game Lords, we just weren't ourselves. The first game, we did have a lead, but we ended up throwing it, and I think that played a lot into how the rest of the series played out. And afterwards, we just took the time. We took a bit of rest. We went into the LCQ as like a fresh team, and then we just played our game, and it ended up really well.
Yeah, you guys played amazingly. You were so good. When you were placed into this group with both Team Queso and Nasser, who is obviously the first seed from Turkey, did you prepare from these teams differently, or did you prepare for them the same?
I think you got to prepare for every team differently. It's a lot of different styles clashing. Team Queso is a little bit more focused around Andres, while NASA is a lot of skirmish focused around their top side, especially. So we just do what we think is right.
A lot of us casters are really predicting you guys to either be first or second. What is your obvious goals coming into this event?
I mean, it's obviously going to Icons and being first here as the first seed for Europe especially, and representing the entire region, and obviously stomping NA in the Icons Cup.
You heard it here first. Rix is going to stomp NA at the Icons Cup. Back to you and the analyst. On the casting desk, Stress.
Yeah, it is time for us to get into game. To quote, we're going to basically aim to stomp NA, was what Rick said. I believe they can do it, but, let's see how they get past Queso first. Stress here at the caster desk, joined by Carmeline for our first series of games to cast for the weekend. Queso, I know, are a team close to your heart. What do you think their chances are in this series?
I mean, I'm quite tired of people saying Riggs 2-1, well, maybe 2-0, that's for you, Darkbreaker. For me, it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Team Queso.
I think there are the tools for that to happen, is what I would say. We casted enough games of Andre just smashing people out of the jungle and being too far ahead for teams to come back against them. I think the Ricks we saw from the series against NASA probably are a little too solid today right now for me to reliably say that, but it's always an option with Queso. You never really know which Queso is going to show up. Are they the ones smashing a team, or are they kind of getting outplayed a little bit in the lanes?
I mean, I think it's all about how comfortable they feel, because, again, they've got lots of experience when it comes to LAN events. They had the Spanish League last December, so I think they've got quite, again, they've done plenty of that. But it's also about what's meta right now, because it might not favor them as much as we think it does. I know the changes might not affect directly the champion pool they've got, but if they really want to innovate and bring something new, I think that this is the time. Today is when you can allow yourself to kind of play a little bit around it.
Yeah, I think that there's a few picks that I'm looking at Queso that they've played, or at least play styles that might help them that other teams was a little slower to pick up on. Like Yuumi was a pick for Queso throughout the regular split. You can see the first time we're having our players face to face in nearly a year's time here, and I know Rix and Queso are two of the teams that we're expecting a little bit of banter back and forth between. But
it already.
I know they're behind me, so I keep turning around to see exactly who's doing what. As we head into picks and bans, Yuumi was a pick that Queso picked up in the regular split. I'm expecting Shen to have a very similar priority for Queso, where, you know, you can play weak side on it, but if you're running like an Olaf or a carry jungle, as Queso like to do, the shield on top will get you all the way through the fight, and we're getting hype as we head into picks and bans for game number 1 between Team Queso and Rix. If Rix win this series, Rix pretty much, well, they will have top spot in the group. They will advance to the playoffs. If Team Queso win this series, we get into an interesting spot.
Which we will, I'm telling you now. I've got full confidence in Team Queso right here. I've been supporting them for the entire season, not gonna ditch them right here. I've got the first ban actually, and I really, we've seen them be, this champion being played later, like earlier today.
We saw it earlier. We saw it out of Formulation, which is an expected pick for Formulation. But we also saw it out of the jungle in our second series from NASA. And, you know, Andre's a carry, so give him a carry like Aurelia. That's one pick that you have to look at there. As Jace is off the board, and Camille as well.
Okay, well, Camille doesn't make sense due to what we've seen them play. Acolyte has played 4 times during the regular season. Again, Jace is quite strong now. We've seen him today as well. But I'm looking forward to see this last ban, because I want to see if it's going to be focusing on what Andres said. If they're going to be choosing another route, are they really afraid of him after what they've done in the last game? I'm talking about Rix here.
Could see a Gragas ban here or something that can flex, and then, ooh, did we actually have a missed ban? I'll double check whether that is correct. Now, there are so many picks up and available. I think Olaf has to come out from Rix here as one of the bans. I can see the referee talking to Queso right now a little bit about the pick and ban phase, so I believe we will be restarting that and getting back into things in just a moment's time. So there are a couple of key picks that I feel like for Andre, you have to put pressure on in the draft. Olaf is absolutely one of them. You can always play Olaf with Lulu, with Yuumi, there's the Shen that we talked about, but Andre plays stuff like Lee Sin, he plays Jax, he plays a lot of these carries, and we have seen teams put 7 bans towards the jungle in games, and Andre still finds stuff in previous meta like the Rengar. We've seen Rengar recently in North America, so might be a pick that crops up from time to time in this weekend's games.
Yeah, I mean, he's got champion pool. Shinzo, Rengar, he played it twice during the WREC. He can play Kha'Zix as well. It's one of his specialties. But of course, can't forget what Rix are gonna do here. They swapped again the jungler. I mean, they swapped again. They keep what they did before, which is interesting, because do you really want to put a player who is native to all the lane into such a position face to face with Andres?
Yeah, that's a really tough spot to be in, as we hopefully will get back into the draft very quickly. We just wanted to tease you with 4 picks. We just wanted to show you a little bit of the draft and then take it all away from you. Obviously, these two teams are 2 of Europe's best right now. I think Queso, they didn't look great in the first few weeks. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to lie to our viewers at home. I'm just going to say, like, it took them some time to figure out just how much they could give Andre in order to win games, and it turns out they can give him everything. They can play Enchanter carries in the bottom lane with an Enchanter support, give him all the jungle farm, give him like every single tower that they possibly can, and Andre will carry a game. Like, they're the only team in Europe that play like it.
I think it also has to do with the thing that Joey, Methanol, Bayus were new to the team, relatively. Like Rose even memorized had just left the team in December. So between the preparation, they didn't have that much time. And it took them quite a while to get good synergy between them. We were talking about Joey not reaching his full potential. Bayos not being quite on the spot. So, I mean...
So, I've just had an update, so apologies for any issues that you're having at home with the stream. We are working through some technical issues when it comes to our internet at the current stage, so apologies. I know that we obviously want to get all the players into game and playing on the most secure environment that we can from that situation. So we can delve a little bit deeper into the draft. We were talking a little bit about synergy from Joey and Methanol and the Queso bot lane. Yeah. We've heard coming into the split that Joey, he likes Vayne, he likes this kind of stuff. We haven't seen it. We've not seen any of these picks.
It's something that we complained before. I'm pretty sure during the regular season we were like, why is Joey with all type of picks? Because they were all AP. We've got Morgana, we've got, Varus played it 9 to 10 times, so many of them, but mainly mages. And that was something that, it was kind of disappointing because, again, we had this idea that it was much better in AD carry than in AP carry.
I think we got sold a fallacy from Hell's Devil. Hell's in all of our meetings. I'm just going to call him out directly. Hell's just like, Joey is amazing. Stuart said it as well. He's like, Joey's great. He's going to play Vayne. He's going to do all of these great, amazing things. And then we watched him play like Morgana for 4 weeks and those kinds of picks. A couple of Varus games, as you brought up. But, it's not the same. It's not the same.
I miss things from that. However, the picks that he's been playing do complement the picks for Methanol with Braum, Rakan, for example, Galio being played so many times, about 7 times I think in total, which kind of I feel like this Dragon Lane, it's like an utility one. So they spent so many resources on Andres that maybe they've been left behind a little bit, and I want to see them as a surprise being brought up again. Just like I would love to see Acolyte not being weak side for once.
I mean, historically, Acolyte has played Darius a whole lot in days gone by, right? And that's like one of his key signature picks. But even though Darius doesn't find himself in the meta so much anymore, I still think that there are a couple of spots that he may very well be playable. He got nerfed a little bit, if I recall correctly.
Speed was nerfed.
So Acolyte's one of those players that I think might default to it as like a last pick on red side if the opportunity is there against a heavy melee composition. But certainly, we see Acolyte and Veos as like these secondary carries for Queso.
Yeah.
We don't see too many games where they pop off. For Veos, I'm like, okay, if you play Akali, right, you'll pop off and get given some gold. But it doesn't always happen. It doesn't always happen for Queso. Whereas for Rix, I think Rix have both a strength and a disadvantage for somebody like SE7, where Rix can play around any of their 3 lanes.
Yeah.
They can carry through top, they can carry through mid, and we've seen them carry through bottom lane. And each one of those playstyles does represent something a little different for what SE7 has to do on the map. And I think that's maybe where we've seen Rick struggle a little bit, is SE7 when they swap from a game focused from random to a game focused around Doom. I think that's been the moment where, sometimes SE7's overextending on the wrong side of the map a little bit.
I think we've also talked about the lack of depth, possibly. Like when they're facing teams are, let's say, not as strong as them, they shine, but when they have to face equals like Game Lord and Team Queso, they might go for the standard. I perceive Rix as a really strong team that is kind of ABC. I don't think they just go for super out of the meta picks. Okay, they pick Sana, they've changed lanes. Maybe that's their redeeming.
What I would say to that is I find Rix are very on the meta, meaning when a pick has been good in scrims and a pick has been good in solo queue, like Snitch is Singed, I would say as a broadcast team doing our prep for this, we knew Singed was going to be a pick, so it's not a surprise to any of the teams here. I think for players perhaps that aren't playing in Challenger, that don't play a lot of solo queue, I think you'd be really confused that Singed is picked in the middle lane. But that's just because Snitch, he's played it on his stream, we've seen it a bunch. So I think Rix are an up-to-the-minute refined team, but I don't think they push the boundary of new picks that nobody's seen so much. They're not like Unicorns of Love where you're like, why are you playing Nash versus Yuumi in the bottom lane, right? I expect Rix to play like on meta and be very good at it. And it looks like we are back into the draft, which is a great sign. So to recap, Irelia was banned by Team Queso along with Jace. Rix have banned Karma and Camille so far. We should fly through the picks to get to that stage. So I expect Rix to have a firm grasp of the meta and do a very good job with the picks.
Same, but then again, who knows? I mean, if you give me Singed bot lane, for example, as support, I'd be like, oh my gosh, you've got Singed support. But, well, just moving on with this, because it's going quite quickly. We've got these bans that you were talking about that we saw beforehand. And now let's see if they're going to be, again, focusing on Dress. Who do you want? Who is the person that you fear the most in the enemy team that's gonna kind of go above the team?
So of course, because it seems like there was a connectivity issue before this ban, the ban will not be missed, and it will be a Riven that gets taken out by Team Queso. There's the Olaf ban. We kind of set that up the first time we were seeing the picks and bans phase. So where does that leave us? I mean, Queso. Will it be a high priority on the jungle, like something like a Jax that we've seen? There's a Graves available if they wanted, again, the similar kind of pick for Andre that he can carry around. There is the Jax for first pick, and that means Rix, pretty much they can take Gragas if they want it, and then pair it with something else to flex around. Gragas is such a strong red side pick. He can go in 4 roles.
I mean, I like Gragas a lot because, as you said, it's really versatile. We're seeing it right now. I mean, it's been played by Random, it's been played by so many players from Rix.gg, but I'm also wondering, if you've got a Gragas, if you've got a little bit of utility, if you've got a kind of teamfight compensation if you start like this, due to the healing and also due to the abilities like the Varro roll that are gonna allow you to keep the enemy team at bay. And with a Rakan, this is looking perfect for them.
I was about to say, for Clue, it's going to be Rakan or Thresh there. Now Queso show us a little bit of what they got. Will it be the Yuumi rounded out here, which Yuumi Jax is terrifyingly strong. If Jax gets ahead, of course, has some weak moments, but the Lulu does a similar job. Lulu, as an enchanter, is going to come in, keep Jax alive. On top of this, you can play stuff like Jinx with it. You can play some of the more traditional AD carries. You're unlikely, I was going to say, unlikely to go towards a mage, but Joey is stuck seemingly on Morgana duty. Now, of course, we've seen Morgana jungle, we've seen a few different things, and we're flying through the picks here as Varus will be rendered out by Rix. So, very bot lane heavy draft so far from Queso and Rix.
Well, Barrows, we saw Rix playing it beforehand, and if I have to think of these 2 bot lanes, you've got the Morgana and the Lulu, and Morgana is gonna have the Black Mist, not Black Mist, that's
Tormented Soil.
Tormented Soil, exactly, that to keep the enemy at bay, also do kind of passive damage, the Lulu to help keep her lane, but I think Rix is gonna pop off with Barrows and Rakan. You've got so much engage, you've got the range, and if Lulu, for whatever reason, tries to get closer to poke, you can very easily do a grand entrance with a Rakan and just basically destroy them. So they're gonna have to play a quite early game, like calm early game if anything, and then see what happens.
Well, we've gone 4 bans from the solo lane so far. Singed banned away from Snitch after an impressive game earlier today. Renekton and Darius, there goes the signature pick for Acolyte. So for Rix, I wonder whether they're going to bring a little bit more scaling in here, because Varus has a great early game and we know Rix have a very solid early game, but I always love to see people round things out. We're staying in the early game and wow, this is Rix saying we are going to take it to you in the jungle early on. Pick up a Lee Sin, somebody who can have jungle control and not let Andre run away with this.
Yeah, Lee Sin is a one-target kind of champion, which is gonna walk pretty well in the lane phase, almost in the team fight. So you can expect some sonic waves coming around to start, you know, kicking things off, no pun intended. But I'm worried about Team Queso right now, because I see that you've got Jax to be a little bit tanky. And now we go.
We are going full protect Andre. Triple protection champions for now. Maybe they'll bring a top lane carry here as well. I wonder whether it'll be the likes of a Fiora, but they would of course be banking on it being Gragas unless they're going to blind pick a top lane here. So I wonder how safe they're going to go and put all of their eggs in the Andre basket. This is a tried and true version. It's a frontline top laner that they can blind pick. It's somebody that can play a little bit around, you know, holding Rix away from the engage. I think if Rix don't bring late game, then Team Queso have the far stronger late game composition, but It is everything about Andre. And if Andre falls behind, there's some late game for you. Let's bring a Vayne tank destroyer from Rix. We'll see where the lanes actually end up, whether that's random on the Vayne or whether it's going to be the Gragas up in that top lane. We'll see when we get into game, but that's a little bit more about what we were expecting from late game.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm thinking we're now looking at these second positions. You said Team Queso really centered all about Andres and protecting him, but it's also about what can you do with it. Like, you've got a Garen who is going to be just doing quite a lot. I'm just concerned because if you look at Rick's composition, I feel like it's a little bit more rounded up than Team Queso's. So it'll become, you were talking about the early game, the mid game. I think Rix is definitely better at the early game. And if you look at Team Queso, they tend to shine more at the mid game.
Am I going crazy? Because the video wall behind Queso has Lux.
Yes.
But in draft, I saw a Galio. They both do the same thing, right? We've seen Lux be a carry as well at the same time from bottom lane. So we'll see when we get into game. One of them will be correct, I hope, unless it's a third champion that we didn't see. That might change things a slight amount, and we'll see where that Vayne goes. But interesting draft. I'm kind of excited to see Doom on Varus. I do like me some Varus, but I think when you draft full early game, Rix, they are so strong in the early game that I think that's a really good champion to play around.
But we have to be careful around the Vayne. You want to give her some space to scale up and become the beast that she can be. But for now, I think we're going right into the game. Are you excited this round?
I am. It's Galio. Methanauts on the Galio with Joey, and it's Veos pulling out the Lulu in mid lane. We're having a Ruiz cosplay for Veos. Those of you that joined us in the first few weeks of Europe, Ruiz kind of had to first time Lulu on stage because Game Lord just picked it for him. Bot lane, we're into a fight already. There is no stopping when there's a Varus in the bottom lane. Joey already forced to use that exhaust. Ignite was used in exchange as well for Methanaut. And this is Rix in full control of bottom lane up against his double AP style in that bot lane. And wow, Veos is roaming up top to help Acolyte push out against this Vayne. That's team player Veos.
It does make sense. Lately, I've seen teams deciding to group up a little bit, a split experience that you get from both lanes, and then go back to yours. And what it creates is quite a good window for your team to keep on pushing later on and get a favorable wave if you want to get that first kill early game.
I'm looking at 7. I'm looking at 7 and where he is because Acolyte is struggling to push up with the wave, and they're actually going to punish this push forward. Of course, only level 2 for 7, so he doesn't have full access to his entire kit. Means Acolyte can flash away, but already the pressure is on. And any solo laner will tell you, playing a ranged versus melee matchup into a Vayne is really, really punishing. And Random knows how to play it. Mid lane, Veos is dropping low. 7 walks in, and he's going to slam the ground for first blood.
I think it also has to do with Andreas not being present in any of the lanes right now. He's rotating towards the bot lane, which allowed Rix exactly to know where the Team Queso players were in order to be able to attack them and gank them properly. Now, Andreas has to be careful here. They didn't have a proper wave to keep on pushing. They're going to have to back away both Joey's Methanaut. And with Acolyte back in the lane, he's gonna be a little bit behind. The wave is quite pushed. He'll be a little bit safer for the next few minutes, but definitely a good start for Rix.
So this composition from Queso was all about Andre being their primary carry, and it will be for the entire game. The problem is, 7 is already asserting control on the jungle, getting vision control, invading on the top side. Like, he's trying to do what he can to put Andre back on the back foot. And I mean, if you're Queso, you need something to start going right around this Jax. You need Jax to, like, somehow take a skirmish, but look, already 7 is going to go over the wall. Does manage to get it as Andre does land the stun, but 7 has the level advantage. That Dragon's Rage gets the flash as well to reposition. Clue lands the knock-up. In goes SC7 off the resonating strike, forces out the wild growth from Lulu, and Veos is ticking down. There's the Vayne. That's the worst possible turn of events for Team Queso. Vayne picking up the kill. We are, however, going into a pause, but Vayne getting that kill is exactly what Random would be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you never want to see in your solo games, the Vayne with the kills. But I also feel like they've gone a little bit ahead of themselves for Team Queso. Like, the positioning was not the best. You had Garen in top lane. The vision for Rix was pretty good. And do you still decide to just run up in the jungle, which you know is being controlled by the enemy team, by the Rix, as I said, and Bayos comes to help, uses wild growth in the meantime. I felt like it was, again, a little bit of a nervous step. They should have taken things a little bit clearly, and of course, vision, important.
Yeah, I think this is one thing that Queso have, in the past, been punished for from time to time, is when they don't anticipate Andre getting challenged. I think against the teams that went out earlier in WREC, for the teams that weren't as prepared as the likes of a Rix or a Gamelord, I think those junglers struggle to punish Andre at any point in the game. Whereas when we've seen the top teams, they've really put that pressure on and made sure that Andre didn't get an easy early game. And it's this same thing happening again, right? You drop the wards in the jungle, you invade on his buffs, you make sure his early game is as difficult as you can make it. And that it's already paying off for Rix. It's already the strategy that they are making work for themselves here in game 1.
You can see the clearing the jungle pacing that Rix was doing. So it's 7. And you could also see that it wasn't as effective for Team Queso because they were getting constantly focused on, so that they, like, any movement they made will be seen. And I think that's going to cost them a lot to come back from, just for the mere fact that as the players, what the champions players are playing, players are playing the champions.
Or are the champions playing the players? That's always the...
I think, well, they can come back from this. This was just the first kill. But still, I think the position, the vision needs to be better. And particularly, I kind of see Andres a little bit like going back and forth. Top lane, bot lane, not really having that much impact and not even getting that vision.
Yeah, I think... It is, you know, they can come back in this from Queso. It's only 2 kills to start the game. There's always opportunity to come back. What I would say, though, is where the gold has gone is a really difficult thing to overturn, right? It's like you've given one of the best carry top laners on one of the most solo carry champions that is in the entire game already gold early on in this lane. And he already had a lead from the way that they were playing the range versus melee matchup. Like, I feel like Rix kind of outmaneuvered Queso coming out of the draft with this Vayne pick. I feel like they had drafted so much in the early game that of course they were going to pick something late game. You have to, otherwise you're going to get snowballed, you know, slowed down and then pushed out of the game late on. And the Vayne just fits because of the way that there's nobody really to threaten. There's no champion that can actually consistently threaten Vayne, because what does Jax do? Jumps into the back line, gets on Vayne, you get condemned. It doesn't get blocked, and Jax just can't follow up. There's a world where if Jax goes off, he can take care of everybody and like stun Vayne, but it's so hard to make work. We see you. We see you, Queso.
Hey, hello there. Hello.
Nice to have LK and the rest of Queso here as well. Of course, we heard from LK a bunch of times during the split in our interviews, so I still will maintain that we need to hear more from Rix. But you know, that's mostly just a meme because I know that Doom and Clue don't want to do interviews. But Queso, on the other hand, I know you're very familiar with them. Like, do you know at all how their preparation has been coming into to our finals here?
I know they've been scrimming quite a lot, and I've also known, I think it is a matter also, like Spain is a country, they hang out together a lot between the players. So I think the feedback Team Queso has been able to get, particularly Acolyte and Andres, from the Spanish community and all the professional players and coaches has been immense. Like, the feedback, it's so valuable because you might not see it from the inside. You might be like, okay, I've done a good job, but other players who'd been in a similar position, Wildrift, for example, players from Wildrift can join in and be like, this is not quite right. And now Team Queso proclaimed kings of Spain, you get someone to talk to about it. And I think that's something that all the teams might not have so much.
Yeah, that kind of community spirit, I think, is something that's great for helping Queso. We'll see that as well a little bit more from Europe as a whole as we get closer to Icons. I think that's always one of my favorite things coming from PC League of Legends is the community around teams going to international competitions. So speaking of that community, let's hear a little bit from Queso. Apologies for the issues we're having on the delay. As we're trying to get things sorted to get back into game, let's take a look at Team Queso and their road here to the WREC finals.
A lot of people have high expectations for Team Queso, especially with swapping in their bottom lane as well with Joey Skaggs and Methanol coming in.
Hey, my name's Joey Skaggs and I'm the ADC for Team Queso and I'm from Netherlands.
Chains of Corruption off the flash from Jash. May very well start this one out. Double knock-up on the backside, and now Team Queso trying to kite back. Team Queso trying to keep themselves alive, but Andre's going to go back into the fight. Joey picked up a double kill. Doesn't even need the mechanical champions in order to do it.
I prefer AD carries. That's why I started playing the role. I did not start to play this role to be a mage bot. I'm always happy to do what is good in the meta and what helps the team the most. I don't really care about what I play. As long as we win, I'm fine with that.
Looking behind his eyes, there's a burning desire to play like Vayne and mechanically.
I know what Joey's like, and trust me, he's not a mage player.
I feel like Joey's been a very solid player and has done a really good job where he's needed to.
In the first qualifier, we lost the Game Lord, and then not the best state as a team. We kind of had to just crumble together what we had and make the best out of it. And I think in the end, we did a very, very good job in like the last few days. We won against Formulation and we won against Team Dark. So I think with enough practice in the next month, we are really capable of winning it all.
Trying to end this game, it's not just to try, it's going to be everything they need. Team Queso will 2-0 their way past Team Dark and book their tickets to Barcelona.
I actually lived in Spain when I was like 2 years old. I don't remember anything. Hola, ¿qué tal? Te quiero. I mean, I can say a few words, but to the fans, in this month we can change a lot of stuff, and I think for sure we can win the whole thing. So just keep supporting us, and we won't let you down.
Well, that's a little bit more about Joey, and you know, he says he's not a mage player. That's probably like the 10th time I've heard him say he's not a mage player, and yet he's still playing Morgana. So, I mean, unfortunate if you're Joey, right? It's like you get signed up as this like prodigy, like young mechanical player. He's gonna be everything that Queso built their brand around, and then they're like, but we want you to play for our jungler.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's like, okay, fine.
Honestly, I can't say anything about Joey because I feel bad about. I mean, I can't criticize him, to be honest.
It's fine. You can do it in Spanish. Apparently, he can't understand.
No, it's just because Joey is the name of my adopted sea otter. So it's like I have a close connection to that name.
I'm just taken aback by the phrase "adopted sea otter."
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I gotta you know save the sea otters. I guess. I don't know. Are they endangered?
Yeah, absolutely. They are. Wait, are we turning into an environment?
We can. I can talk about otters all day.
Okay, so essentially, sea otters were almost disappeared as a species due to people hunting them back in the 19th century, in the early 20th century, to get the skin, the fur, in order to make coats.
This took a really dark turn.
Yeah, so now they're trying to, bring back the population of otters. It's very difficult to spot them when they're in the wild, but now there are many rescue programs in place so that they can be safe. Joey in particular is at the Vancouver Aquarium with
Okay.
7 otters, C7, like the.
Oh wow, there's a connection here. We got a Joey, we got a 7. I mean, they're not in Vancouver, they're here on stage. They might be playing players from Vancouver, I guess, eventually, if we get to it. Rix vs Team Queso is the game that we're in. I hope we're going back into it. Yes. Conservation is really important, but right now, Queso are trying to conserve their early game, as they kind of have dropped 2 kills already. To reset this game for you, of course, Random picked up a kill in the jungle. And Andre has struggled to find his footing thanks to the invades from SE7. So much of it's coming from this top lane, though, from Acolyte, being in a very difficult matchup. 500 gold down already.
Absolutely, but he's not the only lane. Look at Andres set 700 gold down. The same happens in the mid lane there with 400. You can see how Team Queso's mid lane to top lane are not doing so well. So the Baron is going to have a difficult time here with the Rift Held. And now that the Dragon is spawning, we'll have to see if they decide to split the objectives or not, because Rix, being in control here, can do kind of whatever they want to. But I do believe that the Mountain Dragon could benefit them.
Queso Feos is having such a bad day. This day keeps getting worse. Galio coming in, but all it's going to do is deliver Methanol to it, although maybe they can get the kill. They do actually take out Snitch, as he didn't have his flash available. Maybe this is turning back in favor of Queso, or am I completely wrong? As Andre does survive, they pick up a kill, but it's all about Rix. And you were asking, would they split objectives? I don't think Queso can do too much fighting. No. Ooh, Andre, no way. Does he get this? No. Counter-Strike going. SC7, oh no, he got left alone! Oh, the betrayal! Top 10 anime betrayals from Clue.
I mean, he didn't have heal anymore. No flash. What did you want him to
But you gotta get the knock up. You gotta see. Oh, that's just desynced back SC7. Well, that's gonna give Andre a way into the game.
Also, they force Snitch's flash and ignite, which will be quite favorable for them because Veus is already recovering faster. Now, if you look at other play once again, Snitch and C7 card Veus, who tries to use the Wildrift to escape. But if you look at the river right now, is where Rakan is approaching. And even though the team play ends up in favor of Team Queso, the potential that Rakan had to end that fight in favor of Rix was immense.
Oh.
So, a mistake for Rix.
Oh, we're not even going to show it. We can't even show the betrayal. So Andre, Counter-Strike running, going to lock down Clue. Rix are going to try and fight this, and I think Team Queso will see where that gold has really put. Andre is into the fight, goes Clue, gets a double knock-up, gets a triple charm from that one, and that's exactly what SC7 needs to open up this fight. Flash forward as Andre gets condemned away, didn't hit a wall as Acolyte has dropped low. Rift Herald has already gone over to Rix, and Acolyte going to find himself in front of the fat man as Snitch just going to coax them through the top side jungle. And Queso, they couldn't afford to fight this early, and that is exactly why.
Yeah, they rotated way too quickly towards the Rift Hold, which is now just open to take the tower right here in the mid lane. They can rotate comfortably towards the dragon, and this leaves Team Queso with few choices. No towers taken down for them. They've got no towers like half held for them to take once again, and this is putting Rix in such an advantaged position moving forward. They've got vision, they've got the kills that they need, particularly Vayne has got 2 kills already, and we can see it here. Andres, I think he overextends a little bit. They don't quite land the Dark Bending, and here's where things get complicated. Methanode has to retreat because his life is half what it should be. Methanode gets caught once again as a Galio, who should be the frontliner. The Herald is still there, so Rix, all they have to do is retreat a little bit, take it, and then chase after them.
And it looked like Joey flashed early on in the fight and then puts himself forward, really in harm's way. And as soon as Andre's lost so much of his health, there's no real way of Queso fighting this. Like, Acolyte has a little bit of damage, Joey has some, but it's all about this Jax taking full control in these fights and making sure he can put the damage on up front and then just tidy up the team fight. And it's been difficult for them to make it work. Random going to pop the honey fruit. I mean, 5 a day, but if you're playing a ranged champion in top lane, you can get every single honey fruit. Condemned doesn't hit the wall, doesn't need to at this point, just creating space so that Random can stay safe in that lane. But of course, he did show topside with Veos, who, not for his fault, is having a rough game. 0-3 on this Lulu. May very well about to have a rougher day as Methanort is getting caught behind him, and it means that Queso are getting funneled back up into the lane.
Yeah, and this could be fatal for them because they're getting kind of flanked. They got not enough vision for this. Acolyte might be the first of all, but stress.
Chains of Corruption does land, puts Veos at half health from this, and Rix, they were thinking about a dive. Snitch wasn't quite with them, and Rix kind of second-guess it, trying to get that top tower. So moments like this where Queso can kind of slow the game. Ooh, SC7 showing off the fancy footwork. Moments like this where Queso can slow the game, push a wave back out, and stop Rix from snowballing will eventually benefit Queso, but now it's on Rix of keeping that tempo up, keeping on making their plays around the map.
Yeah, also, this was leaving a wave going straight towards Team Queso's tower, which had to be stopped by Joey. But then again, the pressure that we're applying really opened the window for them. Oh my gosh!
Oh, trying to force the flash out from Joey, I guess. We had the Black Shield as well. As SC7 was looking for it. Knockup comes through from Clue. They put damage down onto Andre, but now on the back side of this, it's Random dropping low. He's playing a squishy champion on that Vayne, and Andre's picked up 1. Can he get more from it as Counter-Strike runs, gets the leap strike out, and Veos was there as well. And this is starting to look a little shaky for Rix, if you'll excuse me, as that's another Chains of Corruption landing, but it doesn't get the kill. And Queso, they're getting a little tankier. They're getting the gold onto Andre in these fights. And Rix's late game insurance is only the Vayne, and here comes Andre into the lane. Snitch gets the body block on at least the attempt. He's still got the flash, so can get himself away, but Queso, they're slow in the game. They're keeping Rix a little bit behind where Rix want to be, but with an objective coming up in 25 seconds, I think that's the next goal for Rix.
Absolutely, and we can see What?
This certainly is the Coca-Cola pop-off.
Yeah.
And Andre smashes through his clue. That smirk.
The face of betrayal, like, okay, this would have happened. But again, even if though Team Queso are slowing down the game, they still don't have really any towers that they can touch upon. Maybe the top lane tower is the one that they can really rely on in order to do it. But let's remember that Riggs does have the mid lane tower, and they can rotate comfortably towards the Herald, because they know that Team Queso are, what they are is trying to contest with this dragon lane. And now, with the dragon spawning so shortly, it's a matter of who will take it. Once again, both teams want it. Team Queso is in a little bit of position to take it compared to the last dragon they had to take away. Maybe fight for this mid lane not to be open.
Flash taunt, Counter-Strike doesn't land. There's the charm from Clue as well, and Queso burned a lot to get this engaged. Methanoid gonna ult on the spot to try and at least protect the team. That's a great kick onto Theos, and Andre is down, and that means it's all Rix all the time. Clean ace, everything Rix needed from that engage.
That was terrible for Team Queso. This just allows Rix to do whatever they want to. They had the Herald, which are going to be used in the mid lane. In the meantime, you can't go for the Dragon. That's all you want. You've got plenty of time. And of course, it's split pushing. The top lane tower quite beaten down, about to fall. Vayne doing what she knows how to do best. This is not an ending game kind of play, but it's definitely something that is going to cost Team Queso so much time to repair that I can't see a way for them to properly come back to the game unless if they want to do it, it'll take them quite a few minutes to lose.
There was a slight opportunity for Queso where they were getting those individual picks on the side lane, when they were getting a couple of kills over to Andre, but a fight like this is how it cannot go for Queso. Rix absorb 3-4 pieces of crowd control, big ultimates that were just taken from Rix and just saying, okay, this is no problem. 7 lands the kick he needs, even blocks the charge from Methanoid to get his way out. I don't even know whether it would have done much to get Methanoid out of that situation, but Rix clean ace. Everything keeps the pace up. Queso are going to really struggle now with that mid lane getting pushed in.
I think it also mattered that the Wildrift arrived a little bit too late for my taste. When Garen was about to die, no one was there. Oh my gosh.
Well, Seven's going to style on Joey for a moment. Random gets taunted up, but that taunt's not going to do too much. This is an overextension, though, because Veils will get the kill. Random now left in a 1 versus 3. 2 low health targets. Random can't put out that much AoE damage. As a Vayne, you're all on that single target, so there's no real way of dealing with a multi-person attack like that, and that means Queso, they get a kill. They do lose the dragon for it, though. Rix, despite the fact that it went not as well as it could have, still come out ahead.
Look at them clean the wave once again to get it pushed, keep Team Queso away from the Herald. It's going to be a spawn, well, the Herald. The next objective is going to be spawned in about 10 seconds. The doubling has been abandoned completely, and now Team Queso have to regroup. They have to walk together because Rix, as a group, is really strong. They know they're backing up. This is giving them a little bit of a time frame in order to do what they want to do, which is, as you can see, yes, Rotator is there, get a little bit of vision control as well, and be face-to-face with Rix.
And objective control is one of the things that Rix does very well. They never start an objective that I notice too early. They always look at getting objective control, pushing the wave back out, making sure that they have access to the river. The only thing that I'm a little bit afraid of is if they go past this ward that's up in the top side. If Garen has a teleport, that is a perfect flank. Garen, not the best flanking champion, to be honest. Like, there are champions that do it better, but that ward has now expired. Queso don't have as much vision control, so a moment there, perhaps the Queso could have looked at it, but there's no teleport anyway. It's a redemption currently. This is a story about how much Queso have to invest in Andre. 2 redemptions, multiple champions with shields and heals and taunts and crowd control, damage mitigation. Seven's going to go in. He's found someone. Who is it? He's found Methanoid on the Galio. Double taunt. Andre up in the middle of 4 members of Rix. But look at the damage traded out. Andre putting good damage out. Forces the stasis from Doom. And Rix are trying to kite back. Acolyte playing front line for now. Body slam from Snitch. It's going to shut the door as Andre is down. It's another kill going over to Rix. 15 kills on this game, and it's all Rix. They're going to take the Baron. No. They're going to take this game. Queso are going to be 1-0 down in this series.
Well, that's what you say. Stress.
This would take one monumental backfire from here for a Baron buffed Rix to lose this game
Not the
with a
perfect
Vayne.
lead.
Vayne is 3,000 gold up, nearly 4,000 actually, looking at on Acolyte. And yes, Jax is a late game scaling champion. Yes, Jax is a monster. But the way that Rix have shut Andre out of these fights has completely mitigated the jungle superstar from Queso.
Again, Methanol's play here was a little bit dubious, and then Riggs manages to split the team fight here, leaving 2 members of Team Queso alone, one of them being Acolyte, so it was quite easy to take them over. And then Methanol is there retreating in the middle of the jungle, which is not the best idea, and he obviously gets caught up. Joey escapes, but then again, what can you do as a Morgana? You just have to back away, try to buy some itemization that will protect you, and that's about it. Like, Riggs got it quite easy right now. They're gonna go for this bot lane tower. Let's see if that works out for them.
To put it in perspective, Clue as the support has more completed items than Acolyte right now, the Baron laner of Team Queso, and they are full items. We're talking Warmogs, we're talking Dead Man's Plate, like full tank items compared to Acolyte's situation. And it just means that as Snitch goes aggressive, the damage has already come out. Methanol is able to get away from it as Clue gets knocked up. Doesn't really matter because Andre is already half health out of this fight. Random wants to chase it, but had tower aggro for a moment there. Doom now has the aggro himself, and Rix's health bars have been chunked, but Rix will reset. They will heal themselves up for just a moment and look to end off the next push. It's Elder up in 15. It's Elder Infernal. This will give them the extra damage on top of their composition in order to close this game out and really prevent that late game threat of the Jax from ever coming back into this game.
Thanks so much. I wish we could see the itemization right now to see what they thought, how they are completing this. But for the time, that again, as you said, they're going to rotate towards there. They've got Team Queso just getting out of base, trying to, you know, fight this a little bit. Not all in, because that wouldn't be productive.
Seven's going in. Teleport has been used. But look, there's going to be supers pushing through topside. Rix just have to take their time here. Somebody has to go and take that wave, otherwise minions will end this. For those of you not familiar with Wildrift, super minions will end the game very quickly if they arrive at the Nexus. So Acolyte has to go back. Rix know they can start the Elder Dragon. And there's no real way of Queso getting through here. Chains of Corruption is going to lock Andre in place on top of the explosive cask, and Andre is already a 3rd health. Methanol ults to try and keep people alive, and he's done it for just a moment, but Queso, they've only found Clue so far. Andre is dropped out of the fight. Queso cannot hold on. It was closer perhaps than it should have been. A triple kill comes through from SE7, showing jungle dominance, and Rix will walk through the top side in order to get to the Nexus and take game 1 over Team Queso.
Well, I mean, I think I don't want to see Vayos on a Lulu ever again.
It is a different playstyle for Vayos. We you know, come to expect Vayos to play a little bit more of the assassins, like the Akali. We've seen that kind of thing. And you know what? I don't blame Queso for going, okay, how many corners can we cut to give Andre everything? And try and see if it'll be a slower game. The problem is, Rix are warmed up. They just 2-0'd NASA, and they know they can play early game very well. And I don't think that late game playstyle is going to work.
I also think focusing on Andres all the time for Team Queso is being counterproductive, because every team knows what they're gonna do, right? So I think it would be more surprising and more effective if they try to focus on all the lanes, give them the resources, like for example the Dragon lane that has been once again Morgana, Galio. Like, come on.
I think at the same time, it's if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like, Queso have looked good when they've played around Andre. Andre is the kind of player you can play around, and I mean, we'll see what strategy they come out with in game 2, because they're going to need to come back with something at least a little different as we head to game 2 to see whether Queso can even up this series. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
In the streets, I'm the man. On the mic, I'm a king. Ignite the whole room, light a fire within. Make some noise in the place if you're striving to win. Yeah, they know what I'm about. Won't touch the mic if they know that I'm about. Cause I'm the only one to make the place jump about. We came to party, we don't want no trouble now. Man, I got this game locked, and I spit those flames, huh? Best stay in your lane, pops. Better tell those lanes stop. Only one mic controller, so give that mic to its rightful owner. Smooth young brother with the right persona. Those girls look fine, invite them over.
Until you see a breakthrough. That's right. Come on. What? You know we're gonna break through.
Hello, welcome everyone. That was a crazy game, the one we had between Team Queso and Rix GG. Stuart, let's say that Team Queso sticked to the style.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of spoke a little bit about it before the game, focusing everything on the Andre basket. They did the same again with the Jax pick. Then they did Morgana on Joey, which we've seen before in the WREC.
Yeah.
But the mid lane pick, I think that's probably something that we have to focus on. The Lulu, I didn't really like too much.
Yeah, Doc, so many supports to protect that Jax. And in the end, it didn't pay off, and you were facing this Vayne ultra powerful. You were facing this Varus in the ball lane, also ultra powerful. It feels like Team Queso fall short.
Yeah, I don't know, Team Queso, like Stuart already said, they put all the eggs into the Andres basket, just going for the Lulu, going for the Morgana, and I feel like Joey wants to go on those hyper carry ADC champions where he shines the most, but also really interesting picks in general, Lulu in the mid lane and Vayne in the Baron lane. So this is actually the first time Random went for an ADC champion in the Baron lane, and the condition to play this is actually having the coverage from your own jungler to protect you from the enemy jungler, because usually the enemy jungler will obviously try to punish you, try to stop you from snowballing the enemy Baron laner, because Vayne, obviously one of the best 1v1 champions, and with the range advantage, bullying the Garen completely, and it worked out really, really well. And in general, their team comp of Rix was so fun to see, with the playmaking from Rakan jumping in, and also Snitch on that Gragas with his ultimate catching people, or with his third ability in combination with a flash, immediately jumping onto the opponents without any reaction, catching people. So pretty nice to see.
Definitely, Gragas have been a whole point to discuss in this game so far. We got the Gragas who really popped up, but we had 3 games in a row, where Clue was the Clue.
Yeah, Clue is playing really, really well. And Clue is basically showing we don't need 3 supports, right? Like Team Queso did. We only need 1, and it's me, Clue. Playing the Rakan and just, oh my god, showing absolute dominance. He was everywhere. He was always initiating the team fights. He was always catching out the right target. And what a phenomenal player. Like, I gotta be real honest here. I didn't have that high expectations, because in the online events, you know, he played really well, but there were other supports outplaying him. Yeah. But now he just absolutely destroyed the matchup, Noah.
We saw Clue being squad in 18 out of 20 or so kills of his team.
Yeah,
like the kill participation is just so high, and this is not only in this game, it's been in the last series as well, and it's like this guy is popping off.
I feel like it's a situation where Team Queso might have to actually ban out the Rakan now, to be honest with you, in game number 2. Like, Clue is the one that's always been at the forefront, and he's always been super aggressive. He's always the one making the engages, and then the rest of the team can follow up as well. Snitch in that last game as well, as Darkbreaker said, on the Gragas did really, really well with the explosive cast as well, but we just saw the damage numbers there as well.
Yes.
Lulu did more damage than Andre in the jungle on Jax. So you know that it didn't really work out too well for them.
I mean, it's annoying, but not that was annoying. So guys, let's check on the play of the game so far on this game, because we have a lot of plays. Doc, let's say that the LA from Bricks was a staple, but suddenly, once again, they pulled the trigger and went all aggro onto Team Queso.
Yeah, exactly. Right here, they try to capitalize and catch the Varus, but that explosive cast from the Gragas, from Snitch, catching Andrew Z immediately on that Jax. He's dying, and he's the key champion in their team comp, and if he dies immediately, they don't have the damage anymore, because all of the other champions are like supportive champions. They want to boost the Jax so he can carry, but obviously Jax kind of struggles against the enemy team comp, because they have so much disengage abilities coming from the Gragas, from the Varus ultimate. Even the Vayne Condemn can push you away, or the Rakan Charm and the knockups. There's just too much core control going on, and I feel like the Jax just didn't fit it.
Yeah, and that's exactly the problem that you have as Team Queso, right? Like, you cannot pull this off against Rix. They picked the exact champions that they needed to just destroy Andres, right? Like, they had the Varus route, they had the Condemn from the Vayne, and they had the Gragas ultimate. You just can't hypercarry into that. Like, backstage we were talking, sure, this could work, the Jax pick into some melee champions that, you know, like, cannot really push you away, or they cannot really kite you. But against this draft that Rix had, you can't do this. So 3 supports, you know, you're not going to be able to funnel Andres that hard for him to just hard carry into a composition like that. So I'm not sure if they're going to do it again, but I'm expecting some changes in the draft, Noah.
I mean, I don't know if it was Darkbreaker the one that said it on the backstage, but it's like these kind of compositions when you depend, when you rely that hard on one single player, it's like you can't make any mistake, any tiny mistake, because if that player gets killed, your whole game plan blows up. It's absolutely gone. So this is what the first game of Team Queso versus RixG has been. We have RixG, you know, on the right path to it, which means that if Team Queso gets to loss on 1, the next series is going to be a banger.
The last series is going to be the decider, really. Whoever gets that second seed, because then if Rix win this, then they go on through as the first seed, so they'll play the second place of Group B. And then the next game, NASA against Team Queso, whoever wins that goes on to the second seed and goes to the semi-final.
It's going to be crazy if that happens, but now we're going to connect with Ryu, that is ready with the interview.
Thank you, Noah. I'm here with Elge, the head coach from Team Queso. So coming into this event, Elge, you guys are the defending champions of Europe, winning Origin Series last year, representing Europe at the Horizon Cup, you also kind of have like a home advantage playing field. Do you feel extra pressure being here as the defending champions?
Honestly, no. I think the pressure would be here mostly with a big crowd or anything. I feel like everyone would like need to show up or everything, but everyone here is very, very calm. Like all the teams know each other. There's like no banter. I feel like everyone is very comfortable where they are.
Nice. In the first game of this series, we saw you guys picking 3 support champions and playing around Anderstedt. What is your thoughts about putting all your eggs in one basket?
I think it's not putting all in one basket. I think the game plan goes in certain ways that we could not execute properly. And I think that's like the main reason why we lost. And the early game was not very good from us. But yeah, I think we will make it better next game.
Nice to hear that. Are you going to make a lot of changes for next game, or will we see kind of the same style again?
I think you'll have to wait to see more.
That's perfect. Back to you, Noah. Oh, actually, it's stress.
No,
yeah, it's time for us to get back into the game. And there you go. I know Ryu, it's some of his first interviews. You're going to ask a coach before draft what they're going to draft in game? They ain't never going to tell you that.
So back to you, Stress. Hello, I'm Carmel. I'm casting these two.
Yeah, Carmeline with me here. I can still hear Ryu in my head. I was telling him some
I couldn't
the game, as I'm sure Ryu's just wanted to chat in every position for today. So let's focus in on game 2. Let's leave everything behind us and say game 2. Carmeline, you and I are going to cast it.
Are we?
Apparently so. We're getting closer towards the draft. I don't think Rix needs to make too many changes. But we talked a little bit about Veos on the Lulu. I think we're going to see a change there, right?
Yeah, please, Lulu, get out of here. Wincy picks wherever. We don't want to see it again. You know, we want to see what Vegas is truly made of, which is bloodlust.
Bloodlust. Well, Vladimir is not in this game, so we can't have anything too thematically appropriate on that one. I mean, for Veos, to me, that's like a Kali. We're going to see maybe an Ari that we've seen out of Veos. Like those kind of champions, I think, fit Veos' playstyle a whole lot more and gives them more opportunity. So if Andre's early game is not quite as good as expected, which wasn't necessarily Andre's fault, I think when you're playing around a jungler, it is a team dynamic that is reliant on that. You know, supports and laners assisting in the jungle. When you're playing against a Lee Sin, really hard to win a jungle matchup as Jax, I feel like. All of your lanes need to try and like win and push out, whereas all of Quesos were losing.
Yeah, but you have to think that he was playing versus C7, who originally was playing in the Dragon lane, so I feel kind of defeated, but I know Team Queso have a strong mental, and you know what they say, in love and war, all is fair. And if they have to shout the hearts out in order to intimidate Rix, I expect him to do so.
I don't think Rix is going to be intimidated. If you ever watch Snitch's stream, he's like, for the most part, chill. For the most part. There's a couple of things that'll set Snitch off. And then he'll have to go and do his daily crossword, which I am a crossword enjoyer for Snitch. He does crosswords normally, unlike Wordle. He does both. I'm a slightly older school Snitch enjoyer, where Wordle, the triple stack, didn't exist when he was playing it. So I'm part of the crew that helped with his crosswords. But Snitch from a mid lane is so solid. I think even if Veos gets an assassin, I think Snitch makes so few mistakes that there are not many opportunities to actually punish through the middle lane. So like Veos is going to have to rely on roaming and trying to pick off on the side lane is my anticipation of how you make play work against Rix as a mid laner.
I also don't want to see Garen again. Like I feel like champions like Darius is a little bit more aggressive, fit Acolyte better than Garen, but whom I feel is more passive. Like it has a different kind of a different kind. What am I saying? A different kind of energy.
I get that.
Yeah, aggressiveness, let's say.
I get that. I think that's a difficult position from Queso, right? And this is how draft dynamics work, and this is one of my favorite things. In my 10 years of doing League of Legends, one of my favorite things is draft, because there are moments where you'll really have no options. And Garen in draft 1 from Queso, in my opinion, was only picked because you need to basically blind pick your top lane. When you're playing blue side and you haven't seen both solo laners already, and Rix had Gragas, remember, as a flex around top lane, you have to pick something that can play both in your composition and doesn't get stomped in lane as well. Unfortunately, Random's like, yeah, I can play Vayne. which into Garen is in a vacuum. That matchup is pretty horrific, and that I can see from a Garen's perspective. So like Queso were kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. They needed something, and Darius in days gone by would have been a great pick, but I think the nerfs probably hit him too hard. That there are a few different champions that can kind of walk into lane and be fine that aren't just called Vayne.
I mean, will Vayne be banned? Will be Vayne
I don't think
banned if I don't think so because of quite particular pick, but I can definitely see all the teams doing so just because. I mean, if she doesn't show up, it's okay. But if it does appear on the bond, you're like, okay, this is going down the drain.
I'm expecting our sides to swap now. I'm expecting Team Queso in their loss. Of course, losers do get the opportunity to side select for the following game. I'm expecting Queso to go red side. Red side, for me, feels incredibly strong right now. The way that there are a lot of power picks available. Gragas is one of them that you can just sit on until last pick. People are going to get really bored of me saying that over the next 4 days. Where I'm like, Gragas is so good that if it's available on rotation 1 on red side, you're always gonna take it.
Aww.
No reason not to. Rakan taken away. That's gonna be Rick's banning it. Fantastic pick for Clue so far, but obviously to them not first pick priority going into a clean draft.
This is Team Queso having to run Karma as per usual during this tournament. Let's remember she's really strong. She was released in the latest patch. And so it's going to be Olaf and Camille kind of repeating the latest bans from last game. But that also leaves the option open of like Darius was open last time, for example. And I know he's been nerfed, but if you ban him, it's because you truly believe he's got a chance.
Yuumi pretty good, and in general, we've seen Queso play it as well. So taking off the board for this game. We'll see what Ricks have got. We'll see what Ricks want for their first pick. Graves is up, and they have flexed it before. We've seen Random play it. Okay, it's going to be blue side Gragas. So we're flexing on blue side for now. Similar principle on red side. You just hold it for later on in the draft. However, Queso will always have the last pick potential. So we'll see where Ricks can ramp up the pressure in their solo lanes. For Queso now,
no,
Jax again.
No.
It could be the Jax again. It might very well make sense. Lulu obviously opens up a couple of other picks like Vayne from the bottom lane if it's going to support. But they may very well flex between mid and bot now for support on this Lulu.
Please.
There's the Jax.
There's the Jax once again. I mean, I know Elka talked about how the composition wasn't executed the way they wanted and that the early was kind of weak. But this is kind of honestly driving to the same place.
Ooh, yeah, it really is. We're 4 picks in and we've got exactly the same draft so far. I think Queso are going to swap this up and put this Lulu support depending on what they see from Ricks. It really depends now on what bot lane you pair with this Lulu. Irelia finds her way through the draft this time. It was a difference that we didn't see in the last game. That could be going mid lane or in the jungle. I doubt it'll be top lane, but Seven, I imagine, can play that Irelia jungle we've seen
I think it'll go to Snitch though. And whoa!
Singed support coming through on top of this. So when you've got an Irelia who's high mobility, when you've got a Gragas who wants to land that body slam, now you're bringing a little extra in the bag of tricks in there. That would imply that Lulu is going in the bottom lane.
Remember the #1 rule in Wildrift and, well, League of Legends as well?
Don't chase Singed. It's an oldie, but a goodie.
I mean, it always works because as soon as you start doing that, the poison trail is gonna just slow you down, cause the poisonous effects. And then the fling, just throw himself behind you. And it can also work quite well if you've got champions who are gonna be chasing you. But going on with the bans, the Morgana is gonna be banned this time around. Don't know why, to be honest. And the Gallia for Team Queso, they ban it themselves.
It's an interesting one because with Shen off the board now as well, I kind of expect Queso to 4-pick their top lane as something blind pickable. And then kind of work out whether they can play something like a Jinx. I was going to say a Vayne. It's banned this time because we know Joey's a Vayne player. Vayne, Lulu, very strong.
Yeah.
Jinx is another one of those lanes. These carries that can scale later on, like a Kai'Sa potentially. Not the best synergy with Lulu, but she can protect very well to bring an additional threat. I don't want to see Queso draft an Enchanter here to try and play protect Andre again.
Oh, a Corki. That was my third choice here. After Morgana and Varus, Corki is the most played champion by Joey at the WIEC. It's going to work quite well with this composition with Valkyrie, just fling with Sync, use the Valkyrie with Corki, and then it can be amazing, to be honest. So you've got 2 couples that work really well. Lulu and Jackson then synced and Corky. We'll have to see what the last pick for them will be. I mean, Acolyte has plenty of options open for himself. So again, it's a matter of what do you think will fit better? Maybe something tanky.
Woohoo! Is that really a Nasus from Rix? Is it? There was a little bit of a delay on that pick, so I'm just gonna like look over my shoulder. I'm not seeing referees go to them, so that actually is a Nasus picked up, likely for the top lane. Snitch gonna be on that Gragas. I'm surprised I can't hear Hell's Devil from here talking about random playing Nasus in the top lane. We'll touch on that as we go through the draft, but Queso now surely will last pick their top lane, and a matchup against Nasus. I mean, early game is where you'd be looking, because Nasus kind of just likes to scale. Oh, we're having a thematic matchup with that Renekton pick top lane. Now, Renekton in the early game will have control, but does get heavily outscaled by Nasus.
Indeed. Now, if the top lane is going to be more passive, as we can expect, because it'll be farming, then what we can look at are, for example, the junglers. In this case, you can go with Gragas, for example. That could be an option. But most likely, we'll have well, actually, since CI7 is playing, I'm torn between Irelia, whom I'm assuming will go to the mid lane. Of course, Braum and Varus are going to the Dragon lane. And then Gragas, once again, you can send him to the jungle. So I'm guessing that's how it's going to be. So what you got here for Rix is a position that is really well-rounded. You've got Vanguard set for Irelia to set up this scene in the team fights against the enemies. You've got a Nasus and a Braum for the tankiness. You've got a random on Gragas to initiate. So I think they can do this quite well, but in front of them they've got Team Queso, and again, according to the picks they've got, you've got the Renekton that to just call the mic, kind of get the enemy in your comfort zone, and maybe the Lulu can do something there with the Jax. We have to see this stress, but for now, what team are you rooting for?
I still think Rix are going to take this. I think it is going to be a 2-0 looking at this. That kind of is dependent on whether this Irelia is mid or in jungle. I kind of want to see it jungle, not for any reason other than I want to see Seven play it. Like, I have really no real knowledge of that matchup. Not being a jungler, I'm like, ooh, Irelia jungle seems like it needs to snowball really heavily, which I was talking to DP a little bit about it, and we'll touch on this as we get into the game. It's not as reliant on snowballing heavily. It is going to be Irelia jungle, so I get my wish. And down into the bottom lane, we're once again seeing Rix assert dominance early on with this Varus. They are so comfortable playing this pick that it is not a surprise to see Rix looking to put the pressure on level 1.
Yeah, but at the same time, you've got the Corki and the Lulu to be able to protect him in the end. It's going to be sent mid lane for Bayos. And as his first moments go by, again, I just think it Team Queso's composition has so much of an outplay and playmaker potential that I wish we saw that. But for now, we have to stay here. Maybe they're looking for a first kill, you know, just who is in the area in order to help them. And as you can see, Andres has started in top lane. What's happening?
Can I just point out, Seven did Krugs and then was just like, sure, I'll try and gank.
Yeah, it was a little bit like...
Corki and Lulu were pushing up. Seven didn't even have a buff. Seven was like, there's an opportunity here if they push up in lane. Queso kind of read it and understood. That is going to give Andre a really quick clear through this starting portion of the game, with the fact that Seven tried to gank a little earlier. Andre now going to take this top crab. I want to touch on this Nasus, because we don't see a whole lot of Nasus play, and we definitely don't see a lot of Nasus solo lane. I don't even know whether I get an opportunity. Clue actually in a rough spot after flashing forward. Nasus's Wither attack speed debuff, I wonder whether that's one of the reasons that they picked it, because Andre is reliant on fast attack speed coming through with his empowered auto abilities. Yeah, so random throwing down Wither, denying Andre the ability to get away. One thing they have to be careful of is Acolyte with Blade of the Rune King build can put damage out pretty early on, but this is a matchup that I've only played a handful of times, and Nasus kind of just takes over once he has a bunch of stacks. It can be difficult if Renekton snowballs on you, but who snowballs on random? We're going to find out, because Acolyte hits level 5 early, has that Dominus available, but can't quite find it in position. Random playing this weak side way too well for Queso to pick up a kill in top side.
Not only that, but you try to gank, well, your wave is so pushed back, it will take a while for it to get to the tower in order for you to be comfortable ganking and or tasing. So not best move here by Andres. We'll have to see where he goes next, because bot lane doesn't seem to be struggling. The mid lane, I think that this is just being very careful. And as we see the first goal coming up and first itemizations, we can see that Acolyte has such an advantage over Random.
That's expected. I would expect that in this matchup, but you always have to take into account when you're playing a Nasus, is like there's going to be a gold deficit, but how much are you making up with farming your Siphoning Strike? Because the more you invest in that, the more powerful you will be in the late game. And if Random runs out of the top lane and has just been farming Siphoning Strike the entire game and no one kills him and no one puts the pressure on, that Nasus will two-shot Joey and Andre as soon as that counter-strike is down.
Ooh, okay, 3 minutes in, no kills so far for either team. Of course, if there are no kills, no kill has killed anyone, but the objectives are coming up. You can see how both teams have retreated back to base. Team Queso is coming back now from these, buying some itemizations, you know, just trying to get a little bit of AP there in both the mid lane and the, well, of course, Lulu. As we expect Caulfield's going on over that for Doom. And now that you see this, if you look at Andres, he's on the top side of the map, closer to the Herald, but so is Clue. So I think there's going to be a division of objectives if things go as planned, which is not what happened in the last game. Rix took both Herald and Dragon comfortably, and I think Team Queso is in a position to fight this time around.
Yeah, Rix are focusing towards that Dragon. There is a ward on it. We'll see whether they clear it out.
Yeah.
So we aren't yet at the Blade of the Rune King point for Acolyte, so we can't push the advantage as much as he would, of course. For those of you that don't play a whole lot of Renekton, that empowered ability 2 with Blade of the Rune King is really strong, and now Random has been shoved in under tower. Only one cannon minion though, so if he can take that out, he will pop the ultimate early. Wither Redemption is going to try and survive through. Wither is going to keep him in place, but they have not done enough damage up front. Random is trying to get away. Clue with the save. They've got the first blood going over to the support, and it's been Queso throwing everything under this tower to try and get multiple kills. Dragon has already gone over to Rix. Rix weather through most of that storm, but it is a double kill that goes over to Joey in that exchange.
A double kill there, but at the same time you're exposing your root help, which Rix was pinging towards, and that mid lane tower is also quite vulnerable right now. Oh my gosh!
Ooh, Doom was a little too far under the tower. Seven's gonna go in, trying to get the kills. Counter-Strike doesn't lock him in place. Oh, good explosive cast from Snitch to save the day. Rix, an uncharacteristic moment of over-aggression, and Queso kind of punished them with a couple of summoners, but look, it's the gold advantage going over to Queso off that exchange. They got themselves first tower of the game.
They did, they got themselves 2 kills as well. Vegas is going to be in a vulnerable position right now, not having Ignite or Flash. So they'll have to play a little bit carefully. The Herald is up for the taking right here, and we'll see if they can fight this.
Rixie here, Andre's just going to smite it, jump back over the wall. This is the best start that Queso could hope for right now. Like I was saying, I thought it was going to be Rix 2-0, and Queso were coming out early and fighting them. I want to see Acolyte keep the pressure on Random. Random right now is receiving minions in the top lane, and it's Veos that is there to try and dissuade him. I don't know that a Singed can really threaten a Nasus. You kind of just run away. You wither the Singed, Singed tries to chase you, you run away.
Yeah, and I mean, if you try, there the goes playing.
You get flipped, but now Veos has put himself close enough that SC7's going to come up here. Stun doesn't land. It forced him away from the tower. Big kill for Rix. And this is the problem with this lane assignment, is I don't know whether Acolyte can actually force away Rix from that lane. However, Rift Herald bottom lane is going to open up a tower push.
However, the lane is going to be arriving a little bit later than expected. Perhaps not the best situation. Also, what is happening with CA7, Random getting the turret hit?
Yeah, they're trying to get Random as much gold here and just push it down under the turret so we can Siphoning Strike that, just take the turret. So Random staying relevant in this game. Acolyte is about 700 gold up.
Definitely with the Blade of the Rune King already, which talk about Divine Thunder, by the way, for Andres said, which as we know gives you more physical damage depending on the health that the enemy does have. So it'll be quite interesting seeing him scale, realize that for Veos, and again, kind of AP, a mix of AP and attack damage. But what I'm wondering is what the next move will be. Team Queso seems to be focusing on top lane. They've got quite a good opening right there, but Rix does seem to have the same idea. They want to protect this at all costs, and they're doing so with a vision. But it could be an interesting matchup.
Oh, that is a little too far forward for Queso, and Doom punishes. That's a double kill clean from the Rix duo lane, taking out the mid lane champions and now opening themselves up. Now, this is going to basically force Veos to react through the middle lane and give Random the ability to kind of cut up through the jungle as well and block his path. Now Veos has to deal with Random, who has at least enough items to be able to take this trade. Look at it, 2 shots already, and it's already half the health. However, Doom is caught by Andre and Acolyte in the middle lane. Good pick off on response from Queso. Now they found Random. Random going to be forced to use his ultimate. Has that barrier available if he needs it. Andre, Counter-Strike once again, looking for the stun. It's a kill from the Singed. Does the package gets Joey in time? Queso have picked up a big pick off onto 7, and it's an even game back and forth. Queso maintain their lead for now, with Dragon coming up in 15 seconds.
This was kind of clutch for them. You had several champions low on life. Vegas was arriving, but Singed is not a range champion that allows you to just play from afar, like Corki, for example. So I'm really glad that this worked for them. We can see it right here. Acolyte and Dress start out the team fight. Vegas arrives a little bit later with a poison trail just in case Rix is following them. And then Rix gets kind of isolated behind the wall, while Team Queso can keep on pushing comfortably and getting the kill onto C7. So really properly executed. I'm hoping to see more of this in the future.
And we're sitting in that moment of the game where Renekton is like as strong as he can be. This is kind of that point where Acolyte can really put the pressure on. Veos is going to proto belt out, will get caught. Redemption forces the flash out as well. Veos gets taken out. Not the most comfortable series for Veos. He's been on the Lulu, he's been on the Singe. These champions are so far away from his mobile assassins that he normally plays, and Queso are going to rely heavily now on Acolyte to be able to take this dragon. They've started it up with a numbers disadvantage. Ooh, nearly good timing from Snitch on the steal, but Queso come away with that with the Ocean Drake. Random has pushed all the way up to the tower and popped his ultimate for the extra damage, as Andre has been caught from the Chains of Corruption, and Rix are getting quite a lot from this. Andre will jump out with the help of Methanol's Lulu, and Random did not get that tower in the top lane and forced the ultimate out. Now Acolyte has pushed him away from the lane. Queso received that push and forced Rix to use a lot of abilities and summoners.
Definitely, which is going to leave them in a good position in order to just keep on pushing themselves. Right now, they have to retreat, get back to optimization. You've got the Black Cleaver, that Divine Thunder going on for Random, which is going to be, again, quite useful here. Luden's Echo going over to Snitch on Fraggers. Always good to have a little bit more of AP. And as things are building up, Yomu's Blade going for Doom, by the way, was one of the items buffed in the latest patch, which we didn't talk about. So we've got quite a good variety here, and I am expecting, no objectives on the Rift right now. This is a time when teams have to decide what to do, and I think Andres has an idea.
Andre is going to back himself away, dodges out the ultimate from 7. 7 flashed in, I think, for that, looking at the summoner cooldown. As I was busy checking the items that you were talking about. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cyrilda's Grudge. We see it a lot from Varus anyway, but it'll help Random stick on people, getting that slow to land, forcing people kind of into Nasus's path is one of the ways that a Varus can have impact in the late game. Varus, in the late game, does end up falling off against a lot of tanks. So when you've got a fed Renekton and a Singed potentially in front of you, it can be really difficult to get Varus to work. But Doom has shown such a high competence on a champion like Varus, where he has full control over this middle lane. It's one of the things that gives Rix such good objective control. And Veos, it's going to be a lot of flinging and flipping and trying to wither around as Random is trying to get himself away. Rix have taken mid tower from this. The fling, no way. Veos, did he actually just save Random from that exchange as Joey drops low? No way, is Random still alive? No way if Rix got away with this. Random desperately getting away as Acolyte is now in the fight from this. Rix's health bars are dropping low, and Acolyte is oh so healthy. It's Andre to fall as Doom has put the damage out, but this Renekton is gonna clean through the Queso lineup. They're screaming in the studio, and it's an ace. Nearly an ace in favor of Queso. Random is trying to open up through the middle lane. It was 4 picks in favor of Queso.
Well, if that wasn't a game-turning team fight right there. Acolyte once again showing when he is needed, which he absolutely had. Of course, all summoners being burned by Team Queso, but we can replay it here. Team Queso was approaching from the top side. The glacial fissure to keep Joey kind of rooted for a while. Acolyte keeps being, you know, here, like, he gets a stunt, and so is Jax. But there we go. Here is the turning point right here. They've got the blue still dealing damage there. Acolyte with the Decimate getting the kill onto the enemy team, onto Rix. And now it's all up for them to just pick up the remainders and get on with the game, which is so benefiting to them. They're 3k in gold ahead.
It's so key that Random was low health for the majority of that fight.
Yeah.
Nasus loves fights like that where you can just run around with Siphoning Strike and just hit people. But he couldn't get in the fight, and Veos, it's been such a rough series for Veos on the Lulu and the Singed, but that fight, he played defense. He just said, no, there's no way you can get past the poison trail. You cannot get into this fight, and it allowed Joey and the rest of Team Queso to take advantage of maybe the first real opportunity for Queso to take full control of this second game in the series.
Acolyte.
Rix have already taken mid tower though, and that is one of the struggles now for Queso, is they have to be able to break mid tower. Otherwise, they can't really get control of this Dragon Pit. They're going to try and rush it down, or at least start it. But look, vision control from the Crab makes it difficult for Queso to take this unknown. Clue is trying to play that front line, trying to get them forward. The Mega Adhesive gets used by Veos to stop people jumping in, and Queso get themselves the Dragon. And they've managed to deter Rix from this. That was a very, very tense but clean take from Queso, utilizing the Singed Adhesive in order to stop the engage from Rix.
Yeah, but now, again, they got prepared for this because they're going to be attacking this tower.
Chains land onto Veos, and he's going to get dropped to begin this one. A 7, forced away from the back of the fight. Andre can't find the pick, but the tower has fallen. Rix take the major objective from that and try and hold the gold close.
Ooh, it was a tricky play by Team Queso. I feel like they were too cornered by the tower. They were insistent on keeping it, but the tower was going to fall anyways. Rix was committed, on the other hand, to taking the tower in exchange for the dragon that was stolen from them, I mean, it's like a minute ago. And again, now we're coming to a period of time when there are no objectives on site, which means that either the teams want to claim the waves, keep them pushed, particularly that mid-lane tower that you were talking about, which is not down for Team Queso still. And just so wait,
we've got a Nemesis duel.
We didn't talk about this
We
before.
didn't. We did not. I mean, I said it was thematically appropriate. We have a Nemesis duel active. So the next time that Nasus and Renekton are involved in a kill against each other, we will have that triggered.
What? Okay, so this is one of the few chances that we've got to see this. I'm pretty sure
We got a Kha'Zix Rengar one a few weeks back.
Yeah, I remember that.
I never thought we'd get a Nasus Renekton. So, importantly, if Nasus wins, Siphoning Strike hits all enemies within a certain radius. The AoE damage goes through the roof. If Renekton wins, he stays at full fury for the duration of his ultimate. And those are significant changes. Like, if Nasus Siphoning Strike does AoE damage, I don't even know what the heck's gonna happen.
This puts so much pressure on Random and Acolyte to do well, you know? It's not like any other matchup. This is actually telling you you need to perform properly in order to win this game. This might be in their hands right now. And as we can see, once again, Team Queso just clearing the camps, getting a little bit more experience, both, like all of them, most of them are on level 12. And there we go, Stress.
This is the Coca-Cola pop-off, and Random had to pop off through the rest of the jungle as Team Queso finally coming back into it. This is the moment where Joey can kind of take control of this game again. We talked about the Renekton starting to fall off, Acolyte still having presence in these team fights, but Queso, hyped up from this team fight, has given them the opportunity to bounce back in this series. They are still 1-0 down against Rix, but look, Queso with this Corki have played very well when they've had it available to them. And this is a game that has been a lot less on Andre's shoulders.
Yeah, I think that's a really good change. We were talking about it before, and we were like, what will happen if they swift the carry to some other player? And I was hoping to see Acolyte on the strong side for once. He's popping off, but at the same time, Joey and Methanol not still quite doing it yet. I feel like Joey has been doing quite well with the Corki, but they still need to see something else. But now that the objectives are going to be back on their Rift. That Baron is so looked after. Everyone wants it. The vision is strong there, and Acolyte could be getting out.
Oh, Random is caught by 4. This Nemesis duel is not a fair fight, as Random is going to get taken down. That's key. That's key. The assist, I believe, should... No, wait, hang on, Acolyte wasn't there. I was so convinced that all of Queso were there. That is not the Nemesis duel converted, so it'll have to be another kill onto Nasus for Queso to be able to take that. We get them so rarely that I'm so hyped for it, as that's a fling onto one target, forces out the stasis from 7, and Queso are going to try and take this fight while Random is still not alive for 30 seconds, and Queso have fought back in this game. Snitch is going to drop, couldn't survive through. 7 is going to drop as well for a double kill, and Queso erupt with cheers. They have done enough to take the Elder. They have done enough, surely, to take the Baron, but have they done enough to take game 2? I think they may very well have.
And most importantly, the mid lane tower that still hasn't fallen for Riggs. So still standing.
It will fall. If Baron goes over to Queso, that tower will fall very quickly, and it's still 25 seconds on the death timers of 7 and Snitch. I think Queso just head right for this Baron, and that means Rix have one fight left to hold this game. They're going aggressive. Oh, maybe there's not even one more fight as Doom has been caught. Rix have done so good at stopping themselves from getting caught out, and Rix are down. It's a rampage. It's a split ace across the team, and Queso will take themselves the Baron.
This is incredible by Team Queso that take them the Baron. This opens up finally the towers that they need. So only 2 champions, only 2 players for Rix alive. They can't do anything against this. And this is lifting Queso to push the waste comfortably, taking them away from them.
Oh, 7. Doesn't have 7 lives. He's out of this one. Queso, this is the end of the game. This is it. Queso are going to crush through with these minions. Surely they will be able to take full control. They will take an inner tower in the top lane. They will take themselves an inhib in the top lane as well. And Queso, oh, we told you it's going to be a 2-1. I thought it might have been a 2-0, but Queso are about to take the first game away from Rix. It's going to be an even series, and Queso are going to make Rix fight for it. 1-1 between Queso and Rix.
Oh my gosh, that was a trepidant game. I wasn't expecting so. After people selling Rick so much to me, I was like, okay, Team Queso is kind of doomed after this one game. But I feel like shifting again the focus away from Andres set has helped them immensely, because Ricks were looking forward to something else, and I feel like Team Queso didn't deliver. They delivered in a different way.
Yeah, I feel like that the shift up was still that, you know, Andre had a champion he could carry on. They still could have given him resources, but in this game, like Acolyte having a good lead, knowing that when you see Nasus on blue side blind into the lane is just a little too risky, in my opinion. I think Random was put in a really rough situation coming out of the draft in Game 2. We'll have to hear from our analysts a little later on after a quick break as we're getting ready for our first Map 3 of the WRAC Finals.
breakthrough.
For the first time today, we are gonna get to have a third game in a best-of-3 series. Stuart, that's very exciting. But so far, we only got victories from the red side.
Very, very interesting. Random trivia of the day, you can call it. Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah, only red side has won throughout the entire day. I think red side does have its advantages over blue side. You have that counter pick as the last pick as well. And I feel like there's just so many strong champions at the moment in Wildrift that even though you get that first pick on blue side, I think you can just counter that with 2 other counter picks. And then, like I said, that last pick is the crucial thing, which came up important in this game with that Renekton on Acolyte.
Yeah, absolutely, because Dawnbreaker really highlighted the top lane matchup, and it's delivering. Random hit in the first game. Acolyte absolutely smashing on Renekton this one.
I think Acolyte did such an amazing job on that Renekton, and I honestly thought that Nasus is, to be honest, a pretty good pick into Renekton right now, because he has the Divine Sundra right now. He's outscaling him, but even though he has this, Renekton, Acolyte in those team fights in the backline, he's just smashing them back and right, and they can't just do anything anymore. And I just feel like Acolyte did way more in those team fights, and Nasus itself, the pick, you want to stack a lot, and I just don't feel like he could make it work like I kind of thought the Nasus pick is gonna do.
And I'm especially sad about that because we
know you are. We know you are.
As many people may know, I am probably the biggest Nasus enjoyer from anyone. I love this champion, but unfortunately it just didn't work. And if someone makes it work, it's random, right? Like, this is the guy that's gonna make it work. Unfortunately, it didn't work here, and I don't want to make excuses. It just, it just feels like Nasus doesn't provide as much value as the others, right? Like, we saw Acolyte on the Renekton diving those backlines, using the mobility that Renekton has. Nasus just wasn't able to match up against that.
The fact is that we were talking about the top laners, we were talking also about the reds and how important counter picks are. You're gonna get punished if you blind pick the Nasus.
Yeah, blind picking Nasus is super risky. I feel like maybe Rick's got a little bit too overconfident, which obviously we've seen before, that sometimes Rick's can kind of fall down. I feel like they just need to mental reset. They need to go into the next game and need to go back to how they were playing, because to be honest, they were doing okay. Like, I think Team Queso had a little bit of an early lead, then it was a few oversteps. Like, Random overstepped a little bit too far, and it was Acolyte as well. Like Dawnbreaker said, Acolyte onto the backline, onto Doom, and they just absolutely destroyed him as well on Renekton.
You know, at the beginning of the series, in the first analysis, as we were discussing about how to attack Rix, what do you need to face this team? And it was all about the flexibility and having some aces under your sleeves. And Dawnbreaker, Team Queso showed up those aces. They brought some stuff like the Singe in Vegas, and it was crazy. It was a really good game from the mid lane.
I think what they did really well is just picking a team composition that just outscales Rix. Like, for the first 10 minutes, the game was so even, but Rix's team comp was just weaker scaling than Team Queso's. Like, Team Queso, they have the Corki pick, they have the Jax pick, like, and even Singe. Singe is one of the best scaling champions, and he has insane pick potential. Plus, with the Lulu, who can speed him up, he can catch people, and then Corki just doing so much damage from the backline, and Renekton in the front line hitting all of the backlines from Rix as well. So I just feel like Team Queso had the better team comp, and they just executed it better later on in the game.
Like, we were adopting the Jax in the first game, but health. Imagine if he had a real weapon and not this.
Imagine if he had a real weapon indeed. We're seeing a lot of dominance coming from Jax as well, with the Lantern. Yeah, Jax has been a very high priority pick in these games, as we saw, and it's been working very well, especially for Andres, because Jax is one of those champions that works very well if you funnel a lot of gold into him. So, perfect pick for a team like Team Queso as well, and I'm excited to see what else they have up their sleeves.
Yeah, definitely. They showed, they delivered, like they showed they have something to deal with Rix GG in this best of 3 series. Right now, guys, we're gonna check on the play of the game. This is crazy. I feel so powerful with me. Let's go into the play of the game. Like, oh my god, I feel the power of a split push in the palm of my hand. And we're watching. Yeah. I mean, Team Queso was like, they look like struggling in here, Stuart, but Absolutely no.
Yeah, this is the play that Random just got caught beforehand, and I think we were backstage. We were like, how is Random still alive?
Yes.
But because like Random stayed alive, he couldn't really do much in the team fight itself, and it allowed rest of Team Queso to capitalize on that mistake from Random. And then Acolyte in the backline, as you saw there as well, jumping on top of Doom. And when you're Varus, you don't have a lot of mobility as well. So it's really hard when you've got someone like Renekton jumping on the Varus. You can't really do too much at all, and you can see the players' reactions there as well. And like you said, you know, we finally got a 1-1, and it's going to go to the third and final game in this series.
You know, we're discussing the breaker behind the scenes about how important was Clue this series. This was the first time that he was out of Rakan, and even though I really like the prom he played, it feels like his team needed that, you know, that kind of playmaker champion to him.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Clue on that Rakan was shining so much, but even on that Braum, he did such an amazing job being there in the places he needs to be. He might not be doing those crazy engages like he did on that Rakan, but he still had good peeling factors, using the ultimate to peel and just being there when his team needs to be in the top lane, in the bot lane, etc.
So guys, enough chat for now, because we need to get to decide which team is going to take this series. So Stress, Carmeline, all of you, I'm taking this. I'm going to split push a bit.
Security. Security.
No.
She's stealing it. She's stealing the prop. She's gone. She's going. She's going to split push away and see whether she can kind of make it through a 2-1 series. So, I mean, some interesting stuff happens here if Queso wins. So, Stress joined by Carmeline for our third game between Rix and Queso. So, if Queso win, but then lose to NASA, we have a 3-way tie, which we'll then need to double check the rulebook, because I haven't read the rulebook, to see whether it's determined by match score or whether we play a 3-team tie. I know that if everything is tied, there are tiebreaker games at the end. However, we'll get somebody much smarter than me to figure that out, and we'll give you the update. However, the easy one is, if Rix win this game, then the winner of our next series will go through to Group B matchups on day 3. So, I made that about as confusing as it shouldn't need to be, so let's just focus on what's happened in this series. 1-1. Game 1 was all about Andre. Game 2 was almost nothing about Andre, but not in a bad way. Like, Queso just had Acolyte for the early game, Joey for the late game.
Yeah, and I think that was a really nice change, but I think Rix didn't quite know how to reply to that. I feel like they were still kind of stuck on the old Andres kind of thing, which is not going there anymore. Maybe it'll come back here. I'm also surprised about the choice of Lulu. I thought it was going to be a complete disaster, and in the end it wasn't, so I'm glad about it. But looking at Rix right now, they're in a dangerous position. You've lost one game, your mental can be... It depends on the team, right? But many players here do have LAN experience. I'm not expecting that to be a problem. But again, right now, this can be nerve-wracking. This is the third game. It's all or nothing. You either get first seed or you get second seed and have to face the first seed of the Group B. I think I made it as confusing as you said before.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing, is if Rix get first, you theoretically are dodging game mode. Because I think Group A...
I didn't want to say so.
No, it's fine. I'll say it. I'll happily say this. I think Group A is our closer group. I think Formulation looked better today than we were expecting them to look, but I still am expecting Gamelord to make it through both series and be the first seed out of Group B. One thing that I want to touch on today for this game as we go into Game 3, every game today has been won on Red side so far. Red side has a 100% win rate up until this point, and it really goes to the strength of being able to flex picks and be able to kind of, you know, in this way they showed the Lulu in Game 2 for Queso after a disastrous Game 1, and then go, actually this Lulu's going down into the bottom lane. We have that ability later on in the draft to swap it around. So I'm expecting teams for the rest of the weekend to prioritize Red side where they can.
I think it's so different, right? Because usually you will expect blue side due to the first weekend that kind of thing. But when it comes to the red side, as you said, 100% win rate, and I think it's because it gives you so much ability to just reply back to what the enemy is proposing, and that's an incredible, powerful ability to have.
Yeah, like in PC, the way that the meta works for drafting is like typically there's like 1 or 2 after the draft picks that are so strong that you have to pick them on blue side.
You need them quickly.
In Wildrift, we've got like 17. Like you have 6 bans, and then you still get 2 good picks on red side every single time, without fail. If you ever see a team drafting bad picks on spot 1 and 2 on red side, I'm like, somebody's getting fired. How have you drafted that bad? We're going into game 3 between Team Queso and Rix, and surprise, surprise, Rix have picked red side, which means they have to ban Karma, but then they get access to basically the entire draft phase going in their favor as long as they've done their prep.
Okay, so Jay is the first ban here for Team Queso. We haven't been able to see Jay for 1 or 2 games today, as we were predicting Karma being banned by Rix. And now it's time to truly show, have they learned anything from last game? Are there any picks that they truly want to get out of the table before they can pick it? Team Queso really has so much cards, and
they really don't want that counter pick. That might be that Queso are going to first pick a Garen or something like that. I don't know whether they will, but Rix are likely to take away the Olaf from this draft as the last ban. Game 1, they banned Karma, Camille, Olaf. I think it will stay the same. Queso in game 1 banned Jace, Irelia, and Riven. So with the Vayne coming in, it's going to remove some of that counter pick from Random. But to be honest, Random has other counter picks. I'm not so fussed on the Vayne that there are no other options. It's Queso that banned the Jax, the pick that they have honed in on.
Okay, so here's what the conspiracies begin, right? And if you think about it, Jax is not, it's mechanically complex, but it's not like super specific champion that you really to be a god type player to play though. So giving it to SA7 will be quite dangerous for them. So instead, we ban it ourselves.
Is this like Gragas or Lee? Like, I know Lee Sin's not normally this high priority, but I'm like, if you're expecting a jungle matchup, do you have to all in on your jungle this early like a Kazik? Okay, it's Gragas. I was being a little dumb about that. Gragas on blue side, I think we've seen him shoot up in priority just because of how strong it is to flex it till last.
Okay, so Gragas' first pick, once again, he's been appearing for the entire series. Really powerful pick right now, and Rakan is going to go over to Rix, which again, it provides a good size of engage. He also has the quickness as the ultimate, which allows you to get just, you know, around the small area quite quickly. So essentially, some mobility, shields, protection, a little bit of tankiness too. And I think it's a good start for Rix, to be honest. Now, what will Team Queso pick next? Again, I expect Vegas to have some sort of assassin in his hands, but first,
it's a potential jungle pick, because otherwise the jungle pool is going to get pinched. If you pick something like that's definitely mid lane or a solo lane or an AD carry, the pool's going to get pinched, and Veus is going to be on Singed duty again. Singed into the Irelia. We've seen Irelia sometimes struggle with that. We have not seen the matchup too much here in Europe, but we've seen it a handful of times today for that Singed in the middle lane, and we'll see what Queso are going to round this out. So they're not going all in on the composition around Andre, unless... Yeah, I mean, that Gragas could be going anywhere. That's going to be Corky picked up for Joey. Clearly, Queso feel a lot more confident after their game 2 win of just drafting right towards that lineup again.
Yeah, and I think it's a good choice. If it works, why change it? I mean, to be less predictable. But if I had to say so right now, they've got a little bit of everything again. They've got some AP, they've got some AD, and we're going to go with Orianna actually for Race, which is, I think Orianna, I haven't seen her like...
Is this Doom back on mage duty? Doom's Orianna is great. I think it's not as good as some of the other picks that are possible, and it's definitely what I don't... It's not what I like to see Doom playing, but I think it should be a fine pick for him. Renekton taken away, I think there's a good opportunity now to take away blind pickable top laners. Queso are going to have to pick something blind. I don't think it's going to be the Rix that that Team Queso showed us. I have lost my words. It's not going to be the Nasus that Rix showed us in the last game.
It's okay, Shakespeare. We understand what you're saying. But and they are taking the time, I think. And Shen will be the next victim out of these bans for Team Queso. It's a really powerful pick right now. It gives you so much macro possibilities, which Rix is really good at exploiting that macro gameplay. So if you take it away from them, again, it's a little bit of like a direct attack to the playtime.
You know what? I am seeing a ton of magic damage from Queso here.
That is,
and
yes.
I wonder whether there's room for a last pick Mundo from Rix. which would be totally out of the meta. We've seen a little bit of Mundo recently, just in general. Don't see it too much, but against heavy magic damage compositions, because remember, Corki's damage, some of it is converted to magic. Singed is magic. Gragas is magic.
Yeah.
So, depending on where mid lane goes, Acolyte's actually going to ban away the Darius himself here. One of his key picks that we've seen. I would guess Queso will draft the Garen if they're picking a blind top laner, and Rix will likely go jungle here unless it's Aurelia jungle. There's a lot of flexibility still with Rix's composition that, as you said, on red side, it's hard to kind of determine everything until the end.
Yeah, it's... I mean... I think Wildrift, one of the best qualities the game has, is the flexibility that we constantly talk about. Like, how anyone can go anywhere, even the players. And we are going to be seeing our Tristana.
Which means it's Snitch likely on the Orianna in mid lane to play a PC-esque champion mid, which likely means that's Aurelia jungle. We kind of anticipated that. So now Queso are going to show us what they're playing from the top lane, show us what they're playing from the jungle. A jungle matchup, wouldn't be surprised to see Andre taking a Kha'Zix or a Lee Sin. However, we know that they're a lot of early game focused for Andre. No real problems there. I think Queso have a lot of faith in the likes of a Kha'Zix for Andre. As predicted, he's going to pick up the bug.
I mean, if you have to ban Darius yourself, let's go with your favorite pick. Why not? So right now, just one pick to go for Team Queso, and again, they don't quite have a top lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Garen. Unless Gragas is going top lane and we get a mid lane pick here.
Garen, though.
Ooh, yes, okay, we're going to get a mid lane pick, I would imagine, here of this Lucian. We've seen Snitch play Lucian in the mid lane. I'm going to guess that's Veos. No, wait, hang on. Singed is the mid lane, so Lucian top lane then at that point. So now we get to see what Random is going to bring out in the 1 versus 1. Unless Corki is going crazy somewhere and Singed is going up to the top lane. It's a Morgana. Could be jungle. I'm going to just let this draft get into game and see where everything's going.
Rakan is the only champion that we can't truly know where he's going. The rest of them, the entirety of the... Well, Kha'Zix potentially going to the jungle as well. But besides that, it's going to be quite confusing here, making out where each one of them are going. I think both teams have stepped out of the comfort zone for a little bit, just trying to get, the enemy to feel a little bit overwhelmed, a little bit confused as well, just innovating, These are the kind of picks that you can imagine in scrims, that usually don't get liquid, in which a team has been playing for, just say, Lucian top lane.
Yeah, scrim culture, though, and stage culture is very, very different. This is something that just happens in general throughout history. Is like scrim picks, you get these picks that are really heavy about snowballing, lane advantages, controlling the game because you push leads with a champion like Lucian, who, as long as the champion's not overtuned, generally doesn't fit too well in the competitive meta at all times. We've seen a little bit of Lucian come through, but the picks that need to snowball heavily and rely on snowballing, when you play them here in an offline environment on the stage, you tend to pick up fewer kills in the early game compared to scrims where everybody just throws everything against the wall and it's like 20 kills at 5 minutes into the game. It's a different type of game. However, I think Rix and Queso will be well prepared for this situation. I really am looking forward to seeing what the lineups are actually going to be as we get into the game, because there are multiple champions on both sides that can play multiple roles in this matchup.
Which just makes it spicy for Game 3 of this series between Rix and Team Queso. By the way, going to the game now, and the picks have been... Oh, whoa, okay.
Okay, so it's Morg jungle from the side of Rix, with Orianna mid lane and Aurelia in the top lane. Acolyte going to be playing ranged into melee. We'll see how Random can actually play that lane out. It's going to be Singed as expected in the middle lane. Methanol playing that Gragas down in support. And of course, we knew it was going to be Kha'Zix in the jungle. Clue jumps in, takes damage on the back end of the trade. It's just going to be a little bit more standard of a matchup in the bottom lane. I say standard, but the Tristana throws a little bit of a difference into the mix for Rix. We did see a Tristana in our first series of the day, though, and it's been rising a little bit in priority.
Yeah, but if Tristana tries to use a rocket jump, then you've got Gragas to dissuade her quite easily there, which could lead to an overturn in the play they're trying to make. However, for the time being, I think they got a little bit of an advantage if Team Queso has got quite a good wave clear here, at least in the early minutes of the game. And Acolyte and Lucian, I think we've never seen that for him.
It's definitely a different type of pick that we haven't seen in the WREC for Acolyte. We kind of anticipate him being a little bit more on the bruises. Lucian is at least historically, has been about getting like lane advantages, being kind of like an actual carry threat for a team. Of course, has the downsides of being an AD carry at all times, right? He's squishy. He will die if he doesn't have his dash and his flash available. So Acolyte's going to have to play this one carefully if Ricks start putting attention up towards him.
Ooh, and for now, it seems like we are going to have the first action of the game.
Yeah, Seven has the black shield for himself, so stops a lot of the crowd control. Does force the
no,
flash as Veos is going to flash
why?
after him. It's don't chase the Singe, but don't chase the Morgana. Oh, Random's getting gifted. Veos. It's actually Snitch that picks up first blood of the game. A little too far forward from Veos, and Andre now forced to jump out over the wall, but that did not go the way Queso wanted.
What was Veyu doing there alone? I know that you have the healing, you've got the fling, so on, but we are just like so early into the game that it's not worth chasing them on the tower alone.
Yeah, I think it looked like he either misread the timing on the black shield or just thought he was going to be close enough to be able to make sure he got that fling eventually. Took 2 tower shots, Veos ends up dropping. Unfortunately for Veos, those are the 50-50 coin flip plays that Ricks are oh so good at absorbing.
And this is gonna be a make it or break it right now, as Team Queso has to retreat slightly. The bot lane here is quite equal, like, you know, even for both of them. And honestly, Veus, you stick to the mid lane for the time being a little bit, wait for Andreset to be there, because as you can see, Ricks has got quite a good vision around the map, so you don't want to venture into the river or into the enemy jungle just because, just randomly. You're gonna get caught, and with both junglers putting so much attention right now into this mid lane and dragon lane, it's very risky.
Yeah, there is a decent amount of risk involved in that situation. So taking a look, game's slowed down just a little bit from that first blood. 30 seconds still, the objectives are spawning. We're going to get the recalls out as always. I feel bad for Veos a little bit in this series.
Why?
This is now game 3 where he's playing these different style champions. It's a real departure for Queso, where I feel like he's just been given some difficult matchups, and against Snitch, that's really harsh. Because look, like Snitch is like 700 gold up on him because that first blood. And now Orianna, we know she scales well into the late game. We know she's good at dealing damage, crowd control in team fights, even, you know, the shield coming out from it. I think Snitch is in the kind of position that Snitch loves to be in, where he can carry this matchup, but all he's got to do is set Doom up for a pentakill.
No.
Maybe I'm calling it. Am I calling my shot here that it's Doom in a pentakill for Tristana? He did it with Jinx. I didn't get to cast those games. I'm so jealous. Excoundrel, who unfortunately on holiday, so can't join us here in Barcelona today, got both pentakills from Doom, and I am so jealous. That's why I actually made sure he couldn't move his holiday, so that any pentakills I get. Yeah, pretty much.
You're being salty. I can't. Whoa,
quickness denied immediately as Methanaut gets the body slam. However, Clue finds his way through the rest of the fight, and Havric's been able to turn it back away. Oh, it's stolen away from Ricks. Random was the one to pick it up. It's a double kill going over to Joey, but Acolyte, surely he can get that kill. Does get the flash away to keep himself alive. Joey picks up a triple kill. And despite the fact that Ricks have the gold lead, that is great for that bot lane carry from Queso.
Now, this gives the advantage of finally pushing both the mid lane and top lane, which in last game were resisting them. Well, we can see here the quickness, as we said, from the enemy, from the Rakan. And there you can see Veus keeps on flinging and doing his thing here on his Snitch, which forces Snitch to get out of the team fight. And then Acolyte gets lonely here, gets killed right there. But again, that works in Team Queso's favor in the end.
Doom just got a full tower of gold, but he's not ahead of Joey, who got 3 kills. So Doom doing his best to catch up on that.
By the way, Hullbreaker finally making an appearance here.
Hullbreaker, yeah, on Acolyte on Lucian. However, we've got an exchange in the middle lane. Binding lands, 7 picks up the kill, and Ricks make that look a little too easy for Methanaut. A little bit of a return from attempting to stop that fight from earlier. Yeah, Hullbreaker Lucian means he's going to really be able to take control of the side lane, but don't know. There's a Queso kind of want to play around Joey with the gold that they just gave him, and like team fighting is one of Corki's main strengths. So if Queso can win both the 4-man stack and then have the advantage on the side lane with Acolyte with this Hullbreaker, Queso can take control of this game very quickly. Oh,
Whoa.
Random is in a tough spot. Can he land the stun? Oh, stuns them both. Doesn't matter as Joey manages to get himself away. Clue can't do enough to get there in time, and Ricks will stop the tower push. But good play from Queso to take out Random, but that was a good stun. Nearly kept him alive.
It's giving all the information to Rix that Team Queso is in top lane, which are going there right now.
On player cameras, Random is fed up. He literally just like slammed his, like raised his hands and slammed them against the pillow. He is really frustrated at this focus going towards him. And we know that on a pick like Irelia, he doesn't want to be in a situation where he's got fewer kills than his opponent, right? He wants to snowball. He wants to carry from that lane. And up against this Lucian, it's going to be difficult from here.
It's gonna be complicated because, I mean, 1-1, it's not easy. And the kills have gone over to C7, but on a Morgana, it's not the most ideal situation you've ever wanted to find yourself in, whereas the kills for Team Queso have gone over to Joey and Corki and Acolyte and Lucian, so much more efficient, I say. Now Riggs are using Herald here on the mid lane, which, I mean, it's a quite wise decision. Random about to die right there.
Andre has a ton of damage on this Kha'Zix. Knockup comes through. Clue's going to pick up 1 assist as SE7 is the one that gets the kill credit. Tower falls as Doom just hits it for that last little tap, and Rix will extend their gold lead. It feels like a very close game, though. It feels like there are definitely moments where Queso can utilize some of the control they have over the Baron lane in order to stay in this game and give Joey a little more time to get into it. 3 kills has done very well for this Corki to start things out.
But he's keep on scaling, which I hope they give them the chance to do so. Now, Riggs, I think what they're proving in this series is that they're masters of objectives, including towers, including monsters. Both of them, they are able to manage quite well when they've got a little bit of an advantage. Team Queso struggles a little bit more. You've got the Herald is stolen right there by Riggs. So I'm hoping that they can improve this at least throughout this game, because it's crucial.
Objective control is what Ryu talked a lot in our first Rix series of the day. He was talking a lot about how Rix do a good job of setting up vision, utilizing the pressure they have on the map to then transfer it into objectives. And we've seen Rix do that even in the games that they've been losing. I think Rix have had the better objective control, but Queso have outfought them at times. And I think that's going to be another way of how this game could go. Clue, however, on this Rakan has looked so good, so clean. If he can find a team fight engage, he can really take control. But look at Andre flanking top side of your screen. He's in behind Clue. If he can find an isolated carry, he may very well be able to take it. But we've got flanks upon flanks as Doom is down beneath the team fight. He's going to push the turret, and Rix are going to say, screw the Rift Herald. We got a Tristana who, with that explosive shot, can do it. Joey actually Valkyries into everybody with the package, immediately forces stasis, burns a lot of cooldowns on that, and is shredded out of the fight. As it's Tristana picking up the kill. Doom is going to punish the overstay, and Riggs took full control of the topside jungle to start this one out. But can Andre put the damage down on the back end? No, it's not enough, as Doom is going to jump in and land the damage down. Acolyte is baited by the stasis. Riggs ace. Queso will take more objectives off that mid lane tower.
Wow. Okay, what a misplay. Had Doom pushing down. You were talking about the flanking, and that was right the key of this past team fight. Joey, as a Corki, you're not that strong. As Corki, you want to stay kind of away, and this was not the best choice. 1 quarter of his life was taken before he could actually join the team fight. The Valkyrie, they're not quite working quite properly, and without the main damage dealer in team fight, things just go downhill. Each team member is trying to go in a different direction. Acolyte and Anti kind of try to group up together, but then again they get separated. I think this is a matter of synergy in this case, and not communicating properly, because otherwise you will stick together, not let Kha'Zix jump alone, and then do as that collide with the Lucian stay behind, you know.
Yeah, Joey packaged in. I think he got exhausted immediately by Snitch, if I read that replay correct. I wasn't watching properly at the beginning on what Snitch was doing, but they were trying to catch out Snitch, and I think Joey went in and was just like, we have a quick kill and get away. But Snitch is Orianna. Orianna is not a quick kill. Like, she has a shield for herself, she has an exhaust, she has an ultimate to keep herself safe, and she'll kill you in response. So I feel like Queso got baited into this engage in their jungle, and that's what Rix do so well, is they were setting up, they knew they had full vision control, and Queso just cannot take a fight like that if they cannot guarantee they're going to get the kill.
Oh, it seems like they want more.
Yeah, there's the ball used for vision as well. Damage takes a quarter of Andre's health from this. And they have, however, found Random in the bottom lane. Stasis out. Veos is going to at least put the poison down. Oh, Random gets the solo kill on a 1v2. Oh, Queso, it's going so wrong. They feel like it's in front of them, and Rix are out playing.
And now the Herald just to put the nail in the coffin here on this top lane tower. There's left to be open, another window into the Nexus that for Rix.td. Team Queso really need to pull themselves together, because right now they're trying to split push a little bit, get another tower there in the Dragon lane. But despite the efforts, they're not really finding the footing in this one game. And look at them.
Clue is going in 1 versus 2. The cojones on Clue in this situation to be like, I'm popping the quickness, I'm running in. I know what that translation is. He's like, I'm popping the quickness, going in. Nobody's with him. Nobody's with Clue. And Clue deters a push 1 versus 2. Rix, wow, they have found their stride here.
Can't believe what you just did. But no, I mean, actually, for Clue, the thing is, so Rakan, you could acquire an easy way of escaping. And if you think about it, it's like, you didn't have a way. What are you going to do? You can take the tower. Are you going to really risk it to kill me, a Rakan? No.
One Dark Binding just eats a third of Andre's health. Andre has to back away. Baron's up in 16 seconds. I don't think Rix will rush it down right now, but look, top tower is low health. They have the room to kind of bait around the jungle as well, as Queso are struggling to re-arrest control. And I think part of the problem is, outside of Methanol, there's not too many ways of getting a fight started, and Methanol has to throw his entire body, and there's a lot of it on Gragas, to try and get a fight. Clue's going to throw a lot through the jungle and pop the quickness. Nothing else burned from Rix from that situation, though. That is a big cooldown, though. I don't want to discount how much the quickness is a key part of Rix's team fighting. Oh, Snitch!
Okay.
I mean, come on. If that hits, he half healths both carries of Queso and basically wins a team fight immediately. Queso were able to get away from it just in the nick of time. But still, Snitch, that's a short cooldown. It's coming back up soon.
Both Andres and Snitch are going in different directions there to get up to this tower, but want to attack it, want to defend it. And in the meantime, Team Queso focusing here on the top lane and the mid lane there. Just being very careful of taking advantage of Rix, going back to the base. Maybe it allows you to get a little more, like, you know, a little bit more skill ability here in order to be able to control the Baron properly. But I just think Team Queso had to play really carefully right now to do the game.
Queso have to play very carefully because Doom will punish them a lot in these fights if they don't. Same with Snitch, same with, like, even Random has a lot of damage, Seven has a lot of damage on top of it as well. I think if Queso don't convincingly fight this next fight, I think Rix will be in full control of 2-1ing this series. I mean, I haven't looked at the gold in a couple of minutes, and I'm saying that thinking that Queso are actually in a stronger position than they are, because Rix have a massive gold lead on this game. Rix are in more control than I thought, and Clue, quickness pop, backs away. Veos is going to be able to get away. Joey packages out. Valkyrie's back in.
Whoa.
Veos, that's a big pick onto Doom. That is huge from that situation. Random's going in. Random wants the kills. Can he find them, though? Is Rix trying to 2-1 this series? I think they've overstayed. That's a massive shockwave sent all the way through from Snitch. The low health bars will get tidied up for a moment. 2 kills in favor of Rix. 3 kills in favor of Queso. Queso hang on for just a moment, and they're going to try and take themselves an Infernal Drake.
Queso has 4 towers less than Rix does, but this could be the chance to finally open some more lines. If you take a look at this team fight once again, Veus is the one starting this action on top of Random. He's gonna go down quite quickly. No, not Random, sorry. Random is in the back with Aurelia, and there is when we're gonna be seeing this action once again. Divangu's Edge, hitting all the right spots, but you can never discard the abilities that this champion have. Joey and Andres said, and of course Gragas setting it all up for a advantage.
Oh, Snitch. If that shockwave didn't hit exactly like that, I think Rix are in a lot trickier situation than they would have been. Snitch taking out, like, basically 2 people's health bars in front of him. Spamming in the chat for Snitch. I'm sure his chat are going crazy off that play, but it wasn't enough to win the team fight for Rix. They still came out behind from that fight specifically. Their lead, however, has bought them the ability to take this Infernal Drake. We're into another fight, though, and that's a stasis. This time it's Snitch that's being caught, doesn't quite find the damage they need, and Clue is getting routed back away from this fight. Is Doom still alive? He's about a third of his health. He's going to rocket jump forward. Look at the damage ticking down, though. They're chasing through the Singed Poison, and it's ticking the Mix Swirl, but it's Rix Swirl, as Random is going to shut out Queso.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so how did this even happen? They were going for the dragon, then they stopped doing so because Team Queso decided to initiate a team fight. And then things were a little 50-50. They had to retreat quickly for Rix.GG. And now with this team fight, this is opening just a tower for Random, perhaps even more. Oh my gosh.
Random's going to just stick it and try and get the kill and take the turret, and he's going to get neither. As the stage... Random! Come on! Andre misreads the play, and Random takes everything!
Why? What is this game? Feel like 17 minutes, so much action, more than 30 kills going on. What it seems this has been crazy.
This is the Random show! This is the Random we were promised coming in. And to be honest, this has not been the best game from Random. This has not been the best day of his games. But in the clutch, in the pocket, Random has shown up in multiple times today. And that's one of the reasons why the players have so much respect for this guy, is you can never count him out.
Oui.
See?
That was a joke because Random is French, and I was just thinking, don't know what I was thinking. I was so confused and dazzled after what we just saw. They're gonna take the Varns way too easily, and now we might see Team Queso trying to respond to this somehow, just trying to stop Rix from, going on. Oh no, Veus.
Yeah, Veos. He's got himself the Rylite, so he's really hard to lock down, and Rix would be foolish to chase through this. We saw the damage that the poison can deal when you're chasing a Singed. Don't chase Singed is rule number 1 of any League of Legends game, and Queso, they're chasing a 1 and 2 series at this point. They need one team fight to go their way, and I feel like it's going to come from Joey. I feel like he started this game with the 3 kills. He started the game in the best way possible, but Rix have been in control basically from that moment onwards. There have been a few team fights that have gone a little bit more towards Queso. But if they have any chance of coming back in this series, Joey needs to carry this next team fight huge. But I think Rix may be too far ahead. Random is going to throw out the beginning of that stun. The binding is going to land on the top side. And look at that explosion on the turret as the inhibitor is going to fall.
Good white tower, you did your job. It was a good job, but it's done now. They're rotating that towards the dragon lane. That first tower that is gonna be less than half health. He's trying to cut some here, but that might be the actual.
That explosive cask is huge though, and Doom is half health. He stasis down, flashed away, shield comes on, and is this the time for Queso to turn it back around? Veus is gonna try and get one. He puts damage down, and Doom gets swatted out of the air by Andre. No! It's 1 kill in favor of Rix. It's 2 with Andre falling. I think that's probably enough to hold on for now. But my god, Queso are going to make Rix fight for it. It's all down to a last-ditch defense of the Nexus. All of the inhibitors are down, and Rix have to reset. They bought teleports, but that was about as good as an engage as Methanaut could scratch together from that, and it was everything Rix were fearing.
That's the problem when you're going against the Gragas and you group up together, because that just setting you up. It's like grouping out together when you've got no Orion in front of you. You know that the shockwave is always gonna splash you and separate you and complicate things further. So now it's Team Queso's chance to redeem themselves.
Andre's still dead. He's bought himself the TP, 7,000 health on this
No,
dragon. Clue's going to take the engage. They're going to try and split this, and that's Methanaut drop down. Andre's going to try and steal it from the back door. Andre is desperately trying to get the dragon, and I think he got it. It's stolen. Andre's going to try and back away. The minions, the observers need to go to the Nexus, because I think the minions are just going to end this game. Doom is going to rocket jump into the base, and despite the Elder Steel, Rix 2-1 their way through as Seed 1 from Group A.
Wow, what a game, Esports. I'm glad that we were saying 2-1 because I think we've seen the best of Team Queso and the best of Rix and the worst of both of them as well.
Yeah, we saw both. We saw everything. That was as close as a game as it's gonna get between these two. Rix 2-0 on series, but that was close.
That was so close, which leaves you up to think what will happen now, because Team Queso comes from a lose and they have to face Nas now, and I'm afraid that this might be dangerous for them.
Yeah, I think Queso need to regroup very quickly off that. And honestly, I actually feel like Queso need to throw this series out of their minds and go back to how they were playing before. And just say, put Andre on a carry and just let Andre carry, because we know it works against teams that are not at the caliber of Rix and Game Lord. We know that's the playstyle that Queso can default to. But Rix knew how to play against it, and even still, Queso took him to the limit.
I didn't want to see the Lucian on Acolyte ever again.
I don't know that it was that bad. I actually think Rix played quite well around it.
I just didn't enjoy the champion within the composition, and if we're going to keep on following with the Andres-focused compositions, I don't think Lucian is the best choice here.
You know, one thing that I actually quite liked from this series, I want to switch focus and talk about the positives of Rix. I think Clue looked great. I'm not going to have the time to talk about this because we're going to head over to the analyst desk, who I'm sure will talk at some point about Clue and his support play in this series.
What a crazy series that we just had in here, Stuart. Andres took the Drake, but at what cost?
Andre took the Drake in the end, but the rest of his team was dead. And then they already had 3 inhibitor towers down. That means that the super minions were pushing into the base. That means that, to be honest, even if Team Queso won that team fight, the minions probably could have won the game anyway. But what an incredible series, and I think it went above expectations.
That breaker, the fact is that Andres was on the verge of being that carrier Team Queso needed. But now, you got to play 3 games so close versus Rix, and you have to face Nasser right now. How is your mindset? I mean,
knowing Team Queso, I think they can bounce back from this series. And it was such a tight match, and they gave it everything, and they came so close to beating Rix as well. Like, this was such an amazing series, and the last match was absolutely amazing, going to like 20 minutes in total. And I just want to say, prediction was correct, 2-1.
Mine too.
all of our predictions, actually.
You were all
pulling
correct.
it off, and I'm really excited to see what Team Queso is going to do against Nessa right now. Like, who's going to qualify?
Yeah, because that's the question. Actually, now is swim or die for Team Queso, because they are, well, they need to win NASA to qualify. NASA needs to win Team Queso to qualify, as well. It's going to be a best of 3 series to see who out of these 2 teams is going to be the second team out of the group. Hells, I had the feeling that this game was like bouncing all the time. Advantage for Team Queso, suddenly Rix takes a fight, and it's advantage for Rix. We saw a massive play from Random under the inhibitor turret.
This is the Random we know. This is the Random we know. In the second game, we saw him on the Nasus, which unfortunately didn't work too well for him. But when you put him on these mechanical champions like the Aurelia, wow, he just carries the game himself. We see a lot of Baron laners pick up tanks, but Random has none of that. He just picks the Aurelia and carries himself. And I want to talk about Team Queso as well here, because it felt like they were kind of evolving through the series. In the beginning, it didn't feel like Team Queso to me. It felt like, I don't know, they were just doing something, hoping that Anders would carry. But then in game 2, we saw Joey pop off, and in game 3, we saw all of them pop off. Even though they lost the 3rd game, I still think they did a really amazing job in this series, Noah.
Yeah, definitely. 2 teams ultra strong. This was the level of Wildrift we were expecting when we came into the series. Now we know Rix is going to be the first team out of this group. It was all about the flexibility. We got a lot of flexibility coming in here. The Morgana, the Aurelia, the Gragas as well. And it actually felt like it worked into the Rakan, into Clue's Rakan, that won once again. And from the red side.
Yeah, red side again, actually. You can see the builds and everything, and the damage numbers on your stream now. Yeah, Joey as well, even 8-4 and 7. I mean, as Hells mentioned in the second game as well, Joey
Massive
did so
packages
well.
from Joey.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge packages from Joey, and I'm interested to actually see the damage numbers. I know Darvik was seeing them. Wow, look at Joey's damage, like random damage. But like Joey as well, even in the second game, Joey did so much damage. And even though throughout the whole game you could see that Rix had the goal leads, it just still felt like Team Queso had opportunities to win these fights, but these fights were just down to the wire, really.
Like, even 8K behind, it felt like the teammates were so close, and we are watching the replays right now a bit to feel once again how close this last game was. We were talking about random 1v2, taking a kill, the massive play under the inhibitor turret, and I want to get to talk about how that breaker RixG get to play this series, because they got everything when it comes to neutral objectives.
Yeah, I think the main reason why they did so well is especially because of the Orianna and Morgana. Like, Morgana's binds in those team fights, especially on that Corki, almost one-shotting with just bind and second ability. C7 almost one-shotted Corki, catching him multiple times in those team fights. And I think Corki was so ahead in the early game without those binds to catch people, to catch the hyper carry basically.
Yes.
I think Team Queso would have done way better on those team fights, considering they were behind in gold and they still put up such a strong fight. And obviously, Snitch on that Orianna, consistent damage over and over with a Morgana together. Damage numbers, Morgana second most or even most damage. And then Orianna with those shockwaves as well in those team fights, doing so much work.
Tremendous work, definitely. Massive shockwaves we've seen from the side of this arena. But Health, I wanted to talk about Peak, that maybe you're, bringing it in the next Broken as Health, because we get to talk about Singed. Yeah, third game in a row from Singed. I mean, it felt like Team Queso was living through this Singed in the last team fights.
And it's Singed mid lane as well, right? Like, before this, you would kind of expect Singed to go in the Baron lane, but we've been talking to the players, and they were talking about Singed being a really solid mid lane champion, because Singed in the late game is insanely powerful, but the biggest problem that Singed really has is getting through that early game against those Baron laners. But in the mid lane, it's different. It's a bit easier. You can push out those waves, survive the lane, and get to that late game and do a lot of damage. And Vegos on the Singed as well in that game. He did an incredible job, right? Like, he slowed everyone. He did an incredible job, but it was just not quite enough.
It was not quite enough, even though they were extremely close.
Really close.
Yeah. It was really close, guys. Let's get to see the play of the game in this last third game. It was the first third game in all the days to it, and I mean, it was worth. I mean, it was high quality. All these plays.
Yes.
I mean, we yelled the hell out in the backstage when we get to see this.
I mean, we were all just going absolutely crazy. I mean, the Divine Sunder healing, I think, had definitely helped him a lot with the Blade of Rune King as well. Even though he died in the end, he did his job. And he actually kind of, I mean, as Zartbreaker just said, like, he didn't even hit the third ability as well. He still dived in. It was very risky because Karzik still gets that isolated damage. But he was still able to heal enough. He was able to get the 1v1 solo kill, get that inhibitor tower, and that allowed Rix to, put pressure on the rest of the map as well.
Like, we've seen today that Zartbreaker run them in everything, like in more of a, frontline picks, such as the Renegan, for example. We've seen it in Van, we've seen it in this area. So it feels like, random is, I mean, inside the flexibility of RixG, random is popping up as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I said it right in the beginning that Rick's strength is the champion pool, not only random. I mean, random is obviously for 1 year consistently one of the best Baron laners. He has a deep champion pool, so it's really hard to ban him out. And as you guys saw in the series, he played the Shen at a weak side tank and still popped off. The Nessus, I think it's just a pick, but at least he tried it out, so now he knows, okay, we're not gonna pick it anymore. But,
hey, let us still hope.
Maybe he's gonna surprise us with some other picks, but definitely the Aurelia. Like
and the Vayne as well,
Yeah, Vayne as well, like so many different variations, and that's definitely the strength of Rix. They have so many team comps that can try out so many strategies, and I think we are just seeing the tip of the iceberg, to be honest. Like, this is just the group phase, and semifinals and finals. Hopefully, if they're making it to the, but
Yes.
I'm kind of expecting it. It's gonna be even better.
It's going to be absolutely crazy. And we're talking about random, but Acolyte also popped off today in this,
Yeah,
in this
Acolyte on
series.
that Renekton was crazy.
Yeah, definitely. But Hells, it feels like this last Lucian flopped a bit.
Like I always talk about Acolyte being one of my favorite Baron laners. I just feel this was a thing that just didn't work, right? Like just like random, you know, him failing on that Nasus doesn't take away from how good he is. It was a nice try, you know, the idea was good, but it just didn't work.
Yes, it felt like he had no damage to all. And when you want a solution and also playing in a solo lane, you expect him to be like ultra destroying everyone so early in the game. And we get to see that something was going wrong in the first Herald fight.
It was really interesting. I mean, even the build as well was very interesting. Like the Hullbreaker first item, then went into Stormrazor and then Mortar Reminder as well. I think that was a very high skill matchup in the Baron lane, because if Lucian can dodge Irelia's third ability, then I definitely feel like Acolyte can come out on top. But he just didn't get really the advantage that you need, because Lucian's a really strong early game champion. If you can get that advantage against an Irelia as well, you could definitely do very well. But because he didn't get that advantage, Irelia on random, just jumping onto the back of team fights, and as you mentioned, you know, done so well in this entire series.
So your point toward this is that Irelia is just too broken.
Basically, yeah. I mean, broken, a really flex pick. I mean, we've seen her mid lane with Don. We've seen her in the jungle. We've now seen her in the Baron lane as well. Wouldn't be surprised if it even gets played in the duo lane, maybe with Senna as well. Ooh. It could also be a possibility as well. But yeah, I think that's a great thing about, I like Wildrift in general. There's just so many flex picks, and the draft is just so interesting to see where the coaches and where the players want to play certain champions.
Now the point is, Team Queso versus NASA is going to be the next series, because we didn't get to finish yet for today, guys. We have to know who's going to be the second team out of this group. And what do you think that's going to happen, the Breaker? It's going to be like Team Queso super tired after 3 games, or they online, like, this has been the warm-up.
Now they're even more motivated to make it. Like, they showed themselves being a pretty strong team, contesting against Rix, even making it a really tight series. And from what I've seen, I think Team Queso is doing probably going to do an amazing job against Nasra as well. So my expectations are that they are probably going to win it, and we will see it.
Well, so Health, what do you think about the next series? What do you think that's going to happen?
I think the same as well. I think especially Team Queso really wants to beat Rix now, right? Like they saw, hey, we can do it. As you said, like the first game was a flop. The next games they could indeed win it. They saw, and I feel they just really want to get to Rix again. So I feel they're gonna smash Nasr here, but Nasr also wants to redeem themselves, right? Like they lost, and they're like, okay, we can still make it if we beat Team Queso.
It's going to be one hell of a series, guys. But before we're going to get to Rio that is ready with another interview.
Do you hear anything?
Yes.
Hello, I am here with Clue, the MVP of the series. And Clue, you played 4 games of Rakan today. What do you think makes this champion so strong?
I mean, I think that he's strong just because he can engage and disengage at the same time. And his damage are disgusting.
You think the damage is disgusting? Okay. Well, you were voted the MVP of this match today because you were roaming around the map so much. Why do you think supports are roaming so much instead of sticking to the lane in the 2v2?
I mean, I think it depends of the draft. Because there is some dual lane draft where you can just try to storm the lane, like Nami or something like that. And Rakan can't really do much in lane, so it's a better option to run.
We have seen Karma being banned in every single game, and Karma is usually played as a support champion. What do you think? What is the reason that we have never seen Karma so far?
Because she's broken, dealing so much damage, CC, shield, and too many shield even.
Well, thank you from the MVP Clue of today, and yeah, heading back to you guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Rio. Thank you very much, Clue. Yeah, I get it. Karma is so broken. And yeah, Clue was everywhere. And that was the key point for Rix GG victory. Not only versus Team Queso, but also versus NASA in the second best of 3 that we had today. That's the fact. It's like having impact in the whole map.
I mean, they even had to ban Rakan in that second game as well. They left it open in that third game. And you can see as soon as they left it open, Clue just took it straight away.
Yes,
He knows
definitely.
that because Karma gets banned, most of the time Yuumi gets banned as well. I feel like Rakan is normally the third best support pick as well. As Clue said, engage, disengage, does a lot of damage as well. It's great at roaming around the map. And when you can roam around the map as a support, and if you can help champions and players like Random as well in the Baron lane, which we've seen a lot as well, that really gives them that extra edge.
And the fact is that Queso had a plan to try to stop the Rakan with the Gragas. It's supposed to work, you know? Rakan engages, you go with the body slam, and it seemed to work, but Gragas wasn't ever work, and Rakan it did.
Yeah, I mean, it did work a few times, but in the end, it's not only the Rakan that... I feel like it wasn't necessarily the Rakan that won those team fights. Like I said, the bindings from Morgana, and they had so many ways to win those team fights, not necessarily only by the Rakan. Obviously, Gragas is good at disengaging, but at the same time, they have the I just keep repeating myself with the Morgana binds, but I saw 2 times a Morgana bind on that Corki, and he was out of the team fight, and they just won the team fight thanks to this. So even if you try to counter someone from Rix, there's someone else who's gonna step up and who's gonna win those team fights for them.
Yeah, definitely. We're watching the replays in here where, you know, Rick struggled versus Team Queso in this last game. Team Queso struggled versus Rick in this very same game. Like, it felt like it could have gone both ways, but in the end, I mean, the bindings were crazy, as you were talking about. That breaker, we saw Random absolutely
Look at that
smashing.
flash engage by Gragas as well.
Yes. Is absolutely crazy. And the red side, the Hells, it's like, seems to be like super broken. They were blessed by the red side.
I believe still.
All victories from the red side.
Every game still, right? From red side has been won up until now.
100%
Every single
win rate.
game has been won by the red side. And even Team Queso won against Rix with the red side, which I find very interesting because obviously as the blue side, you'll get the first pick. But red side is just winning every single game. And I'm honestly not even quite sure why, because you'll get 2 power picks. Maybe it's just because there's so many good picks right now that if you can get 2 of them on the red side, it's better than getting the 1 good pick on the blue side.
I mean, tell me.
No, I was going to say as well, like, I think the interesting thing as well is, like, when you lose the game, you get to pick what side you're on as well. And it seems like teams are also prioritizing that red side as well. The red side is not only to do with, like, just like a flip or anything like that. It's also to do with teams actually realizing that red side is so strong at the moment because of what we obviously said before.
And also what I like about the red side is like you get to draft in your own terms, in your own conditions. You hold the flex picks to the last minute, and that is so important. You force the blue side to blind pick, maybe go into uncomfortable matchups. Even though I think Team Queso actually was very wise at their blind picks in this game. In the end, I don't think it is, if it was draft difference, if it was the blessing of the red side or what it was, but RiggsG in the end was the best team. Now, as we were talking about before, it's all about Team Queso versus Nasser. But how do you feel these teams? And I'm going to ask you the breaker now. How do you feel these teams into potentially the matchups versus the Group B teams?
That's actually interesting. I feel like Team Queso and Rix are obviously 2 power teams that can do really well against Group B team. Gamelord, obviously, the #1 C team coming into this tournament. I'm really excited to see maybe a Rix Gamelord match or even Team Queso versus Gamelord. Like in my opinion, so far, Nashville doesn't look as strong, so I'm not sure if they're gonna make it able to qualify, but I think they are better than Parla. And between FG and Nashville is kind of hard to tell, but FG looking really good today. So obviously, let's see what's gonna happen in this next match, and then we can see who's gonna qualify from the Group A.
Yeah, that's actually true, guys. We're gonna check on the Coca-Cola pop-off of this last game. We got plenty of those. We got plenty of players popping off, champions popping off. We had, you know, the play of the game, Hells, was like the random play in the inhibitor turret, and this is the 1v2.
Of course it's random. I mean, who else would it be? You could have...
Look at
Take a look at him right there. He knows it
okay.
as well. He knows it as well. He knows exactly what he's doing. And this is what I mean. You could have taken multiple plays, which is exactly what happened here. And, I mean, this one is just beautiful. I mean, let's just look at it. He's at 1 HP. Andres doesn't want him to get away. And he just gets killed.
Ah, he mistimed the second ability.
Double.
Yes.
Yeah. I think if Andreas timed the second ability with the stasis, then he didn't have enough time to actually
Yeah,
dash
exactly.
onto Kha'Zix as well. But I mean, you can see Random's face as well. He's feeling confident.
He was like, okay, did pretty well. Okay, we're feeling. Oh, okay. I accept this play. It was like the vibe that it was given to us. But Random is just on the next step of the tournament, all about Team Queso versus Nasser right now. I mean, it's gonna be one hell of a series. Like, I feel like we didn't get to select the actual Nasser coming into a tournament.
Yeah, I think coming into the tournament, I feel like Nasser are definitely this aggressive team coming from Turkey as well. But again, I think, as we mentioned a little bit on our cast earlier as well, is that Nasser are playing against a lot stronger opponents, no disrespect to the Turkish teams, but a lot stronger opponents than what they did in Turkey as well. So they're giving them a little bit more respect. But coming into this, you know, Nasser have had time to prepare now against Team Queso. Team Queso just had a absolute bloodbath of a best-of-3 series, you know, back and forth all the time. It was an absolutely crazy best-of-3. But now Team Queso, they have to mental reset. They have to think about the next game now. They don't have a lot. They don't have a lot of time as well. And then you got Nasser versus Team Queso, and the winner of that is going to be the second seed going into the semi-finals.
You heard Stuart. Nasser versus Team Queso, and the winner is going to be the second team out of this Group A. But guys, that's going to be after a short pause, and we'll be coming with that incredible best-of-3.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Welcome everyone. We are back here with the WIEC Championship Finals, and we're gonna be host with the last best of 3 of the day. Now it's do or die, it's swim or sink.
This
definitely.
is it, right? Like this is it. These games are the best in my opinion because right, like the games that we had before were like, yeah, sure. The first game was really good, by the way, but the second and the third game, you could lose. It's okay, but now it's not okay anymore. If you lose, it's over. Like you go home.
Literally, you go home. You get to fly back home because there is no more chances. Come on, you get to leave that best of 3 by casting. It was crazy. So what do you think of Team Queso after casting those games?
I mean, I think Queso has shown very good side of themselves. But I also think they had so many things to improve in terms of drafting. So hopefully for this series, they'll fix that and, win 2-0.
Are we going to get back like the Team Queso that depends completely from Andrew said? Or we are going to get the second version, like the more flexible one, the one that has this spicy peak such the Singe?
I think, obviously, this series of the match with Team Queso against NASA is going to be completely different from the rest of the series. The nerves are really on now. Whoever loses one is going to go home. So I think we're going to see a completely different game today.
Yeah, definitely. And on the other side, we have NASA that they have a very rough start today. They got 0-2 versus Rixie. It's, I think, the hardest beginning of a day that you could ever ask in this tournament.
There was light at the end of the tunnel, however, because I want to talk about something. Nasser actually won early game, both games.
Yes.
I'm not sure if anyone realized, well, we realized because we were casting and analyzing it, but both games, Nasser won the early game pretty convincingly. They were ahead by like 1 or 1.5k gold in a few minutes. So it's just about keeping that momentum up. And I feel against a team like Team Queso, it may be a little easier to do than against Rix, because we know Rix, very calm and collective, very good team.
Kamaline is offended.
They're very calm and collective, very good team, and then against Team Queso, they could actually hold it up and possibly take the series.
Kamen, I think you have something to say.
I'm gonna take Hellas out now to fight. So come on, I'm sorry.
If you're gonna fight, you fight outside. So please, I mean, I have the Darius axe and also Jack's weapon. If you want to fight with weapons.
I want Darius's Nox and Guillotine, please.
You want the Nox and Guillotine? Okay, understandable. I would say way more powerful, but
yeah, I don't need a real weapon to win.
Hello, Jax.
No, don't fight, guys. Please, don't spill blood on the analyst desk. I want it clean, as clean as possible. So, yeah, the fact is that I think I really don't agree with you by saying like Team Queso is more affordable or something like that. Like conquering the elegant, like Team Queso proved themselves in the last best of 3 being, a team that is going to be, a contender to take this championship, but it is the fact that they make mistakes and that NASA can take advantage of them.
And I just feel like Team Queso is one of those teams that, the more games they play, the better they get. Like, they'll start to understand like what is working and what is not working. Because obviously the first game, the triple support didn't work, right? Like it didn't work. But now they found out, hey, wait, we can put Joey on an ADC. And I assume they're going to do it again here against Nasser Esports. And I feel they may even bring out some other ADCs like the Kai'Sa, for example, or like the Varus. And this is where I feel that Team Queso starts to shine. And I just hope they can keep it up because I love Team Queso.
Yeah, really, this is a game that is played by 2 teams, and NASA has something to say. They have a very strong top side of the map, and this is where they are willing to play through.
Yeah, for sure. In the first game, we saw very instability in the mid lane. Rignet actually died a lot of times alone in the side lane, didn't really do a good job. Swest and him tried to make a lot of plays, but didn't really work out. I think this game they have to be way more decisive in what they're going to do, because if they play like the first game against Rix, they're going to get stumped by TQ as well. So I hope we're going to see them be more coordinated today, because, well, we can't have the mid lane going 0-3 again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kamen, do you want to see something like you feel offended all the time?
But excuse me, are you calling me sensitive?
I know you are with the Team Queso guys.
What?
Yeah, are you not? Are you not? You are fully
impartial.
You're fully impartial. Okay. We're going to feel offended. Okay, my bad. My body here. You can underestimate neither of these teams, considering they made it to this very tournament. So It feels like, yeah, Team Queso is gonna be the favorite, but they need to polish up some things, maybe take care of that LA game, for example. That NASA is really, really, really dangerous.
Yes.
I mean, I remember the first game versus RigTG, like taking 2 scuttle crabs. Also, the vision net was really, really efficient from the side of NASA. Tracking down, like actually undress it, may be a problem for Team Queso.
You know, and I feel like this playstyle from Nasser may work out better against Team Queso, especially if Team Queso decides to funnel a lot of gold into Andres yet again, because they're really good at rotating, especially in the early game. If they're able to take away a lot of gold from Andres, like as I said, it could be easier for them to snowball the game against Team Queso.
Yeah, definitely. Carmen, what do you want to say about it? I feel you have to share the joke with the whole classroom.
Actually, I want to talk about NASA and how they came back from a 2-0 series versus Parla Esports and turned it into a 3-2 in their favor. So I don't think this should be underestimated, despite Health saying that constantly.
Stop, please. Health, don't underestimate.
Yeah, I have my opinion,
but
and I stand by my opinion.
That is true. I mean, it's not easy to overcome a 0-2 against you. You need to put up a huge fight to recover and to put a river sweep on the table. And that's why NASA is here in Rio. They are warriors.
NASA is coming in as the champions of Turkey. It's not to be messed around with.
Yeah.
They have shown for a very long time that they're the best team in Turkey and they have amazing players. But Team QQ has amazing players as well. We see actually the lineup right here on the screen. Acolyte and Dressed, Veas and Joris Gex and Methnod. I mean, there is not a weak link here. It's 5 amazing players and NASA really has to do the best to keep it up. I think one of the interesting matchups here is that both Regna and Veas today has been kind of iffy in the early game. Both have been caught out a lot, dying solo and dying to the junglers. So I think maybe the mid lane is going to be the most volatile matchup because both of them have shown a lot of weaknesses today, but we know they're great players. So whoever is going to step up might actually be the difference to take the win.
Maybe we'll get to see those suppressed clips popping off in this series, but let's put it that way because there are a lot of storylines, you know, merging in here. Yeah. We have like NASA trying to make it to the playoff stage, facing a very, very tough group. And on the other side, we have Team Queso that are willing to go back to the international stage to prove themselves once again. And the fact is that if you lose this game, you're not gonna be there.
Yeah, you gotta reach top 3, and this is the first place where you can get out. But like, even if you win this, you're not quite there yet. But of course, this is a hurdle that you have to overcome, and it's gonna be a rough one for both of them.
It would be really, really sad for Team Queso, like actually not get it. But you know, it's time to put everything on the table.
Everything.
You know, both teams can't be saving more aces under the sleeve. You have to bring everything right now.
And I want to say one other thing, by the way, Noah, because the beauty, the beauty about these matches is, right, like teams could actually leave their secret picks still back, but now they can't.
No,
because let's say Team Queso has some secret picks still, right, and they're down 1-0 against Nasser. They have to bring them out because these are going to be the best picks that they have, and it's not going to be the secret picks anymore.
Guys, enough chat. Oh, Carmeline, do you want to say something before?
I forgot.
You forgot. Okay, now you have time to think about it. Because guys, enough chat. It's time to welcome our teams, Team Queso and NASA Esports, to the stage. now NASA Esports joins the stage for literally the last chance these two teams have to make it out of groups. Do or die, stream or sink. This is the definition, real, of this best of 3 series. No more secrets, all on the table.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of different picks today, and I hope we will see some more picks from Team Queso that they played in Game 2 and Game 3 instead of Game 1. I think it was quite boring watching 3 support with a hyper carry jungler, so...
Nah, that was not the most exciting.
I hope we got the good steady. I mean, actually, one of the things I want to talk about is that the fact that Methanol was known in the past to be really aggressive jungler. He played Alistar, he played Thresh, he made pace around the map. And now he's stuck on Galio and Lulu, who's reactive champions instead of proactive champions. I want to see more of those proactive champions from Methanol, because I think he's a really smart player about catching people off guard. And he can't really do that on the picks he's been getting.
Are you saying that if you play a non-aggressive champion, you're not intelligent?
No. I'm just saying he's not using his strength properly on those champions. I think he's a very smart player. So putting him on a support...
Because he's smart, he shouldn't be playing support and all. I'm kidding.
No, I just think he used to be so good at catching people off guard. His Alistar was known in the whole leaderboard for ranked players. He was the best Alistar on the server. And watching him play Lulu, I mean, it breaks my heart.
Quite a bit, yeah. I can understand, like, when you have a mechanically gifted player, when you get, I mean, when you put them on Yumi, it's like,
Why? No, whoa.
Get Yumi out of the game, please. It's like both games, please. PC edition or mobile edition. Like, I saw that one, Yumi. It's like, it's like, I feel it's like toxic. God, you can get to attack her. It's unfair. And she kills him so much.
Yeah, but surprisingly, Yumi, there's more behind Yumi than you think. Like, I did a challenge for myself.
Are you a player by yourself? Are you a Yumi player by yourself?
I play everything, and I did a challenge to get Challenger as a support player. And I played a lot of Yumi too. I'm not gonna lie, I initially thought Yumi was a quote-unquote brain dead champion, but after actually playing Yumi, it's surprisingly hard to play on the top level, because you constantly have to decide, okay, do I now need to go out of my teammate to get that passive? But if you get CC'd, you're dead. So those are the things that, you know, we like to say, Yumi, brain dead, blah, blah, but those are the things that we're not seeing. Those are the high-skilled plays that we're not seeing, because when do you get out? When do you get the passive? When do you go back in? Which ally are you supposed to attach to? It's surprisingly hard to play the champion.
Like, the details that define the really, really, really great champions in that kind of, really great players in that kind of champions and the average ones. So, guys, we talked a lot about this, like, do-or-die game between NASA and Team Queso. But we have Darkbreaker ready with the actual key points of the series.
Yo, thanks, Noah. Let's get started with the key points for Team Queso versus Nesra. Wait, where's the mic? You mean? Where's the mic? Oh, that's what, oh my god. Okay, for the first point, we have battle of the playstyles in the Baron lane. It's gonna be Sneaky and Acolyte. Sneaky, he loves to go for the hyper carry champions, and Acolyte with the team-orientated champions. The second one is gonna be Jungler decides the game. He's gonna dictate the pace of the game, and the third point is gonna be mid lane aggressiveness, Vejos versus Ragnar, who is gonna pick off people on the map. And that's about it. And let's hop right to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Darkbreaker. All about the mid jungle duo, Hels. What do you think?
Sorry?
All about the mid jungle duo.
Well, yeah, it's very important, but I feel like now with Team Queso, you know, before I said it's all about jungle, but now after seeing those games, I feel it's about everything. We saw all of them do very well, and I feel like really now it's going to be all about everything, and I hope that they're going to do the same. I hope they're not going to be playing those funneling compositions again. Just give me some carries on every single row again.
Caroline, would you be excited with another 3 support composition around Unreset?
I mean,
choose your words.
I have to choose my words, and I choose to say your health is wrong, as always. Now, actually, I just think the compositions we've been playing Some of them have worked better than others, and this is obvious. But if you look at the second composition in the second map for the last series versus Rix, it's very easy to spot where the strengths were, and that's in giving Acolyte more power, giving Andres a little bit of like a, let's say, less of an important role. It's still quite important, but not the main carry role. And then allowing Joey with a Corki and Methanol there to keep on pushing. Of course, they use with a Singed. So if they are able to repeat that composition, I think they'll be quite powerful, unstoppable.
I mean, I would say like Rio, the key is like keep it simple, but keep for yourself like more than one win condition.
Yeah, definitely, because we saw in the game 2 and game 3, the entire of Team Queso are great players. Joey Skaggs could carry on Kogi, Acolyte could carry on Rennington. So I think, putting everything onto Andres' head is probably too much with such great players around him.
Definitely, guys, but enough once again, because now it comes the actual important game, because the last best of 3 of the day is going to be Nasser versus Team Queso, and we have ready Stress and Stuart to cast the game.
Thank you very much, Noah and the analyst desk. Oh, this is a do-or-die series now. This is best of 3 to determine who is still in for a shot at the playoffs. Of course, win here and you're in on day 3's games. That still means you're in with a chance for icons. Lose here and you're out. End of the season for our losing team. So we have Team Queso, who narrowly lost to Rix, going up against NASA. Stress with Stuart for this all-important matchup. Stuart, we've had a lot of games today. We've had a lot of different flavors. How do you feel like Queso are going to bounce back after a very close third game against Rix?
Yeah, it's going to be really, really hard for them. I think just such a close loss as well against one of the top teams. Rix was very, very heartbreaking for them, but they can't dwell on that now. I think that's the main thing. They need to mental reset, because this is a big game. I mean, we've already seen Unicorns of Love out the tournament. Now we're going to see a second team out of the tournament on day number 1. I still do think Team Queso do have that little bit of an edge, but now I'm thinking to myself, because of that last loss, like I said, they can't dwell on it, but it could be a big factor going into this as well. But they've picked up these new champions as well, which we haven't seen from them before, like the Singed as well, like the Corki that, Joey's picking up a lot more as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see, what other ideas they have as well against this NASA team, who's had a lot of time to prepare now since that first game.
Yeah, they've been able to watch basically the entire day's games for Queso. There was 3 really close games, and I think that they'll basically, I would imagine, would say, oh, we'll let them draft around Andre. But I was having this conversation with Carmeline where I actually think that's really dangerous, because through all the games we casted for Queso through the regular split, the only teams that really upset the Andre carry style were Game Lord and Queso and Rix. For Team Queso, any team weaker than the top tier just got smothered by Andre in the jungle from minute 1 in the game.
I think that's kind of where the big kind of gap really lies. You got Rix and Game Lord as them big teams, which they have the the coaching staff behind. They have the players as well that are probably a bit more aware of the play style as well of Team Queso, and NASA probably, they probably haven't been scrimming them at all, because obviously they're in the same group, so they probably don't know what to expect. But like you said, NASA coming into this are probably a bit of a weaker team. Team Queso, I would say, are probably favourites in this.
Sure.
And like you said, when Andre gets on these carries, against the teams that maybe don't know too much about it, then he can just run over the entire game.
We've casted NASA against European teams in the past outside of the WREC a little bit, so NASA certainly should be aware of how strong Andre is. I'm sure they felt his wrath out of the jungle. I would say that NASA can be a very aggressive team themselves. Like a lot of invades by Swest, and Sneaky, I think, from the top lane role, has a tendency to try and push limits as much as he can. So that is an option for NASA to play around as a positive, but we have seen it backfire from time to time with Sneaky getting caught out on the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've watched a few of the games of NASA and everything as well, and I think that's one of the main points. And that's not really what I really saw too much against Rick. So I think they're giving these teams a little bit more respect. But like you said, we're used to seeing NASA in the Turkish scene be a lot more aggressive and try and make these plays plays, which, like you said, sometimes can backfire because sometimes they can overstep a little bit, but maybe it's just a LAN environment. It could be, you know, nerves. It could be anything like that. But I think this game, what I want to see from NASA is I want to see them play more aggressive, play with more confidence as well, because they maybe gave Rix a little bit too much respect. You know, as Hells was saying on the analyst desk, they did get them early game leads, but they just weren't using that to their advantage. They were just sitting back and letting Rix go to them.
Yeah, I think that's a totally fair way of putting it as the players are getting ready for the game. I know the NA casters were talking about thumb sleeves. I'm a sleeves player myself. I have old man thumbs that get really tired on the screen, especially if you're playing on an old phone and it gets really warm. Yeah, that's what I find bad. I've not seen the single sleeve before, but you know, just on the movement one.
Yeah.
So interesting one. I'm learning all sorts of things about like claw grip and all these types of things. I'm just like, I play with 2 thumbs.
Yep, that's
and
me.
That's why I suck.
I feel like the same with both of us. You know, I speak to like you know, DB behind the scenes and the players as well, and they're doing like some crazy claw grip where they use their fingers for the mini map.
We use like, I played FPS, so I actually use like 6 fingers at once on the screen, and I'm like, that's a bit overkill.
Yeah, it's like we just use 2 thumbs, you know, one for the movement, and then you maybe move up to the map sometimes, and then your other thumb for the abilities and the auto attacks. You know, at the end of the day, mobile games, you know, you only need 2 thumbs, but I guess that's where like the extra edge comes in. You know, when you get to use your fingers as well on top of that, you get that little bit, I guess, of an advantage because you can actually move around and have a look around at the mini map whilst also moving at the same time. So maybe we're getting a little few tips ourselves. Maybe we need to.
Do you know what? I think the amount of VP I'll lose if I try and swap to using more than my 2 thumbs, you're going to need better than like the lever protection that's coming on the new patch if I'm in your game trying to do that one. Switching focus again back to NASA and Team Queso. I think the fact that Rix is in their group makes this such a different game to play against because I don't think there are too many games that like Snitch as a mid laner gives over weaknesses to the opponents. Whereas I think both Rekna and Veos we've seen struggling a little bit today. And I think if a team can feed off that in mid lane, pick up a couple of kills, I think that's how you easily run away with a game like this, right? Whereas Snitch, he's not giving you anything in the middle lane.
I mean, Snitch is just like, he doesn't matter what he plays, he just feels comfortable in everything.
Yeah.
He can just play whatever he wants. He's super comfortable. He doesn't really make any mistakes. But like you said, you know, Reckoner at the start of the day and also Veos in that last series as well, playing Lulu, played Singe twice as well. I think the Singe was a little bit better in the second and the third game. But I think that's just like, we're kind of seeing how the meta's evolving already, and it's only been day 1. You know, we've been seeing a lot more AD carries. We've been seeing a lot of Singed mid lane, which was being played in China quite a lot as well. But as we say that, we're going to get into picks and bans for game number 1. So I think for me, like, you know, the mid lane point, I want to try and see if Team Queso will allow Veos to get play on these assassins. Me and you, we've seen what Veos can do on a Kali. Like, if this guy can pop off, okay, they just ban it themselves.
They ban it themselves. They're like, we don't even need a Kali to win this. I mean, Rekna, he's got a pretty deep champion pool from what we've heard speaking to some of the other players and the way that we've done our prep for NASA. So no surprise that a big assassin like that is taken off the board. If we see the Singed, I think we'll get a little deeper into this, but I want to kind of talk a little bit as this game goes on about safe mid lane champions and how they affect the game, but we'll focus on this draft for now.
Ooh.
The Lulu mid just drew a ban. I mean, we did see Methanol play it as a support. Obviously, we've seen a lot of Lulu, Olaf, that kind of thing, but these are some different bans. We've normally seen a lot of Camille, a lot of Olaf ban. Camille or Olaf will be available in this game.
Yeah, Camille or Olaf, and also Yumi as well, which I think didn't get banned in the last game of the last series, and Team Queso didn't pick up. It's a triple support ban for NASA. And you know what I actually like about this? It actually opens up a lot. Like you said, you know, the Gragas is still open. The Graves is also still open. The Camille is still open. That's 100% going to be the first pick. I mean, I spoke to a little bit about Random about this as well. It's like when Camille is open, you have to first pick the champion. Sure. Even after all the nerfs that she's got as well, it's just her kit is super safe. And we get to see our first Senna. It's been banned quite a lot as well. Like you said, potentially Galio. Gragas as well is also another combo. Nasus we've seen as well with Senna. We'll have to see if they're going to pick that up now.
The reason I say Galio is I always default back to like our January, February meta where Camille Galio was incredibly strong. Swest is like a Jace spammer. When Jace was released, he played it a ton out of the jungle. So no surprises that when it is available, it's being picked up by NASA. I wonder whether the Galio is going to get picked up here or whether Queso will all in elsewhere. That's an Olaf picked up. Again, another big pick that was available coming out of the draft.
I think the crazy thing is as well, I mean, at the start of the day, we actually saw Reckoner playing Jace in the mid lane. So it's actually interesting that they prioritize Jace over Olaf, because we've seen what Andre can do on Olaf and how powerful he can be. And they're going to actually pick up Galio themselves as well. So not giving that away to Senna. But I think the Senna still has a few options as well in the duo lane, like I mentioned, with the Nasus and also the Gragas as well, which is also available, which has been a very, very high priority. But yeah, back to the Jace. They prioritizing Jace instead of Olaf. And I feel like Team Queso have such a great comp right now. Acolyte in the Baron lane, been really, really strong on Camille in the past. Andreas, we know what he can do on Olaf, and also the Galio can be flexed in the mid lane. Veos has played it before in the past, not that recently, but mainly on Mephinor. And this is the first Darius that I think we've seen of the entire finals.
It is, and it's into Acolyte, who knows this matchup like the back of his hand. He's a well-known Darius player, but NASA had to take their top lane here, otherwise it gets pinched so heavily that you won't have any playable matchups into Camille. Obviously, we've seen Darius get a few nerfs, and now we turn our attention back down to the bottom lane for a while as Varus banned out on the side of NASA, Gragas banned out from Team Queso, but this Senna unlocks bottom lane picks that you cannot normally run, and that makes me now wonder where NASA are going to go with this. They're trying to take away some of Joey's comfort champions, but that Corki is still available, so I think that's where Queso are going to go.
Yeah, I think you brought a great point about Corki, and I think he actually performed really, really well on the Corki. Sometimes I think some of the packages were a little bit over aggressive at times. Sometimes he did get a little bit caught out, but I think it's definitely one of his comfort champions. It'd be interesting to see here if they're going to actually pick the duo lane pick, or maybe potentially pick maybe the jungler. As you said, Sweat could play the Jace. It could also go to Reckoner as well in the mid lane. So I think this pick is going to decide a lot, whether it's going to be that duo lane combo with the Senna, whether it's going to be in the jungle as well. And like you said, the other bans as well, Gragas, I'm very surprised wasn't picked at all. And it's a
Jarvan jungle, Jace mid. They're leaving a little bit of flex. I don't think it's going to be anything like Jarvan support or Jace down in the bottom lane. I think it's going to be that last pick on bottom lane where now you're trying to see like how much poke do they have, how much range do they have in bottom lane, can you afford to pick something that needs time, do you have to pick something more aggressive with the Senna. I don't mind it utilizing red side till the last pick. We kind of feel like Queso are going to go Corki, but it's not. It's actually a Ziggs, which we haven't seen out of Joey in quite some time.
No, I think Ziggs in general we haven't really seen for a long time, to be fair. I think it's not been as high priority. There was an interesting moment, and then it's singed again for Veos in the mid lane. I mean, honestly, like I said, I think he actually performed pretty well in game number 2 and even game number 3 as well. During them really, really close team fights, the poison that Singe can offer is just really, really nice. But the thing is, though, is that I feel like Jarvan is such a great pick against this comp. You shut down the Olaf. The Olaf has no mobility. If the Singe jumps in as well,
can't get him out.
You can't get out of it. Yeah, he can't get out because the Jarvan is just going to lock them down. So I feel like it's a bit of an interesting one. Is that Ahri duo? I feel like I remember seeing Ahri duo lane in a region before that. I remember like I was looking at other regions to see what they picked. It might have also been China, maybe Korea as well. I think I've seen Ahri duo lane before, but with a Senna as well.
Whatever NASA picked, it needed to bring a little bit of magic damage because they had the Jarvan, they had Darius, Jace, Senna from there. So something needed to have magic damage somewhere in their composition. But I think you're kind of right. Like Singed, other than stopping Jarvan jumping in, like he can't flag and drag over the Mega Adhesive. That's basically one interaction, but then after that, Cataclysm on top of Olaf and Singed is going to just put a cage around them.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
if the damage can come up in response, like if NASA can keep damage output going and destroy the tanks in the Cataclysm, then surely at that point you'd think that Jarvan is going to outplay. But I think that's always risky because you're stuck in there with a Singed and an Olaf, and you got to survive through all of that damage too.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see actually where these picks go, because it could potentially be like maybe Ahri mid lane, it could be Jace in the jungle, and then Jarvan could be down in the duo lane as well. I think there is a little bit of flexibility. I think it is, like we said, it's probably going to be Jarvan jungle, Jace mid, Darius top with the Ahri and the Senna in in the dual lane, which I think is really, really interesting. There's a little bit of mobility on the side of Team Queso. You know, Camille can jump out of the way, Ziggs can try and escape as well, and even if Jarvan does use a Cataclysm, you do also have that Galio ultimate as well as a protection. But I think the main focus is just making sure that Jarvan can just stop Andre. We've seen it as a counter pick before as well. Really, really good. If Olaf has his flash down, he can't really do anything at all. You're just going to catch him up. But this is the all-important series, Stress. This is going to be the first game of the best of 3, and
it's the unexpected Jarvan bot lane. So
it was my second prediction.
It was your second. I didn't think it was going to be, but one thing that is for certain is Ziggs is the kind of champion that is punished when he doesn't have his flash available by picks like Jarvan, who can easily and reliably get on top of him. So that's one area that we may see Team Queso struggle with as this game goes further. But I got to look at Acolyte. Camille, first pick of the day of Camille being let through the draft, and Andre's Olaf. These are scary picks for Queso to be picking up.
These are picks that we know that Team Queso can play as well, because they've been playing it constantly throughout the whole WREC. And I think actually Ari is a pretty good matchup against Singed, because Singed, as I mentioned a little bit before with Singed, you could just play really, really safe. You can clear the wave in the mid lane, but Ari can also clear the mid wave as well very, very easily. You can see Reckoners going in a little bit, but Veos is completely fine. Just flips them away and he's all good.
Yeah, he had Swest around as well, so they were looking at whether there was an opportunity on there. I think one of the things I'm starting to see from Singed is, and this is something we wanted to talk about a little bit, is he's safe in the middle lane, but his push power is not particularly quick. He's not very fast at getting the roam. Rekna forced to flash out over the wall. Joey's going to flash after him and try and get the damage. First blood does go to Queso, and a second one on top of it for good measure. Joey is having another great start. It's 3 over to Queso with 1 exchange as Swest gets shut down before he's ever able to get into the fight. 4 kills to 1. Queso with a perfect start for
I honestly thought Team Queso kind of went a little bit too over-aggressive there. They would use like 3 flashes to try and kill one person. They use the exhaust as well, but it worked out for them. Like you said, 4-for-1 trade in the early game. That's absolutely huge for this dual lane as well. Like you said, Ziggs can struggle against Jarvan, you know, especially with that flash down as well, but because he's able to get a few advantages, but Andre straight in the mid lane.
The Singe. I'm not even going to cast it, because one interaction I didn't even think about is, of course, I mean, Rekna doesn't have his ultimate up, but that Mega Adhesive screws Ari's day.
Yeah, so you see in the replay as well, you know, Methanout and Andre flashed in before Ari flashed over the wall. Joey flashed in, used the exhaust as well, but they're already at a disadvantage, because when you're low on health, especially with the NASA members as well, it allows Team Queso to regroup as well. It allows Team Queso to group up, and it's such a huge play for them, like you said, in that mid lane fight as well.
Oh, we're back into another fight. Like, Rekna's still only level 4, doesn't have the Spirit Rush available. Veos is taking damage on the back end of it. Oh, that wasn't an accelerated Shock Blast, or Swest would have picked up the kill onto Andre. Queso kind of want to slow this down from that mid lane engage. They got away with it without losing anybody else.
Rekna is really struggling in this mid lane. I think Veos is close to being a whole level ahead already against Rekna, which I think Rekna in the early game on this Ori can use that, well, try to use the wave clear in the early game to try and rotate around the map, but he just got completely caught out by Methanout in the river, and it's kind of backfired a little bit as well.
Yeah.
And now Team Queso are on the front foot. They already nearly have a 2,000 goal lead at 3 minutes in the game. Not really too much, to be fair, but a goal lead is still a gold lead. They got 5 kills as well. And we're going to be getting their first objective soon. It's going to be Cloud Dragon as well. I think the movement speed that you can get on Team Queso's side. Singed, Olaf, Galio, Camille as well.
Like, everybody benefits. There's only Ziggs that doesn't really care about it, because he just wants to stand still, right? But, I mean, I don't know how I feel about this, Jarvan, because Babane is stuck down in the bottom lane for a while. And I know, obviously, when you're playing Senna as a bot lane carry, you're kind of taking a little bit more of the supportive responsibility, but I think Babane's engage is so key for the way that NASA have to play this, that if he's stuck bot lane just absorbing waves from Singed, it reduces what NASA can do on the map.
But I think to kind of counteract that as well, I think the reason why they're putting Senna and Ari in the mid lane is to try and push out the mid wave as quick as possible. I think that's what kind of the thought process, I think, in NASA. I totally agree that, you know, if you put Jarvan in the mid lane, it allows him to roam around the map to try and make plays as well. But I think if you're against the Ziggs in the mid lane, you need someone for that pushing power.
Oh, and you need to be able to get Ziggs flash, and that's exactly what NASA get from that exchange. Will they lose much on the back end of it, though, as Swest is going to get taunted up? Babane is here. They forced 1 flash out. Oh, Singe sidesteps, but it's not enough. enough to get free. And into the fight comes Andre. Flash forward with the Ragnarok. And Ragnar Rampage through this fight. As in goes Acolyte. Gets the ultimatum in place. It's a double kill for Andre. And this is business as usual for Team Queso. And Andre, triple kill off the fight. 9 kills total.
They balance the aggro and they balance going in and out of that team fight so well. As Acolyte going in, they jump back out. Then Mephenor jumped in just afterwards as well. They just balanced the damage so well. They all survived on 1 HP, but that was the main thing, that they all survived and they got the kills. We can take a look at the replay. It was originally Joey that got caught, but the Mega Inferno Bomb. Ziggs still does so much damage. Veils with the Protobell, trying to get the flip onto Swest as well on top of the Taunt. The Cataclysm couldn't do much because Singed had the flash. That was the most important thing. And then it was just the re-engage from Team Queso. You can see Andreas jumping in as well, flashing in. Acolyte then jumps in, but you can see he flashes back out, baits Babunia to go back in. Mephenor then flashes back out as well, and they just juggle it so well, and they just survive the whole team fight. They get a few kills under their belt as well. They also got the Rift Herald, which actually got that mid lane tower as well, which just opens up the map so much for Team Queso.
5-0-4 for Andre on this game, and this is what we were talking about, is you cannot scrap against Andre as a jungler. Like, Ricks are too secure in the way that they played, whereas NASA are a lot more loose. Here comes the engage. Triple taunt lands from Mephenor, and into the fight comes the rest of Queso. Can they feed more over to Andre? He drops low, nearly drops instantly in that fight, and NASA actually trade 1 for 1. Get the shutdown gold off Andre. That's kind of what they need with a Dragon up. Joey doesn't have his flash available from that last exchange. Mephenor going to try and throw himself into harm's way, picks up a kill and denies the engage from Cool FX. But wow, that is close for Queso. They lose Andre and lose the shutdown gold.
Yeah, they're going to give over the shutdown gold to NASA. They're not going to be able to do too much with that, though, I don't think. I think the Team Queso still take that as an advantage for themselves. Joey as well, 206 on this Ziggs as well. It's been caught out a few times, but he still had his flash available. The Mega Inferno Bombs are doing so much as well, but NASA, I feel like they just can't really do anything about this Olaf now, and you can see why Ricks banned the Olaf as well in that previous series. When you give over Andreas Olaf, he's just on a whole nother level, even without the Yumi, without the Lulu, and there he goes again. He's just going to kill him.
Yeah, level advantage, so forces out the barrier. I mean, but at the same time, even without killing him, he opens up the tower, right? That's the key play that they're going for. That's exactly what Queso want from that situation. A little bit risky of Mephenor here. He knows he can tank up a little damage, but NASA should be able to take this dragon. No smite available. Are they actually not going to do it? Wow, they're going to get delayed off the dragon. That's huge because it's going to buy time. I mean, Queso don't know that it reset. Queso don't have the full vision, but now they do. And now Joey says, okay, let's go aggressive. Let's dance around the dragon because it's all about the objective control. Mephenor is going to body block. Swest is going to be able to take dragon down on the back end. Has he bought enough time as Mephenor can't deter the dragon steal, but Andre doesn't care about the objectives. Andre wants the kills on the backside of this, and Queso have got NASA trapped. It's just a matter of time before they do it. It's just how clean is it going to be from Queso. The shield comes out. Not enough as a rampage for Joey. The execute comes down onto Swest, but it's a real execution in the side of Team Queso, taking 15 kills on the game. They're going to take another tower, 3 towers to 0. This game is all going Queso's way.
Over 10,000 gold lead now for Team Queso, and Joey actually using a satchel charge to go in. I think that's the first time I've seen it, as Andre gets caught out again. So, I mean, NASA are finding these little mistakes from Team Queso, but it's not really adding up to much at the moment. I think that's the problem, is that they're just getting absolutely destroyed in these team fights. Team Queso are just playing around the team fight so well. The lockdown from Acolyte, then Mephenor as well with these ultimates have been really good during the team fights, and then Joey on top of that as well. Like I said, I think it's the first time I've ever seen an aggressive satchel charge forward. That just shows his confidence. Oh, it might be the last.
Might be the last time you see it. I looked away from the screen and Sneaky's dead. So that is a thing that happened in this game, and Veos is trying to run away. Has himself the Rylai's, but not a lot of health to work with anymore. NASA are going to pick up 1 from that top lane exchange. It's getting a bit scrappy, and that still does favor Queso, but this is one of the reasons why we were talking about how Queso can play against teams that are not quite at the level of Ricks and Gamelord. Is Queso kind of like coin flipping at times? They don't mind it so much. That's kind of where they thrive, giving isolated kills over to Andre and buying space for the rest of the team. So they're going to be able to at least pressure the Rift Herald. It will reset, though, from here. Queso don't want to rush it.
And they don't take any risks as Joey Ignite goes down as well. I think Rekna.
Oh! West with the snipe.
Downtown.
Punished from long range as Joey. Wish he had his satchel charge away that time. We could have flashed it, but didn't think he was going to take that much damage. And now NASA have an opportunity in mid lane if they can get it, but minion wave is going to die pretty quickly here. You know, NASA just don't feel confident in capitalizing on the advantages they get. That's what I'm feeling in this game. They've got a few kills here and there, but there's no second follow-up to it. There's no way of actually taking the objective.
Yeah, I think that's just like them playing a little bit. They're trying to play aggressive at times, but then, like you said, when they get their advantages, which they did get against Rix as well. You know, Rix, they got them small advantages, but then it was just what you do after them advantages, which is the most important thing. You need to make sure that if you get a pick on the side lane, if you get a pick on the mid lane, Senna only has 34 stacks, which is not a lot at 11 minutes into the game. Normally, you'd have about... I mean, at least above 40 by now. I could be wrong in terms of numbers, but I think at least 40 now, because every time Senna gets like 20 stacks, she gets like bonuses and everything as well. But only 34 stacks. It's going for a more aggressive Senna build as well. Normally we see like Divine Sunderer and Black Cleaver on Senna, just so she can be a little bit more tanky. Like you said, more of that supportive role. And Sneaky might get caught out on the end.
We talked about Sneaky overextending from time to time, and he was up past his tower line well in advance. Top tower is where the engage is going in favor, perhaps, of NASA. Charm lands, that should be enough to deal with Acolyte. He will get taken out as Cool Effects picks it up, but that's a Rift Herald charge down into the bottom lane, as in the middle lane, Methanaut has been dealing with NASA, but it's Joey that has actually died from this very scrappy game as West picks up a double kill in mid, as Veus is now trying to distract and, you know, pull NASA around this mid lane. Inhibitor has gone down because, of course, Andre has been able to take it out. Now we'll be able to run away. Ultimate not quite available, but when it's up, he should be able to escape this. Charm lands. Ragnarok popped, and he chooses to go back in. I think Andre... I feel like he could have read that one. Maybe it was at like half a second on the cooldown of that ult coming back up. But Queso kind of losing their heads a little bit.
It's not a clean game from Team Game. Queso, that's for sure. It's definitely not a team game. They're clean game. They've definitely been caught. We missed how Joey got caught in the mid lane as well, because I think Swiss got a double kill in that mid lane in the end. But Acolyte got caught in the top lane. Methanaut's been caught a few times as well. Veos as well. Andreas died a few times. I don't think that's really him getting caught. I think that's more to do with the team fights, except for that situation that just happened now. But yeah, like I said, not the cleanest game by Team K, so they still have the gold lead though.
But NASA,
and again.
Okay, so I'm glad they're going for Singe. Turn for Dragon right now.
Yeah,
because
they
Andre's
need to
only
do
just
something.
respawned. They could have taken it before the Singed pick if they wanted to, but you've bought time for Andre to get back. That's a huge ultimate from Joey, and here comes a big taunt on top of it as well. But all of this is just buying time for Andre to get to the fight. Blast Cone over the wall.
Here he
Flash
comes.
in as well, and Andre's here. It's your nightmare at this point because Andre can just eat through the health bars. Charm lands. He needs to land a little bit more damage in order to heal up. Will end up dropping, and NASA have been able to at least steady the ship around this engage. And again, Queso is split across the map. Andre does contest the fight, but they will lose a tower in the top side. Dragon going over to NASA.
They play aggressive in the 4 versus 5. They lose out on the team fight as well. Again, it's Team Queso not playing clean. Maybe they just a bit of miscommunication because Acolyte was still pushing in the barrel lane. Maybe they were trying to use it as a distraction as well to try and get that inhibit the tower. The problem is that Camille doesn't have Hullbreaker yet, so he doesn't have the extra advantages. But looking back at this fight, Methanaut does get charmed, so has to wait a little bit on the taunt. Andreas tries to do something. 1 versus 4 basically. Joey's in the back line trying to do something. Does actually get exhausted, I feel like, here as well, which definitely reduces his damage, reduces movement speed. Swiss is able to jump back in as well. And as you can see from this fight, it's not clean by Team Queso. Like these little oversteps as well, which NASA have done a little bit as well, and it's given NASA these little small opportunities as well, which means that they're able to take 2 dragons as well. Team Queso have no dragons at all. NASA still doesn't even have a single tower in this entire game. I mean, they're still down in gold as well, but it's definitely been reduced from that 10k gold lead that we had a few minutes ago.
It has, and it certainly doesn't feel as straightforward as Queso taking full control of the game, especially with the inhib pushing down through the bottom lane. I mean, there's a lot of gold going over to NASA through that lane. Queso needs to use that to their advantage, right? Here's a catch onto Babane. That was a lot used. Ragnarok and the Mega Inferno Bomb. So big cooldowns now. They will come back up, but with Baron up, and Acolyte maybe getting caught in the middle lane, Swest is quite strong from this. Like, he has a lot of damage on this Jace. He's pretty quickly got himself 6 kills in this game, and Queso just need to kind of go through the motions a little bit more than they have done. Like, slow it down just a touch and utilize the map state that you actually have. Like, 6 towers to 0, an inhibitor being down means you have full map control. Use it. Set up vision, get a few picks, and actually punish NASA for being out of position.
And I think that's the one thing is vision. I think the vision game for Team Queso, they're overextending a little bit. They're trying to play these like 1-3-1 scenarios. They're trying to split push a little bit, but when they are split pushing, they do overextend a little bit, and then they do get caught out as well. But interestingly enough, you know, like you said, Jace, you know, nearly 12,000 gold. Actually, nearly has more gold than everyone on the side of Team Queso, except for really Andreas, which means that, you know, Swest can do well. And we, you know, talking about the jungle matchup a little bit as well, you know, Swest between Swest and Andreas, and I feel like NASA really have that top side of the map, which, as we mentioned, can play a little bit too aggressive. But also, I feel like that's their main strong point as well. Cool Effects has only recently come into the team, so maybe doesn't really feel that comfortable as a previous AD carry, dual lane carry that they had. But Jace, really, really strong right now on Swest. Rekner as well, hasn't done too much, but this is where it could all go wrong for NASA.
Yeah, Queso trying to use the vision control. Cool Effects already blasted out of this fight for now. Galio's going to come through for a heroic entrance and take out a second of this fight. Now the ultimatum's going to hold Rekner in place and really seal his fate. This was what Queso needed to do. They needed to get the pick and then work it through the jungle, utilize the vision control, and now even push it through the bottom lane. 30-second death timers on everybody on NASA with super minions already in the lane. Mean Queso should be able to really put the pressure on him, probably even take the game here through bot.
They could take the game 20, 30-second death timers as well for NASA. It's only Babunya left alive, but that was really, really clever by Team Queso. They used the Baron vision that NASA didn't have to their advantage. They sat in the bush, they waited, and with their lockdown, with their crowd control, Cool Effects just died, and that's it. That's game number one.
Yep, that's Queso using the advantage they built from the early game, steadying the ship, not even needing Baron or Elder because of the damage they'd done. I think for NASA, you'll look at that and say, okay, well, we kind of scrapped back into it. But for Queso, from the first set of fights, that was a game they should have closed out. And they did, but it wasn't quite as clean as you would like to see.
You would have thought that maybe Team Queso would have actually liked to close it out a lot sooner as well, and like you said, make it a lot cleaner as well, because there were situations where they got caught out. There were situations where they allowed NASA to get back into the game as well, and at points NASA were winning team fights as well. You know, they were winning these 4 versus 5 situations because Team Queso were trying to split push instead, which again is not the cleanest. Maybe it's a little bit of the previous series as well, still, you know, like kind of on the back of their minds as well, so maybe they're not fully comfortable. But I think winning this first game was really important to them. Gives them the confidence now for the rest of the series.
Important for Queso to take game 1 of this. Now NASA unfortunately find themselves 1 game away potentially from being out of the WREC finals. It's a 1-0 game for Team Queso. If they win the next one, they're going through to day 3. We'll be back in just a few minutes with potentially our last game of the day.
Jackson Neal, the Caribbean. Due to everything I did right now, the can feels real. For all the things I ever done, I'm falling down. Can feel this. This is gonna be legendary. I keep my style, I miss the burning. I show my teeth, eat the ground. I lower my head to hear a sound. Rising the temperature, feeling my blood. I'm feeling so powerful, fuck you, God's sake.
Welcome everyone, we're back here in the WIEC finals after Team Queso winning the first game versus NASA Esports. And I have to say, Hels, that felt like a pretty one-sided game.
It was pretty one-sided. I would say in the early game, very one-sided, but in the mid game, I felt there were some windows of opportunity to come back from Nasser. So, you know, half one-sided and then half a chance to come back, in my opinion.
Yeah, there was a chance to come up for NASA Esports common line because, yeah, Team Queso got a huge early game advantage. Yeah. They had massive early advantage. I think it was 8K or of gold or something like that, but somehow they felt stuck in the mid game.
Yeah, I think that's an issue with Team Queso usually that you see. I think that when it comes to getting stuck, they don't really know how to solve it properly, and then they get into this loop, which many times has led them to losing the game. So I think what they should try to do in this game is, like, if there are no opportunities, as Hels was saying, open it yourself. Try to find an opportunity yourself. Try to push harder so that you actually can close the game properly instead of giving the other team a little bit of something in space to come back.
And I feel like a player like Swest, for example, he really showed what he's made of in this game. We saw him on the Jace. He got those catches, right? Like he got the shutdown. Kill on Joey right there. Like, if Nasser wins, I was talking about the Baron laner first, sneaky, but I feel Swest is another power that they have.
Yeah, definitely. I can be more agree with you because, I mean, he was 665. We're watching right now the KDA, but he was dealing huge damage to you. Nasser, in fact, was on the verge of taking back the game.
They really were. At some point, Ecolite was split pushing. They had a huge fight around the Ocean Dragon. And Swiss was able to do a lot of damage, get out of the fight, reaching a little bit up, and when he found the opportunity to strike, he killed Andreset, and the fight was like in their favor suddenly. You know, it had a big dip, but still, yeah, I mean, we're looking at the goal score right now. I mean, it never really felt like Team Queso lost control.
Yes.
Even though the kill score was like different, I think 20 to 14 at some point, and you felt like, I mean, Nasser is kind of winning the fights. The overall map play, Team Queso had control completely. And I feel like if NASA is going to go out after this series and they're going to go home losing 2-0, I still think they can be proud, even though they're the champions of Turkey. They're going to go home probably with a 2-0. I think they show what they're made of. They had shines of like showing a little bit here and there that they're actually a really strong team. They just had a group with Rix and Team Queso, who are titans of Europe. So I think this team will be one of the biggest what-ifs of this tournament.
But Ryu, you're talking about going home already. You know, you're calling it too early. You're calling it a little too early. It's 1-0. They can still come back, man.
You guys know me. I love Nasser. Those guys are my boys. I mean, I think they're great players. They're great persons, and they show, as I said so many times, they show glimpses of hope. But they need to show more to beat someone like Rix or TQ. Earlier they showed they couldn't beat Rix. Today, they showed so far they probably can't beat TQ either. I mean, Rick, yeah.
I want to talk about the draft because we get to see for the first time so many new champions that were on the way and maybe the teams were reluctant to pick. But we had, for example, how's the first Darius today after the nerfs.
First Darius, first Ari, first Camille, first everything. But first Darius indeed. And even though Darius got nerfed, in the hands of these Baron laners, he's still a good pick. And when you go for the Black Cleaver especially, you don't necessarily go for the attack speed. It's more about shredding the armor with the bleed. But enough talking here. Let's take a look at the play of the game.
Like at the play of the game for this game, guys, we got a lot of team fight, in fact.
Yeah, well, I wonder what it's going to be. There's so many different types of plays that it could be. So there it is. And which one is it?
Yeah, it's the early game fight. I mean, Joey Skaggs, that's a fantastic flash over the wall where he really gets the fight started. I think at the point where Aria flashes over the wall, we're seeing like, okay, maybe TQ's just gonna back off, say, okay, fair enough, we got the flash. Joey says, no, I'm gonna go in there, we gotta get some kills, and well, they did. They got 4-1. That was a fantastic snowballing fight for Team Queso.
Yeah, definitely. And as I say, I want to discuss a little bit of the draw because Kamala was really excited about that, Camille, about that, all of that. I mean, Rixie was so careful about banning that Olaf away, and there was a reason behind it.
I mean, both Camille and Olaf have been banned consistently throughout today, and I think because Camille's in such a good spot. Fiora has been nerfed. Camille seems to be the immediate champion that you will go to if you are looking for any split pusher. And when you combine it with an Olaf, who's so powerful right now, I mean, getting banned again and again, and the hands of Andres said, it just gives you so much carry potential that I felt like with Acolyte being able to carry and Andres being able to carry even more, they had a really good top jungle duo.
And I also think about the Galio pick, I think Camille is really, really strong, and especially with Galio. Camille can go in, use that Hextech ultimatum onto a target. Galio can then jump onto it, and like that combo is just insane. And I think Team Queso used it well.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yes. I mean, what can we expect? Health for the next game. It's going to be another super one-sided game. NASA can come back. I really feel like I maybe was expecting Queso to be quite low on mood, but definitely not after the series versus Rix.
Yeah, I think I don't know what to expect. I feel Nasser could potentially come back, but as we're talking, we're going to be heading into the Coca-Cola pop-off, so we're going to be getting another nice play on the screen.
Who popped off the most in this game?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like, as Ryu said, it's Joey Skaggs, and I want to give it to Ryu this one.
I mean, Joey Skaggs during this game actually had so many insane bombs, but this particular fight, he actually got sniped out by Swiss, the player that was the key of Nasser for this entire game. But I think maybe the pop-off could also be probably Methanord. We talked about him behind the scenes. Methanord was like every single taunt he made, it meant kills for Team Queso. He just knew the exact moment when to go in. He went in and he got the right taunts. The thing about Galio that is so interesting as well, he has no way out. When Galio goes in, he is in. He has no way to get out. He has to finish the taunt, he has to use his Q, and he has to start using his auto attack, which is also enhanced. So yeah, Methanol really knew the limits of the champion, and I think he used his knockups and snares extremely well.
Okay, so yeah, Methanol was super huge on this Galio pick. That may be expecting him again for the next game. Definitely quite an expert of this champion.
Yeah, definitely expert of the champion indeed. As Ryu said, you know, when you go in, you cannot go back out. He did use the stone plate beautifully. He taunted like 3 or 4 people right after each other, so he made it worth when he went in. So enough about the analyst desk. We're gonna be tossing it to the casters.
We're gonna toss it to the casters then.
Bye bye.
Are you guys there?
We're here. We're here. We're ready. We're totally ready. We're going to get into game very, very shortly. It's what? Game... I'm going to try and do it. We had a 2-0, a 2-0, a 2-1. So it's game number 9 of the day? Yeah, I've lost my brain. I lost my brain on the random outplay like 4 games ago. So like I'm somehow coasting through these last couple of games. But I mean, it is a really important series, and I don't want to make light of it because we're in a situation where Queso win this next game, Queso advance to the playoffs. Queso lose this game, NASA still have an opportunity to 2-1 this series and make their way through. I think looking at game 1, Queso had such a strong early game and a strong last few minutes of the game that I think Queso understandably have the advantage coming into here. But I mean, NASA, they've made the game scrappy. They've made them competitive in that regard. And I think that's probably the key to how they win this game if they're going to come back in the series.
I think the early game disadvantage kind of didn't really help them too much. They got they got so behind in that early game. I think it's like I mentioned during the cast, I think it was like a 10,000 gold deficit. And when you're that far behind in a game like Wildrift, where the game's only lost between 15 and 20 minutes, it's so hard to try and get that gold lead back. You don't have a lot of time because by the time you get back into that gold lead, everything could be gone for you completely.
just taking a moment just to settle himself as Queso are getting ready for our second game in this series. Andre, of course, so much has been on his shoulders. I mean, there is a pressure to that, right? Like, there's a pressure to being like the guy that has to carry, and not out of necessity. Like, Queso don't need Andre to carry, but they put that responsibility on him very frequently, and we've talked about it a lot during the day. This is the kind of matchup where that works. You know, I think pound for pound, Queso are the stronger team.
Yeah, I think coming into this, Queso are definitely the favorites. And as you mentioned before, once Queso are the favorites and when Queso are the favorites and they're facing, you know, not up against Rix or Game Lord, they can definitely use that. But I think that was also kind of NASA as well as we get closer to picks and bans, kind of going back to the first pick and bans.
Yeah.
The bans from NASA were very interesting. They banned 3 support champions, which I didn't really like, which left so much open for Team Queso. Then they prioritized the Senna, which didn't really do too much. I think the Jace was okay. I think that they did all, you know, Swiss did all right in the jungle, to be fair. Did come back quite a bit. Senna, not so much. But then you just give over Olaf and Galio. If you give them 3 champions in the first rotation of the draft over to Team Queso, Acolyte on Camille, we know what he can do. Andreas on Olaf, and then Mephanor on Galio. These are all comfort picks.
Yeah, and
Queso.
Not only comfort picks, there were a lot of Queso picks that were like top tier picks, and I don't want to sound disrespectful about NASA's draft, but like I don't feel like they got any tier 1 picks from what they picked. Jace is the closest to it, where Jace has high priority, but he's not like head and shoulders above any other pick, whereas like Camille, I'm like the best Baron laner.
Yeah.
Olaf, one of the absolute top junglers right now, especially with the carry jungle playstyle coming from it. Like Galio, one of the best supports that we see. And like these are picks that generally don't get through a lot of draft phases coming out of the ban phase. So as we get to picks and bans for our second game of this series, I want to see where NASA swap things up. They will have the side selection for this game, whether they go to red side. I think you should. I think red side is so much stronger. We've been speaking to a lot of coaches. I know the analysts, you guys also kind of agree from what I'm aware of, that like red side right now has so much strength that you'd be silly not to pick it.
Were Team Queso on blue side last game?
Yes, they were. Queso were on blue side.
Is that the first game on blue sides?
I'm going to flick back through... yeah, red side won every single game up until the last game.
Wow.
Because Rix in game 3 were on red side
Red
as well.
side as well. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, we spoke a little bit about how red side being so much stronger, and NASA has picked the red side for this selection as well. Seems like the bans are very, very similar so far. Nothing too crazy different.
How many support bans are we going to have? So everybody's banned Karma first. So I'm going to have this 1% hope that NASA are going to leave it open. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that's more of a risk than anyone can afford to do. Karma should come out in the ban phase in these next couple of bans. If you're going to ban supports, you have to ban Karma.
There you go. There's the ban as well. Yeah. I think the only thing that you could try and do if you're on the side of NASA is potentially leave that Karma open. And even though you give them the Karma, you can then just get 2 power picks, maybe like the Camille and Olaf. But it seems like they're just going the same direction as what they did in game number 1. The exact same direction. It's just going to be Camille first pick again.
I mean, it could also be the Olaf. I think maybe NASA might change things up and go Senna Galio if they're going to maintain that priority, or try and take the Olaf away. Camille makes sense. I mean, she's such a strong pick right now. She's been hit by the nerf bat multiple times and still finds herself at the absolute top tier of Baron laners. A lot of it is to do with locking down a single target with that ultimate. Regardless of the duration, it still does. Oh, that's a Garen first pick, which, I mean, you have to pick something into the Camille, but you're giving away power picks at this point. You're giving away, like, Olaf if you want to take it out of the jungle, or a top-tier bot lane, a top-tier support. There's the Jace that we've come to expect, so that means Queso, we're going to answer with the Olaf. This is Queso. They're going to play it if it's available for Andre.
Honestly, Team Queso just needs to do the same thing as what they did in game number 1. Olaf they're going to prioritize the Singed instead, which is quite interesting. They did pick it in the last game, but it was the last pick for Team Queso in the previous game, so not prioritizing Olaf that much this time.
Oh, okay,
but it's still going to be the Galio as well, so it's just a swap up there. It's going to be the Singed instead of the Olaf, so maybe... I mean, Singed has definitely been really, really popular throughout the entire day.
Stuart, I feel like this is the first time in any of the games that I can remember from Queso where he's not... Like, Andre hasn't been banned, and Queso haven't drafted fully around Andre from that jungle role. Like, this is wildly different to their normal priority, and that's why it's a big deal for me. Is like, we've seen games where Andre's had 7 bans towards him through a pick and ban phase. So yeah, a really different play style. We'll see how this actually turns out for the rest of the draft. Morgana is the last pick for NASA from our first rotation. Now we go into the second ban phase as Ziggs off the board. No Ziggs for Joey.
Yeah, no Ziggs for Joey this time. I think he actually did a pretty good performance, and I think he's played it quite comfortably as well. We were saying, you know, a little bit over-aggressive at
Yeah, I
times,
thought he
week
was
4.
hinting at level 3. I'm going to be totally honest with you. He flashed over the wall, and I was like, Joey's tilted from that Rick series. And then they get like a triple kill, and Joey survives. I'm like, all right, what do I know?
He knows what he's doing.
This
That's
is
why
what
he's-
happens when you get boosted to diamond, and not that guy on stage who is actually a professional player.
That's why he's sitting over there on the couches, and we're sitting here on the car.
I know, right? I say boosted, more just like inflated. Those of you playing matchmaking with me, you probably know I'm not a challenger bot laner at that point. But speaking of challenger bot laners, Methanor has now banned out 2 supports away from Babane. That Thresh is gone, that Braum is gone. We are digging deep in support pools now.
I'm trying to think what's left open. That's
You got
what,
like
5?
Alistair, Leona, Janna, Gragas is up and hasn't been prioritized. There's the Olaf for NASA, so taking that away from the priority from Team Queso. But I mean, they've got so many, like Kha'Zix, Lee Sin. At this point, we've seen even Xin Shao, Rengar from Andre, like a ton of picks, so I'm not worried.
I think Xin Zhao could actually be a pretty good pick here. You know, if Jace is trying to jump in, the Garen as well, even Olaf, you can try and knock him away if he doesn't have his ultimate available. Obviously, Xin Zhao with the Divine Sunder and Black Cleaver as well has also been very, very strong. So leaving potentially their support for their last pick. Joey's going to pick up that Corki again. I think he did really well in game number 2 against Rix, and also game number 3 as well. And I think it's kind of a comfort AD carry for him. Unfortunately, if this is the last game, we won't be able to see Joey on the hyper carries just yet in the tournament.
Yeah.
I would like to see Joey on the hyper carries, you know, like Vayne, Jinx.
Yeah, he ain't
like
getting to
that.
play that. There's the Kha'Zix. We come to expect that from Andre. Yeah, Joey's not going to get to play those hyper carries. Not when you're playing on a team with Andre as a primary carry, and then Acolyte and Veos as secondary carries. Joey's on like mage duty for the rest of eternity. Set support picked up. I'm going to guess it's support, as we're going to have an Olaf in the game. That would put Morgana as the carry, right? So Morgana set in the bottom lane, Jace in the mid lane, Olaf out of the jungle with Garen in the top lane. For some reason I did it backwards. I'm looking at the map upside down as Team Queso. This is a lot more, I say standard. Those of you just tuning in are going to wonder why the hell there's a Singed in this game. For those of you that haven't seen the rest of the games, Singed mid, pretty strong right now. Hard to move out of lane. A lot of crowd control and frustration around how it plays.
Definitely. I think against potentially a Jace, maybe potentially a Garen in the mid lane as well, kind of can be a little bit flexed around. I think that Singed again is just going to be really, really safe, not really going to do too much, going to try and get the 2 items, the Rylai's and the Andres, and then after that you can just run over the team fight as well, especially against 4 melee champions as well, and then you also have Morgana, which is not really going to do too much. The binding might be a little bit annoying for Singed, but then Singed is probably going to build a little bit of tenacity as well because of that Morgana, so he's not going to get rooted as much.
Yeah.
And then he's just going to be able to run around against them 4 melee champions.
There's a few key ults that Singed is gonna kind of like put up a big stop button to. Morgana typically needs to like flash or use Proto Belt or something to close distance and make sure that those leashes shackle, and you can't do that over Mega Adhesive. And I'm pretty sure Set can't ult on it either. He can't take a target from off Mega Adhesive away into the team. I'm pretty sure that's the interaction, so we'll keep an eye out for it. But I might be wrong. 9 games in. Who knows? I'm neither a Set player nor a Singed player, so that's one of them interactions we'll have to watch out. But I feel like it might ruin a few days. We'll see whether Team Queso's day stays in a positive after a first game win in this series, or whether NASA can fire back. They need to win 2 games now back-to-back in order to stay in the WREC finals.
Yep, and I think all eyes are really going to be on this early game because Team Queso were able to get that early game advantage in the previous game, which allowed them to kind of excel their goal lead a little bit with a few little mistakes here and there, which is maybe from the previous game. Again, the last game wasn't that cleaner, but I'm expecting Team Queso to come into this kind of expecting a much cleaner game, you know. But again, they have so many comfort picks. Acolyte again gets the Camille up in the Baron lane. Andreas, we've seen loads of times on the Kha'Zix as well. Singed mid seems like a comfort pick for Veos now. I would like to see him on the champions like Akali, you know, these assassins that we know he can carry on, but they've been actually banning Akali out themselves, maybe a little bit worried about... Yeah, maybe worried a little bit about NASA, maybe Reckoner or even Sneaky as well. I think Sneaky, remember correctly, has been playing Akali quite a lot as well, so maybe just taking her off the borders. There's a little bit of exchange, but I don't think it's too much. Exhaust, actually.
Yeah, but Bane actually pulled Methanaut into a double taunt there and forced them out to use their own summoners. As Andre, I feel like this is a repeat of game number 1 as NASA are getting caught. It really is a repeat, but this time Joey, I think, may have hit the int button instead of the win button as Joey flashes forward right into Rekna. Dark Binding lands, double pull in from Babane, and this is not looking good for Queso. Things got a little bit crazy, and NASA 3-1 up on the game.
Another game where Team Queso used all 4 flashes.
This time it did not work.
This time it didn't go work. 90% of people think that Team Queso are going to win this game as well. And early game has not started off too well. Maybe a few people might wanted to change the bets after the few of the flashes.
No, stakes were down. You're not allowed to take them back at this point. I mean, to be fair, both teams have been playing for quite a while today. Like, NASA have obviously been waiting, but this flash forward from Joey is a little inexcusable.
Yeah, and even Methanaut afterwards as well tried the E-flash afterwards. It didn't land as well. Andreas and Veos already used their flash, and it was actually Babunya who actually flashed in as well. Got 1 kill and also got the 2nd kill onto the Galio as well. So this time, it's actually NASA with a little bit of a gold lead now as well. It's a little under 1,000 gold, but it's again what they're going to do with this gold lead, as Reckoner's having a bit of a better time in the mid lane this time on a comfort pick.
Oh, Sneaky, there's the ultimatum, jumps on top, picks up a kill. Oh, it trades 1 for 1. Queso is still so messy in this exchange. Like, NASA, they'll be happy with that.
They'll be totally happy with that 1 versus 2 situation. You trade 1 for 1 as well. Reckoner now clears the wave in the barrel lane as well. Reckoner's getting quite a lot of gold this game. Already has 3,100 gold, which is about 300, 400 gold more than anyone on the side of Team Queso. And even though it's not in the jungle this game, it's now in the mid lane, which I think is where like the flexibility really comes in for NASA, is that these champions, multiple people on their roster, multiple players on their roster, can play these champions.
Yeah.
Now, Reckoner's on the Jace instead of Sweat this time, but it's a really, really good start for him. And actually, Hullbreaker first item Jace.
Yeah, already picked up early Hullbreaker. I mean, it's the rare Andre struggle bus game where he's 0-2 and is like trying to extend. It's not necessarily his fault. I mean, this is Team Queso's playstyle that we've come to know in Europe. Is like they try and push the advantage through Andre, and when it doesn't work, it really falls like all on his shoulders and looks really bad. But it's not necessarily an individual performance that is going wrong. It's like if Queso all overextend for the jungle, then he ends up like 0-5. So it's rare, but it happens. And Team Queso need to now settle and slow down a little bit on some of these plays and play around vision control. This is one of the first times we're seeing teams handshake over objectives today. And I think it's the right call out of Queso to make sure that they're not contesting a fight early now and losing this game quicker than they would like to. I mean, Queso want to try and steady the ship and of course come and 2-0 this. And to do it, they're going to have to at least kind of like recontrol the way that they've been playing emotionally through this game.
Calm down a little bit as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I think Ryu explained it quite well on the analyst desk, is that sometimes Team Queso can be very coin flippy, and I feel like that was a really, really good moment where you can see that Team Queso were trying to coin flip. They were trying to use the flashes that they had available on the side of, you know, Veos, Andreas, Joey, and Methanaut, but the flashes actually just backfired completely for them, and they weren't able to get any kills at all, and they actually lost a few kills instead. So it's the early game a little bit. The package is available for Joe, but with no objectives available, it seems like the package is potentially just going to be used. I think he just used it now in the mid lane because it probably just expired.
Right.
Items across the board, no real surprises. I actually wanted to talk a little bit about Joey's build on Corki, which has been quite interesting. He goes Stormrazor Infinity Edge, and then he goes Essence Reaver afterwards, which is the one that gives you, you know, restores the extra mana. Sometimes you see Essence Reaver as a first item for Corki because you're using abilities a lot as Corki, you're using the rockets a lot, but instead Joey likes to prioritize that Stormrazor IE combo, which we've seen a lot on these hyper carries like Jinx and Kai'Sa.
Well, at least it's not Black Cleaver Leandris that we saw from Team Dark a couple of weeks back, which NASA now going to take first turret of the game down in that bottom lane. They've been able to outrace the top side push. As I mean, Andre had the Rift Herald, didn't want to use it, wanting to use that in the middle lane and try and take a more important tower on top of it, as they knew they were going to get top anyway. But it does mean they lose out on Tower First Blood gold.
Yeah, they're going to lose out on a little bit of gold, but look, as you just mentioned it, they're going to use it straight in the mid lane as well. And Nasa really late to this. You can see there is a bit of a flank, though.
Yeah, Babane goes all the way through the fight and all the way back to the respawn as Rekna now taken out in the back lane. Perhaps this is Queso kind of steadying things as Methanaut and Acolyte are trying to back themselves away. Sneaky gets one kill, gets flipped back under the turret. With the turret aggro, Sneaky doesn't quite drop, but the tower in mid lane was taken down by Andre in the back line. We didn't get a vision of it, but Andre was just quietly chunking that down after he dove through to the back.
Kind of gave me a bit of deja vu in that Rick series. Like, he was just taking the dragon whilst the whole team was just losing the team fight. But he did his job. You know, he got the mid lane tower. The team fight didn't really go in Team Queso's favor, but that was the main reason why they wanted to all group mid lane there. They realized that Nasa was grouping 4 players in the bot lane. They wanted to use that and rotate into the mid lane instead of try and break that mid lane tower, which, as I mentioned, quite a lot in my class. Is like, it opens up the map so much. It just allows you to play that little bit more aggressive. It means Nasa have to be a little bit more careful because of the flanks, you know, because you got Singe that can jump on to players in the mid lane. You got Acolyte as well with the hook shot that can jump on the mid lane as well and try and catch out Nasa, which I think is going to be very, very scary. But for now, we're seeing a little bit of a group in the Baron lane, but I'm not too sure if it's actually going to add up to much.
Yeah, Acolyte is going to put damage down onto Rekna, does get pulled back in. There's the settle. Acolyte overextends. It's, again, Queso, I mean, it was well worked by Nasa to actually make sure that they could pick up that kill. But look, Sneaky's pushing down in the bottom lane. Like, he's playing too far up, and Team Queso have come towards Acolyte, and he knows that like the team are coming, but they don't group in time. Like, Methanaut doesn't have his ultimate available, so can't get the save off, and it's loose from Queso. This is the Queso that we've seen losing to the top teams. This isn't the Queso that we've seen challenging the likes of Rix. And we saw that Queso earlier today.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see the little mistakes that Team Queso can make. But I think another main point as well, which we kind of mentioned a little bit in the last game, is that Nasa, okay, they're getting these kills, but what are they really getting from that? They have, obviously, the Dragon. They're actually down in towers. They're down 2 towers to 1 at the moment. But Nasa, they got a kill in the Baron lane. But to be honest, this Dragon's up and everyone's left alive. They weren't able to get any towers for that advantage, for that little pick-off that they got. Okay, they got a kill. It's also nice to get a little bit of gold. But it's just what they use with that advantage, which I think makes a huge, huge difference, especially in Wildrift as well, because you don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, I feel like NASA have done a good job of getting a lead here, and I think we've seen where they've been able to prioritize their strengths. I think there's a little bit of a amount of decisiveness that is not there, where it's just like, okay, kill, get an objective, like go right into it. You can see, whereas Queso is so quick to be like, Andre's on top side, we know we can get Rift Herald, take it, okay, let's go now, what's the next play coming up? And I feel like that's what, especially playing against the top teams like Rix and GameLord, you have to do against the European teams. Not that it's specific to Europe, but like GameLord and Rix will beat you in 12 minutes if you're not playing quickly. If you're trying to play slow, they're going to smash you out of the game. And Queso are used to playing at that pace, and I don't know how much Nasa were challenged through the regular split of playing that quickly and that cleanly.
As we mentioned, we watched a little bit of Nasa, especially against Parler as well. We saw this like super.
We've casted them in the past as well.
Exactly. Before the WREC, we cast them a little bit as well, and we know that they can be this super aggressive team. But again, there's so many factors that could come into it. It could be the land environment, it could be that killer instinct as well, which I think you mentioned a little bit as well. It's just trying to be decisive and trying to make that decision and just making sure that you're all on the same page as well. As this game's kind of slowed down a little bit as I say that.
Bot lane dive off the top play as well, as that's the kill going down onto Sneaky. Babane is now 1 versus 3, but look, the tower's going to help out a lot. The extra advantage from that damage as Rift Herald was dropped in the bottom lane, that's going to give Andre the ability to go in. Babane doesn't quite have the cooldown to get a shield back available again, and that means Team Queso will just about get a gold lead nearly there. It's 200 between the two teams as Nasa are going to try and hold on to it. They're putting damage down onto Veus in that middle lane, and Joey's going to give the assist just to get him out of there. Rift Herald charges in, and Team Queso will now be up to 4 towers once this falls. And after a few shaky moments in the game, I think this is when Nasa's pace has slowed down too much and has allowed Queso into the game for this one. And I know we're focused a lot on Team Queso, and I think people are going to be like, well, why are you focused on Queso? For me, they are the team that should be winning this series, but Nasa have looked a whole lot better against what Queso have brought to this specific game. I just want to see Nasa play a little quicker, a little bit more decisive.
I think NASA have definitely been competitive. You
Yeah,
know,
they have.
Even in the first series that they lost, 2-0 to Rix, I feel like they've definitely played very positive. But I think it's just the macro game, and I think it's just the rotations around the map that NASA are a little bit off to like these big European teams. Against Rix, they were just rotating. Rix were rotating
This is
around
good,
the
though.
map.
I like this play, at least in theory. Oh, NASA didn't get the turret, but they will get the kill. Sneaky will take it down. And this is the kind of play they needed to make, as top lane had pushed out. But Andre, you cannot be here. That's 1 versus 5 in this situation. And he's going to get run down. Blast Cone is going to be able to get him out. He uses a lot to get out of it. And now it's Acolyte that's caught. But Hookshot is going to get Camille out. You cannot chase a Camille down very easily. She is way too mobile and goes from top lane all the way to bottom lane. Flashes over the wall. Hookshot should be up soon. Ragnarok used Acolyte. Hookshot's over. Runs into Sneaky. Sneaky doesn't have his ultimate available, but will get the silence. It took everything from NASA to run that Camille down in the end of all things. But Queso, this is what I mean about it being just a bit too scrappy.
I think, like you said before that team fight really happened, is that you want to see NASA do this. You want to see NASA group as well. You want to make sure that NASA group up together, and they want to try and take that advantage, that little bit of a gold lead that they have. That you want them to group up. You want them to try and do that. But Rekna in this mid lane on the Jace. We saw the Jace in last game. It was on Swess that had a little bit of gold. This time it's Rekna with all the gold as well. We're going to look at the replay. Again, it's NASA that are grouping together. They get a nice binding onto Galio, which allows them to use that suplex to jump away as well, which was really, really well played by NASA. And then they tried to catch out Andreas. They weren't able to catch out Andreas. But then again, it's kind of like a bait game, really, because they spent so much time on Acolyte trying to kill Acolyte that they didn't really get much from it, to be fair. 9 kills to 6, though. They do have 2 dragons. They're a little bit behind on towers, but they still do have that little bit of a goldie. So this is definitely a lot more of a competitive game than the first one.
Especially with Rekna being so strong. The amount of gold he's got and really gives him fighting power. Even though Hullbreaker is about a split push item, Jace still has a lot of poke damage from afar, and it's not so bad to group with the team like this. Andre's going to show bot lane, and this is the moment where I'd expect NASA to just throw everything at middle lane. This is where you have to fight. Andre is not going to be caught on the bottom lane. He should not die down there, so you have to take the fight against the 4. And that right there, if I could pause it and analyze just that moment of the game, I'm like, you have to take that fight. You have to force Queso into a situation where you're like, we have this really strong Jace, let's take the fight in mid lane.
And that's where kind of the nerves and the decisiveness really comes in for NASA. Is you feel like they can make a play and maybe they don't really see the opportunity, but they're the opportunities you need to take against these big teams, because if you don't take them opportunities, that means Team Queso were allowed to do that as well.
And Team Queso are allowed to get into the river, get river control, and Andre starts the Drake. It's just so quick on it. Now Andre's still taking it down, and Queso split. Here comes Andre into the back line. Damage from Joey, though, is going to make NASA really struggle, and now Andre's caught on the back line, and this is how split they were, is really going to shut them out. NASA have finally found themselves a fight. Joey manages to break the chains and get away. That's a big taunt, though, and it was looking good for NASA. Is it still going to be as yes? They've been able to at least weather the storm. The damage from Rekna is so strong. There was ticking, but it's not enough to pick up the kill, and Acolyte is going to try and take a tower in exchange. Rekna,
can he do this?
Yeah, I think he can with Cool. Cool can kind of kite it, right? Woo! That's about as close as that's going to go. They're going to lose turrets on the top side in exchange. NASA will be able to take it. Please don't take Dragon Arrow. Okay, the Honey Fruit's spawning soon. Please do not aggro that. He's fine. Okay, woo!
I got so scared there.
Me too. I would have died to that. I know I would have died to that if that was me.
I was really, really scary, but again, Team Queso split up, though. You kind of spoke about a little bit before in the mid lane where NASA were able to make that decisive decision. But this time, look, Andreas, if you look at the right side of the map, you can see Andreas is trying to do the dragon. Rekna flashes in and catches out Andreas. Now, even though they're at a disadvantage on the other side of the map, they got the kill and they were allowed to go in afterwards. And the ultimate from Morgana was huge. Landed onto 3 members on the side of Team Queso. Rekna on a slither of health as well. I think he actually would have died to Ignite if he didn't use stasis there, to be honest with you. So really nice stasis there by Rekna. And honestly, NASA, 3,000 goldie now as well. Yeah. They have 3 dragons. The next one's going to be the Elder. If they can get the Elder, look, they're grouping up again. They're trying to get a pick, but they can't really find anyone at the moment. But again, look how split up Team Queso are across the whole map.
This is the thing, is NASA need to make sure they get this engaged to work, and Andre is the one that's in their sights again. Rekna's done a really good job of actually forcing Andre either away from a fight or picking him off early on. That's actually what allowed NASA to take control. This picture-in-picture is going to show that Acolyte is pushing that inhibitor, and he's going to get it before anybody from NASA can really answer. Now we're back to a fight around the Baron as Team Queso will back themselves away. Sneaky's dropping low. I'm doing this all from the health bars.
No.
Sneaky is going to get 1v1'd, and Acolyte is going to say, welcome to the WREC Finals for Sneaky, or maybe it's goodbye from it, as Acolyte is getting the exit. Not quite. It's Rekna picking up the kill, but meanwhile, the other side of the map, Team Queso have found the engage they were looking for. Galio lands a triple taunt. It forces out the ultimates from NASA. It's going to back this fight away, but Inhibitor cracked in the bottom lane for Team Queso is going to be constant pressure against NASA.
And I think the main important thing about that as well is that it's on the split side of the Baron map as well. So you're going to have that pressure in the bot lane now, the pressure in the Dragon lane, but now that allows Team Queso to play around this Baron until really that Elder Dragon comes up, because I feel like when the Elder Dragon comes up, NASA are going to want to fight for it because they want to try and get the Elder Dragon. If they can get Elder Dragon with 4 dragons that they're going to get if they take that, and Team Queso can't give that up for free. But now I feel like is where the window comes in for Team Queso, is to take a look at the Coca-Cola pop-off play. You can see this is back at the team fight from before where Andreas does get caught in the bottom side of the map. But look at Morgana. There you go. The perfect ultimate onto 2 members. Doesn't actually stun anyone, but it's just a zoning control. It means that Veos had to flash away. Joey had to Valkyrie away, which allowed the rest of his team to group up afterwards as well, after picking off Andreas down in the bot side. And you can see the players as well. They're starting to get a little bit of a belief now, I feel like, NASA, with this goal lead and everything as well. We're going to have to see how Team Queso use this bot side pressure, though, with that inhibitor this time around.
You can see the tension for NASA. This is do or die for their tournament. They are 1-0 down in this series. A loss here would be elimination from the WREC Finals, as Team Queso would be looking to advance to Day 3, our playoff games, as they will likely await Game Lord. I don't want to say that it's a foregone conclusion, but this is for the 2nd seed out of Group A. We expect Game Lord to be seed 1 out of Group B. Rick's already in playoffs as the 1st seed from this group after a 2-0 win over NASA and a 2-1 win over Team Queso earlier today. 25 seconds till Elder Dragon spawn. Baron is up and available, but I feel like Acolyte has an inhibitor in his sights. If NASA stray too far away from top lane, that's going down very quickly.
Yep, he has a Hull Breaker now as well. He has 4 items as well, 15,000 gold. But Rekna still has the most gold in the entire game right now. I feel like the kind of everything is on Rekna's shoulders because the rest of his team doesn't have that much gold.
Oh,
this could be a pick,
they've
though.
found Sneaky, put a lot of damage down, and this time there's a couple of Guardian Angels out. Package used in order to create some space. Andre has a Guardian Angel, so he at least can play a little bit on the edges. Acolyte, they're buying time for that top lane push for Camille, and NASA are already responding to it. Remember, though, they're getting peeled across the map because bottom lane will push. The inhibitor is under threat. Queso want to go down for Elder. Sneaky has already not been able to defend that tower once, and now it's the inhib from topside. Methanol lands a triple taunt. It's all about buying time because that Camille is pushing top lane as well. Stasis force means Rekna is not forced to use his Guardian Angel from that. It does not get used in this exchange. I don't know that NASA can actually take this Elder Drake from this. There's too many minions pushing into their base, and Queso have a little bit too much strength here. Rekna is still very low health. Teleport coming through from the base. That's Joey coming back into the fight. Swest is going to try and put some damage out in his response. Joey melts immediately, but in the base.
Look at the base, look at the base, look at the base.
Going to do it.
They're going to do it.
Secures the 2-0 victory for Team Queso to advance in the WREC playoffs.
What a huge play by Acolyte, and I feel like that was what they were playing for. They were just playing as a distraction for Acolyte. Acolyte already won the 1v1 against Sneaky before, and they won it again. And even though NASA were trying so hard, because I feel like if NASA take that Elder Dragon, they're going to be able to take the game with 4 dragons as well. But meanwhile, while that was all happening, Acolyte in that Baron lane, 1v1 Sneaky in the Baron lane, able to get the inhibitor, and also just kept on pushing with the Hull Breaker as well, and eventually got the Nexus. You can see for the players as well, they are absolutely ecstatic that they're able to go through to the playoffs.
Hull breaker breaking hearts as well for NASA at this point. Of course, this is the elimination point for NASA. Respect shown from Team Queso to NASA. A very hard-fought game, and you know, I think NASA, there were certainly moments where they were contending there against Queso. I mean, they slowed Queso down in Game 1 of the series. Game 2, NASA were in control for a rather large portion of it as well, and I think there were a couple of moments where if you were quicker to an objective or a little bit more capitalizing on the spot that they had, I think NASA could very well have taken this to a third game.
Well, I definitely agree with you. I think the first game, they got a little bit too far behind in the early game, but this game, they were much more competitive. And I feel like, even though NASA are knocked out as well, I feel like it was a really, really tough group for them overall anyway. You're playing against Rix and Team Queso in a group as well, and when you're playing against two of the best teams in Europe, it's good. It's absolutely crazy how Team Queso and Rix were able to get out of this group. I felt like it wasn't really easy for them. You know, Rix versus Team Queso was the big one, and then you had Team Queso. Even though it was a 2-0, it wasn't an easy series against NASA.
No, it wasn't easy, and I think like we saw kind of every shade of Team Queso that we've seen throughout Europe, where we've seen like the Andre Popov games, we've seen like the kind of Queso falling apart games where you're like, oh, that was a rough game from them, and that was kind of the last game there. I think for NASA, there's a lot to build with that. I think, you know, when we've cast them against a lot of European teams, I think it's been a similar story where I think it purely is just kind of like, for lack of a better term, like reps of playing more against the likes of Rix and Game Lord and Queso and Formulation, the teams that are here, I think is going to allow NASA to kind of build on this in seasons to come. And I think there's some bright sparks there on the players. Like Rekna looked great in that last game. That's enough for us for today. That's enough from the cast desk. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Stress. Thank you very much, Stuart. This is the most epic way to end a series with the backdoor nonetheless. It was Camille, it was Acolyte again popping off.
I love how Acolyte, like regardless of the enemy, you know, Nasser had 2 hull breakers, but Acolyte by himself, without a hull breaker, just single-handedly split-pushed the game to a win, Noah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's Camille. She doesn't need a breaker to split push. I mean, she just melts those turrets. But the fact is that Carmeline, Acolyte, after the game, got a bit sloppy. After we get to see Team Queso, you know, having a hard time in the team fights versus NASA decided to do the dirty job all across the sideline.
I want to make a request here, and is in League of Legends PZ, we've got the backdoor called Expected for that famous play. Can we call the backdoor in Wildrift the Acolyte, please?
I mean, we need our rights. Yeah,
please. Thank you, please.
We need it. Acolyte did an Acolyte. Are we all agree about
please?
it? Yeah, okay.
I mean, it was pretty fun play. I mean, also the minions did a lot of work. They were pushing from both sides. But yeah, Acolyte was an amazing play. It was really, I mean, Acolyte really showed not just this game, but actually throughout the whole day, also early against Random. This guy is solid, like definition of solid. He understands when to be on the side, and he understands when to join the team fight. We saw in this specific game, he was annoying for NASA. They always had to consider him. They were winning a fight. Oh, it's going so well. Oh, Acolyte is on the other side of the map, taking out turrets. And earlier today against Rix, he was also flanking with Remington and turning fights around. I think Acolyte has really been the unsung hero of Team Queso today, and I think even though they went down and losing to Rix, I mean, today again, they showed that he's just phenomenal. I think really Acolyte, the unsung hero of Team Queso.
Yeah, exactly, Rio. And I feel like indeed we perhaps haven't given enough credit to some of the players of Team Queso, right? Like in the beginning, right after that first game, we were like, oh, come on, you guys are all funneling into Andres, but then they proved us wrong completely. They showed that Joey can carry the game, Methonaut can carry the game on the support. They showed that Vegos on the Singed in the mid lane can carry the game, and now Acolyte as well. Every single player from Team Queso has it, and they showed it here, and they'll show it tomorrow as well.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned the thing, and it's been the 4th synced in a row for Team Queso. Like, something is happening with this pick. Like, I'm, you know, it's a power pick by now, and that has had a very hard game on the scenes because it had the Morgana just in front of him with the Black Shield all the time ready, and you need to credit that to NASA. But the fact is that, Carmeline, the game started not the best way for Team Queso, let's put it that way.
Ooh, I mean, I think they made quite a few mistakes, maybe underestimating NASA. In this case, as we've said several times, NASA's early games are amazing. So, I mean, I have to say, that Joey flash wasn't the best.
Things happened in that play, definitely. I mean, it caught us by surprise, Hells.
I'm not sure if it was a misclick or if he genuinely thought that he could 1v4 them with like no mana and no
No
HP.
way, no way.
Let's just say that it was
He
a
believed in
misclick.
the play, I mean.
Let's just say that it was a misclick, you know, just to save Joey right there.
Yeah, definitely. But the fact is that after that play, the game was so complicated for Team Queso. And Nasser got the game so online for them to grab it. But after that, it was Acolyte, it was the backer, and it all ended around the Drake, sincerely. We're gonna get to see the play of the game of this last game of the day. It's been a long day.
Is it the Acolyte play? No, it isn't.
Oh, this team fight.
This is the last team fight, in fact, because they're playing over the Ocean Drake. And I remember Hells saying, you can let them have this Drake. But the fact is that they didn't. The game ended in there.
Acolyte just won the game, Ryu.
I mean, this guy's amazing again. We can talk about it as much as we want, but I think one of the other things I want to talk about, we're not going to see Nasser anymore in this tournament, but I think they deserve to get a little bit of spotlight, because I think they showed today against Rix, one of the best teams in Europe, that they can dominate the early game. They had a fantastic invade. They showed Rix, we can play you guys in the early game.
Yes.
Rix then decided to show the macro play over the long area of time, and they couldn't keep up. And even here again, TQ, they were able to find leads in the early game. This team is, I think it's really sad that they're going home with a 0-4 record. I think they're a lot better than what the records show. And yeah, I mean, we saw Regna and Swiss popping off today, and even cool effects with some fantastic Morgana damage in those heavy team fights. I think it's sad to have a 0-4 record. I think they're much better than this, and I think they made Turkey proud.
They will come back stronger for the next time, I would say.
Now they only have one last chance here, which is Parla Esports.
Yes.
Will Parla Esports be able to break the curse and finally get through the group stages?
It's going to be tough for them as well, I have to say, but that's going to be in the Group B for tomorrow. Because I want to talk about Hells. This has been maybe the most tactical game we had so far in the tournament. Like, Team Queso realized that they weren't able to 5v5 all the time, to fight constantly, and they play more around the map than in the team fights, and it worked out.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it was quite surprising that we would get such high-level gameplay between Nasser Esports and Team Queso. Like, I indeed feel like this game was like the highest level gameplay, macro-wise as well. Like Acolyte split pushing at the right times, the team fights, the ganks, the plays. Like, I really loved how this game turned out, indeed.
And I also think another thing to add with Team Queso's team fighting is that Zed is a champion. If you pop Stoneplate, you have a lot of health points. Zed is gonna demolish you. And at no point did TQ allow Babanis to get one of those huge Zed smashes in the team fights. They understood, we don't pop Stoneplate before Zed uses ultimate. We don't stand between Zed and our rest of the team, so he can pop the tank into the rest of the team and do a lot of damage. They never made that mistake.
Yes.
And that made the game incredibly hard for Babani to play. I think Babani is a great player. We know him. He's a really, really good player. But Team Queso didn't give him a chance to pop off, and that's it.
Definitely, but I like that we get to see more sides from Team Queso, you know, because otherwise it was going all about to be Anders said. You were talking about Yoey carried the game, Acolyte carried out the game, and that's what Team Queso needs to face the play of Skies. We're gonna get to know who's gonna be the MVP for this series so far, but I have a name in my head.
This could be anyone.
It could be anyone. I mean, I would say Acolyte, and
Hey,
it is
it's gonna
Acolyte
be
at the end of the day. We
How
were talking about it.
predictable.
You know what I love? I love that it says 2.0 KDA. Probably the lowest KDA we're gonna see from an MVP in this entire day. But this guy, I mean, the side pushing, I mean, this guy understood exactly where to be and when to do it.
We had a KVA today for the MVP of 31, and I was like, dude. That's enough.
But I mean, it's not about KDA, it's about to know what you have to do and to deliver in the very matter. Like, I remember giving an MVP to a guy that was 0-6-11, but he backed the same way and won the game. It's like, you have to do what you have to do, Hells.
Yeah, I guess TDA, turret death ratio, would be the ratio to look at for Acolyte right there.
Damage to turret from coming out.
He would have had a very high one for that, because he literally pushed all of the turrets and the Nexus by himself. It didn't really matter who he killed. He just finished the game.
And every single time they tried to chase him, he would burn several flashes and buy 30-40 seconds of time before they could even kill him. I mean, Acolyte, I don't know, like this. I think I talked about this earlier today again with Random, and like he understands how to play top lane. You don't have to pop off, you don't have to kill everyone. You can just, be annoying.
Okay, writing down. The top lane is about to be annoying. Thank you very much.
Top lane in a nutshell,
right? For your analysis, guys at home, take notes. Out of this, it's all about being annoying. But that's a fact. Sometimes, like, if you can't win in 5v5, you have to be annoying. You have to, gather the attention, make them use resources to chase you down, waste them down. Guys, this has been our day. Formulation Gaming won versus Unicorns of Love this year in our playing matchups. Then it was Rix versus Narcissus this year as well. We got our first third map in the Rix versus Team Queso, really close series. As this one could be, Team Queso versus Nasser finally ended up being a this-era, but Nasser put up one huge fight. And tomorrow, it's gonna be the Group B. Game Load, Parla Esports, Formulation Gaming. Two of these teams are gonna face Rix and Team Queso in the playoffs. Caroline, what's going on?
I don't know. I got suddenly surprised.
Suddenly
I don't know
surprised.
why. I was looking forward to the quarterfinals already for some reason.
Oh.
Forgot that Group B existed.
This is our schedule for tomorrow. Game Load versus Parla. Parla versus Formulation Gaming. And Formulation versus Game Load. And I also have to ask, Game Lord, huge favorites, not the match,
So obviously Game Lord is a favorite, but now, after seeing Formulation's performance, I would put I wouldn't necessarily say they're better than Game Lord or anything like that, but I would say they're at the top as well. Like, they're on par with Rix and Game Lord. I almost want to say it, but I'm not quite sure if I can say that all the way, Ryu.
I think that's it's a stretch to say. Today we saw Formulation beat Unicorns of Love, a team that comes from Russia, a minor region, if I may say so. So I don't think they have been challenged quite yet. Unicorns of Love is a great team, but that's a long way from being a great team to be Game Lord. Game Lord, #1 seed.
Yeah.
Can we not forget about Parla? Because Parla have fought so hard. I think they had in total 7 games to get here. They 2 games out of a 5-game series. So 5 games versus NASA and another 4 games versus Sungo. I can bet you they're not going home easily.
No, they are also huge warriors, and Parla is it's gonna put up one huge fight. Guys, this has been all for today. It's been a long day, plenty of water. Thank you very much for you guys being with us. Tomorrow, we will come back with the Group B. Thank you guys on to this. We get to see tomorrow with the Group B in the WREC Championship Finals. We love you.
Bye.